Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 690 to Chapter 776. Ningxu speechlessly looked at Yu Ling who stood in front of Qing Huajun and said, "Go to the side, you don't know what happened between me and him." Yu Ling opened her arms like a mother hen protecting her chicks. She looked at Ningxu and asked, "Senior sister, what happened?" "Master is our master, how can you fight with him?" "Good girl, go to the side and play." Ningxu said again, "You don't know the reason." "But senior sister, no matter what, master is still our master. What you're doing is disgraceful. You're killing your master. Back then, you and I were going to become master's disciples. You shouldn't treat master like this." Qing Huajun frowned and clutched his chest. His chest was shaking and he felt very uncomfortable. Seeing this girl standing in front of him, Qing Huajun's heart swelled. Ningxu was a bit impatient. He reached out and slapped Yu Ling away, nagging non-stop. Logically speaking, they were at the same level, but they were not as strong as her. She was too lazy to listen to his nagging. This world was just so simple and violent. If you are not convinced, then fight. If you can't win, then keep it to yourself. Ningxu did not use too much strength and directly pushed Yu Ling away. Yu Ling rolled on the ground twice. She was not injured. Moreover, this little bit of strength could not hurt a cultivator. When Qing Huajun saw Ningxu attacking Yu Ling his face changed. But when he saw Yu Ling standing up and was not injured, he heaved a sigh of relief. Ningxu said coldly, "You have the blood of the demon race in your body, you are indeed vicious. She doesn't know anything, but you are still attacking her." Ningxu carried the axe on his shoulder and said indifferently, "Don't talk about the blood of the demon race, as if all humans are good people." Qing Huajun took out his sword. Ningxu stabbed it, but Ningxu dodged and chopped at Qing Huajun with the axe. Qing Huajun felt uncomfortable in his chest. His body was also uncomfortable and itchy. Seeing that their own sect was at a disadvantage, the immortal form sect's people came out to help. On the other hand, the devil race didn't make a move. After all, they had someone to deal with the humans for them. Ningxu looked at the people from the immortal form sect with a smile on his face. "Are you trying to bully me with numbers?" Qing Huajun coldly said, "You infiltrated the immortal form sect and coveted their divine weapon, the profound yang sword. You are on the side of the devil race." Ningxu waved his hand, "Don't be like this, I am the sect leader of the longevity sect, I am not from the demon race, nor am I from the human race." "Are you not here for the profound yang sword?" Qing Huajun asked coldly. Ningxu raised his axe and said, "What's the point of saying so much? Let's fight." Qing Huajun felt uncomfortable, while Yu Ling twisted her body and kept scratching her face and neck. Her whole body was itchy. Seeing Yu Ling's appearance, Qing Huajun felt even more itchy. He took Yu Ling and left the battlefield. Seeing the person involved leave, the immortal form sect did not know if they should continue fighting. The others were speechless when they saw Ningxu carrying his axe and looking incomparably valiant. Ningxu jumped back onto the spirit ship and said, "You guys continue fighting, I will watch from the side and not do anything." The demon race and the human race looked at Ningxu, especially Xiao Susu's father who was infected by the bloodthirsty worm. His eyes were red as he looked at Ningxu. "Bitch." Ningxu raised his eyebrows, "Then I will back off a bit, you guys continue fighting." The spirit ship moved back a bit. Jianglu and Ningxu asked, "Master, which side should we help?" Ningxu looked at the axe, "Help what? We are just here to watch the show." Jianglu looked at Ningxu with some confusion and said, "Didn't you say you were going to help revive the longevity sect?" Ningxu said, "I am reviving it now. Didn't I defeat Qing Huajun of the immortal form sect? I defeated the most powerful person and established my dominance." Qing Huajun was the youngest soul formation stage cultivator and he was even more powerful than before. Ningxu thought that if it wasn't for the advantage of his energy and divine weapon, it would be difficult for him to defeat Qing Huajun. Her strength was improving, but Qing Huajun's strength was also improving. Jianglu frowned, "Master, do you not have confidence in the longevity sect you established?" Ningxu put away the sky-splitting axe and said calmly, "Humans, demons, and monsters are the three legs of the tripartite balance. It is the human race and the demon race that are fighting each other. People like us who can't do anything because of our bloodline are in the minority. What we need to do is to survive, not compete with the human race and the demon race. Xianlu pursed his lips. Are we just going to watch? No, we can fight whoever we don't like. Let's fight the demon race. The demon race is also a threat to us. The demon race could absorb essence blood, even their own kind. You take a few junior brothers to fight the demon race, Ningxu said. They were in a very awkward situation. There was no place for both the human race and the demon race. They felt stifled. Ningxu gave each of his disciples a magic weapon and said, "Don't fight with the powerful demon race. If you can't win, run. Let your senior brothers protect you." Yes, master. The human race and the demon race attacked each other after testing each other. However, some people still paid attention to Ningxu's side and were on guard. However, Ningxu's force was nothing compared to the human race and the demon race. Jiangli took a few junior brothers to fight at the edge of the demon race. Ningxu paid attention to his disciples and didn't let them get hurt. Qingyu stood next to Ningxu and looked at the chaotic battle below. He said, "Actually, you don't need to establish a sect at all. Your technique gives these human race and demons a new way out. Why are you working so hard?" Ningxu said, "It's always good to have a sect. A sect will only restrict the spread of this technique." Qingyu said, "With a sect, there will be conflicts of interest." Ningxu rubbed his forehead and thought about what he should do. Previously, Ningxu was still using this peerless technique as a sect's technique. He didn't want to spread it out because he was afraid that the human race or the demon race would cultivate this technique. However, the human race and demons scattered in this world couldn't all join the Changsun sect and let the Changsun sect become an organization of human race and demons. Ningxu released his qi and saved a disciple. Then, he brought him back. This was the first time the disciple killed someone. His face was pale and he started to vomit. He looked very pitiful. Ningxu didn't comfort him. Cultivating, fighting with the heavens, fighting with people, one naturally had to go through all these. Not long later, Jianglu brought a few disciples back. Some of them were injured. Ningxu stuffed healing pills into their mouths. Ningxu drove the spirit ship back to the sect. After returning to the sect, Ningxu sat on a chair in the main hall and said to his disciples, "I plan to spread the sect's technique." The other disciples didn't have any reaction. Jianglu frowned and asked, "Master, isn't this the sect's technique? When you passed it to me, you swore that you wouldn't let me spread it out. You said that the human race can also cultivate it. Why are you spreading it out now?" Jianglu really couldn't understand what was going on in Ningxu's mind. She was so different from time to time. Opening a sect seemed like a joke to him. The divine tool didn't allow people to refine it, and now he wanted to spread the sect's cultivation method. Ningxu said, "It's good that this cultivation method can be cultivated by other demons." Jianglu pursed his lips and said, "When the sect is strong, you can join the sect and cultivate. Spreading the cultivation method out is the meaning of the sect's existence." Ningxu looked at Jianglu and said faintly, "The more people there are, the better. As the only sect of the demonic humans, how can it be meaningless?" "Jianglu, you seem to have a big opinion?" Ningxu looked at Jianglu condescendingly. Jianglu cupped his hands and said, "Disciple doesn't dare. Disciple is thinking from the perspective of the sect." Ningxu grunted, "Go and cultivate. Shulan, stay." Jianglu pursed his lips and glanced at Ningxu and Li Shulan. He cupped his hands and left with his disciple. Li Shulan and Ningxu saluted and shouted, "Disciple greets master." Ningxu looked at Li Shulan, who was becoming more and more beautiful. He smiled and asked, "How are you in the sect?" Li Shulan said, "Very happy." "Well, you should worry more about the sect," Ningxu told Li Shulan. Li Shulan grunted. "Cultivate well. Do you think it's wrong for me to spread this cultivation method?" Ningxu asked Li Shulan. "Disciple will listen to master," Li Shulan said obediently. "I'm asking for your opinion." Ningxu looked at Li Shulan. Li Shulan said, "Master is right." Ningxu, after thinking about it, Ningxu decided to distribute the cultivation method. He directly went to Black City and gave the cultivation method to some human devils. As for whether human devils would cultivate or not, Ningxu didn't care. On the other hand, Qing Huajun and Yu Ling were in a much more miserable state. It was unknown what kind of poison they had been poisoned with, but their entire bodies were itching unbearably. Qing Huajun's cultivation base was high, and he was able to suppress it with his own cultivation base. However, Yu Ling was not able to do so. Her cultivation was not as high as Qing Huajun's, so she could only keep grabbing at the poisonous powder. It could only be said that Yu Ling was unjustly implicated. Ningxu's target was Qing Huajun. Yu Ling stood beside Qing Huajun and breathed in the poisonous powder. When Qing Huajun saw Yu Ling scratches on her face, she anxiously went to find the antidote. Because Qing Huajun was busy looking for the antidote for Yu Ling and himself, he didn't participate in the war. He continued to search for the ingredients needed for the antidote pill. Ningxu brought his disciples to participate in the Great War between humans and demons. Most of the time, he brought his disciples out for a walk. This gave the Chongsun sect some reputation. Then, Ningxu let Qingyu bring him around the world. If they met a human demon, he would teach him a cultivation technique. Anyways, Qingyu's teleportation ability was great. Ningxu asked Qingyu, "How's your progress in breaking through the void?" Qingyu sighed, "I'm trying to determine the point outside the plane, but I still haven't touched this point." Ningxu could only comfort him, "Take it slow, it will be determined eventually. There must be a pattern, although I don't know what the pattern is." Ningxu asked 2333 in his heart, "How do we determine the point between the wormholes?" 2333 said, "The distance between this point can be calculated. There are countless points, and the points might not be accurate. The system can calculate it. As for how this kelp is going to break through the plane, it has to depend on itself." Damn, it's so complicated. Ningxu looked at Qingyu, "Take it slow, we will find the point to break through the plane. I have faith in you." Qingyu looked at Ningxu silently and didn't say anything. Ningxu couldn't stand Qingyu's silent disdain. "Say what you want to say." Qingyu shook his head, "I don't have anything to say." Ningxu, the war between humans and demons was in full swing. Some demons who weren't strong took advantage of the chaos to sneak into human territory and started massacring mortals. When Ningxu passed by, he directly exterminated these devils, leaving not even ashes behind. Ningxu thought that his mission this time should be over. The Chongsun sect was on the right track and had more and more disciples. They probably had some reputation in the war. Some demons took the initiative to join the Chongsun sect. Among these disciples, Jianglu became more and more stable. He had the charisma of a leader, but he had a dignified appearance and was in high spirits. When Jianglu saw Ningxu, he would smile and greet Ningxu with cupped fists, calling him master. Ningxu would occasionally check on Jiangli's cultivation. Jiangli's cultivation speed was quite fast and his energy was getting thicker and thicker. When he released his energy, the giant tiger roared towards the sky. It felt like a tiger roaring in the forest and all beasts bowing down to it. When one started cultivating an ultimate martial art, it couldn't compare to a cultivation technique. But the more one cultivated, the stronger it got. It could also nourish the body and adjust the genes of the body. Ningxu squinted his eyes and looked at the energy released by Jianglu. This tiger was really fierce. "Master, can I cultivate to be as strong as you?" Jianglu asked Ningxu. Ningxu nodded, "Definitely." Jianglu asked again, "Will I be stronger than you?" Ningxu, "Master?" Jianglu looked at Ningxu. "Yes." Ningxu said calmly. Jianglu smiled, "The stronger I am, the more I can protect the sect." Ningxu smiled and didn't say anything. Qingyu had been studying day and night on how to break through the void and leave this world. Qingyu was obsessed with one thing and didn't care about anything else. Ningxu patted Qingyu's shoulder, "Take your time, I might have to leave." "Oh." Qingyu nodded. "Good luck," Ningxu said with a smile. She should be leaving this world soon. After all, she changed Xiaosusu's fate. The fatal seal on her was gone and with her current strength, there were very few people who could kill her. Ningxu just sat on the bed and was about to cultivate when 2333's voice sounded in her mind, "Mission failed." Failed? Ningxu didn't have time to be surprised when she felt a huge force pressing down on her soul. Her soul felt like it was going to collapse. Then, a force protected Ningxu's soul. It was so painful that Ningxu wanted to die. So this was what it felt like to be erased. After returning to the system space, Ningxu lay on the sofa and held her head. It was very painful. The power of erasing was still in her soul. After some time, the feeling of tearing her soul apart finally subsided. Ningxu looked down at her soul. It was a little dim. She didn't care why she failed the mission and started to cultivate her soul. When her soul was finally full, Ningxu asked 2333 anxiously, "Why did I fail the mission?" She helped Xiaosusu change her life, got rid of the seal and became stronger. Why, wasn't her goal to get rid of the bloodline shackles? Ningxu didn't know what he did wrong to cause this mission to fail. If Xiaosusu wanted to turn herself into a living demon, then there was nothing she could do. If it wasn't for the amulet, she would have been obliterated. Ningxu asked 2333, "Why did it fail?" 2333 pondered for a moment and said, "It was Xiaosusu who judged that you failed the mission." Ningxu was even more puzzled. Xiaosusu appeared in the system space. Ningxu asked her, "Why did you judge that my counterattack failed?" Xiaosusu pursed her lips and said, "You didn't do anything in that world. Your cultivation speed was very fast, you obtained treasures of heaven and earth, you obtained divine artifacts, and you established a sect. And I am not a person with good talent. Your counterattack is not my life at all." Xiaosusu said faintly. Ningxu frowned, "If I am not strong, how can I break free from the shackles of the bloodline? But when you killed everyone, there were people who helped you, but I didn't." Xiaosusu said, "I paid with my soul, but I am not satisfied with your counterattack." To put it bluntly, she saw that Ningxu's life in that world was too smooth, and then looked at her own bitter life. It was simply ironic. Okay. Ningxu was speechless and asked, "Then will you ask other mission takers to help you counterattack?" Xiaosusu shook her head, "No." Ningxu silently chanted the clear heart mantra in his heart to suppress his annoyance. "Then you are not going to counterattack?" Ningxu raised his eyebrows and asked. Xiaosusu was silent for a moment and said, "I plan to go back." "What do you mean?" Ningxu looked at Xiaosusu strangely, "Go back to the world where I counterattacked?" Xiaosusu nodded. Ningxu rolled her eyes, her face turning cold. "You've determined that I've failed my mission, and now you want me to return to the world where I've counterattacked. Are you trying to freeload? You don't want to pay with your soul force, do you?" Xiaosusu pursed her lips and didn't say anything. 2333 said, "Those who don't follow the rules will be killed." Xiaosusu's face was filled with fear. Her soul was slowly disappearing. She shouted, "I won't go back, let me go, let me go." Xiaosusu's soul had completely disappeared, but Xiaosusu's painful wails were still echoing in the system space. Ningxu saw a soul being obliterated in front of him, and he was a little frightened. If she didn't have a protective talisman, she would have disappeared like Xiaosusu. Ningxu rubbed his forehead, feeling very tired. "Will the client be killed as well?" Ningxu asked. She had always thought that only mission givers would be obliterated. She did not expect that mission givers would be obliterated as well. 2333 said solemnly, "Giving life a chance to counterattack. Giving one's soul so that others can counterattack, one must abide by the rules. Many people want to counterattack but do not have the chance. Alright, I guess I did this quest for nothing." 2333 reminded Ningxu, "Next time when you accept a quest, make sure you tell the person who asked you to do it. Tell them that there is a price to pay for a counterattack." Ningxu nodded, "I know." This time, she took it as a loss. It was a pity that she had used 35 merit points to exchange for the protective talisman. "Does the mission fail as long as the mission fails?" Ningxu asked. If she failed, she would be obliterated. If the mission giver said that she failed, it would be a failure. No matter how many protective talismans she had, it would not be enough. 2333 said, "Not only the mission giver, there is another way to calculate it. The reason why you failed this quest is mostly because the cheat was too big. Once you leave, the luck will not stay with the mission giver." Ningxu, tears rolling over table, she felt that she would never love again. Sure enough, cannon fodder should be cannon fodder. Don't be the main character, Ningxu lay on the sofa dispiritedly. Sleep, nothing could dispel the gloominess in her heart. Perhaps that plane was kind enough to give her luck. But, she would cry if she said too much. Ningxu kept thinking in her heart. She had to live the mission giver's life as her own to counterattack. But, cheating had even become her fault. Sleep. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Ningxu woke up. She was not so depressed anymore. Ningxu 2333 said, I want to see what happened after I left that world. After all, it was a sect she established. Ningxu wanted to see it. Okay. 2333 said, this world will develop according to your counterattack. A screen appeared in front of Ningxu. It showed Ningxu's posture when she died. However, there was some dust on her clothes. It seemed that she had been dead for a while. Didn't I just return to the space? It feels like a long time has passed there. Ningxu asked. The flow of time is different. Ningxu looked at the image on the screen. Jianglu pushed open the door and walked in. He saw the person sitting cross-legged on the bed. The person on the bed had his head lowered. He seemed to be asleep. Jianglu cupped his hands and said, Master. Jianglu waited for his master to respond. However, she did not move for a long time. He frowned and walked over, shouting, Shizhuan. Jianglu put his hand in front of her nose. When he felt that there was no breath, he quickly retracted his hand with a shocked expression. She pursed her lips tightly. Her eyes were shining. Jianglu did not inform the others that the sect leader was gone. Instead, he knelt in front of the corpse and counted out 3 times. Then, he grabbed the heaven-splitting axe beside the corpse. The heaven-splitting axe was very heavy. Moreover, Jianglu did not refine it. It was very difficult for him to pick it up. Jianglu looked at the heaven-splitting axe in his hand and smiled. He looked at the corpse and said, Disciple will definitely bring glory to the sect that Master established. Jianglu extended his hand and touched the corpse's head. The corpse immediately turned into ashes. Jianglu said, But Master, your era has passed. This guy, seeing this, Ningxu could not help but raise his eyebrows. When he was thinking about whether to accept Jianglu as his disciple, he hesitated for a long time. In the end, he accepted Jianglu. With today's result, Ningxu had a faint premonition. Jianglu had the nature of an ambitious and ruthless person. As long as he was given a ladder to ascend to the heavens, he would definitely climb it. Jianglu, who got the heaven-splitting axe, used his fastest speed to refine it. He then held a sect meeting and took out the heaven-splitting axe to announce that he was the sect leader. Many people were curious about where their master went. Jiang Li's explanation was that his master and senior Qingyu went to search for a higher level. Qingyu was gone and the sect-protecting weapon was in Jiang Li's hands. He was also the eldest disciple and was the strongest. There was nothing wrong with him becoming the sect leader. Jiang Lu bowed towards the portrait of the ancestor, Ningxu, and officially became the sect leader of Chongsun sect. Ningxu saw that Jiang Lu had become the sect leader of Chongsun sect. He was getting stronger and stronger, which made Chongsun sect a little famous among the demonic humans. Moreover, Jiang Lu was a very vicious person. Once provoked, he would strike like lightning. When he was under Ningxu, he was able to restrain himself a little. Now, he had nothing to worry about. However, this was a world where the strong were respected and there was no right or wrong. Only fierce methods would make others wary. Jiang Lu had shown his desire for Chongsun sect before. When Ningxu said that the sect's god artifact was not to be refined by anyone, he was very against it. When Ningxu said that he wanted to spread the ultimate technique, Jiang Lu also objected and said that only those who joined Chongsun sect could cultivate it. Jiang Lu didn't care about the demonic humans in this world. He only cared about Chongsun sect's benefits and his own rights. What made Ningxu more gratified was that her peerless martial arts were practiced by many people, including demi-devils and humans. After turning off the screen, Ningxu laid on the sofa and didn't say a word. He had never failed a mission before. He actually failed this time. No matter how much he said that he didn't mind, he still felt bad. Do you want to open up your status panel and be happy? 2333 said. Ningxu rolled his eyes. I failed the mission. No points, no stats. How annoying. How can I be happy? I'm not opening it. 2333 said, there's a surprise. Surprise, Ningxu immediately sat up and opened his status panel. Number, 2333 Name, Ningxu, Intermediate Mission Taker, Age, 27 points, 5. 15 million Soul, 300 Health, 71 Wisdom, 224 Charm, 10 Luck, 54 Spirit, 130 Faith, 641000 Martial Strength, 142 Qualifications, 59 Merit, 301000 Skills, 5th Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Beginner Ultimate Technique, Beginner Poison Technique, Beginner Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Code Programming, Beginner Lawyer Skills. Honorary Title, Wargood's Selfless Ancestor Items, Calm Halo, Faith Halo, Talisman 6-1 Halo, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Halo, Grass Blessing, Best Friend for a Lifetime, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing, Lifesaver, Zhu Sunyang's Blessing. Ningxu looked at his stats and was shocked. He had gained 1,000 points of faith and 10,000 merit points. Oh my god, Ningxu suddenly felt as if gold had fallen from the sky. It was too unbelievable. Ningxu asked, why is there so much merit? It's probably because of that plane. The countless living beings in that plane were all born because of you, causing the plane to return to the sea of laws, giving birth to new laws and living beings. Ningxu clutched his chest. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. The gloominess in Ningxu's heart immediately dissipated by quite a bit. No matter what, it was fine as long as there was a harvest. Your ultimate martial arts book has also changed. 2333 reminded Ningxu. Ningxu quickly took out the ultimate martial arts book. When Ningxu received the book, it was already a little damp and moldy. If it wasn't placed in the system space, it would have been eaten by worms. But this book had become very new. The pages faintly glowed with a golden light. On the page, there were 4 words in small seal script, Ultimate Martial Arts. Ningxu was a little excited. He opened the book. The incantation and movement method had disappeared. Instead, there were pictures of animals. The first page was a roaring tiger. The second page was a crane. The third page was an eagle. There were all kinds of animals, elephants, snakes, cows, every page was an animal. There were also some white pages with no animals on them. Ningxu had a faint guess in his heart. He asked 2333, is it that people who cultivate ultimate martial arts will form Qi Jin on these pages? Should be. 2333 said, this may be a support for you. Even in the modern world where spiritual energy is scarce, you can cultivate Qi Jin and strengthen your body. That's great. Ningxu hugged the book. Although the mission failed, the harvest this time was enough. Ningxu's mood instantly became better. He took the star sand and went to the virtual space to find the silver-haired man. After a moment of absent-mindedness, Ningxu stood on the quaint street of the virtual space. Ningxu took the things and went to the consultation room. When he walked into the consultation room, Ningxu smelled the fragrance of agarwood. When he smelled this fragrance, he felt his soul become incomparably calm. The dust in his soul slowly disappeared. Ningxu desperately inhaled as much as he could. The silver-haired man came out from the inner room. When he saw Ningxu, he just raised his eyebrows. The silver-haired man had a leather book in his hand. Ningxu was a little curious. What kind of book was this? Please sit. The silver-haired man sat down. Ningxu sat opposite him. He straightened his back and stretched his neck to see what book it was. However, he couldn't see anything. The book was clearly in front of him, but Ningxu's mind was a mess. Since he couldn't see it, Ningxu gave up and said, I found the star sand. The silver-haired man's face showed a surprised expression. So fast? Ningxu took out the star sand he obtained from the mission world and placed it on the table. The silver-haired man glanced at Ningxu and stretched out his slender fingers to pick up the star sand. He looked at it carefully and nodded. It's star sand. How did you find it? The silver-haired man asked. Ningxu pursed his lips and said, would you believe me if I said I picked it up on the road? The silver-haired man just glanced at Ningxu and asked, "What do you want to exchange for? What treasure do you want?" Ningxu waved his hand. "I don't want treasure. In the future, I'll ask you for advice for free." "No." The silver-haired man refused directly. Ningxu, F*ck, sometimes, you can't pay for a question even if you sell your entire fortune, the silver-haired man said indifferently. Ningxu, how about this? I can give you 3 chances to ask questions for free. How about that, the silver-haired man said. So stingy, Ningxu bargained. 10 times. The silver-haired man just looked at Ningxu and didn't say anything. 8 times. 7 times. 6 times. 5 times. 5 times. Can't be less. 3 times, the silver-haired man said indifferently. You can choose not to exchange. F*ck, the shop is bullying the customer. Ningxu could only nod. I'll exchange. The silver-haired man nodded. Very good. Ningxu felt stifled and stared at the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man asked, "Do you have any questions?" Ningxu wanted to ask who the silver-haired man was and why he had such hair. After thinking about it, he didn't want to waste the 3 chances. They weren't on the same level, so what if he knew? The silver-haired man kept the star sand and left with the book. Ningxu stood up slowly and inhaled the agarwood fragrance. Then, he slowly walked out of the consultation room. Then, he planned to go to the restaurant to eat something. Every time he came to the virtual space, he felt that he had to eat a meal to be satisfied. Ningxu walked into the restaurant and the waiter came over. Ningxu said, "Sir, a guest wants to share a table with you. Please go over there." Ningxu looked in the direction the waiter was pointing and saw the well-dressed Xianxia smiling at her from afar. Ningxu immediately got goosebumps and turned to leave. The waiter immediately said, "Sir, the guest knows that you don't want to go over. He asked me to bring you a message." "What message?" Ningxu raised her eyebrows and looked at Xianxia. "We can work together," the waiter said. Working with Xianxia? Bullshit. She would have to count the money for Xianxia if she sold it. Ningxu turned around and walked out of the restaurant. Xianxia shook his head and caught up with Ningxu. Ningxu looked at him warily. "I don't understand. Why are you fighting with me? Are you looking for revenge?" Xianxia said indifferently, "Everything in the past is just a passing cloud. Why would I look for you for revenge? I just want to work with you. Besides, we are acquaintances, aren't we?" They weren't acquaintances at all. Ningxu refused. "There's no need to work together. We might not meet in the same plane." Xianxia said, "If we happen to meet in the same plane, if we are enemies and don't know each other, won't we both lose? That's why I want to work together. After all, we are acquaintances." Ningxu nodded and didn't say anything. Xianxia's eyes flashed and he said, "If we meet in the same world, it's very important to know each other's existence. To be honest, I don't want to be enemies with you." "And then?" Ningxu looked at Xianxia. Xianxia took out a red string and said, "This item can let us know each other's existence." Ningxu saw the item in Xianxia's hand and her pupils constricted. Wasn't this the F*king string of affection? Xianxia actually took out the string of affection. This unscrupulous B*tch. Ningxu sneered and said, "No need." Ningxu turned around and walked away. Xianxia reached out and touched Ningxu's arm. As soon as he touched it, he immediately withdrew his hand. The strings of affection followed Xianxia's touch and entered Ningxu's arm. Finally, it formed a red rope around his wrist. Ningxu lowered his head and looked at his wrist. He looked at Xianxia coldly. Xianxia smiled and said, "This way, if we meet on the same plane, we won't be strangers, and we won't kill each other." Ningxu rolled his eyes and raised his hand. "Look carefully." The red rope on Ningxu's wrist gradually dissipated. Finally, it turned into red smoke and disappeared. The string of love was no longer tied to Ningxu's wrist. Faced with such a situation, Xianxia only raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "You don't agree?" "Why should I agree? You used the string of affection on me." "What? Did you think I was meow meow meow, who was tricked by you and lost her life? Ningshu's face was full of sarcasm. If you want revenge, we'll make it clear. Ningshu took 2 steps back. Zhang Jiaosan smiled and shook his head. Just because we didn't get along, you have such great enmity towards me. Ningshu, what the F***ck, you're clearly the B***tch with bad intentions. How can you say I have enmity? Yes, I have great enmity towards you. Ningshu said to number 233 in his mind, return to the system space. Zhang Jiaosan just watched indifferently as Ningshu disappeared. He turned around and walked away indifferently. Ningshu returned to the system space. He sat cross-legged on the sofa and silently chanted the mind-cleansing mantra. He was really angered by Zhang Jiaosan. Did he really think that the halo of faith that could block all curses was just for show? Fortunately, Ningshu was at a disadvantage as an empress. He immediately exchanged for the halo of faith that could block curses. He didn't expect that the first time he used it would be on Zhang Jiaosan. This B***tch definitely wanted revenge. She caused him to commit suicide. She even killed the innocent meow meow meow. There was no way he would let her go. Ningshu was a little gloating. The string of affection was destroyed. You wasted your points. You deserved it. Ningshu didn't plan to do any more quests. Ningshu still hadn't adjusted his mood after this incident. He pulled out a book from the bookshelf and carefully read it. After he finished reading, he put the book back on the shelf. Ningshu took the watering can and watered the bright flowers. He still felt uncomfortable, so he just lay on the bed and slept. After a comfortable sleep, he sat on the sofa and said to number 233, let's see who asked for this quest. Okay. As soon as number 233's voice fell, a woman appeared in the system space. This woman had short curly hair. She was about 50 years old. Ningshu was a little surprised. This was the first time he saw such an old client. My name is Xianxia. I want you to help me counterattack. Xianxia said to Ningshu. She looked up and down at Ningshu. You are so young. Xianxia's expression was a little suspicious. You are a quest taker? Ningshu nodded. Counterattacking has a price. You need to pay with your soul. Are you sure you want to counterattack? Xianxia was silent for a moment. She nodded and said, for my son, I am willing. Ningshu confirmed again, are you sure you want to counterattack? I am sure. Xianxia said. Ningshu heard that the quest taker was her son. He nodded and accepted, I will accept the quest. Xianxia's soul disappeared from the system space. Ningshu did 2 chest expansions, took a deep breath, and said, let's enter the mission. Okay. As soon as 2333's voice fell, Ningshu felt a wave of dizziness. By the time Ningshu's body was fully integrated with her body, before she could even open her eyes, she heard thumping sounds coming from the room next door. Ningshu's heart was burning with anger. He was very irritated. Ningshu silently chanted the clear heart mantra in his heart. He was sweating all over. It was very uncomfortable. Ningshu felt uncomfortable all over. He was irritable, and his heart was palpitating. These symptoms were definitely menopausal syndrome. It was so F***king miserable. He was sad when his period came, but it was even worse when it didn't. Ningshu silently chanted the clear heart mantra. When he calmed down a little, he began to accept the plot. Xianxia was a single mother. She divorced her husband before the 7-year itch. Xianxia's husband was the kind of person who met his true love after marriage. He met his true love, who was very simple and not pretentious. She was very different from the old woman at home. He was willing to pay a large amount of alimony to divorce Xianxia. Xianxia raised the child, and then the husband happily married his true love. Every month, he gave Xianxia and their son, Wang Bo, living expenses. Xianxia was a kind person. She was not kind. She was more like a coward. She lived alone with her 6-year-old son. After so many years, she did not have a family. Xianxia was the kind of person who didn't want to argue with others and would take a step back. She was an honest and sincere person. Under her guidance, her son, Wang Bo, was also such a person. Furthermore, he grew up in a single-parent family, so he was somewhat taciturn. He wasn't married even when he was in his 30s. However, Wang Bo met a woman who was 2 years older than him, Xianxia. This Xianxia was a beautiful woman with delicate features. She said to Wang Bo that he was very honest and sincere, unlike other men who indulged in debauchery. He looked very reliable. Wang Bo was flattered and the two gradually started to interact with each other. In the end, they got married. To be able to marry a wife like this, Wang Bo naturally doted on her. Xianxia also treated this daughter-in-law very well. She usually didn't let her do the housework and treated her like an ancestor. Wang Bo and Xianxia were married for 2 years but didn't get pregnant. Wang Bo didn't mind either. He had also been married for a few years but didn't have children. Finally, Xianxia was pregnant. However, from the moment she was pregnant, she kept bleeding. Wang Bo wanted to bring Xianxia to the hospital. Xianxia didn't want to go to the hospital and said that she was just weak. However, the bleeding symptoms didn't alleviate and the child couldn't be saved. Although Wang Bo was sad, he was more concerned about Xianxia's health. He asked the doctor what caused the miscarriage and asked him to be more careful next time. The doctor directly said with disdain that the uterus was as thin as a piece of paper after a few scrapes. How could the child be implanted in the bed? Wang Bo felt as if he was struck by lightning. Xianxia lied to him. She was a woman who loved to play. When she was slightly older, her family urged her to find an honest man to spend the rest of her life with. Since ancient times, brothel girls and women who were tired of playing would find honest men to spend the rest of their lives with. Such men had a common name, taker. After this miscarriage, Xianxia couldn't have children anymore. Xianxia didn't really care and even said that she wanted to continue living with Wang Bo. Wang Bo was angered to death by Xianxia's attitude. Not only did Xianxia lie to him, but she also unknowingly acted high and mighty in front of him. He was willing to dote on her because she was a good woman. However, only now did he realize that she was a woman who didn't love herself and had played with countless men. Wang Bo wanted a divorce, but Xianxia was dead set on it. She said that he had to pay a sum of money before the divorce. Wang Bo only wanted freedom. Even if he was given money, he still wanted a divorce. Xianxia had cheated him and divorced him with a sum of money. Just thinking about it made him furious. Wang Bo had experienced an unhappy marriage. After the divorce, he didn't want to get married again. Xianxia was worried to death. She hated Xianxia in her heart. Xianxia's wish was for her son to get married and for Xianxia to pay the price. After Ningxu accepted the plot, he could only say that the shameless villain lived a carefree life, while the honest person was hurt. It was hard to have such a daughter-in-law. This society was open, but it had not reached the point of being perverted. Although it was a modern society, the restrictions on women were not reduced. Ningxu couldn't help but despise such a woman in his heart. She would take advantage of her youth to play freely, and when she was a little older, she would find an honest and steady man who wouldn't indulge in debauchery and get married. Let a man like Wang Bo pay the bill. She bowed and groveled in front of a scumbag, but in front of an honest person, she was arrogant. Now that Wang Bo and Xianxia were married, it was their honeymoon period. He didn't know what was going on in the next room, but there was a knocking sound. It was probably a game of come and chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you have sex with me. Ningxu felt that his body was covered in night sweat. He took a shower, then sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate the ultimate martial arts. After cultivating for a long time, Ningxu was interrupted by a knock on the door. He stopped cultivating, and a very small trace of qi jin was produced in his body. It felt good. In the past, it was impossible to cultivate qi jin in the modern world. It was probably because of the support of the ultimate martial arts. There was another knock on the door, followed by a man's voice. "Mom." Ningxu got up from the bed, put on his slippers, and opened the door. He saw Wang Bo and Xianxia. Wang Bo had a medium build and an honest face. He was quite good-looking, but he was honest and didn't seem very charming. Ningxu asked, "What's the matter?" Wang Bo said, "Mom, it's time for lunch." Ningxu, "Do you want her to make lunch now?" Ningxu glanced at the pretty Xianxia. Although her facial features weren't stunning, they were still very beautiful together. I'm not feeling well today, so I won't be cooking. Ningxu looked at Xianxia. Daughter-in-law, you do it. I'm really not feeling well. Mom, are you okay? Wang Bo heard Ningxu say that he wasn't feeling well, so he quickly said, do you want to go to the hospital? Ningxu waved his hand. It's just that I'm old, so it's normal for me to not feel well. Daughter-in-law, you'll be cooking today. Xianxia pursed her lips and said, why don't we order takeout? It's too hot to cook in summer. Haha, you're hot when you cook, but I'm not hot when I cook, Ningxu smiled and said, the food outside is not clean, but the food at home is clean. Xianxia frowned and pulled Wang Bo's sleeve. Wang Bo glanced at Xianxia. Ningxu said, Mom, let's order takeout. Ningxu nodded. That's good. Xianxia almost couldn't help but roll her eyes. She said that the other party wouldn't agree no matter what, but as soon as her son said it, she immediately agreed. TSK, such behavior, Xianxia took out her phone and called the restaurant to order food. Ningxu listened by the side. The dishes Xianxia ordered were all quite expensive. A home-cooked dish was a few dozen to 100 yuan, and if she didn't order a single dish, a meal would cost a few hundred yuan. With such extravagance, the three of them couldn't eat so much. This family wasn't very rich, but it could be considered passable. The original owner was a company employee, and now she had retired and had some pension. In addition to the alimony that her ex-husband had given for so many years, her son was now working, and his salary was average. Back then, Xianxia had considered many aspects before choosing such a family. Xianxia ordered so many dishes, but Ningxu didn't say anything. Wang Bo first looked at Ningxu. Seeing that Ningxu didn't have any objections, he was relieved and sat on the sofa with Xianxia to watch TV. He also peeled a banana for Xianxia. Ningxu sat on the sofa and waited for the takeout. Not long after, the doorbell rang and the takeout arrived. Wang Bo paid the bill and placed the dishes on the table. He said to the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law sitting on the sofa, let's eat. The dishes on the table were very sumptuous. The dishes were placed on half the table, and the aroma was overflowing. Ningxu sat down to eat, and the two people opposite him kept picking up food. Wang Bo kept picking up food for Xianxia. Xianxia looked a little impatient and said, don't pick up food, I have a lot in my bowl. You eat too. Xianxia ordered so many dishes that she couldn't finish them all. Moreover, Xianxia didn't eat much in the first place, so there was a lot left. After Xianxia finished eating, she pushed the bowl away and left the table. She didn't think about cleaning up the table and went straight to the bedroom. Wang Bo was about to clean up the table when Xianxia stood at the door of the bedroom and shouted to Wang Bo, come here and help me get something. I can't reach it. Wang Bo looked at Ningxu. Ningxu said indifferently, go, I'll clean it up. Wang Bo walked towards Xianxia happily. Xianxia closed the door and didn't know what she was doing in the room. Ningxu looked at the mess on the table and curled his lips. He wrapped the dishes in plastic wrap and put them in the fridge. Then, he washed the dishes. Walking out of the kitchen, he saw the couple's closed door. The two of them stayed in the room for half a day, occasionally coming out to get water. Ningxu didn't care. Now that Wang Bo got a wife, he was very happy. It was normal for them to be sick of each other. Ningxu wanted to make things difficult for Xianxia. When they got a divorce, he couldn't let her take away a large sum of money. It was obvious that Xianxia had too many miscarriages and couldn't get pregnant. She even blamed Wang Bo for the miscarriages and asked for a large sum of money. Xianxia and Wang Bo were honest. Wang Bo wanted to get rid of Xianxia even if he had to give her money. Ningxu returned to the room and sat cross-legged on the bed to start cultivating. Because this body had reached menopause, its endocrine imbalance made it feel uncomfortable. When it was time for dinner, Wang Bo and Xianxia came out of the room and sat on the sofa. Xianxia was playing with her phone while Wang Bo looked at her. Ningxu put the leftovers from lunch back into the pot to reheat. The color of the dishes after reheating them didn't look good anymore. Moreover, they had become soft. One look and he lost his appetite. When Xianxia saw the dishes Ningxu made, her face turned ugly. She was unhappy and sat down heavily on the chair. Wang Bo naturally saw that Xianxia was unhappy, but on one side was his mother, the mother he had depended on for more than 20 years, and on the other side was the woman he liked, his wife. Wang Bo was an honest man. He didn't know how to get out of this situation. When Xianxia saw Wang Bo's behavior, she was so angry that she wanted to die. This block of wood. Back then, she had thought that he was honest, but now, he wasn't honest at all. He was stupid. Ningxu smiled and said, "Let's eat. There are still a lot of dishes left from lunch. I'll heat them up and eat." Xianxia picked up her chopsticks and looked at the dishes. She didn't know how to eat. She couldn't help but say, "Granny, these leftovers are not healthy at all. It's not good for your health to eat them." Ningxu looked at Xianxia and said, "Are we going to throw away all these vegetables? These were all bought with money. It's not easy for Wang Bo to earn money. He should be more frugal." Xianxia curled her lips and retorted, "Earning money is for a better life." "Then what's the point of earning money? Granny, you're too thrifty. If you eat these unhealthy dishes and get sick, all the money will be gone. It's not worth it. Don't you think so?" Xianxia used her foot to touch Wang Bo's leg under the table. Wang Bo could only say, "Mom, what Auntie said makes sense." Ningxu glanced at Wang Bo and said, "Since you can't eat, why did you order so many dishes? Let's eat. If we can't finish it tonight, we'll continue tomorrow morning until we finish." Xianxia was so angry that she put down her chopsticks and went back to the bedroom. She slammed the bedroom door. Wang Bo quickly stood up. Ningxu said gently, "Sit down and eat. When a family is together, there will always be conflicts. We need to get used to each other." Wang Bo could only sit down. Ningxu said, "It's not that I don't want to give you food. It's just that some waste is unnecessary. You should be more frugal in life. With some money, you can deal with some unexpected situations. She's living a comfortable life now. When something happens, it'll be useless even if she yells and screams. Xianxia's family isn't very well off. How can she be so extravagant in raising a daughter?" Ningxu said with a surprised expression. Wang Bo didn't know what to say. After a long silence, he said, "Auntie just got married. I guess she's not used to it." "Not used to it?" Ningxu saw that she was very used to it, so he didn't hold back. "Let's eat." Ningxu said to Wang Bo. Wang Bo looked at the bedroom and said, "Mom, do you want me to call Auntie out for dinner?" Ningxu said with a kind face, "She doesn't like to eat this kind of food. Don't call her." "But..." Wang Bo frowned tightly. He didn't dare to refute Ningxu. He could only eat. But he ate very quickly. After a few mouthfuls of rice, he pushed the bowl and chopsticks away and went to the bedroom to see Xianxia. Ningxu ate slowly alone. When he was full, he threw away the rest of the food. If you don't want to eat, don't eat. Anyway, there wasn't any food left. After tidying up, Ningxu went back to his room to cultivate. Xianxia, who had slept until midnight, was very hungry. Plus, there was a fairy fight earlier. She was really hungry. Xianxia pushed Wang Bo beside her. Wang Bo asked with a nasal voice, "What's wrong?" "I'm hungry. Go get me something to eat." Xianxia kicked Wang Bo's leg. It was really midnight. Wang Bo had to go to work tomorrow. Seeing Xianxia like this, Wang Bo could only sigh silently and get up. Xianxia smiled and got up from the bed. She sat at the table and waited for dinner. Wang Bo went to the kitchen and opened the fridge. There was no ready-made food in it. Wang Bo could only knock on Ningxu's door. Ningxu was cultivating when she heard the knock. She opened the door and saw Wang Bo. She then glanced at Xianxia, who was sitting on a chair waiting to be fed. She asked, "What's wrong?" "Mom, didn't you have a lot of leftovers before?" Wang Bo asked Ningxu. "Auntie is hungry. I want to make her some fried rice." Ningxu frowned and said, "Didn't Auntie say that leftovers were unhealthy? I threw them all away. There's no rice now." "Didn't he not eat leftovers?" "I did." Wang Bo looked at Xianxia helplessly. Xianxia almost couldn't help but roll her eyes. She felt that this mother-in-law was really annoying. Knowing that she didn't eat, she threw away the leftovers and used her words to block her. Xianxia was flustered, but she had no reason to refute her. Ningxu rubbed his forehead and said, "You can cook noodles. My body isn't very good. You can open the fire." Ningxu closed the door and went to sleep. Outside the door, Wang Bo and Xianxia looked at each other. Xianxia suppressed the anger in her heart and said coquettishly, "Wang Bo, I'm hungry." Wang Bo could only open the fire to cook noodles for Xianxia. He hurriedly made a bowl of noodles. The taste wasn't very good. The noodles were almost paste. Although Wang Bo was a child of a single-parent family, Xianxia rarely let Wang Bo do housework. Xianxia tried her best to take care of her son. Xianxia had a lot of opinions about this daughter-in-law. She raised her son with great difficulty, but the moment he married a daughter-in-law, he was ordered around by her. Xianxia could tolerate it. After all, her son was in his 30s, and it wasn't easy for him to marry a daughter-in-law. If Xianxia wasn't willing to do anything, Xianxia would do it. But what Xianxia couldn't stand the most was Xianxia's heartlessness. She felt that her heart had been eaten by a dog. Xianxia was an egoist. She only cared about herself and never cared about others. Xianxia ate the noodles made by Wang Bo. It tasted terrible, and she was furious. Back then, she chose Wang Bo because she saw that Xianxia and her son were kind. "Auntie, my mother is old. You have to bear with her." Wang Bo looked at Xianxia's unhappy face and explained, "It wasn't easy for my mother to raise me all these years. If she did anything wrong, I'll apologize to you first." Xianxia felt even worse when she heard Wang Bo saying "my mother." In the past, she felt that Wang Bo was honest and dull. But now, she felt that he was a mother's boy. He listened to his mother in everything and had no opinions or confidence. He was indeed a child from a single-parent family. Xianxia pushed the bowl and chopsticks away and said angrily, "I'm not eating anymore." When Xianxia stood up, the chair made an ear-piercing sound. In the silent night, it was very ear-piercing. Xianxia entered the bedroom and said to Wang Bo, "You'll sleep on the sofa today." Wang Bo frowned and reached out to block Xianxia from closing the door. He said in a low voice, "Auntie, don't be like this. We just got married. Mom will be worried." Xianxia was even angrier when she heard this. "Are you going to live with me or your mother?" Xianxia slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Even Ningxu, who was next door, felt the wall shake twice. Ningxu's mouth twitched. Xianxia's temper couldn't be described as violent. It could only be said that she had Xianxia and her son under control. She could be angry whenever she wanted to, and she didn't have any scruples. It was as if a toad had eaten a swan's meat. Marrying you was a stroke of luck. If I hadn't married you, would you have been able to find a wife? This was the difference between liking someone and not liking someone. If Xianxia really liked Wang Bo, she definitely wouldn't have done this. She didn't care about Wang Bo's feelings. Today's conflict was actually all because of Ningxu. If it was the original owner, Xianxia, if Xianxia was hungry and wanted to eat, she would definitely cook for Xianxia. However, Ningxu didn't care about her at all. That was why Xianxia was so angry. She felt that she should be spoiled. Moreover, Wang Bo's food was so disgusting. Wang Bo stood at the door in loneliness. In the end, he could only lie down on the sofa in the living room. Ningxu walked out of the room and saw her lying on the small sofa with a pillow on her head. She looked pitiful. Ningxu's heart was filled with a feeling of heartache. This was the feeling of the original owner. "What's the matter?" Ningxu asked Wang Bo. Wang Bo sat up from the sofa. When he saw Ningxu, he quickly said, "Nothing." Ningxu said, "Couples will always quarrel. Understand each other and slowly get used to each other." "Mom, I'm fine. Go to sleep," Wang Bo said with a gloomy face. Wang Bo's heart was not very comfortable. They just got married and he was kicked out of the bedroom. Moreover, it was inexplicable. He was simply making trouble for no reason. Ningxu said, "You also go to sleep early. You have to go to work tomorrow." Ningxu turned and went back to the room. The next morning, Ningxu got up to prepare breakfast for Wang Bo. Wang Bo slept on the sofa for the whole night. His whole body was uncomfortable. He didn't sleep well and his face was a bit ugly. The bedroom door didn't open for the whole night. Wang Bo went to the bedroom door and knocked hard. After knocking for a while, Xianxia didn't open the door. Wang Bo's face became more and more ugly. He kept knocking. "What are you knocking for? It's so early in the morning." Xianxia opened the door and said angrily. Xianxia's hair was fluffy. She was wearing pajamas with suspenders on her arms. A large part of her chest was exposed. Facing Xianxia, Wang Bo subconsciously gave in. He didn't ask why she didn't open the door for so long. He said, "I'm going to change clothes and go to work." Wang Bo walked into the bedroom and saw that the floor was littered with snack bags, cola bottles, and bits of powder, making the room look dirty and messy. Wang Bo took a shower and changed clothes. He looked at Xianxia lying on the bed and said, "It's time for breakfast." Xianxia had been hungry for the whole night. Snacks couldn't fill her stomach. When she heard that it was time for breakfast, she didn't insist. She went out of the bedroom and sat at the table. Breakfast was steamed buns and soy milk that Ningxu went out to buy. Xianxia sat down and picked up the steamed buns with chopsticks. It seemed that she was hungry last night. Ningxu didn't say anything. Wang Bo sat next to Xianxia and ate breakfast silently. After eating, he said to Xianxia, "I'm going to work." Xianxia had a steamed bun in her mouth. She just waved at Wang Bo. Wang Bo frowned. Seeing that it was getting late, he could only go to work. Ningxu saw that Wang Bo was unhappy when he left, but he didn't say anything. He looked at Xianxia who was drinking soy milk and eating fried dough sticks and said, "Anxi, come with me to buy groceries." Xianxia almost choked on the fried dough stick. She swallowed the fried dough stick in her mouth and said, "I don't know how to buy groceries." "Grandma, I don't need to go." Ningxu had a smile on his face and said calmly, "You can learn if you don't know how to. I'll tell you that the groceries there are cheap and fresh." Xianxia curled her lips. "I'm not going to learn. You're going to live with Wang Bo in the future. I can still help now. When I'm old and can't move, you'll definitely be the one doing the laundry and cooking." Ningxu said lightly. Xianxia's face turned green. Doing laundry and cooking, she still had to take care of this family? Xianxia said, "Grandma, you're too old-fashioned. It's the age of the internet. You can eat anything you want. Just a phone call and you can eat." Ningxu raised his eyebrows, "Ordering takeout for the rest of your life? Granny, let me do the math for you. Every day, you'll have to pay for water, electricity, gas, meat, vegetables, oil, and you'll have to cook every day. So, it's more cost-effective to order meals." Xianxia counted with her fingers and said shrewdly. Ningxu smiled, "If it's New Year's Eve or if it's a treat at home, do you think it's appropriate to order takeout? Since you're married, you should keep your heart in check. Today, come with me to buy groceries." Ningxu said unquestionably. Xianxia's face was unhappy. After eating, she went back to her room and locked the door. Obviously, she didn't want to go to the market with Ningxu. Ningxu washed the dishes and went to knock on the door. Ningxu knocked for a while, but Xianxia didn't open the door. Ningxu knocked on the door loudly, but Xianxia couldn't hear her, as if she was deaf. Ningxu raised his eyebrows, found the key, and opened the bedroom door. Xianxia was naked, with no underwear on. She had headphones on and was typing on the keyboard. Then she touched her body with her hands. She rubbed her front. Xianxia was chatting with someone naked. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu walked over and patted Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia was so scared that her whole body spasmed. She turned around and saw Ningxu. She quickly closed the laptop, covered her chest, and used one hand to cover her lower body. She was in a mess. Ningxu sneered. She could even show it to men, but she was still acting like this in front of a woman. Ningxu said indifferently, "What are you doing? You're not even wearing clothes." Xianxia couldn't hear what Ningxu said. She quickly took off her headphones and preemptively asked Ningxu, "Why didn't you knock before entering my room?" Ningxu looked at Xianxia's body. Xianxia quickly took her clothes and rushed into the bathroom to put them on. Xianxia, who had put on her clothes, didn't look good. She said guiltily, why didn't you knock? I knocked. I knocked for a long time, but you didn't hear me. Ningxu asked, why aren't you wearing clothes? I was chatting with my best friend. Xianxia lied. It's a kind of game between sisters. Mother-in-law, you wouldn't understand. Ningxu, ha 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 ha, just talk. Take off your clothes and chat. Do you think others are stupid? Ningxu just looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was a little uneasy under her gaze. She said, Mother-in-law. Mom, why are you looking for me? Ningxu said, come with me to buy groceries. Xianxia was caught doing something bad. She felt very guilty and could only agree to go to the market with Ningxu to buy groceries. Ningxu asked Xianxia to take the basket, and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law went out to buy vegetables. Xianxia was worried that her mother-in-law would tell Wang Bo about this. Ningxu asked, Mother-in-law. Xianxia didn't know what to say. She couldn't just ask this old woman if she knew what she was doing just now. Looking at Xianxia's constipated expression, Ningxu sneered in his heart and asked, what's the matter? Xianxia quickly shook her head. I'm fine. It was the dog days of summer. Even in the morning, it was still very hot. Xianxia was sweating profusely from the sun. Moreover, she walked to the market under the sun. It was simply terrible. Xianxia was furious. She wanted to smash the basket on Ningxu's head, but she didn't dare. She could only follow Ningxu obediently. When Xianxia saw how relaxed Ningxu was walking, she felt as if a cat was scratching her heart. It was not easy to get to the market. Xianxia's clothes were almost wet with sweat. In this kind of weather, she should stay at home and enjoy the air conditioner. Every time Ningxu passed by a vegetable stall, she would pick and choose. Xianxia was very impatient beside her. Ningxu said, the vegetables here are very fresh, and I know the boss. I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? Ningxu said to Xianxia. Xianxia was so hot that she kept fanning herself with her hands. When she heard Ningxu's words, she nodded casually. I'll remember. After choosing half of a winter melon and putting it in the basket, Xianxia exclaimed and carried the heavy basket with both hands. Ningxu continued to stroll in the market. Xianxia carried the heavy basket and followed Ningxu. Her face was pale with exhaustion. Ningxu took a long time to pick the vegetables. Xianxia carried the basket. Her palms were red and she was very angry. She really wanted to throw the basket on the ground. Ningxu chose an old hen. The live old hen was put in a bag. Ningxu stuffed it into Xianxia's hands. Xianxia smelled the stench and felt uncomfortable all over. Ningxu bought some vegetables one after another. The heavy ones were given to Xianxia. He carried the light ones himself. Xianxia's face became paler. She was hot and sad. She was carrying so many things in her hands. After strolling in the market for almost an hour, Xianxia stumbled with the things in her hands. Coming out of the market, she had to walk back to the community. Xianxia wanted to die. She cursed Ningxu who was walking in front of her in her heart. She was king evil mother-in-law. She said that she was honest, but she was obviously bad. Ningxu naturally saw Xianxia's pale and resentful face. He did not say anything. She wouldn't be like the original owner, treating her with respect. They met an acquaintance in the community garden. Ningxu introduced her to Xianxia. This is Auntie Li from the 5th floor. Auntie Li, Xianxia shouted. Auntie Li looked Xianxia up and down. She smiled and said, your wife is very beautiful. She's shopping with you. Ningxu had a peaceful smile on his face. She's a good girl. She went grocery shopping with me in the morning. She said that I'm old and even helped me carry things. Xianxia roared in her heart. Who wants to go grocery shopping with you? Who wants to help you carry things? Oh, you also bought an old hen. Auntie Li said. Ningxu nodded. I bought a chicken to nourish the child's body. After nourishing the body, she will be pregnant. Auntie Li looked at Xianxia. She's a bit thin. She needs more nourishment. Nourishment your head. It was not easy for her to maintain such a perfect figure. She was not a sow, she could not give birth to children whenever she wanted. Xianxia was very annoyed. She listened to these two old women mumbling nonstop. The weather was hot and she was sweating. She had so many things in her hands that it hurt. Your mother-in-law is a good person. You are lucky to have such a generous mother-in-law, Auntie Li said to Xianxia. Xianxia's mouth twitched. What good person? Haha, Xianxia said to Ningxu, Mom, I'll send the things up first. Ningxu nodded and said to Auntie Li, let's play mahjong together later. I'll leave first. Because they lived on a higher floor, they often met acquaintances when climbing the stairs. Ningxu would introduce his daughter-in-law to these people. They would talk for a long time once they started talking. Xianxia could only watch these people talk. She was so tired that her heart was about to break down. Xianxia's mouth was dry and sweat rolled down her body. She felt like she was going to get a heat stroke. In the blink of an eye, it was almost 11 o'clock when she got home. Once she got home, Xianxia quickly put down the things in her hands. She raised her hands and saw that her palms were red from the pressure. Xianxia gulped down 2 cups of water and prepared to take a bath and lie down. She had never been so tired. Ningxu stopped Xianxia and said, Come and kill the chicken with me. Help me pluck the feathers. Xianxia looked at Ningxu in disbelief. She did not want to do this kind of thing. She said angrily, I don't know how to. Xianxia never thought that Ningxu would ask her to kill a chicken and pluck its feathers. She was a fashionable and beautiful person. Why would she do such a thing? Xianxia quickly shook her head. I won't. I really won't. She felt horrified just thinking about it. You can learn if you don't know. You'll slowly learn, Ningxu said lightly. I'm going to boil some water. Come and help me later. I'll ask Wang Bo to come back and try your cooking at noon. Grandma, I really won't do such a thing, Xianxia said helplessly, but she was cursing Ningxu in her heart. Why would she do such a thing? Xianxia regretted choosing this family. They looked honest, but in fact, they were thinking of ways to torture people. Xianxia rolled her eyes and said, I'm suffering from a heat stroke. Ningxu looked at Xianxia and said, There's medicine for relieving heat. Essential balm mixed with Xianxia water. Ningxu said as she took out the Xiang Vital Energy water and essential balm oil. She cut open the bottle of Xiang Vital Energy water and handed it to Xianxia. Drink a small bottle of Xiang Vital Energy water first and apply some essential balm oil on it. Xianxia looked at the Xianxia water in Ningxu's hand. Just looking at the color was unbearable. She quickly waved her hand and said, I'll be fine after lying down. I don't want to drink this. Ningxu's face changed. He stuffed the Xianxia water into Xianxia's hand and said, Drink it. You're my daughter-in-law. Wang Bo will feel sorry for you if you're sick. Grandma, I don't want to drink it. Xianxia wanted to throw it away. Didn't you suffer from a heat stroke? Drink it. Ningxu held Xianxia's hand and poured the Xianxia water into her mouth. Xianxia was forced to drink 2 mouthfuls. Suddenly, an indescribable taste rushed into her mouth. There was also a smell of alcohol. When she drank it, she felt a burning sensation in her stomach. Xianxia coughed twice and almost cried. Ningxu took the essential balm and said, Apply some on your temples. Xianxia waved her hand. I feel much better after drinking this. I don't need to apply it. That's good. Ningxu smiled gently. I'll go get some hot water and help kill the chicken later. Xianxia's heart was about to explode. She wanted to fall out with this old woman, but she remembered that she had been caught red-handed. The old woman probably didn't know what she was doing, but there was no guarantee that she wouldn't tell Wang Bo. Although Wang Boren was honest and loyal, he was still a young man. Xianxia still didn't want to give up on Wang Bo. Wang Bo had a good temper and could be hit or scolded. As long as she apologized and softened her attitude, he wouldn't mind. Xianxia could only walk towards the kitchen helplessly. Ningxu boiled some hot water and took out the chicken from the bag. The chicken's feet were tied and it was lying on the ground. Ningxu saw Xianxia standing at the door and said, Come in quickly. Xianxia reluctantly entered the kitchen. Ningxu closed the kitchen door. Xianxia asked, why did you close the door? Lest chickens fly everywhere. Xianxia became even more irritable. Let's kill the chicken first. Ningxu stuffed the kitchen knife into Xianxi's hand and picked up the hen. He said to Xianxia, pluck some of the feathers from the chicken's neck. It'll be easier to bleed later. Xianxia looked at the hen that was making cooing sounds. Her heart trembled. She reached out her hand to pluck the feathers, but the hen pecked at her hand. Xianxia suddenly screamed in pain. The back of her hand was bruised by the hen's peck. Ningxu sighed. Why didn't you grab the chicken's head first before plucking the feathers? Xianxia was furious. Why didn't you say it first? Why did you grab the chicken's head with the kitchen knife in your other hand? Grandma, my hand hurts. I don't want to kill the chicken. Xianxia said pitifully. Ningxu didn't care and said, it's okay. The first time I killed a chicken, I cut my hand. Xianxia could see that this old woman wanted her to kill the chicken. Xianxia cursed Ningxu's 18 generations of ancestors in her heart. She looked at the hen with a particularly fierce gaze. She pulled the hen's head and violently plucked its feathers, causing the hen's neck to bleed. Okay, now take the knife and cut the chicken's neck to bleed. Ningxu said. Xianxia picked up the kitchen knife. She didn't cut the hen's throat like Ningxu said. Instead, she used the kitchen knife to chop off the hen's neck. Blood splashed everywhere. Xianxi's face was also splashed with blood. Xianxia screamed, threw away the kitchen knife, and turned on the tap to wash her face. Ningxu put the hen in a basin and scalded it with hot water. It would be easier to pluck the feathers later. Okay, now you can pluck the feathers. Ningxu said to Xianxia. Xianxia felt that she was about to collapse. She gritted her teeth and squatted down to pluck the feathers. The chicken was a little smelly. After being scalded by the hot water, the stench was emitted. There seemed to be the stench of chicken poop. Xianxia was about to vomit. She tilted her head and plucked the feathers. Ningxu only glanced at her indifferently and continued to cut the vegetables leisurely. Xianxia looked at her hands. She had painstakingly done her nails. The bright diamonds on them had all fallen off. Because her nails were too long, they would break if she didn't pay attention. It was very painful. Xianxia was so annoyed that she was about to die. She plucked the chicken's feathers. Anxi, you have to pluck some of the small feathers. Ningxu instructed Xianxia. Xianxia was speechless. Xianxi's face was pale. Because she rarely did such things, she felt very uncomfortable. In addition, it was the dog days of summer. Xianxia was very tired carrying so many things. It wasn't easy to pluck the feathers. When Xianxia stood up, she saw stars and almost couldn't stand. Ningxu said, wash the chicken, then cut it open and take out the internal organs. Xianxia directly ran out of the kitchen and rushed to the bathroom to vomit. Ningxu smiled slightly. He put the hen in the sink and took care of the internal organs. When Xianxia came out of the bathroom, her face was pale. Seeing Ningxu take the chicken out, she sighed in relief. Then she heard Ningxu say, wash your hands and come over to cook. Xianxia immediately said, I won't do it. I don't know how. Ningxu smiled kindly and said, it's okay. You'll learn slowly. I don't want to learn. Xianxia was very uncomfortable now. She wanted to lie down and rest. Ningxu still smiled kindly. Hurry up. It's almost noon. Wang Bo will come back for lunch. He will be very happy to eat the food you cook. Xianxi's chest rose and fell. Her face was a little ferocious. She roared in her heart. Who was Wang Bo to let her cook for him? Ningxu looked at Xianxia indifferently. Xianxia gritted her teeth and walked into the kitchen to wash her hands and cook. Ningxu ordered her, pour the oil. Turn down the heat. The oil is smoking. Hurry up and pour the vegetables. Xianxia hurriedly threw the vegetables into the pot. As a result, the oil spilled out and splashed Xianxi's body. It was summer and she didn't wear much. It hurt when the oil splashed on her body. Some even splashed on her face. Xianxia was so scared that she directly threw the spatula into the pot and ran out of the kitchen. Ningshu asked Xianxia to cook. When Xianxia was splashed with oil, she immediately rushed to the bathroom and washed herself with cold water. She was afraid that there would be ugly scars on her body. Ningshu saw that Xianxia ran away without a care. He took the spatula and cooked. He put in some simple seasoning and turned off the fire. "Let me see if you're scalded." Ningshu went into the bathroom and asked Xianxia. Xianxia's face was very ugly. Her white and tender skin was going to have a scar. "If you're fine, continue cooking," Ningshu said. Xianxia was angry. "I said I don't know how to cook. Why do you insist that I do it? If you don't have money to order, I'll pay for it myself." Ningshu had a wide smile on his face and looked very kind. "Auntie, this is not a matter of money. Wangbo has to work to support the family. You don't have to work, so you should take care of the family." Xianxia looked at the old woman's fake smile and cursed the hypocritical old woman in her heart. Xianxia's face was very ugly. "Should I be a haggard woman who does the housework? Why? Responsibility. Since you're married to Wangbo, you have a responsibility to the family." Ningshu said, "Husband and wife have different responsibilities. It's your job to take care of the family. Of course, you can go out and find a job. I'll take care of the family." Xianxia sneered and said with malice, "You make it sound so nice. You've done your duty to the family, but in the end, you've become a haggard woman who was dumped by your husband." Ningshu's heart twitched and anger emerged in his heart. Ningshu's face turned cold and said coldly, "Do you think my son can't be without you, so you're so unscrupulous?" Xianxia saw that Ningshu was angry, but she was not afraid. The most annoying thing was that she looked like a good person. She said proudly, "You can also ask Wangbo to divorce me. I don't care." Ningshu just looked at Xianxia silently and asked, "You don't want to do the housework?" Xianxia raised her chin and said, "I don't want to be a haggard woman who only knows how to do housework all day." Ningshu nodded and said, "That means we'll be ordering in the future?" "Yes, just order," Xianxia said with disdain. "If you don't want to pay, then I will." "Alright, let's order then." "Since you said you'll pay, then you'll pay," Ningshu said indifferently. Xianxia suddenly choked in her heart. Ningshu went back to the kitchen and chopped up the chicken to make soup. Xianxia curled her lips and went back to her bedroom to rest. She was really exhausted today. Ningshu stewed the chicken soup and waited for Xianxia to order the other dishes. Ningshu went to knock on Xianxia's door. Xianxia had just taken a shower and was lying down. She opened the door angrily and asked impatiently, "What's wrong now?" "Wangbo will be back for lunch soon." "Let's order the food," Ningshu said. Xianxia curled her lips and took out her phone to order the food. She ordered quite a lot of dishes. Ningshu didn't say anything. After all, she wasn't the one who was paying. Xianxia raised her phone and said proudly, "You see, a matter that can be solved with a phone call. Why is it so troublesome?" Ningshu smiled slightly. He hoped that when he gave the money later, his heart wouldn't bleed. Not long after, the food delivery man came. Ningshu said to Xianxia, "Pay up." Xianxia's face suddenly turned ugly. She stood still and the food delivery man stood at the door waiting to collect the money. Ningshu said with a smile, "I'll pay. You come with me tomorrow to buy groceries and cook. This way, it's fresh and cost-effective." Xianxia stomped her feet and snorted. She went back to her bedroom and took out her wallet. She took out a few red notes from her wallet and gave them to the food delivery man. Ningshu saw that Xianxia's wallet was a famous brand. A wallet cost thousands. She was really rich. Xianxia, who gave the money, didn't look good. She deliberately made some noise when she walked. Ningshu acted as if he didn't hear anything. He called Wangbo and asked him to come back for dinner. When Wangbo came back from work, he saw a table full of delicious food. Ningshu asked, "Did you order the food?" Ningshu nodded, and she doesn't want to cook. She said that she will order food in the future. Wangbo frowned and said, "How much is this?" Wangbo was a working man. The pressure of supporting the family was on him. The food on the table was a few hundred yuan. His daily salary was a few hundred yuan. Xianxia heard Wang Bo's words when she came out of the bedroom. Her face darkened. She pulled out a chair and sat down. I'm the one paying, not you. Xianxia's face was cold. Her words were very rude. It was very embarrassing. Wang Bo couldn't help but look at his mother. Ningxu acted as if he didn't hear anything and was pouring soup. Wang Bo felt very embarrassed. He didn't know how to refute Xianxia. His nose trembled as he took a deep breath and said, "Anxi, thank you." When Ningxu heard this, he really wanted to pour a bowl of chicken soup on Wang Bo's face. "Thank you?" Xianxia snorted and picked up the bowl to eat. Wang Bo could only eat. Wang Bo ate very quickly. Ningxu put the chicken soup in front of Wang Bo and said, "Drink it." "Anxi killed this chicken soup. She stewed it for you." Wang Bo's face immediately showed a smile. He said to Xianxia, "Thank you." Xianxia nodded. Wang Bo drank a bowl of chicken soup and went to work after dinner. After dinner, Xianxia pushed the bowl away and went back to her bedroom, locking the door from the inside. Ningxu saw that there was a lot of food left on the table. He poured it out and cleaned it up. He went into the room to practice his ultimate martial arts. For half a day, Xianxia and Ningxu didn't talk much. They both locked themselves in the room. In the evening, Wang Bo was about to get off work. Ningxu knocked on Xianxia's door and said, "It's night time. It's time to order." "Order again? Didn't we just order at noon?" Xianxia raised her voice. Ningxu smiled kindly and said, "You said leftovers were unhealthy, so I threw them all away." "You threw away so many dishes?" Xianxia was very angry. "I didn't use your money. Why are you so wasteful?" "Ha ha ha, you didn't feel bad when you used other people's money. You only know the pain when you poke your own body." Ningxu's expression didn't change. "You were the one who ordered. You said leftovers were bad for the body, so I threw them away." "You." Xianxia was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She cursed in her heart. This old woman. To hell with being honest. She was obviously an evil mother-in-law. Ningxu's expression didn't change. He said, "It's night time. It's time to order." Xianxia grabbed Ningxu's arm and said coquettishly, "Mother-in-law, your cooking is delicious. I like eating your cooking the most. Moreover, the food at home is clean and hygienic." Ningxu had a kind smile on his face. He gently patted Xianxia's hand that was hanging on his arm and said, "You are also a woman. You should know that at my age, menopause makes my body uncomfortable. Cooking is too difficult." Xianxia wanted to ask Ningxu to cook, but he mentioned menopause, which made Xianxia furious. He really thought of himself as an old lady enjoying life. Xianxia had no choice but to order. But this time, she ordered less than at noon. There were only 3 dishes and 1 soup. Unlike at noon, half of the table was spread out. The person who delivered the food came. Xianxia took out the money from her wallet with a dark face. The more Xianxia thought about it, the angrier she became. She was married and had to wear clothes and eat. Why did she have to support this big family? The more Xianxia thought about it, the angrier she became. Seeing Ningxu setting the table, Ningxu said, "Since your mother-in-law is not feeling well and can't take care of the house, then Wang Bo's salary should be given to me." Ningxu raised his eyebrows and said, "Let's talk about it when Wang Bo comes back. Let's see what he has to say." Xianxia's tense face relaxed a little. Wang Bo would definitely give her the money as long as she treated him a little better. Wang Bo, who came back from a day's work, looked a little tired. Xianxia greeted him and the first thing she said was, "Wang Bo, you will give me your salary card, right?" Wang Bo was stunned for a moment. He was now at a loss and looked at Ningxu. Ningxu said, "Wash your hands first and eat." Wang Bo bypassed Xianxia and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Xianxia saw that Wang Bo was so obedient to Ningxu. She stomped her feet and looked unhappy. Wang Bo washed his hands and sat on the chair. Seeing the dishes on the table, he was silent for a moment and asked, "You ordered again? What do you think?" Xianxia sat next to Wang Bo and said, "You need money to order. Wang Bo, your mother-in-law is not in good health and can't take care of the house. Give me your salary card. Wangbo frowned and said, I still think it's better to cook at home. Xianxia put down her chopsticks and said, You're not the one cooking. It's easy for you to say it. Seeing Xianxia being so aggressive, Wangbo couldn't say a word for a long time. Ningxu saw Wangbo's unhappy face and understood why he was angry. Because there wasn't a single dish on the table that Wangbo liked, Xianxia only ordered what she liked. When one person didn't care about the other, it could be seen from the details. Xianxia didn't like the honest and dull Wangbo. She chose Wangbo because he was honest. Even if he discovered something, an honest person would endure it. Although she had a mother-in-law, Wangbo was an honest and considerate person. She wouldn't suffer if she married him. In addition, her family was urging her to get married. Xianxia knew her situation. If she really married into a family with better conditions, she would definitely be abandoned by the man because it was not easy for her to get pregnant because she had a few abortions. She might as well come to a family like Wangbo's. They would definitely hold her and dote on her. Wangbo's family was not bad. Wangbo had a job and a house. Ningxu said to Wangbo, Anchi is your wife. It's reasonable to give her money. Xianxia looked at Ningxu with some suspicion. She didn't believe that this old woman would be so kind. Ningxu said again, but you can't give all the money to Anchi. How about this? Leave your salary card with me and give Anchi half of the money every month. Half of the money was 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. I'll save the other half for you first. With some money left, you won't be at a loss when you encounter problems in the future, Ningxu said. You have to have a child. It will definitely cost a lot. I'll save it. Xianxia was suddenly dissatisfied. After all, the salary card was still in the hands of this old woman. It was up to her whether to give money or not. Did she have to beg this old woman to give money? Hearing Ningxu's words, Wangbo nodded and said, okay. Xianxia was so angry that she wanted to throw away her chopsticks and leave. But she thought that this old woman would throw away the leftovers later. She would have to starve for the whole night. This was the meal she ordered with money. Why shouldn't she eat it? Xianxia looked at Wangbo's honest appearance and was so angry in her heart. Damn, at least a man who indulged in debauchery understood women and knew what they needed. Xianxia had met a lot of men before. If she needed something, the men would give it to her before she could say it. They served her well and racked their brains to make her happy. Although they broke up in the end, at least they had a comfortable life. Xianxia liked the feeling of being pursued. Xianxia also met a man she liked. She was naturally gentle in front of the person she liked. Although she was abandoned in the end, she was willing. But a man like Wangbo made Xianxia very angry. His brain was filled with grass. He didn't understand romance and didn't know how to be romantic. Xianxia suppressed the anger in her heart and waited for the two to talk alone at night. At night, Xianxia and Wangbo were lying in bed. Xianxia stroked Wangbo's chest and said, Wangbo, give me your salary card. I'll take care of the house. Your mother's health is not good. Let her be an old lady. Wangbo thought for a moment and said, I'll leave the card with my mother. Xianxia immediately sat up and kicked Wangbo. Wangbo, I'm your wife. Why did you give your salary card to your mother? You didn't treat me as your wife at all. Why did I marry you? Why did I marry you? Xianxia's voice was so loud that Ningxu could hear it from next door. Wangbo was kicked by Xianxia and felt a little pain. But seeing the pretty Xianxia, he endured it and said, Mother is doing it for our good. She's planning for our future. Xianxia said even louder, if it's really for our good, then she should give me her salary card. If she wants her salary card, she can find an old man and marry him. The old man has a penchant for her. Wangbo's face darkened. He couldn't help but refute, you're going too far. What do you mean find an old man and marry him? Don't tell me she wants to marry a 20-year-old young man? She has to look at herself first, Xianxia said with disdain. Enough, Xianxia. She's my mother. Can't you show her some respect? Wangbo couldn't help but say, I didn't say that to my mother-in-law. My mother and father are fine. She was thrown away by a man like trash. Xianxia saw Wangbo protecting his mother and became even angrier. F***ck, this was the man she chose. She thought he would love his wife, but he turned out to be a mother's boy. Wang Bo was so angry that he gave Xianxia a backhand slap. The sound of the slap stunned both of them. Xianxia was stunned. She covered her face with her hands, her face full of disbelief. Wang Bo regretted it immediately. He never wanted to hit Xianxia. At that time, blood rushed to his head and he hit her in a daze. Wang Bo carefully called out to Xianxia, "Anxi." Xianxia covered her face and shouted hatefully, "Who do you think you are? How dare you hit me? What right do you have to hit me?" Xianxia looked down on Wang Bo in her heart. She thought that marrying Wang Bo was marrying beneath her status. Wang Bo should love her, protect her, and listen to her. Now that Wang Bo hit Xianxia, Xianxia felt offended. She was so angry that she wanted to scratch Wang Bo. What the hell, to put it bluntly, Xianxia felt that she deserved a better man. A man who was rich, powerful, handsome, and romantic. She married a man who had nothing. He even hit her. Seeing Xianxia like this, Wang Bo was very angry with himself, but he also felt sorry for Xianxia. He kept apologizing, "Anxi, I didn't do it on purpose. Don't cry." Xianxia immediately said, "Then give me your salary card." He couldn't just let it go after hitting her. Wang Bo suddenly frowned and didn't know what to do for a long time. Xianxia saw him like this and felt even more annoyed. She directly pushed Wang Bo out of the bedroom. "You sleep in the living room tonight." Then, he slammed the door shut with a bang. Wang Bo stood outside the closed door and fidgeted with his hair. He wanted to knock on the door, but when he thought about how he just hit Xianxia, he felt guilty. Wang Bo could only sleep on the sofa in the living room. Ningxu took out a mat and pillow and laid it out. He said to Wang Bo, "Don't sleep on the sofa. It's not comfortable." "Mom." Wang Bo saw Ningxu and a guilty expression appeared on his face. Ningxu smiled and said, "Couples live their lives together. They promote each other, support each other, complement each other's strengths and weaknesses, and accompany each other for life. If one of them has a different thought, the marriage won't last long. When your father fell in love with someone else, so what if we forced ourselves to be together? When I saw your father thinking about another woman, I felt sad. I simply ended the marriage and didn't feel sad." Ningxu looked at Wang Bo, "I don't have any wishes. I just hope that you can be happy." Wang Bo took a deep breath. He looked very tired. Ningxu smiled reluctantly, "I know. Have a good rest." Ningxu didn't ask Xianxia why she let his son sleep on the sofa in the living room. It would only make it harder for Wang Bo to be sandwiched in the middle. Wang Bo was not a shrewd and tactful person to begin with. He could mediate the conflict between two women. The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was a natural and irreconcilable class contradiction. In this lifetime, Xianxia had poured all her efforts into her son. She endured the mentality of marrying a wife is equivalent to losing a son. In the end, her beloved son was ruined by a woman. What did she take her son for? A woman with no self-respect, and self-respect was superior to her son. The next morning, Ningxu made breakfast for Wang Bo. Wang Bo glanced at the closed door and knocked. Xianxia was still angry. When she opened the door, she was still angry. Wang Bo was in a bad mood. He wanted to apologize, but he was afraid that she would not listen to him. Wang Bo changed his clothes and went to work. Xianxia was furious when she saw Wang Bo leave just like that. What kind of person is he? Ningxu saw a red mark on Xianxia's face. It was obvious that Wang Bo had hit her last night. Xianxia sensed Ningxu's gaze. She rolled her eyes and slammed the door. Ningxu ignored her. If she didn't want to eat, then forget it. After a while, Xianxia was dressed neatly and even put on makeup. Her hair was slightly curly like seaweed. She smelled good and carried a branded bag in her hand. Xianxia was very beautiful when she dressed up. Xianxia felt that she should play more while she was young. Only then would she live up to her beauty and youth. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and asked, "Where are you going so early in the morning?" "I'm going home." "Wang Bo is domestic violence," Xianxia said coldly. Ningxu curled his lips and said, "That's true. It's best if everyone can calm down. When are you coming back? Xianxia looked at the smile on Ningxu's face and was confused. Could it be that she was looking forward to her leaving? Xianxia suddenly didn't want to leave. Was it because this old woman didn't want to give her money? Xianxia made a fuss last night. Seeing that Wang Bo didn't compromise and give her a salary card, Xianxia knew that she had to take things slowly. Now that she saw that this old woman didn't care at all about her returning home, Xianxia was unhappy. Ningxu looked at Xianxia standing there. Her eyes were constantly moving and her false eyelashes were blinking. He said, "Do you want to eat breakfast and leave?" Xianxia saw that Ningxu was urging her to leave. She became more and more suspicious. She sat on the chair and ate breakfast. She said, "It's so hot. I don't want to go back. Give me half of Wang Bo's salary." Xianxia asked Ningxu for money. Ningxu nodded. "Come with me later." Xianxia's expression relaxed. After breakfast, Xianxia went to the balcony to make a phone call. Although she spoke softly, Ningxu practiced peerless martial arts. His hearing was a lot sharper. "I'm not going to play with you. The old woman at home is looking forward to me leaving. She probably thinks that I'm an eyesore and wants to take my money. Moreover, in a single-parent family like Wang Bo, who lives with his mother, maybe the old woman's feelings for her son are a bit perverted. She even urged me to leave. I'm not going." Ningxu heard this and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. To some extent, Wang Bo was Xianxia's spiritual support, but he wasn't as bad as Xianxia said. "She's a weirdo. She actually wants me to kill a chicken and cook. She wants me to become an old woman like her. When I get the money, I'll play with you." Ningxu changed his clothes and said to Xianxia, "Come with me." Xianxia hung up the phone and saw Ningxu carrying a basket. She couldn't help but ask, "You want to buy vegetables?" Ningxu stuffed the basket into Xianxia's hands and said, "Go to the bank to withdraw money first." Xianxia thought that Ningxu was going to give her money, so she carried the basket and followed Ningxu out. The weather was very hot, so she was sweating. Xianxia had makeup on her face, which made her makeup a bit smudged. Ningxu said, "Let's take a taxi to the bank." Ningxu shook his head, "It's just a few steps. There's no need to take a taxi. The starting fee is 10 yuan. What a waste." Xianxia bit her lips and said coldly, "I'll pay." She was dressed so beautifully, but she was carrying a basket. It was simply, Ningxu smiled and said, "We'll be there in 2 steps. There's no need to take a taxi. It's rush hour now, so it's easy to get stuck in traffic." Xianxia was so angry that she wanted to die. She was wearing high heels, so walking was very tiring. Her feet were a bit sore. Finally, they arrived at the bank. Ningxu went to withdraw money. There was a long line. Xianxia felt that she was going to die. It was so hot, and her face was sticky. Her beautiful makeup must have been smudged after walking so long. Her feet were very sore from the friction. After waiting for a long time, Ningxu finally got the money. Xianxia immediately said, "Grandma, give me the money." Ningxu said, "We'll talk about it when we get back. Don't leak the money." Xianxia was dissatisfied, but she couldn't take it by force. She cursed Ningxu in her heart, "I'll make you pay for this old woman one day." After leaving the bank, Ningxu said to Xianxia, "Let's go to the market." Xianxia immediately got angry. "Why are we going to the market? Give me the money, and I'll order the food." Ningxu said calmly, "Wang Bo doesn't like the food you ordered. I'll buy some food and make him something he likes." Xianxia muttered, "It's all food, as long as it's edible. You go to the market." "I won't go." Xianxia handed the basket to Ningxu. Ningxu didn't take the basket and said, "You go with me, so you'll know what Wang Bo likes to eat when you order the food. You can order 1 or 2 dishes that Wang Bo likes to eat. You can just tell me what Wang Bo likes to eat. Why do we need to go to the market?" Xianxia was wearing high heels, so she couldn't walk too much. She was dressed so beautifully. She wasn't the kind of person who would go to the dirty and crowded market. Ningxu reached out and took Xianxia's arm and said, "You can walk with me. We can talk and solve any misunderstandings." It's not like I can't give you Wangbo's salary card. Xianxia wanted to shake off Ningxu's hand, but she couldn't. Seeing Ningxu staring at her, she said, okay. Xianxia was doing it for the sake of the salary card. Ningxu smiled. Okay. It was a long way to go back to the market. Xianxia was carrying the basket in her hand, and her feet were a little unnatural when she walked. She walked too much, and her high heels hurt. Ningxu pretended not to see anything and did not ask her what happened to her foot. When they arrived at the market, Ningxu picked and chose along the way. The ground of the market was a little dirty. Xianxia was afraid that her beautiful shoes would be dirty, so she walked carefully. Beads of sweat rolled down Xianxia's face, and her feet hurt. However, Ningxu had to go to several stalls to buy groceries. For a 10-cent discount, she could go to several stalls, and Xianxia had to run behind her. It was crowded and stuffy. Xianxia saw that Ningxu's face wasn't red and he wasn't out of breath. He was picking things energetically. How could he be unwell? He didn't know how healthy he was, but he didn't want to cook. Having such a mother-in-law, Xianxia felt that she was really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. If she had known that the old woman was so stingy, she would not have married him. Ningxu stuffed the selected vegetables into the basket. Xianxia's face turned green. Ningxu went to the fish stall again and said to Xianxia, Wangbo likes to eat braised fish. Xianxia didn't care about Ningxu's words at all. The place where the fish were sold was full of water, and the ground was dirty. Xianxia didn't know where to put her feet. The shoes on her feet were not cheap. Ningxu picked up a fish from the water and looked at it over and over. He said to Xianxia, the fish can't be too big. If it's too big, the meat will be too tough. It's just right. Xianxia nodded carelessly. The fish in Ningxu's hand moved and slipped from Ningxu's hand. It fell to the ground and splashed the dirty water on the ground. The dirty water splashed on Xianxia's shoes and stockings. Xianxia immediately jumped up, but in the end, she splashed even more dirty water. Xianxia was so angry that she was about to cry. Ningxu said, it's okay. Go back and wash it with water. How can my shoes be washed with water? I have to go to a specialty store to get them cleaned. Do you know how expensive it is to get them cleaned once? Xianxia roared loudly, which attracted the attention of the people around them. Xianxia pursed her lips tightly. Her face turned green, and her eyeliner was a little blurry. When it was opened, it looked like a panda's eyes. Her false eyelashes were stuck together. Ningxu said resentfully. Xianxia said, how long do you want to buy them? Ningxu picked up the fish on the ground slowly and let the shopkeeper weigh it. Then he put the fish in the basket. The live fish kept swaying in the basket. Xianxia really wanted to throw the basket away. She kept comforting herself. As long as she got Wangbo's salary card, everything would be fine. Xianxia saw that Ningxu was still wandering around and asked angrily, you bought so many things. What else do you want to buy? Ningxu said calmly, I want to buy some green onions. Xianxia was so angry that she didn't have the energy to throw a tantrum. Her feet were going to be crippled. She wanted to sit down and take off her shoes to rest her feet. Ningxu bought some green onions and held them in his hand. Ningxu looked through the basket and said, let me see if there's anything else I haven't bought. I'm old and my memory isn't good. Okay, I bought everything. Let's go back. Ningxu said. Xianxia endured the burning pain in her feet and followed Ningxu out of the market. There was still some distance between the market and the neighborhood. Her weight and the things in the basket were all on her feet. It was too painful. Xianxia felt horrified just thinking about it. Xianxia limped behind Ningxu. Ningxu looked at her and said, why didn't you buy more comfortable shoes? It's just a short walk. Take off your shoes and walk barefoot. Ningxu said to Xianxia. Xianxia heard this and immediately said, I don't want to. She would rather walk home in pain than be beautiful. Ningxu smiled. Up to you. Xianxia was dizzy from the sun. Her feet hurt, her head was dizzy, and her mouth was dry. She had never suffered so much. If she went out with this old woman again, she would be a pig. Xianxia's feet were in pain. Every step she took was like being pricked by needles. Xianxia had to take off her shoes and walk barefoot. It was the dog days of summer. The sun was so hot that one could fry an egg. Although it wasn't as hot as noon, it was still quite hot. Xianxia carried her shoes in one hand and the basket in the other. Seeing Ningxu's carefree appearance, she was so angry that her whole body trembled. She threw the basket on the ground and left the stall. I won't carry it. I can't carry it. For Wang Bo's meager monthly salary, she braved the hot sun and her beautiful skin was scorched by the sun. She had enough of following this old woman around like a maid. F***ck, look at what kind of life she was living. She might as well go out and play. It was easy and she had money. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Looking at the things scattered on the ground, he said, "What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly angry? It's so hot. Hurry up and go home. Don't you young people like to be beautiful? Ultraviolet light makes you look 10 years older." Ningxu said as he picked up the things on the ground and put them in the basket. "I see that it's hard for you to carry the basket. Let me carry your shoes for you," Ningxu said. Xianxia was speechless. Ningxu carried a bunch of spring onions in one hand and Xianxi's high heels in the other. Xianxia carried the things and followed behind him barefoot. She felt that her feet had turned into teppanyaki. Ningxu smiled and greeted people he knew on the floor. When these people saw Xianxi's face and her bare feet, they felt that her image was not good. Auntie Li, who often played mahjong with Xianxia, asked Ningxu, "What's wrong with your daughter-in-law?" Xianxi's face was dark. Her beautiful curly hair was a little messy. Together with the white powder on her face and the black eyeliner, it was all messy. She really did not look good. Ningxu smiled and said, "Young people all like to look good. But the weather is hot, so it's like this." Auntie Li saw the high heels in Ningxu's hand and said unhappily, "Only you would carry your daughter-in-law's shoes. How much do you spoil her?" Ningxu did not care and said, "It's okay. My daughter-in-law is my daughter. She was worried that I would be tired, so she helped me carry my things." Auntie Li squinted her eyes and said, "Which mother-in-law is like you?" Auntie Li said to Xianxia, "You are quite lucky to have such an open-minded mother-in-law. I have been with her for more than 20 years. She is a kind person. Be filial to your mother-in-law in the future." Xianxia was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. Who the F***ck was this? Why did she come up and teach her a lesson? As for whether her mother-in-law was a good mother-in-law, Xianxia wanted to spit on the other party's face. Her mother-in-law was definitely not a good mother-in-law. Who was the one who purposely tormented her daughter-in-law? Auntie Li patted Ningxu's shoulder and said, "Let's get together later." Ningxu nodded. In this building, a few women of similar age often went out together, such as drinking tea or participating in some dance activities. But after Wang Bo and Xianxia got married, Xianxia had to take care of the family. Her daughter-in-law did not do anything at home. She often went out to play with her friends. Who knew who she was playing with? The family relied on Xianxia to do the laundry and cook. The three of them also changed a lot of clothes every day. Xianxi's underwear was all washed by Xianxia. She even said that her clothes were very expensive and had to be hand-washed so that they wouldn't change shape, blah blah blah. When he met acquaintances, Ningxu would chat with them. Most of the topics revolved around Xianxia. They all asked Ningxu what happened to his daughter-in-law. Ningxu was very good-tempered. He explained the reason to others and praised his daughter-in-law for being filial and kind. However, other people were skeptical. Some didn't quite believe what Ningxu said. She was in such a mess when she went out, and her mother-in-law had tidied up. How could she be a good daughter-in-law? When Ningxu was talking to others, she could only stand aside and listen to Ningxu chatting with others. In the end, Ningxu couldn't stand it anymore and started chatting with everyone he met. Once he started chatting, he would chat for a long time, completely ignoring how tired and hot she was carrying the things beside him. "I'll go up first." Xianxia interrupted Ningxu's conversation with others. She carried the things and went upstairs barefooted. Ningxu smiled and said a few words to others. He then carried his shoes and chased after Xianxia. When they reached home, Xianxia threw the things on the ground and rushed into the house. Not long after, Xianxia came out. Her body was covered in water vapor, and her face was much more refreshed. "Mother-in-law, give me the money." Xianxia reached out her hand to Ningxu. Ningxu was picking vegetables. He smiled and said, "Money isn't urgent. Come and help me pick the vegetables." Xianxia rolled her eyes. "I'll come over when you give me the money," Xianxia said as she was about to enter the bedroom. Ningxu said kindly, "Don't go yet. Come over here. I have something to discuss with you." Xianxia thought for a moment and sat opposite Ningxu. She asked, "What's the matter?" Xianxia said as she took out her phone and chatted with someone on WeChat. He didn't know what they were talking about, but it seemed like her heart was rippling. Ningxu said, "Come and cook with me later." Xianxia raised her head. "Didn't you say you're going to order food? Why cook?" Ningxu smiled and said, "Here's what I'm thinking. You can cook lunch and dinner, and I'll give you half of the money every month. You can use the money to buy cosmetics and play with your friends." "No, definitely not. No. Amount of cosmetics can fix the skin that is damaged by the smoke. I'm definitely not going to cook." Xianxia rolled her eyes and said. "Oh," Ningxu replied faintly, "then I can only give you 1,000 yuan a month." "What?" Xianxia stared at Ningxu with her eyes wide open. "How much did you say?" 1,000 yuan. Ningxu repeated. "If you're willing to cook, I'll definitely give you 5,000 yuan. What can I do with 1,000 yuan? It's not even enough for a month." "What do you mean?" Xianxia stood up and shouted at Ningxu. "What do you want? How about you clean the house and wash the clothes? I'll give you 5,000 yuan. Ningxu said lightly. "This way, there won't be smoke, and it won't harm your skin." "I don't want to do these things," Xianxia said coldly. Ningxu looked at Xianxia and didn't say anything. Xianxia turned and went into the bedroom. She put on a beautiful dress and was about to go out. Ningxu asked, "Where are you going?" "It's almost time for lunch, and Wangbo is coming back." Xianxia said impatiently, "I'm not coming back for lunch." "Then who are you going to see?" Ningxu asked. Xianxia was even more impatient. "I'm going to see my best friend." She left after saying that. Ningxu put his phone in his pocket and followed her. He didn't believe that she was going to see her best friend. Xianxia left the neighborhood and took a taxi. Ningxu quickly hailed a car and followed her. The car stopped in front of a hotel. This hotel was quite high-end. It was obvious that the level of consumption was quite high. Xianxia walked in and Ningxu followed. Finally, at the hotel restaurant, he saw Xianxia and a man sitting together. The two of them ordered steaks and slowly ate. Ningxu didn't dare to get close to them. He could only watch from afar. He couldn't hear what they were talking about. Xianxia had a smile on her face. She looked quite beautiful. Xianxia had never smiled at Wangbo with such a smile. Xianxia chose to marry Wangbo because she wanted to continue playing. Moreover, she had a way out in the future. When she couldn't play anymore, Wangbo would be her way out. When the man reached out to touch Xianxia's face, Ningxu took out his phone and took a photo. Ningxu watched the two of them from the side. Xianxia and the man finished eating and stood up. The man put his arm around Xianxia's waist. Xianxia didn't resist the man's closeness. Her body stuck to the man's body, looking very intimate. Ningxu took another photo and watched the two of them enter the elevator. Ningxu didn't need to think to know what the two of them were doing. Ningxu wanted to catch them in the act, but he had to consider his son. Ningxu didn't want Wangbo to be mocked by others. She didn't want him to be mocked for being a cuckold, especially in such an occasion. Especially now that Wangbo liked Xianxia very much, it would be a big blow. When dealing with Xianxia, he had to make sure that he wouldn't be dragged down. After Wangbo divorced Xianxia, he had to let Wangbo get married. He couldn't feel that the world was gloomy because of this failed marriage. Ningxu left the hotel and took a taxi home. When he got home, Wangbo was already home. Ningxu asked, "When did you come back?" Wang Bo brushed his hair. I just came back. Where's Xianxia? Ningxu smiled and said, she went to play with her friends. I just chatted with your Auntie Li. I'll make you a bowl of noodles. Wang Bo nodded and sat on the sofa. He took out his phone to call Xianxia, but her phone was turned off several times. Wang Bo frowned and asked Ningxu in the kitchen, did Xianxia tell you where she went? I couldn't get through to her phone. Ningxu said, her phone must have run out of battery. The noodles are ready. Let's eat. Ningxu brought out a bowl of noodles. Wang Bo was in a bad mood and was very disappointed. He quickly finished the bowl of noodles and left. Ningxu stopped Wang Bo and patted him on the shoulder. He smiled and said, don't work too hard. When Xianxia comes back, I'll ask her to call you. Ningxu released a stream of qi strength into Wang Bo's body. This stream of qi strength was only as thick as a strand of hair. There wasn't much spiritual qi in the modern world, so it was impossible to cultivate qi strength. It was only possible with the help of a peerless martial artist. Ningxu smiled. I know. Thank you, Mom. Ningxu nodded. Go to work. As soon as Wang Bo left, the smile on Ningxu's face disappeared. She scooped up the remaining noodles in the pot and ate them. After eating, Ningxu returned to his room to cultivate. Xianxia only returned home in the afternoon. Ningxu heard the sound of high heels clicking against the floor. When he opened the door, he saw Xianxia glowing and carrying an exquisite shopping bag. There were so many bags, and they were all branded. How much did they cost? Ningxu looked at the beautiful Xianxia and asked, why did you buy so many things? It must have cost a lot. I bought it with my close friends. It's not worth much, it's all cheap stuff. Xianxia brushed her hair and said indifferently. Ningxu, he really treated her like an old lady who didn't know anything. Ningxu faintly said, Wang Bo couldn't get through to you. Why did you turn off your phone? Xianxia rolled her eyes and took out her phone. I must have forgotten that my phone ran out of battery when I was shopping. Ningxu just raised his eyebrows and said, call Wang Bo back. He's waiting for your call. Okay. Xianxia carried the bags into the bedroom and closed the door with her foot. Ningxu couldn't help but roll his eyes. In the evening, Wang Bo came back from work. When he saw Xianxia, he asked, why didn't you call me back? Didn't you call him back? I told you to call him back. Ningxu frowned and asked Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the mother and son and questioned her. Xianxia impatiently said, I forgot. It's just a phone call. I'll call you now. Wang Bo's face suddenly turned green. He couldn't help but say, Xianxia, how can you do this? Xianxia was very annoyed. We're married. We don't have to be lovey-dovey like a couple over a phone call. Wang Bo suddenly said, it's not about a phone call. Wang Bo didn't know what to say. He clearly felt that his wife didn't care about him. Even if they were married and slept in the same bed, their hearts didn't lean on each other. They didn't feel like husband and wife. Wang Bo didn't know how to express his inner feelings. Instead, he was stunned by Xianxia's question. He was very angry, but he didn't know what to say. Looking at Xianxia's beautiful face, Wang Bo grabbed his hair in annoyance. Ningxu watched from the side and really felt that Wang Bo was miserable. When you liked someone, you would be humble to the dust and then a flower would bloom in the dust. Because Wang Bo liked Xianxia, Xianxia was unscrupulous in front of Wang Bo. Xianxia relied on this fondness. Ningxu tried to persuade Wang Bo, saying, Xianxia bought a lot of things today. She was probably tired from shopping. She came back and went to rest. Don't be angry. Shopping? Wang Bo looked at Xianxia. What did you buy? Xianxia rolled her eyes and thought of the shoes and clothes in her pocket. She quickly said, just a few cheap clothes. Xianxia quickly went into the bedroom, stuffed the clothes in the bag into the wardrobe, and hid the bag. The old woman at home didn't know the brand, but it didn't mean that Wang Bo didn't know. Even if Wang Bo didn't know, he could search online. Which young people didn't know how to surf the internet? Wang Bo saw Xianxia hurrying back to the bedroom and followed her. Seeing Xianxia hiding things in the wardrobe, he asked, what are you doing? No, nothing. Xianxia closed the wardrobe door. Wang Bo frowned, opened the wardrobe door, and took out the bag that Xianxia hid. There's nothing. Why are you hiding it? Wang Bo said. Xianxia said with a smile, there's nothing. Xianxia walked over and held Wang Bo's arm, saying, I didn't call you today. It's my fault. I promised to call you in the future. Wang Bo didn't understand why Xianxia suddenly changed her attitude. He was angry before, but when he saw Xianxia acting coquettishly, he didn't care about what happened just now. Wang Bo cared about Xianxia. He liked Xianxia and didn't want Xianxia to suffer. Ningxu saw that Wang Bo and Xianxia made up again, so he didn't say anything. But when it was time for dinner, there was nothing on the table. The three of them stared at each other. Mom, there's no food? Wang Bo asked Ningxu. Ningxu said, Anchi, order the food. Xianxia curled her lips and took out the phone to order the food. The food they ordered arrived. Wang Bo touched his pocket and wanted to pay, but he was stopped by Ningxu. Ningxu said to Xianxia, pay. Why should I pay? You didn't give me a penny. You want me, a woman, to support you and your son? Why should I get married? Xianxia suddenly exploded and looked very angry. Seeing Xianxia like this, Wang Bo subconsciously gave in and wanted to pay. Moreover, the person who delivered the food was now waiting and staring at them. Wang Bo felt very embarrassed, especially when he saw Xianxia's overbearing attitude, which made Wang Bo even more displeased. He felt that Xianxia didn't respect him at all. Xianxia ordered the meal and didn't want to pay at all. She felt that it wasn't worth it. Why should she pay? Are you guys going to pay or not? The delivery man asked when he saw that none of the three people were paying. Xianxia sat on the sofa and rolled her eyes. Wang Bo felt extremely embarrassed and took out his wallet to pay. This time, Ningxu didn't stop Wang Bo. Ningxu placed the dishes on the table and said, let's eat. Wang Bo silently pulled out a chair and sat down. Xianxia also sat down and ate. A few minutes ago, the atmosphere was good, but now it became bad again. Ningxu looked at Wang Bo. Wang Bo was silent. He was unhappy. Xianxia didn't care at all. Even if Wang Bo was angered to death, she wouldn't care. Ningxu put down his chopsticks and said to Xianxia, Anchi, since you married into our family, you are our family. You are Wang Bo's wife and a member of this family. You have to work hard for the health and peace of this family and do your duty for this family. Xianxia didn't care and said, oh, do my duty. I am Wang Bo's wife. Wang Bo has the obligation to support me. Why won't he give me money? Ningxu said lightly, I will definitely give you money. I said that if you clean the house every day, I will give you half of Wang Bo's salary every month. Why should I do such a thing? Xianxia raised her voice. I am not a cleaner. I won't do it. If you don't give me money, then forget it. I don't want it. Xianxia threw her chopsticks and turned to enter the bedroom. She didn't care about Ningxu and his mother's feelings at all. She was reckless and unscrupulous. She never restrained her temper. Wang Bo's face was very ugly. Seeing Ningxu smile, he frowned and said, Mom, I want to. Wang Bo didn't say the word divorce in the end. Ningxu ate and said to Wang Bo, a husband and wife should be tolerant and considerate of each other. Wang Bo's face was even darker. He had always been tolerant of Xianxia, but Xianxia never cared about him. She didn't care about his feelings. Ningxu said, I only know that you like Angie, but do you know that Angie likes you? I should like it, Wang Bo stammered. Ningxu smiled. I'm not sure about that. Wang Bo sighed. He was no longer in the mood to eat. He took a mat and laid it on the floor. He slept in the living room, not intending to return to the bedroom. Ningxu threw away the rest of the food on the table. Not a single grain of rice was left. Xianxia didn't eat much in the evening. She threw her chopsticks and bowls at the slightest provocation and left. If she didn't want to eat, she would just leave. Ningxu watched Wang Bo tossing and turning on the mat. He would either sit up or wander around the living room. Wang Bo must be struggling in his heart right now. Xianxia didn't mind that Wang Bo didn't return to his room. Anyway, he was sleeping alone and the bed was very spacious. It was better if he didn't squeeze with others. But when Xianxia slept in the middle of the night, she was hungry and angry. Every time, that old woman would choose to talk about things during mealtimes. Every time, she would be so angry that she couldn't eat. The old woman was up to no good. Xianxia got up and saw Wang Bo lying in the living room. She walked over and kicked Wang Bo. She said angrily, "I'm hungry. Get me something to eat." Wang Bo had been working all day. He had just fallen asleep when he was suddenly awakened by Xianxia's kick. His whole person was not very good. "I'm hungry," Xianxia said. Wang Bo was really upset. He couldn't help but say, "You don't eat during mealtimes. You want to eat in the middle of the night. Can you not torture people?" This was the first time Xianxia was treated like this by Wang Bo. She suddenly became angry. "I just asked you to get me something to eat. You're simply a scumbag, a scumbag." Wang Bo fell down and said, "I'm tired. I have to go to work tomorrow. If you want to eat, go get it yourself." Xianxia was so angry that she kicked Wang Bo. Wang Bo endured the pain and didn't move. "You're simply a waste." Xianxia couldn't help but scold. "Look at what you have. You're ugly, can't speak, don't even have a friend, don't even have a hobby. You work all day to earn a dead salary." Wang Bo's body stiffened. He turned around and said, "I'm so unbearable. Why did you marry me? I was blind to think that you were a man who knew how to care for others. Now I see that you're a weak and incompetent man who only knows how to listen to his mother," Xianxia said angrily. Wang Bo clenched his fists tightly. His nose trembled. He couldn't say a word for a long time. Xianxia saw Wang Bo's red eyes. Her heart trembled. She snorted and turned back to the bedroom. Wang Bo sat on the ground, motionless. The next morning, Ningxu woke up and saw Wang Bo sitting there. He didn't know what he was thinking about. His whole body was filled with gloom. Ningxu walked over and saw Wang Bo's gloomy face. His body seemed to be covered with a layer of dust. He comforted him and said, "Wang Bo, don't think too much." Wang Bo looked at Ningxu and said, "Mom, I want a divorce." Ningxu smiled and patted Wang Bo's shoulder. "This matter is not urgent. You haven't made up your mind yet. You have to think carefully." Wang Bo held his head with a painful expression. Speaking of which, the current situation was all because of Ningxu. Ningxu didn't spoil Xianxia like Xianxia. Xianxia did everything at home. Xianxia didn't have to do anything. Ningxu made Xianxia unhappy. The conflict between Wang Bo and Xianxia broke out in advance. It was just a trivial matter at home. However, with Xianxia and Wang Bo's honesty, they couldn't handle it well. They were cheated of their feelings and Xianxia took away a large sum of money. Xianxia gave her soul to counterattack. Family matters were the most difficult to deal with. The ones who hurt people the most were usually the ones closest to them. However, Xianxia didn't have any regret or shame. She took the money and left. Because of this, Wang Bo became even more taciturn. Ningxu made breakfast and said to Wang Bo, "Eat. Eat until you're full. Things aren't as painful as you think. There's no need to be sad over something that isn't worth being sad over. Others won't care about the pain of your wishful thinking," Ningxu said. Wang Bo said helplessly, "Mom, you're rubbing salt on my wound. What do you mean by the pain of my wishful thinking?" Ningxu shrugged. "It should be like this. There's nothing wrong with laughing at yourself occasionally and being humorous. I divorced your father and lived alone with you, but I still survived. No one can't live without anyone." Wang Bo ate breakfast with a heavy heart. Xianxia came out of the bedroom and saw the breakfast on the table. She said to Wang Bo, "Why didn't you call me for breakfast? Don't you know that I'm hungry?" Wang Bo didn't say anything. Xianxia saw that he couldn't make a fart. She was very frustrated and annoyed. Back then, Xianxia had taken a liking to Wang Bo's honesty. Now, honesty had become Xianxia's most hated trait. To put it bluntly, Xianxia was greedy. She wanted a man to be reliable and romantic. She wanted a man to hold her in his heart. Her princess syndrome was incurable. She thought she was the most honorable. Xianxia had been hungry all night. Seeing that Wang Bo was ignoring her, she bit her bun angrily. After Wang Bo finished his breakfast, he changed his clothes and left. He didn't say a word to Xianxia. Xianxia was getting angrier. Who was he to be so rude to her? Let's see who could outlast who. Ningxu said to Xianxia, "Today, I have an event with your Aunt Li. Come with me. Speaking of which, you haven't gotten to know the neighbors yet." "Why should I? We're living our own lives behind closed doors. Why should I get to know some irrelevant people?" "I'm not going. I'm not going to participate in your elderly activities. I have my own circle of friends." Xianxia refused without thinking. Ningxu's expression didn't change. He said, "This community event is quite big. Every family has people participating. There are young people who are around your age. Go and get to know these people." Ningxu said without hesitation. "Think about Wang Bo. You're just going to go through the motions. Change your clothes and come with me." Ningxu looked at Xianxia coldly. Xianxia curled her lips. She went back to her room and changed into beautiful clothes. She even put on makeup. She was very beautiful. Ningxu didn't say anything. He took Xianxia to participate in the community event. Xianxia's beauty was very eye-catching. Many men's gazes stopped on her body. Some people even came up to her. Xianxia had a beautiful smile on her face. Aunt Li pulled Ningxu to the side and glanced at Xianxia. Ningxu said, "Your daughter-in-law looks like she's not content with her husband. Why is she so flamboyant?" "It's fine. Young people nowadays pay attention to these things. They have to put on makeup when they go out. This is a sign of confidence," Ningxu said casually. "But there has to be a limit. Your daughter-in-law is not good enough," Auntie Li. Ningxu said, "Take out your mother-in-law's money to discipline your daughter-in-law, you have to discipline her." Ningxu smiled and said, "It's a matter of the younger generation. You two just need to live a good life." "How can we do that?" "We still need to discipline him." Auntie Li glanced at Xianxia. "Look at my daughter-in-law. She likes to be beautiful, but she's not as glamorous as her. She's deliberately attracting attention. Wang family's daughter-in-law, come here." Auntie Li waved at Xianxia. "Come here quickly." Xianxia was talking to a man. When she heard Auntie Li calling her, she smiled and said goodbye to the man. Ningxu walked over. "Your mother-in-law is a little thirsty. Get her a glass of juice." "Get me one too," Auntie Li instructed Xianxia. Xianxia's expression immediately changed. Ningxu said generously, "No need, I'll go get it myself." "Sit down." Auntie Li pulled Ningxu and turned to Xianxia. "Can't I even get a glass of water for your mother-in-law?" Xianxia's face darkened. She poured 2 glasses of juice and gave them to Ningxu and Auntie Li. Then, she turned and left. Auntie Li shook her head. "Your daughter-in-law is not good. She's already like this. You can still go against your conscience and say that she's filial. Xianxia, do you still have any heart? Even a clay figurine has some temper." Ningxu pursed his lips and did not say anything. Seeing that there were some bubbles in the juice, he suspected that Xianxia had spat in it. He did not drink it. At this moment, Auntie Li's daughter-in-law walked over and whispered in Auntie Li's ear. Auntie Li turned to Ningxu and said, "Your daughter-in-law is too vengeful. When she brought the juice, she used her fingers to stir it. She dares to treat you like this outside. What is she like at home?" Ningxu raised his eyebrows and smiled. She must have not noticed. This child is not bad. Auntie Li rolled her eyes. "Xianxia, I think you're the bullied daughter-in-law." Ningxu was still smiling and did not have any temper. Auntie Li said directly, "Take out your mother-in-law's money and be hard when necessary." "I got it," Ningxu said with a smile. Wang Bo likes this child. A young couple is the one who will spend the rest of their lives with each other. Auntie Li moved to Ningxu's ear and asked, "I heard that the delivery man of Xiang restaurant runs to your house every day. Do you order food every day? That child likes to be beautiful and doesn't cook." My health is not good. I guess it's because I worked too hard when I was young. Now my body can't take it. Auntie Li smacked her lips. How much does it cost a month? Can Wangbo afford it with his salary? Ningshu's face showed a worried expression. He smiled and did not speak. Auntie Li said with some sympathy, Wangbo is an honest child. With such a daughter-in-law, won't he be eaten tightly? Auntie Li pulled Ningshu and told Ningshu a lot of ways to punish a daughter-in-law. Ningshu just listened and did not express his opinion. After the event ended, Ningshu took Xianxia home. Clean the house, Ningshu said to Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Ningshu in disbelief. What did you say? Ningshu faintly said, clean up this room. Clean up every nook and cranny. Xianxia tilted her head and looked at Ningshu condescendingly. My mother didn't ask me to do these things. Why do you ask me to do these things? Ningshu approached Xianxia and slightly raised his head to look at Xianxia. I'm your mother-in-law and your elder. You should respect me and not talk to me like this. Xianxia snorted and crossed her arms. Her contempt was obvious. Ningshu took out his phone and showed a photo to Xianxia. Take a look. Xianxia casually glanced at the phone. When she saw the photo, she was stunned. Her face showed a moment of panic before she angrily asked, You followed me? Xianxia said as she stretched out her hand to snatch Ningshu's phone. Ningshu easily dodged it. On the other hand, Xianxia was in a sorry state. What's the meaning of this? Xianxia coldly looked at Ningshu. Ningshu's expression was incomparably cold as he lightly said, I know what you've done outside, but I didn't tell Wangbo. I thought that you would restrain yourself. I never expected that you would be so unrestrained. Xianxia immediately said without fear, so what? If you have the ability, then let me divorce Wangbo. I won't let you divorce. Ningshu said with a smile. I've kept all your branded clothes. What right do you have to touch my things? What right do you have? Xianxia rushed into the bedroom and opened the wardrobe. Her branded clothes were really gone. This old woman. Xianxia was caught going in and out of a hotel with a man, but Xianxia didn't care. She was fearless. She didn't love Wangbo. Whether she divorced or not depended on her mood. But Ningshu took away her branded clothes and shoes, which made Xianxia quite unbearable. These things were all hers. Xianxia cherished these things. Even people couldn't compare to Xianxia. Xianxia saw that her branded clothes were all taken away by the old woman. Her heart ached and she trembled. That old woman didn't know that branded things were very delicate. She had to be careful. Xianxia slammed the wardrobe door and rushed out of the bedroom. Ningshu shouted, Give me back my things. You're a pervert. What right do you have to steal my things? Ningshu smiled and said, I'm just keeping it for you. I didn't steal it. Taking without asking is stealing. I want to call the police. You stole my things. Xianxia took out her phone, hatefully stared at Ningshu, and began to dial the number. Ningshu said with an indifferent face, I don't care. But before you call the police, you must think about what to say. What do you mean? Xianxia saw Ningshu's indifferent look. She felt a little frustrated. She thought that she could scare this old woman. Ningshu said, These things of yours are easily worth tens of thousands. You don't have a job. Your family doesn't have the financial conditions to buy these things. Wangbo's salary can't afford to buy these things. So where do you have the money to buy these things? These things can also be stolen by you. Ningshu spread out his hands and said. You fart. You're the one who stole things. Xianxia spat at Ningshu. Ningshu just looked at her indifferently. From Xianxia's body, Ningshu really felt the harshness of a woman to another woman. And when Xianxia faced a man, she was always like a little bird. Her smile was like a flower. She was incomparably beautiful. Except for Ningshu, who was unlucky. In this world, men were not the only ones who had ill intentions towards women. Women were also the same. Ningshu said expressionlessly, Since you didn't steal it, where did you get the money from? Maybe you got it from prostitution. That's a criminal detention. You're the one who's prostituting. I've never done that, Xianxia said quickly, but she didn't make a call. If there's money involved, then it's selling. Don't make it sound like it's consensual. Oh, it's not consensual. It's adultery, Ningxu said, curling his lips. You. Xianxia was so angry that her face turned green. What do I have to do for you to return it to me? Xianxia rolled her eyes, turned around, and quickly walked into Ningxu's room. She rummaged through Ningxu's room and rummaged through Ningxu's wardrobe, not even letting go of a corner. Ningxu leaned against the doorframe and looked at Xianxia. Have you found it? Xianxia's eyes were red as she looked at Ningxu. Her eyes were filled with tears. Clearly, she was distressed over the fact that she had lost so many branded goods. Especially when she had just bought so many things a few days ago. The things inside were all things that she had cherished for a long time. Was it easy for her to buy these things? Where did you take my things? Hurry up and give them back to me. Xianxia's voice had a thick nasal sound as she wiped away her tears. Ningxu said indifferently, only I know where these things are. Don't worry, I'll investigate how these things are kept. Damn old woman. Xianxia looked down on her old-fashioned mother-in-law from the bottom of her heart. She thought that she didn't understand the world of young people at all. Most of the time, she didn't even guard against her. She didn't think that she would fall into the hands of this old woman. Xianxia was so angry that she wanted to die. Most importantly, she was distressed over her clothes, shoes, and bags. These were all her treasures. Ningxu said again, don't let Wangbo come and ask me for these things. When the time comes, I'll show the photos to Wangbo you. Go die, go die. Xianxia cursed Ningxu in her heart. She said helplessly, Mother-in-law, how can you return these things to me? Ningxu said, there's no point in pursuing the past. Now that you and Wangbo are married, you should be loyal to each other and protect this marriage. Do housework for a month and I'll return these things to you. Ningxu said indifferently. Xianxia didn't even think about it and said, impossible. Then I'll directly destroy your branded goods. Ningxu said indifferently. You dare. Xianxia almost jumped up. Her expression was incomparably conflicted. Ningxu pointed at his room that Xianxia had turned into a mess. The first thing is to tidy up the things in the room. Xianxia's expression was incomparably interesting. She stood there without moving. Xianxia said, I'm going to tell my parents that you bullied me. Oh. Ningxu was expressionless. Call the in-laws over for a face-to-face confrontation. I don't know what your parents' expressions will be when they see these photos. If they don't care, I can turn a blind eye and post your phone number in the corridor. In any case, it's considered work. I won't let you do housework. Xianxia was about to die from anger. She randomly stuffed the clothes on the floor into the wardrobe. Ningxu said expressionlessly, hang it up and fold it neatly. Xianxia shook her clothes. Looking at these dull clothes, her eyes were full of disdain. She thought it was old-fashioned. Ningxu looked at Xianxia from the side. Xianxia wasn't someone who did this kind of thing. The more she did it, the more irritated she became. She really wanted to throw these things on the floor and then stomp on them. Xianxia unwillingly tidied up Ningxu's room. Ningxu said, you should give these things to me now. Ningxu shook his head. I said, do housework for a month. After a month, I'll return them to you. Xianxia really wanted to strangle this old woman to death. She dared to touch her baby. When Xianxia left the room, she deliberately bumped into Ningxu with her shoulder heavily. She wanted to make this old woman suffer. It would be best if she was knocked to the ground and paralyzed. Ningxu's expression didn't change. He didn't think of dodging. When Xianxia bumped into him, his body didn't move at all. Instead, Xianxia felt that her shoulder and arm had hit an iron plate. It was very painful. Xianxia rubbed her shoulder and angrily returned to the room. She slammed the door. Ningxu took a pen and notebook and walked over to knock on the door. Ningxu knocked on the door rhythmically, which made people feel very irritated. Xianxia, who was in the room, covered her ears. She felt that the knocking on the door was like knocking on her heart, which was very annoying. What are you doing now? Xianxia roared at Ningxu. The house hasn't been dusted for a few days. Today is a big cleaning. Ningxu smiled very kindly. Xianxia didn't even bother to say anything. She slammed the door with a bang. Big cleaning? She was determined not to do such a thing. Although her things were taken away by the old woman, Xianxia was sure that Ningxu wouldn't dare to do anything to her. Ningxu stood at the door and knocked again. Since Xianxia didn't open the door, Ningxu planned to keep knocking. Open the door, or I'll open it with the key, Ningxu said at the door. Xianxia covered her ears and covered her head with a pillow. There was no way she would do such a thing. Ningxu saw that Xianxia didn't open the door. Since you don't want to come out, I can only destroy one of your things first. Is it a shoe, a bag, or a skirt? Old woman, what do you want? Xianxia opened the door and saw Ningxu writing something in a notebook. She asked, what are you doing? You have to clean the house, do housework, and cook every day. If you don't do it, I'll cut off one of your name tags. I don't know if your things can make up for 30 days. Ningxu said kindly, you don't have to do it today, but I'll record it. Xianxia looked at Ningxu incredulously. Why are you so vicious? Ningxu, those things were bought with money, Xianxia said angrily. Ningxu didn't care. They weren't bought with my money. Xianxia was so angry that she almost couldn't control the primitive force in her body. She wanted to die with this evil mother-in-law. Xianxia could only take a feather duster and sweep it. At first glance, it was obvious that she didn't do anything. Ningxu said, wear gloves and use a bucket to get water. Wipe the room. Wipe the glass and scrub the toilet. I'll check it later. If it's not up to standard, you have to do it again. Xianxia took a deep breath and thought about her treasures. Without these things, how could she go out? Xianxia felt that if she didn't have a name tag on her, she couldn't go out. Since she had a branded dress, she had to have shoes that matched the dress. Her clothes and shoes were all branded. She couldn't be carrying a bag from a street stall, right? Therefore, every time Xianxia went out, she would be dressed in branded clothes. Her pursuit of this kind of thing had reached a morbid level. Now that Ningxu had taken away her things, Xianxia wanted to go all out. Xianxia put on her gloves and began to clean. Seeing Ningxu watching her, she vented her dissatisfaction. The floor was full of water, and the glass was smudged. Ningxu just said, clean up the water later. Xianxia was not a princess favored by the heavens and favored by the earth. The conditions of her family were not very good. It was impossible for her to not have done any housework. It was just that she did not want to do it. Xianxia rolled her eyes and began to mop the floor indignantly. Ningxu was so tired that his back ached. He had just cleaned the floor glass when he said, scrub the toilet. Xianxia was speechless. Xianxia could only go to the bathroom to clean. She felt terrible. After she was done, she immediately took a shower. She still felt that her body smelled. Xianxia was so tired that she collapsed on the sofa. Ningxu said, you can cook now. Xianxia jumped up from the sofa. I've done so much. Can't I take a break? I just scrubbed the toilet, and you want me to cook? If you can eat, I will cook. Ningxu nodded without hesitation. I can eat. Xianxia was speechless. Even if you can eat, I don't want to cook. Xianxia was on the verge of breaking down. She grabbed her hair and said, order food. Ningxu shrugged indifferently. Whatever. Xianxia felt that the blood in her chest was surging. It was as if she had punched cotton. Xianxia was so angry that she picked the most expensive dishes and ordered a lot of them. Ningxu did not say anything. When Wangbo came back from work that night, he saw Xianxia in a daze and asked, what's wrong? Xianxia said angrily, I cleaned the entire house by myself today. What do you think is wrong with me? Wangbo was a little surprised. Xianxia had never done housework before. Why did she suddenly do it? Wangbo felt warm in his heart. He said, thank you for your hard work. Let me give you a massage. No need. I'm annoyed, Xianxia said angrily. Wangbo did not care about Xianxia's attitude. At least now Xianxia was willing to treat this house as her home. The delivery man came. Now, the delivery man and Ningshu's family of 3 were all mature people. They even chatted while waiting to collect the money. But when it was time to pay, Xianxia sat on the sofa and did not say a word. Ningshu said to Xianxia, "Pay up." "Why? I did so much work today, and you want me to pay?" Xianxia rolled her eyes. "Every time you want to take money from your wife's pocket. Can you be a little shameless?" Wang Bo was afraid that Xianxia would say something unpleasant again. He quickly took out his wallet and asked the delivery man how much money it was. Because Xianxia was exhausted today, Xianxia deliberately ordered expensive food. The delivery man said that it was more than 1,000 yuan, which gave Wang Bo a fright. Looking at the exquisite dishes on the table, Wang Bo's face was a little ugly. He helplessly paid the money with some heartache. Wang Bo's good mood was ruined again. He tightly pursed his lips and frowned. An honest person would keep everything in his heart when he was angry. But even if he said it out loud, he would not be able to win against others. It was better to keep it in his heart. "Let's eat," Ningshu said generously. Because she had been busy for so long, Xianxia was already hungry. She ate one more bowl of rice than usual. Ningshu said with a smile, "It's good to eat more. If your body is healthy, you will give birth to a healthy child." Wang Bo did not say anything. Xianxia saw that Ningshu was like a kind and gentle old lady. Her mouth was stuck in her throat, unable to move up or down. She was so good at pretending, so good at acting. She pretended to be a kind old lady in front of her son. She would not forget what she did to her today. Ningshu looked at Xianxia's pale face and said with a smile, "Tomorrow I will take you to have a physical examination." Xianxia's heart tightened and asked, "What physical examination for no reason?" Ningshu said, "Of course it's to have a physical examination to see if your body is suitable for pregnancy. You and Wang Bo will definitely have a child. I just want to see my grandson before I leave. I asked Anchi to learn to do housework. I also feel that my body is not very comfortable. I don't know what's wrong with me, and I don't know how long I can live. I just want to leave. The 2 of you can support each other and live a good life," Ningshu said. Wang Bo looked at Ningshu and said, "Mom, you are still young. Generally, people will live until they are in their 70s. You still have a long time. Don't say such discouraging words. Life is very unpredictable. Who knows what will happen in the next moment or tomorrow?" Ningshu said indifferently. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Come with me to the hospital tomorrow to have a physical examination." Xianxia didn't want to go to the hospital. She said, "Pregnancy depends on fate. It's not easy to give birth. Do you think you can give birth just by going to the hospital?" Ningshu smiled and said, "Of course I know that. It's just a checkup. Listen to me." Ningshu knew why Xianxia did not want to go to the hospital. She had scraped the uterus several times and could not implant the fertilized egg. How could she have a baby? She was afraid of being exposed at the hospital. Ningshu did not take Xianxia's rejection to heart. Xianxia was furious. She looked at Wang Bo, who did not say a word. His face was stuffed in the bowl. She asked Wang Bo, "Don't you have anything to say?" Wang Bo was confused. He asked carefully, "Say what?" Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "About the checkup." Wang Bo said, "The checkup is good. It's not a big deal." Xianxia almost broke her chopsticks. She knew that men were unreliable. Xianxia went to rest after eating. She had not done this for a long time. She felt sore all over. Ningshu wrapped the leftovers in plastic wrap. This was bought by his son. Today Xianxia did not smash the bowl and leave. They could continue eating tomorrow. Wang Bo did not plan to sleep on the floor. He went back to the bedroom to rest. He had not rested well for a few days. Xianxia saw Wang Bo enter the room and said coldly, "Why did you come in? Go sleep in the living room." Wang Bo did not know what to say. After a while, he said, "It's not comfortable to sleep on the floor." Xianxia rolled her eyes and said, "Then do you know how your mother treats me?" Wang Bo asked, "How does she treat you?" She asked me to clean the whole house and wash the toilet," Xianxia said angrily. Wang Bo could only say, Mother has good intentions. She wants us to live a better life. Good intentions? Xianxia only felt a strong sense of malice. Xianxia's face was dark. She pushed Wang Bo out of the bedroom and said, Go sleep in the living room. Wang Bo rubbed the bridge of his nose. He was very annoyed and angry. He knocked on the door. Stop knocking. Even if you break the door, I won't let you in. Xianxia opened the door and roared at Wang Bo. Then, she slammed the door shut, almost hitting Wang Bo's nose. Wang Bo turned around and saw that Ningxu was looking at him. Wang Bo's face revealed an indescribably complicated expression that looked like he was crying but not crying at the same time. Ningxu comforted Wang Bo, Tomorrow, I'll buy you a tatami so you don't have to sleep on the floor. Wang Bo opened his mouth and called out weakly, Mom. Wang Bo took a mat and spread it on the ground. He looked at Ningxu blankly and asked, Angie wasn't like this before. Why is she like this now? Oh, she doesn't like you, Ningxu said. Wang Bo shouted, Mom. Ningxu said, I'm serious. If a woman really loves a man, she will definitely worry about the family and create a harmonious and warm family atmosphere. The most intuitive manifestation is that she likes to buy daily necessities or decorations to decorate the home. Your wife likes to buy clothes and shoes. She hasn't bought you a pair of socks yet. Wang Bo covered his heart and shouted, Mom. Ningxu said, Rest well. You still have to go to work tomorrow. Wang Bo fell down, his eyes staring straight at the ceiling. The next day, after Wang Bo went to work, Xianxia was still in the bedroom. Ningxu went to knock on the door. Xianxia opened the door with disheveled hair. Ningxu said, Pack up and go to the hospital. Xianxia immediately fell back on the bed and said weakly, Grandma, I don't feel well. I won't go to the hospital today. Ningxu immediately asked with concern, What's wrong? I don't have any strength. I think I have a fever. It's so hot. I won't go. Xianxia's voice was very weak. Is it serious to go to the hospital because you're sick? Ningxu took out his phone. Do you want to call 120? Xianxia sat up. It's nothing serious. I just don't feel well. If you don't feel well, go to the hospital and have a checkup. Ningxu pulled Xianxia up from the bed. Go and pack up. Xianxia slowly packed up. It took her 2 hours to finish. Ningxu was not in a hurry and just waited. Xianxia hesitated and said, Let's go after breakfast. What breakfast? We have to go to the hospital for a blood test. Let's eat after the checkup. Ningxu said, It's not early. It's very hot at noon. Ningxu took Xianxia out of the door and stood at the bus stop waiting for the bus. Xianxia was sweating from the sun. Ningxu said, Take a taxi. We don't know how long we'll have to wait. Ningxu stretched his neck and looked around. It's okay. Wait a little longer. The bus will definitely come soon. Xianxia kept wiping the sweat on her face with a tissue. Her expression was very irritated. After waiting for a while, Xianxia couldn't stand it anymore. She reached out and hailed a taxi. At this time, the bus arrived. Ningxu pulled Xianxia and ran towards the bus. Xianxia had already opened the taxi door and was about to get into the taxi. However, she was forcefully pulled onto the bus by Ningxu. There wasn't even a seat on the bus. It was crowded and all kinds of smells mixed together. It made Xianxia feel suffocated. Moreover, there was a pervert's hand. Xianxia was touched by someone, but she didn't know who it was. Xianxia couldn't control the primitive force in her body. Furthermore, she didn't eat breakfast in the morning. The anger in her heart was rising and her face was turning green. It wasn't easy to reach the hospital. They had to queue up to register again. Ningxu went to register. Xianxia sat on the chair and didn't want to move. After thinking for a while, she decided to slip away. However, someone grabbed her arm. Ningxu asked, Where are we going? This is a big hospital. It wasn't easy to get a number. We're going to do a physical examination now. Xianxia had to do a physical examination of many things. Her heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys. She had to do a detailed examination of every part of her body. Xianxia looked at the examination and her face turned green. Why do I have to do so many examinations? Ningxu comforted her. It's okay. Don't worry about the money. Since you're at the hospital, you should do a proper examination. But there was no need for so many examinations. After that, Ningxu brought Xianxia to every department in the hospital. There was the neurology department, the ENT department, the radiology department, the blood test, blah, blah. The hospital was very big. They ran from one floor to another, from one building to another. Running back and forth like this made one's head hurt. Ningxu dragged Xianxia everywhere, making Xianxia's face turn green. Moreover, there was a long queue for every examination. Even if they had a day, they might not be able to finish all the examinations. Xianxia had dawdled for a long time in the morning and was very hungry. However, some tests did not allow her to eat breakfast. Xianxia felt lightheaded. When Xianxia said that she wanted to eat, Ningxu unscrewed the bottle cap and said, "Drink some water." Bear with it. Xianxia looked at Ningxu with hatred. This old woman was deliberately tormenting her. Ningxu ignored Xianxia's gaze. She had to do these tests anyway. The most painful tests were colonoscopy and gastroscopy. Xianxia was called in by the doctor for a gastroscopy. The tube was inserted into her stomach and stirred in her stomach. Xianxia was in so much pain that she wanted to die. She could not stop drooling because of the tube in her mouth. Xianxia really wanted to die. When the tube was finally pulled out, Xianxia immediately vomited and spat out puddles of water. Xianxia's face was extremely pale. She held the wall and walked out of the room. Ningxu walked over to help Xianxia. Xianxia only felt that her vision was black. Ningxu took the list and said, "Okay, next is colonoscopy." Ningxu helped her into the room where the colonoscopy was done. Colonoscopy was an examination of the large intestine from the rectum. The tube entered through the anus, especially when the intestine was bent. The tube had to be bent, and it was extremely painful. It was one of the most painful tests. Ningxu could hear Xianxia's painful cries from outside. "I don't want to be examined. Stop, stop, stop. It hurts." A doctor was comforting Xianxia. Xianxia cried and shouted with a trembling voice, "I don't want to be examined, I don't want to be examined." A nurse came out and said to Ningxu, "You're her family, right? Go in and help her." Ningxu went in and saw Xianxia lying on the bed. Her face was pale and her lips were purple. Only her chest was rising and falling slightly. Ningxu stayed by her side. After a while, Xianxia opened her eyes. Ningxu helped Xianxia out of the room and sat on a chair in the corridor. "Eat something." Ningxu took out the chocolate, tore open the bag, and handed it to Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia didn't even have the strength to be angry. Her heart was filled with fear. Ningxu fed the food into Xianxia's mouth. Although Xianxia was very, very hungry, she had done a gastroscopy before and was very, very uncomfortable. Her stomach hurt and she kept wanting to vomit. Moreover, the water he spat out had traces of blood. Xianxia was in so much pain that tears came out of her eyes. Ningxu held a bottle of water and fed her water. Xianxia looked at Ningxu with resentment. Ningxu asked, "Can you get up? There's one last gynecological examination." "I think you're uncomfortable, so I won't do it," Ningxu said. Xianxia's face twitched slightly. Her face was pale and colorless, like a delicate flower that had been ravaged by a storm. Ningxu helped Xianxia to the gynecology department. He used the ultrasound to do a detailed examination and various tests. Dr. Ningxu asked, "My wife's body is ready to give birth to a child, right?" The doctor looked a little disdainful. "Her uterus is very thin because of too many miscarriages. It's very difficult for her to get pregnant." That was expected. Ningxu's face instantly became incomparably cold and indifferent as he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes flickered and avoided Ningxu's gaze. Ningxu took the list and helped Xianxia out of the room. "How many children have you aborted?" Ningxu said with a cold face. Xianxia said weakly, "That's my business." Ningxu turned his head and saw Xianxi's face was as white as paint. She looked angry. Ningxu said coldly, I don't want to pursue the past. It's boring. But you're married to Wang Bo. You have to be loyal to Wang Bo and this marriage. I won't tell Wang Bo about this. Ningxu pursed his lips. Xianxi silently breathed a sigh of relief. She looked a little arrogant. Apparently, she was very satisfied with Ningxu's tactfulness. However, this old woman would also have a taste of what she had suffered today. Ningxu was really speechless. People loved themselves and others loved them. Wasn't it good to wait quietly for the person who would accompany you for the rest of your life? Xianxi looked incomparably elegant. She seemed to have charmed a lot of men. However, who would put her in their hearts? Which part of her was worthy of others' love, who would take the other seriously when it comes to playing games? Only Xianxia, that pure-hearted fool, would treat Xianxi like a treasure. Ningxu said, since Western medicine doesn't work, then drink Chinese medicine to regulate your body. Drink Chinese medicine? Xianxi's face became paler and paler. Under the sun, it seemed a little transparent. I don't want to drink Chinese medicine. I don't want to. Xianxi shook her head. However, she was too weak and her voice was very soft. Ningxu's face was cold. If you don't regulate your body, what else can you do? I only have one son. Do you want him to die? No matter what, I have to try. Xianxi was brought to the Chinese medicine hall by Ningxu. She told the Chinese medicine doctor about her symptoms and the doctor wrote a prescription. Ningxu didn't hesitate to get a big bag of Chinese medicine. He also asked for a few more herbs. When Xianxi wasn't paying attention, he also got a set of silver needles. After that, he bought a medicine pot for decocting medicine. He hailed a taxi and planned to go back. Xianxi's body was very weak and her eyelids were drooping. When they arrived downstairs, Ningxu helped Xianxi up the stairs. However, Xianxi was very weak. When she went up and down the stairs, she couldn't even lift her legs. Ningxu directly carried Xianxi on his back and climbed up the stairs with the help of the handrail. Xianxi curled her lips. Since he wanted to carry her, then so be it. Leaning her head on his back was much more comfortable. When they met acquaintances, they all asked Ningxu what was wrong. As a mother-in-law, she was carrying her daughter-in-law. Ningxu wiped his sweat and said, Today, I went to the hospital for a checkup and did a colonoscopy for her. Is she feeling uncomfortable? Some people said directly, no matter how uncomfortable she is, you shouldn't be the one carrying her. Although these words were directed at Xianxi, Xianxi was lying on Ningxu's back and turned a deaf ear. She didn't move at all. Ningxu just smiled and didn't say anything. When they passed by Auntie Li's door, Auntie Li saw Ningxu carrying Xianxi on his back. She immediately pulled Xianxi down from Ningxu's back. Why do you want to carry her? I'll help you up, Auntie Li said angrily to Ningxu. She helped Xianxi up with Ningxu. When they got home, Xianxi started to vomit and have diarrhea. She was very uncomfortable. Ningxu's face was filled with worry. What's wrong with your daughter-in-law? Auntie Li looked at Ningxu. Ningxu sighed and said, I took her for a checkup. She said that her body is weak and it's not good for her to get pregnant. I found a Chinese medicine doctor to prescribe some medicine to regulate her body. She can't get pregnant? Auntie Li stared at Ningxu. Why do you want a daughter-in-law who can't give birth? Especially your daughter-in-law. She's not good. You still treat her like a treasure. Wang Bo likes her. Besides, it's not that she can't give birth. She might get pregnant after drinking some medicine. Ningxu said generously. Xianxi had done a gastroscopy and was feeling a little uncomfortable. She had a reason to lie on the bed and not move. Ningxu did not wake her up. He took the clay pot to decoct the medicine for her. Fortunately, he did not need to use a fan to decoct the medicine. In addition to the medicine prescribed by the doctor, Ningxu added some herbs. When the medicine was ready, he took it to Xianxi's room. Ningxu knocked on the door for quite a while before Xianxi opened the door. Seeing Ningxu holding the black medicine, Xianxi quickly pinched her nose and made a sound of surprise. Drink it. Ningshu handed the bowl to Xianxia. Xianxia shook her head. I'm not drinking it. It's my freedom to have children. Ningshu was not angry. He put the bowl on the bedside table and looked at Xianxia seriously. He asked, why are you so confident? Just because Wang Bo likes you? Xianxia twirled her hair with her fingers and raised her eyebrows. You can ask Wang Bo to divorce me. I'm willing to divorce him. I just don't know if Wang Bo is willing. Ningshu pursed his lips and said lightly, everyone has their own responsibilities. There are social responsibilities and family responsibilities. A housewife is also a job. I've never thought of forcing you to do housework. You can go to work. Why should I do that? Why should I go to work? Why should I do housework? Xianxia said. Ningshu was a little stunned. Then what do you contribute to this family? Men do the work and women do the housework. It doesn't mean that women don't have to do anything. You should have your own career or job. Not working, not doing housework, not having children. Family members had a division of labor. If one person did everything, it was no different from an employee doing everything in the company. Sooner or later, they would leave. A family needed to be run. Whether it was doing housework or work, it was to maintain the family. If you had a job and money, it didn't matter if you hired a part-time worker. But if you didn't have anything, you still needed to be pampered. You took yourself too seriously. Since human evolution, men were responsible for the most dangerous hunting activities, while women were responsible for the trivial matters. Now that society had developed to this point, women could choose their own lives and the jobs they liked. However, no one said that women didn't have to do anything. Even if they didn't have to do anything, they still had one job, which was to reproduce and obtain the resources they needed to survive. Oh, women have to have children. I don't want to have children, Xianxia said indifferently. Ningshu was speechless. Ningshu was speechless. Drink the medicine. Ningshu held the warm medicine. Xianxia said impatiently, I already said that I'm not drinking. Ningshu squinted and said, drink it. I didn't say that you'll have a baby if you drink it. You have a serious gynecological disease. Treat it as treating your gynecological disease. Xianxia's face immediately darkened. She took a deep breath and drank the medicine. It was so bitter that she retched. Ning. Shu took the bowl and went out. Xianxia snorted and went back to sleep. Ningshu also didn't wake Xianxia up to do the housework. When Wang Bo came back from work, Ningshu said to Wang Bo, go and see your wife. She's not feeling well. Wang Bo quickly went to the bedroom to check. Dinner was a bowl of noodles for each of them. Xianxia looked at the plain noodles and asked, why are you eating this? Ningshu said without changing his expression, you're taking medicine now. You can't eat Chinese medicine. You can't eat anything that's too oily or spicy. Ningshu thought, damn it. I'll improve my cooking skills sooner or later. Xianxia rolled her eyes and poked the noodles in the bowl with her chopsticks. Wang Bo comforted Xianxia, just bear with it for the time being. You're not the one drinking medicine. It's easy for you to say that, Xianxia said unhappily. Wang Bo's expression was a bit gloomy. Xianxia had never been willing to talk to him properly and never cared about his feelings. Seeing Ningshu staring at him, Wang Bo swallowed his saliva and lowered his head to eat the noodles. Truth be told, Ningshu would feel his heart itching every time he saw Wang Bo like this. He wanted to grab Wang Bo's collar and roar at him. Would it kill him to straighten his back and say a few words, if I don't bully someone like you, who else can I bully? You have no bottom line. You're either being bullied or doing whatever you want. Clearly, Wang Bo and Xianxia were bullied. Didn't Xianxia choose this family because she felt that they were easy to bully? Ningshu faintly said to Xianxia, I don't want to interfere in the matters between the two of you, but Wang Bo is your husband. You should at least respect him, right? Xianxia pursed her lips and muttered softly, what does he have that I respect? Ningshu placed his chopsticks down and asked, then what did he do wrong to you? Is it because his salary isn't high and he doesn't know romance? He's such a person. This was your choice back then, and now you're blaming Wang Bo for it. I was blind back then. Xianxia indignantly said. Mom. Wang Bo softly called out to Ningxu. His expression was gloomy and he could only tell Ningxu to stop the dispute. Ningxu did not speak anymore and picked up his chopsticks to eat his noodles. Wang Bo breathed a sigh of relief and turned his head to see Xianxia poking at the noodles. Clearly, it wasn't to her liking and she was furious. After dinner, Ningxu poured the medicine for Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the medicine and her face was even darker than the medicine. It smelled bad and tasted bad. Xianxia drank the medicine in one go. It wasn't to give birth but to treat her illness. After drinking the medicine, Xianxia returned to the bedroom to play with her phone and computer. Wang Bo sat on the sofa in the living room in a daze. In the past, he looked like an honest person who wasn't good with words. Now, he looked even more foolish. Ningxu cut a plate of fruit and brought it to Wang Bo. Try to communicate with your wife. Wang Bo said in frustration, she doesn't listen to me at all. And I can't outtalk her. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in front of him, Ningxu would have laughed at him. It was said that one should marry a virtuous wife. He wanted a flirtatious bitch and a virtuous bitch. Why didn't he see if he could subdue her? Why not go to heaven? It was human nature to worship the strong. Women all wanted to be conquered by strong men. If Wang Bo was a CEO, he didn't need to do anything. Money and social status would automatically add layer after layer of charm to Wang Bo. A taciturn person would become calm and composed, and a wooden person would become adorable. Ha ha ha, Ningxu asked Wang Bo, are you going to live like this in the future? If I die, you may not even have a hot meal when you come home. I'll do it myself. Wang Bo hesitated and said. Ningxu nodded. You're ambitious. Mom thinks highly of you. Wang Bo took a mat and laid it on the floor in the living room. Aren't you going back to your room? Ningxu asked. Wang Bo had slept on the floor for a long time. Wang Bo shook his head. I'm thinking about something. Ningxu looked at Wang Bo lying on the floor and rolled his eyes. Why else would he have to lie on the floor? Was it uncomfortable to sleep on the bed? Even if he wanted to think, he had to lie on a comfortable bed. She didn't even care that he was suffering, so why did he have to suffer? Ningxu pulled Wang Bo up. Go into the house and sleep. Wang Bo shook his head. No. Why? Ningxu looked at Wang Bo and asked, if you don't want to see Xianxia, then divorce her. What's the point of being so cold? No, Wang Bo was speechless. Were all women so good at talking? If I go in, we'll quarrel again. I'm not going in, Wang Bo said. Can't you just ignore her? Don't make a fuss with her. Ningxu said angrily. Wang Bo scratched his head. If I ignore her, she'll criticize me again. Xianxia was going to say that he couldn't do anything to her. Ningxu was speechless. This was not love. She hated him so much that living was a mistake. Ningxu said angrily, come out and sleep after you quarrel. Who knows, maybe you won't quarrel. Wang Bo looked at Ningxu speechlessly. Mom, go into the house and sleep. She won't dare to say anything, Ningxu said. Wang Bo could only go into the house. In the end, he was chased out in the middle of the night. Ningxu opened the door and saw Wang Bo laying out the mat again. He asked, what happened? Wang Bo was dispirited and didn't say anything. What happened? Ningxu asked again. Wang Bo was embarrassed and humiliated. He said, it's something between husband and wife. Ningxu rolled his eyes. You can't do it? Mom. Wang Bo almost jumped up and said, she doesn't agree. She doesn't agree. Ningxu comforted Wang Bo, maybe she's not feeling well because of the physical examination today. I didn't think of it at first. Angie said that I treated her like a prostitute and forced myself on her when she wasn't feeling well. Wang Bo sighed. I didn't think of it, but she was very angry. Ningxu nodded and said, then sleep on the floor and rest well. Mom. Wang Bo called out to Ningxu. Ningxu turned to look at Wang Bo, what's the matter? I'm fine. Wang Bo shook his head. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Was it so difficult to get a divorce? She couldn't bear to part with him. If they stayed together, she would have to flip the roof. She also didn't have the strength to abuse her feelings for him. Xianxia returned to his room to rest. The next morning, he woke up early to prepare breakfast for Wang Bo. After Wang Bo finished his meal and went to work, he called out to Ningxu, "Mom." Ningxu looked at Wang Bo. "What's the matter?" Wang Bo scratched his head in annoyance. "Nothing, I'm going to work." Ningxu boiled the medicine and brought it to Xianxia in the room. Xianxia was in a daze. When she woke up in the morning, she was thirsty and drank the entire bowl of medicine. Then she fell back onto the bed and continued to sleep. Ningxu stretched out his hand and pressed on Xianxia's lower abdomen. Xianxia was instantly woken up by the pain. It was as if she had been pricked by a needle. It was very painful. "What are you doing? You're hurting me. What did you use to prick me?" Xianxia looked at her stomach. There was nothing unusual. But she clearly felt that her stomach was very painful just now. Ningxu said indifferently, "I just pulled the thin blanket over your stomach." Xianxia's expression was a little suspicious. She checked it again and found nothing unusual. Moreover, it didn't hurt at all. The pain just now seemed to be an illusion. Xianxia didn't pay any more attention to it. She lay down and went back to sleep. Ningxu took the bowl out. Xianxia only woke up when it was close to noon. She casually ate an apple and sat on the sofa to wait for lunch. Wang Bo didn't come back for lunch. He called Ningxu and said that he was eating outside and wouldn't come back for lunch. Ningxu glanced at Xianxia, who was sitting on the sofa and watching TV. He didn't say anything and made 2 bowls of noodles. Xianxia looked at the watery noodles with a disgusted expression. She turned around and went back to her room. When she came out again, she was already dressed up and ready to go out. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you feeling better?" "I'm going out to meet my best friend," Xianxia said. "Ningxu, best friend?" Ningxu said amiably, "Wait, I'll go with you." Xianxia's eyes widened. "You want to go with me?" Ningxu ate all the noodles in the bowl and said, "Since you're feeling better, come with me to buy groceries. I have an appointment with someone." "My best friend is still waiting for me," Xianxia said. "I know you have an appointment with a man." "Don't talk about your best friend," Ningxu said indifferently. "Come with me to buy groceries." Xianxia pursed her lips and said, "It's not a man. It's a woman." "Then call her." "I'll tell her that you're not feeling well and you don't have to go," Ningxu said to Xianxia. Xianxia was suddenly unhappy. "It's my freedom to go wherever I want. It's none of your business. You don't have the right to interfere." Ningxu said, "I know I don't have the right to interfere, but I have to know if you have an appointment with a man. I didn't tell Wang Bo about what happened before, but it doesn't mean that I condone your behavior." Xianxia was so angry that she stomped her feet and went back to her room. "Do you want to go grocery shopping with me?" Ningxu asked Xianxia. Xianxia said angrily, "No." After a while, Xianxia came out again and ate the cold noodles. Then she stayed in the room and didn't come out. Ningxu took a notebook and a pen and knocked on the door. Xianxia opened the door and saw the notebook and pen in Ningxu's hand. Her face darkened. "I'm not feeling well and you still want me to work. How can there be such an evil mother-in-law like you in the world?" Ningxu said without changing his expression, "Didn't you just say that your body is fine?" "When did I say that?" "I didn't say that at all." Xianxia immediately retorted and slammed the door shut. Ningxu stood in front of the door and shrugged his shoulders. "As long as you're happy." Ningxu went back to her room and took out her computer to go online. Then she hacked into Xianxia's computer next door. She had learned programming before. Although she wasn't a powerful hacker, it was still easy for her to hack into Xianxia's computer. Xianxia was chatting naked with people in the room. Her expression was quite charming. Sometimes she would do some seductive actions. Ningxu saved all these. Ningxu checked the people who chatted with Xianxia. They were all men. Her contacts were all men. What was Xianxia's situation? A domestic prostitute, she wasn't a sex worker. She relied on her charm to seduce a few men. Compared to a prostitute, she was more beautiful and refined. Ningxu rolled her eyes. this strange and fickle world. Probably afraid that Ningxu would break in like last time, Xianxia even moved something to block the door. This way, she would have enough time to rush into the bathroom and get dressed. Xianxia was chatting enthusiastically next door, and Ningxu was watching without blinking. Xianxia didn't want to live with Wang Bo as a couple, but she smiled at other men and took off all her clothes. She could turn socializing into ejaculation. Was chastity in conflict with feudalism? Hey, you're so old-fashioned. Are you living in ancient times? Hey, what's there to be pretentious about? Only after marriage hey, it's shameful to be a virgin, an old virgin. Xianxia's behavior should be despised. Don't say that men can fool around, but women can't. Men and women are equal. Women can also be free and unfettered. In this kind of thing, women are the ones who suffer. Even now, society is still harsh on women. If you don't have to care about other people's opinions, you can pretend that she didn't say anything. Seeing that it was getting late, Xianxia slowly put on her clothes in front of the camera, flirting with the man on the other side of the computer. Ningxu saved the video and put it in the USB flash drive. Ningxu didn't know how many of these things he had collected. This thing was simply a divine weapon. Ningxu used this trick in many worlds. He was getting more and more skilled. Ningxu boiled medicine for Xianxia every meal. Xianxia didn't resist. After all, her body felt much better. Since there was no more medicine, Ningxu went to grab a few more scrolls and cooked them for Xianxia for her 3 meals a day. Anyway, Ningxu only made noodles. She didn't want to eat it. Ningxu felt that he might not have a mother-in-law in this life. It didn't matter whether he could cook or not. Xianxia drank medicine every day and ate noodles 3 times a day. Xianxia's face turned blue. She threw a tantrum with Wang Bo and wanted to order food. Wang Bo could only listen to her. They were already in conflict. If this could make Xianxia happy, Wang Bo was also happy. Xianxia didn't have any oil in her stomach. Seeing that Wang Bo agreed, she immediately called to order food. She ordered sashimi, tender steak, and a table full of dishes. Anyway, Xianxia only ordered what she liked. She felt that it would be a waste if she didn't take advantage of the situation. Anyway, Ningxu saw that Wang Bo's hands were trembling when he paid the bill. It was a thick stack of red notes. Wang Bo sighed. Xianxia ate very comfortably and felt that she had been hungry for a long time. Wang Bo looked at the dishes on the table and then looked at Xianxia. His face twitched. Ningxu saw that Wang Bo didn't move his chopsticks and said, "Eat. You ordered so much. Why aren't you eating?" Wang Bo tasted the food on the table. It was not that he was reluctant to let Xianxia eat, but Xianxia's attitude made Wang Bo uncomfortable. Xianxia ate until she burped, looking very satisfied. Ningxu also ate very comfortably, but Wang Bo had a bitter face. In Ningxu's opinion, he was honest, but his heart was too heavy. Since he had already ordered the food and given the money, he might as well enjoy it. Xianxia ate a little too much and said to Wang Bo mercifully, "Let's go out for a walk to digest the food." Wang Bo immediately put down his chopsticks and wanted to go out with Xianxia. Actually, he didn't eat much. Ningxu said faintly, "Let's eat first." Xianxia rolled her eyes and looked at Wang Bo. It was as if she was silently asking, "Are you listening to me or your mother?" The atmosphere was a little heavy, and it became a state of mutual hostility. Ningxu frowned. Was Xianxia thinking too highly of herself? She didn't eat and wanted to go with him to digest the food. She was simply being unreasonable. Wang Bo was not your servant who would come at your call. If she had the ability, then she should be arrogant in front of the men outside. She was spoiled. Wang Bo struggled and didn't know what to do. Ningxu sighed in his heart, "Let's go for a walk. I'll clear the table." Wang Bo and Ningxu smiled and followed Xianxia out. Xianxia turned around and smiled provocatively at Ningxu. She reached out and grabbed Wang Bo's arm and said sweetly to Ningxu, "Granny, we're going out." Ningxu said amiably, "Be careful." Xianxia curled her lips and rolled her eyes before walking away. Ningxu looked at Xianxia's back view and sneered. He then cleared the things on the table. Xianxia and Wang Bo only came back when it was dark. The atmosphere between the two of them wasn't bad and they entered the bedroom. Wang Bo and Xianxia took a shower and Wang Bo asked Xianxia how she was feeling. Xianxia directly pressed on Wang Bo's body, and Wang Bo immediately laughed. The two of them groped for a while and Wang Bo was about to enter. But the moment he entered, Xianxia suddenly screamed and pushed Wang Bo away. Wang Bo fell to the ground. Wang Bo looked at Xianxia in shock. Xianxia looked terrified. She felt as if she was being torn apart. It was so painful that she couldn't take it. "What's wrong?" Wang Bo asked Xianxia anxiously. Xianxia held her stomach and felt the pain slowly disappear. It wouldn't hurt for a while. Xianxia felt strange. Could it be that it had been too long since he came? Xianxia pressed on Wang Bo's body and took the initiative. She slowly entered. Wang Bo couldn't take the torture and went in. Xianxia's face turned pale. It was as if her internal organs were displaced by Wang Bo's strength and were about to tear her apart. Xianxia quickly pulled out and held her stomach. Wang Bo was stunned. Seeing her like this, he asked, "What's wrong?" Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears. "My stomach hurts. I can't take it anymore." "Why is it like this?" Wang Bo frowned. "Why does it hurt for no reason?" Xianxia panted and broke out in a cold sweat. After a while, she felt that her stomach didn't hurt as much. She waved her hand weakly and said, "Don't do it. My stomach hurts." Wang Bo was speechless. Wang Bo was on the verge of exploding. How could he stop now? He touched Xianxia's body, wanting to continue being warm. He wanted to touch Xianxia to arouse her. Xianxia was weak from the previous pain. Seeing Wang Bo like this, she was so angry that she wanted to die. She gave him a big slap in the face. "I said it hurts. Don't do it. Don't you understand?" Xianxia shouted. Wang Bo's head was suddenly slapped by Xianxia. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. After a while, he turned his head to look at Xianxia. He didn't say anything and just stared at Xianxia. Xianxia was angry, but her heart skipped a beat when she saw Wang Bo's gaze. She softened her tone and said, "My stomach hurts." Wang Bo didn't say anything. He put on his clothes and left the room. Xianxia was furious when she saw Wang Bo leave without looking back. What kind of man was this? He ran away when he saw her in pain. Scumbag. Wang Bo came to Ningxu's room and knocked on the door. Ningxu opened the door and saw the red mark on Wang Bo's face. He was surprised. Xianxia hit someone she didn't care about. From the clear red mark on Wang Bo's face, one could tell how hard Xianxia hit him. Ningxu asked, "Did she hit you?" Wang Bo pursed his lips and said, "Anxi has a stomachache. I don't know what's going on. Take her to the hospital tomorrow." Wang Bo turned around and spread the mat on the floor. Ningxu looked at Xianxia's room, then closed the door and went to sleep. The next day, Wang Bo was supposed to go to work, but the red mark on his face didn't disappear. Instead, it became more obvious, and half of his face was a little swollen. Ningxu told Wang Bo not to go to work because he couldn't go to work. He found some anti-inflammatory medicine for Wang Bo to take. Wang Bo appeared to be very quiet. He silently took the medicine given by Ningxu. Ningxu brought the medicine into the bedroom and woke up Xianxia, who was snoring loudly. Xianxia drank the medicine and lay down to sleep again. Ningxu said, "Wang Bo said you weren't feeling well. Go to the hospital." Xianxia's body trembled at the mention of the hospital. She didn't even feel sleepy anymore. "I'm not going to the hospital. I'm fine," Xianxia said while touching her stomach. It didn't hurt now, as if the pain last night was an illusion. Ningxu's face was cold. "Then why did you hit Wang Bo?" "The mark on his face made it impossible for him to go to work today." "How can he go out?" "The mark won't disappear in a day." Xianxia was stunned. "She forced me. I said I wasn't feeling well." Ningxu sneered. "Xianxia, don't push your luck. You've been with other men, but you didn't say they forced you. My son is honest, but it's not up to you to bully him." Xianxia stared at Ningxu and said casually, "When did I bully him? I was just defending myself. Rape in marriage is also rape. Can't I resist? Ningxu didn't say anything. He glanced at Xianxi's stomach and said lightly, you said the thing you relied on wasn't that reliable. Get up and get ready to go to the hospital. Ningxu took the bowl and went out. Xianxi got up and walked out of the bedroom to see Wangbo sitting on a chair. She walked over and saw that there was indeed a red mark on Wangbo's face. Xianxi also felt that she had gone too far. She gave Wangbo a sweet date. I'm sorry. I was too harsh. I'm sorry. Xianxi whispered into Wangbo's ear, you can do whatever you want tonight. Wangbo looked at Xianxi and said, sit down and eat. Seeing that Wangbo's expression had softened, Xianxi felt relieved and sat down. Ningxu said to Wangbo, come with me to the hospital today. All right. Wangbo nodded. I'll go with you, Wangbo said to Xianxi. Xianxi immediately shook her head. I'm fine. I'm not going to the hospital. But you were in so much pain last night. It's safer to have a look, Wangbo said. Xianxi said impatiently, I said I'm not going, so I'm not going. I'm fine. Then I won't go. Wangbo compromised. Ningxu didn't say anything. Because Wangbo didn't go to work, the young couple went to the bedroom after eating breakfast. Xianxi unbuttoned Wangbo's shirt. Obviously, she wanted to test if it was as painful as last night. Seeing that Xianxi was willing, Wangbo naturally hugged her. The two took off their clothes. When Wangbo entered, Xianxi took a deep breath. However, she was still panicked by the overwhelming pain below. It was as if her body was going to be torn apart. Wangbo moved twice. Xianxi was in so much pain that her face turned pale. She felt that the pain below her pubic bone was already numb. Xianxi exerted all her strength and kicked Wangbo away. Wangbo was kicked to the ground. He sat on the ground and felt that his tailbone was going to break. What's wrong now? Wangbo looked at Xianxi, who was holding her stomach and rolling on the bed. He ignored the pain in his body and asked, what's wrong with you? My stomach hurts. It hurts down there. It hurts when I come with you. Xianxi said with sweat all over her head. Wangbo didn't know what to feel. What did she mean by it hurts when she comes with him? Wangbo put on his clothes and helped Xianxi put on her clothes. He said, let's go to the hospital. This time, Xianxi didn't refuse. She was really in pain. It hurt a lot. Wangbo helped the weak Xianxi out of the bedroom. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and asked, what's wrong with her? Wangbo said, Anxi has a stomachache. She wants to go to the hospital. Ningxu nodded. Then let's go. Wangbo directly carried Xianxi downstairs. They went out of the community and got into a taxi. Ningxu sat in the front passenger seat. He looked back and saw Xianxi's pale face. She was sweating and looked like she was in pain. When they arrived at the hospital, Ningxu asked, where does it hurt? There's the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, stomach and intestines in your stomach. Do you want to do these tests again? Xianxi's face became even paler. She said, it hurts down there. My breasts and uterus. Ningxu nodded. Then let's go to the gynecology department. Ningxu went to register. Wangbo sat on the chair with Xianxi. Wangbo held Xianxi's hand and said, it's all right. At this time, Xianxi's stomach didn't hurt so much. The pain slowly disappeared. Ningxu registered and took Xianxi to the gynecology department. Wangbo was waiting outside. Tell the doctor about your symptoms, Ningxu said. Xianxi hesitated for a while before saying, it hurts when we're having sex. It's very painful. It was as if her body was going to be torn in half. For a moment, she was in a trance because of the pain. The doctor did a checkup and even put her finger in. Xianxi cried out in pain. There was nothing wrong with the body fluid test, and there was nothing wrong with the B scan. The doctor was not sure what the reason was. She said, there's nothing abnormal. There's no lower body spasm. It may be a fear of sex or psychological reasons. Xianxi was confused. How could it be fear? It was impossible. Ningshu took Xianxia out of the clinic. Wang Bo, who was waiting at the door, immediately asked, "How is it?" Ningshu shook his head. "You still need to see a psychiatrist." Wang Bo was stunned. What did stomach pain have to do with a psychiatrist? Wang Bo was confused. Xianxia was even more confused than Wang Bo. Anyone could have this disease, but it was impossible for her. Xianxia touched her stomach. There was nothing wrong with it at all. It didn't hurt anymore. It was normal. Xianxia looked as if she had seen a ghost. Could it be that the pain was all her hallucinations? Was it the pain she had imagined? Xianxia looked at Wang Bo. There was a red mark on his face, and he looked worried. Just one look was enough to make anyone lose their appetite. Was it because the subject was Wang Bo that she felt disgusted? Xianxia bit her lips tightly. She wondered if she should find another man to test it. Would the same thing happen? Ningshu then took Xianxia to see a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist did all kinds of psychological tests and didn't think that Xianxia had any psychological problems. Xianxia didn't think that she had any psychological problems, especially when it came to that aspect. After Xianxia returned home, she tested it with Wang Bo again. But as soon as she went in, Xianxia cried out in pain. Xianxia was in so much pain that her whole body trembled. Her whole body felt like it was being torn apart. She kicked Wang Bo away. Wang Bo's face didn't look good. Seeing Xianxia in pain, he asked, "Didn't you say that there was no problem? Why does it hurt?" "You ask me, how would I know?" Xianxia's face was pale. She thought that it was her illusion. She didn't expect that it wasn't like that at all. It really hurt, very much. Wang Bo got dressed in bed and went out to find Ningshu. He said to Ningshu, "Anxi's body is still not feeling well. It still hurts." Ningshu was a little surprised. "Didn't you say that it's fine?" Wang Bo fidgeted with his hair. "I don't know what's going on." Ningshu pursed his lips and said, "Go to the big hospital to have a look." Wang Bo could only nod. "Let's go and have a look." Wang Bo's work couldn't be delayed. Ningshu could only take Xianxia to the hospital for a checkup. They checked again and again, but there was no problem. They repeatedly consulted the psychiatrist, but the result was that there was no problem. Xianxia couldn't believe that she would encounter such a thing. After such a thing happened, she couldn't enjoy the joy that a woman should have. For Xianxia, it was a nightmare. What was the use of having a pretty face? Xianxia always felt that it might have happened because the partner was Wang Bo. If it was another man, it wouldn't have happened. Xianxia dressed herself up and was about to go out, but she was stopped by Ningshu. "Where are you going?" "I'm in a bad mood." "I'm going out for a walk," Xianxia said casually. Ningshu took out a notebook and pen. "How many days have you not done the housework?" "I've already recorded it for you." "Don't you want your name tag?" Xianxia immediately pulled a long face. "I really have to hand it to you. Can't you see that I'm not feeling well? I'm just going out for a walk, but you insist on making me do things. I feel like I should be ruined by you." Ningshu's expression didn't change as he said, "Everything has been checked. Psychology, neurology, gynecology, everything has been checked. There's no problem, your body is fine." "How could I be fine? I just feel pain." Xianxia slammed the door and left. Ningshu took his phone and followed her. Probably because she was followed by Ningshu last time, Xianxia didn't look for a man directly this time. Instead, she really looked for her best friends to eat pastries and drink coffee in a cafe. Ningshu was not in a hurry. He just waited. Xianxia was definitely going to meet the man. After staying in the cafe for an hour or two, the women left. Xianxia took her bag and went out of the cafe. She hailed a taxi and left. Ningshu followed. This time, it wasn't the same hotel as last time, but a more hidden hotel. At the entrance of the hotel, a man was waiting for Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia, he hugged her and walked into the hotel. Ningshu took out his phone and took pictures of the hotel's signboard. Ningshu waited for Xianxia at the door to see when she would come out. Xianxia and the man entered the room and hugged and kissed. They fell on the bed. Xianxia's heart was filled with anticipation and fear. She hoped that her body would be fine, but she was afraid of the pain of being torn apart by a beast. Xianxia's body was trembling with nervousness and her palms were sweating. The moment the man entered, Xianxia screamed, as if an animal's sharp teeth were tearing her body. The pain was overwhelming. The pain in her body and the despair in her heart made Xianxia in a trance. The man moved twice. Xianxia was in extreme pain. She pushed the man away and began to put on her clothes with a pale face. The man's face darkened. He couldn't help but shout, "What's wrong with you?" I'm not going. Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears. She had already taken off her clothes and entered. If she said she wasn't going to do it now, wouldn't she be spitting out the duck in her mouth? How could she? Now was the time to take action. How could she stop just because she said so? The man didn't care about Xianxia's feelings like Wang Bo. He threw Xianxia onto the bed and pressed her down. The man entered without hesitation. Xianxia was in so much pain that her body started to convulse. The man was very satisfied. You clamped it very tightly. Then, he started to move without any scruples. Xianxia screamed in pain. She felt like she was going to be dismembered and was about to die. Xianxia's voice slowly weakened from the initial screams to a soft moan. Xianxia just wanted this violence to end quickly. It was like walking in hell. Her lower body was already numb from the pain, but the pain seemed to be engraved in her brain. It was very painful. Every second and minute was unbearable for Xianxia. Every day felt like a year. The man on top of her was extremely excited, but Xianxia couldn't resist. She just wanted it to end quickly. Tears seeped out of the corners of Xianxia's eyes. She didn't have any strength in her body and let the man do whatever he wanted to her. After an unknown amount of time, the man finally released, but Xianxia felt dizzy in front of her eyes, as if she was about to die. She vaguely heard the sound of the man putting on his clothes and pulling up his pants. Before he left, he touched Xianxia's chest and pinched it hard. He said, "If you need anything in the future, you can call me." Then, he left with a smug smile. Xianxia listened to the man's laughter and her heart was filled with hatred. She lay on the bed, motionless, and stared blankly at the ceiling. Xianxia closed her eyes and wrapped the blanket around her body, waiting for the pain to pass. How could this be? How could this be? How could she have such a problem? It wasn't because of Wang Bo, but because of herself. Even if it was another man, the result would be the same. She couldn't feel any joy at all, only endless pain. Xianxia's head was in a daze from the pain. As the pain in her body gradually disappeared, Xianxia fell asleep. When Xianxia woke up again, it was almost dark and her stomach didn't hurt anymore. Xianxia got up and took a shower. As she washed, she rubbed her body hard. She resented her body for being so useless. But what was she going to do now? What was she going to do? Xianxia's eyes were red. She put on her clothes and left the room. When she reached the hotel lobby, she was stopped by the waiter, who asked Xianxia to pay for the room. Xianxia was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Why didn't that B** die? He made her suffer so much and still wanted her to pay the room. Xianxia gritted her teeth. She paid the bill and stormed out of the hotel in a huff. Ningxu saw Xianxia coming out of the hotel and took 2 photos of her. Ningxu also took photos of the man from before. Xianxia got into the taxi and went home. When she got home, Wang Bo sat on the sofa and looked around the room. He didn't see Ningxu and asked, "Where's your mother?" "You're asking me? I also want to know where my mother went." "Aren't you two at home?" Wang Bo asked Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Last time, she was secretly photographed by that old woman. This time, it couldn't be that she was secretly photographed again. Otherwise, why wasn't she back yet? She was already so cautious. Xianxia cursed Ningxu in her heart. It would be best if he died outside. If this old woman died, there would be no one to torture her and deliberately find trouble with her. Moreover, this house might be hers. Xianxia's heart was filled with hostility. I went out in the afternoon to hang out with my friends. How would I know where your mother went? Xianxia said unhappily. Wang Bo's face was filled with worry. Xianxia looked at him and said, your mother is so old. How could she get lost? Wangbo heard her say that and looked unhappy. How can you say that? She's my mother. Not my mother. Xianxia rolled her eyes and went into the bedroom. Wangbo took out his phone and called Ningxu. The phone rang at the door. Ningxu opened the door and saw Wangbo. He said, I'm back. Mom, where did you go? It's already dark. I was very worried. Wangbo let out a long sigh. Ningxu smiled and said, it's nothing. I just went out for a walk. Wangbo scratched his head. Both of them went out for a walk and it was so late. Ningxu made 3 bowls of noodles. Wangbo called Xianxia out to eat. Xianxia looked at the noodles and turned around to go back to the room without saying anything. Today's matter had already made her very tired and painful. She still wanted to eat this kind of food. Wangbo saw Xianxia like this and called out to her, let's eat. You're not eating? I don't want to eat. I'm not eating. Xianxia closed the door, and then there was no movement at all. No one knew what she was doing inside. Wangbo's expression was ugly. He couldn't stand Xianxia's willfulness. She had no scruples and didn't care about others at all. She only cared about her family. Ningxu said to Wangbo, Wangbo, there are some things that you don't need to endure at all. As a person, there is always advance and retreat. If you keep retreating until you reach the foot of the wall or the edge of the cliff, you will be the one suffering in the end. Wangbo had always felt that he had married a goddess. Then, he would worship her and give in unconditionally. Mom. Wangbo sighed deeply. We're trying to get used to each other. Ningxu said, you have to have your own bottom line. Let her know your bottom line. Your concession won't make her restrain herself. It will only make her more arrogant. As long as you're alive, you have to have some dignity. I don't want to see you endure it like this, Ningxu said. You have to advance and retreat. You can't keep retreating alone. Wangbo sighed again. Can you stop sighing all the time? I feel depressed when I hear you sigh. What can you do if you stick out your chest? Ningxu said unhappily. Ningxu pursed his lips. If Xianxia did something wrong to you, what would you not tolerate the most? What is your bottom line? If she crosses it, what will you do? Ningxu asked tentatively. Wangbo was silent for a moment and said, my bottom line is that Xianxia is loyal to me. I can tolerate her temper and willfulness. Oh, as long as he has a bottom line. What if she crosses your bottom line? Ningxu asked. I don't know, Wangbo said. Ningxu slapped his face. A bottom line was not to be challenged. If the bottom line was crossed, what would he do? Ningxu was speechless. If, and I'm saying if, she crosses your bottom line, what will you do? Ningxu asked Wangbo. Wangbo thought for a moment and said, I will divorce her. Ningxu looked at Wangbo and said, I hope you can understand your wife well. Her personality is too flamboyant, and your personality is too honest. Wangbo was silent. When he returned to the bedroom, he saw Xianxia sleeping on the bed. He lay down and hugged Xianxia. Xianxia was annoyed. She was even more annoyed when she saw Wangbo. She hugged him tightly. It's so hot. Don't hug me. Xianxia pushed Wangbo away. Wangbo asked, what's wrong with you? Tell me if you have something to say. Xianxia did not know what to say. She said with annoyance, nothing. I just feel annoyed when I see you. Don't hover in front of me. Wangbo frowned. We are husband and wife. What can't we talk about? Husband and wife also have private matters. You're so annoying. I'm going to sleep. Xianxia turned her back to Wangbo. Wangbo looked at Xianxia's back. He reached out and straightened Xianxia's body. He said seriously, Anxi, we are husband and wife. We are 2 people who will spend a lifetime together. I hope we can grow old together. Is there anything you can tell me? Xianxia's eyes turned. She smiled and said, since I'm married to you, I naturally want to grow old with you. Wangbo smiled. He wanted to kiss Xianxia, but Xianxia pushed him away. I'm not feeling well. Although Wang Bo was disappointed, he did not force Xianxia. Xianxia turned her back to Wang Bo. She did not know what was wrong with her body. Anyway, she was married to Wang Bo naturally, she wanted to be with Wang Bo. Xianxia's heart was filled with despair. What was wrong with her body? She could not have children and could not enjoy the pleasure of a woman. Only now did Xianxia put Wang Bo in her heart. After all, her body could not fulfill the duties of husband and wife. Only Wang Bo would endure it. Xianxia wanted to say a few words to Wang Bo, but she had been high and mighty in front of Wang Bo for a long time. She could not bring herself to do so. She could only say goodnight. Wang Bo nodded and hugged Xianxia. Xianxia frowned impatiently, but she endured it in the end. Wang Bo was her only way out. She had to rely on Wang Bo. If she left Wang Bo, Xianxia suddenly did not know how to survive. She would rather die than have to do that kind of bitter work. Xianxia thought about it for an entire night. She was still unwilling. The next day, she decided to try another man. It only hurt when she had sex. She was fine the rest of the time. It did not look like she was sick at all. Xianxia still wanted to find a man to test it on. As soon as Xianxia stepped out of the door, Ningxu followed behind her. She followed her all the way and took photos while she was at it. Ningxu saw Xianxia looking for men so frequently. He could not help but doubt his skills. Didn't Xianxia say that her stomach hurt? Why did she find a man yesterday and continue to find one today? What's going on? She drank so much medicine, and Ningxu also injected a needle into Xianxia's abdomen. This method is called locking the palace, as the name implies, locking it up. When Ningxu followed Xianxia again, he called Wang Bo and asked him to ask for leave from the leader and come back quickly. Wang Bo didn't know what happened, but seeing Ningxu's anxious tone, he asked for leave. As soon as Xianxia and the man entered the hotel, Ningxu told Wang Bo the address of the hotel and asked him to hurry over. When Wang Bo came to the door of the hotel, he saw Ningxu and asked, "Mom, what's the matter? Come with me." Ningxu told the waiter that he came to find his wife. He asked for the key and took Wang Bo to the door. Wang Bo's face was uneasy. Ningxu asked, "Mom, what are we doing here?" Wang Bo could vaguely hear the voice inside, and the voice was somewhat familiar. Wang Bo thought of a possibility and his face turned black. Ningxu opened the door and saw messy clothes on the ground. A man was crawling on Xianxia's body. Xianxia's face was pale and her body was convulsing. Ningxu quickly took a photo. Sensing that someone came in, the man crawling on Xianxia's body immediately pulled out and quickly covered his lower body with a sheet. Xianxia was in so much pain that she couldn't move. She just lay naked on the bed. When she saw Wang Bo, her tears fell. Wang Bo's body was trembling, his eyes were red, and he looked like he was struck by lightning. His neck was stiff as he looked at the man who was hurriedly putting on his clothes. Ningxu took a photo of the man wearing clothes and said to Wang Bo, "Hit him. If he didn't do anything, then he wouldn't be popular at all." When Wang Bo heard this, he clenched his fist and punched the man. The man didn't want to be outdone. "Who are you? How dare you hit me? I'll tell." Wang Bo punched him in the face again. Ningxu closed the door and looked indifferently at Xianxia, who was lying on the bed. Tears streamed down Xianxia's face as her face turned deathly pale. She looked at the two men fighting in horror. Wang Bo grabbed the man's hair and moved closer to Xianxia. He growled, "This is your lover. I said you didn't want to come with me. You said you weren't feeling well. That was just an excuse. I'm your husband. I'm not as good as your lover." Xianxia's face was ashen. She turned her head stiffly to look at Ningxu. "It's you. It's me. Wang Bo is my son. It's time to let him know," Ningxu said indifferently. "You have nothing to do with me. Why should I protect you?" Xianxia looked at Wang Bo's red eyes and felt a little scared. Enduring the pain in her body, she got up and tugged at Wang Bo's clothes. "Can you let me go back and explain?" "What's there to explain? Look at you. You're naked. What's there to explain?" Wang Bo's body was trembling. "Do you think I'm blind? Can't see?" Xianxia was forced by a man before. Her body was in so much pain that she wanted to die. Xianxia's heart was in complete despair. There was something wrong with her body. Now she was caught red-handed. Xianxia didn't feel sorry for Wang Bo. She never thought of keeping her virginity for Wang Bo. Wang Bo was just a spare tire. Xianxia was afraid of her future. Her body was her weapon of survival. Now she didn't have this weapon and Wang Bo found out about it. Wang Bo saw the traces of abuse on Xianxia's body. There were 3 people in the room. She was naked and shameless. But in front of him, she was noble and inviolable. The man who was beaten by Wang Bo took the opportunity to slip away. Ningxu didn't care about him. He was just one of Xianxia's men. Wang Bo threw the quilt on Xianxia's body to cover her body. Ningxu saw that Wang Bo's hand was trembling uncontrollably. He said to Xianxia coldly, "Put on your clothes." Xianxia could only endure the pain and put on her clothes. Wang Bo directly dragged Xianxia out of the hotel. Every time Xianxia took a step, her body would spasm. Xianxia was in so much pain that she was sweating all over and her face was pale. Ningxu called for a taxi. Wang Bo stuffed Xianxia into the car and sat beside her. Xianxia opened her mouth and wanted to say something. But when she saw Wang Bo's ugly face, she closed her mouth. Back home, Wang Bo directly said to Ningxu, "Mom, I want a divorce." He thought he married a good wife, but he didn't expect that she would cheat on him. "I won't divorce. I won't divorce even if I die," Xianxia said immediately. Wang Bo was furious. "Why won't you divorce? You can't divorce like this. You don't want to live with me. You can go find other men you like. Just once, just once." Xianxia tried to defend herself. Ningxu took out his phone and showed it to Wang Bo. There were several times before. "There are dates. You." Xianxia looked at Ningxu. Wang Bo looked at the photos on the phone and his lips were trembling. Ningxu said, when she went for a checkup, the doctor said that she couldn't get pregnant at all. She had several miscarriages. Wang Bo's face turned green. He looked at Xianxia with red eyes. When Xianxia saw that Ningxu had spilled everything out, she shouted angrily, "What are you thinking? Are you happy to see me and Wang Bo get divorced?" Ningxu nodded. "Very happy." Wang Bo looked at Xianxia and asked in a low voice, "You said that you were in pain. Was that also a perfunctory reason?" Xianxia shook her head. "I didn't lie to you. It really hurts." Wang Bo raised his hand and wanted to slap Xianxia. However, his hand stopped in the air. Wang Bo's face turned green. "You said that you were in pain. You even found another man. This time, you found another man?" Xianxia bit her lips and said honestly, "I just wanted to test if it was painful with other men." "This is your reason for being loose." "What pain?" "When you are with me, you are in pain. When you are with other men, you are not in pain." Wang Bo was so angry that his tone changed. Xianxia didn't know how to explain. Her body was in pain. Wang Bo staggered and sat on the chair. He rubbed his forehead. "Divorce. We must divorce." Xianxia immediately said, "I will not divorce. I will never divorce." "How can you be so shameless?" Wang Bo looked at Xianxia. His lips were trembling. His face was twisted with anger and sadness. "No matter what I say, I will not divorce," Xianxia said domineeringly. Her body was no longer in pain, and her spirit had also recovered a little. "Wang Bo, are you sure you want to divorce? Don't you love me?" Xianxia looked at Wang Bo. Wang Bo couldn't help but cover his chest. He was so angry that he gasped. "You have been lying to me from the beginning. I don't know about your past. I can ignore it. But why do you still want to marry me?" Wang Bo caught Xianxia with another man on the spot and was determined to divorce her. Wang Bo was angry. He respected Xianxia and never forced her, but Xianxia was with another man. It was as if she was protecting her chastity for another man. They were clearly husband and wife. Wang Bo was so angry that the veins on his head were throbbing. He looked at Xianxia with red eyes. Xianxia said again, "I won't divorce you. In her situation, she couldn't remarry after the divorce. Xianxia hurriedly promised Wang Bo, "This is the last time, really the last time. If there's a next time, even if you kill me, I won't complain. I want to kill you right now." Wang Bo roared in a low voice. "You're still treating me like a fool." Wang Bo clenched his fists. "I really want to kill you, shameless bitch." Xianxia heard Wang Bo's insults and felt angry. Why didn't he look at himself? How could he be worthy of her giving up a large forest for him? Xianxia took a deep breath and asked, "Do you have to divorce me? Do you have to divorce me?" "Yes," Wang Bo said resolutely. Xianxia looked at Wang Bo's resolute expression and sat on the sofa. She said indifferently, "Anyway, I won't divorce you." She said, "I won't divorce you. Let's see what you can do to me." Wang Bo trembled with anger at Xianxia's attitude. "Don't you feel any shame at all?" Xianxia's face didn't show any guilt or shame. She didn't show any apology to Wang Bo. Wang Bo felt that his heart was trampled into a pile of flesh and blood. "Mom, I want to divorce her. Now, immediately, right now." Wang Bo almost couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Ningxu looked indifferent and said calmly, "Calm down." Ningxu looked at the fearless Xianxia and asked coldly, "What conditions do you have for divorcing Wang Bo?" Xianxia sat on the sofa and said, "Give me 200,000 yuan or give me this house." "Impossible!" Wang Bo bellowed. Wang Bo was so angry that he staggered and used his hand to support himself on the table. This woman had no sense of propriety. She wanted money and a house for a divorce. How could she be so shameless? Now, Xianxia's image in Wang Bo's heart had taken a 180-degree turn. It was completely overturned. He used to think that Xianxia was a good woman, although she had a bad temper. But he didn't expect her to be such a person. He had done something wrong, yet he was being overbearing. Ningxu raised his eyebrows when he heard Xianxia's request. "You're the one at fault in this marriage. Are you sure you can get 200,000 yuan and still covet this house? It's fine if you don't want a divorce." Xianxia crossed her arms and looked at Ningxu and Wang Bo. "If you want a divorce, you have to give me 200,000 yuan. Ningxu had 200,000 yuan in his hands. This was the savings of the original owner, Xianxia, over the years. It also included Wang Bo's salary. Xianxia had saved all this money. When she couldn't take it anymore, she would give it to the young couple. However, if she really gave it to Xianxia, this 200,000 yuan would make her and Wang Bo's life much more difficult. Their family's wealth would be emptied. Wang Bo frowned tightly and his face was livid. Ningxu said, "Mom, I can't take it anymore. I want a divorce. Even if you give me money, I want a divorce with her." Ningxu pushed the agitated Wang Bo away and looked at Xianxia. "Since you don't want a divorce, then don't divorce." "Mom." Wang Bo looked at Ningxu in shock and pointed at Xianxia. "I won't live with such a woman." Xianxia was also a little surprised. Then she curled the corner of her mouth and sat steadily on the sofa. Ningxu looked at Wang Bo's shocked, disappointed and sad face and said, "We'll talk about the divorce later. You're too agitated now. You're not in the mood to deal with things." Xianxia stood up and stretched. She said casually, "Since there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room and rest. Call me when it's time to eat." After they shed all pretense of cordiality, Xianxia seemed to have no scruples. Xianxia walked towards the bedroom gracefully. Wang Bo grabbed Xianxia's arm. Xianxia turned her head and looked at Wang Bo with her chin raised. "What's the matter?" Wang Bo clenched his fist and loosened it. His eyes were fixed on Xianxia. Xianxia was a little impatient and asked, "What's the matter?" Wang Bo's nose twitched. Then he gave Xianxia a slap. Xianxia was slapped to the ground by him. Xianxia covered her face and looked at Wang Bo in shock. "You hit me." Wang Bo's hand was shaking badly. "I hit you, bitch. Who do you think you are to hit me? You're not even a man. What's the point of hitting a woman?" Xianxia got up from the ground and rushed towards Wang Bo to scratch him. Ningxu grabbed Xianxia and flung her away. Xianxia was thrown to the ground by Ningxu. She groaned and couldn't get up for a while. I want to call the police. You guys are intentionally hurting me. This is domestic violence. Xianxia shouted. Ningxu nodded. You can call the police. Hurry up. Ningxu entered his room and threw a tattered dress at Xianxia's face. Xianxia looked at the dress and her face turned green. Old woman, you cut my dress. I've said it before. I've remembered it all. I've only cut your dress now. Tomorrow it will be your bag. Ningxu said indifferently. You. Xianxia's face twitched. She was holding the dress with several holes in it. The dress was full of holes and the sleeves were too short. She couldn't mend them even if she wanted to. Xianxia's heart was filled with hatred. She looked at Ningxu with hatred in her eyes. Wangbo was a little confused and asked, "What's going on?" Ningxu smiled and said, "You still don't know that your wife has a lot of famous brands. A small accessory can easily cost thousands. Her clothes and shoes are all famous brands. Where did she get the money to buy them?" Wangbo's face turned black. He thought of a possibility and couldn't help but rub his temple. You have more than one man. What kind of woman are you? Wangbo roared at Xianxia. Xianxia threw the dress in her hand and said sarcastically, "Can you buy me these famous brands? Can you? What right do you have to question me? I bought these things myself. I didn't use a single cent from your family." Wangbo's temple suddenly exploded. He was so angry that his chest violently heaved up and down. He was speechless for a long time. It was said that shameless people were invincible. Xianxia was really shameless. This was an era where people laughed at the poor but not at the prostitutes. There was no such thing as integrity. As long as you lived a good life, you would be successful. Xianxia never thought of paying anything for this marriage. She also never thought of sticking to this marriage. Xianxia only saw Wangbo as a way out. She was old and couldn't play anymore. Wangbo would take care of her. Now that Wangbo was going to divorce her, she had to take a piece of meat from him. It was either 200,000 yuan or a house. She really dared to say that. If he gave the house to Xianxia, would they sleep on the streets? Besides, a house was more than 200,000 yuan. It would be demolished in the future, and the price of the house would only be higher. Xianxia went back to the bedroom to pack her luggage and was ready to leave. She didn't want to live under the same roof with this mother and son. Xianxia said, "Divorce or not, tell me when you've thought it through. If you want to divorce, prepare 200,000 yuan. It's up to you." "Where are you going?" Wangbo asked with a livid face. "Why do you care where I'm going?" Xianxia said angrily. Wangbo was furious. Xianxia didn't want to divorce and play on her own. But what about him? Was this woman going to be his wife for life? His wife was in the arms of other men. She was free, but he couldn't start a new life. Ningxu said to Xianxia, "If you step out of this door, I'll destroy all your things." Xianxia suddenly twisted her face and shouted sharply, "Don't you dare. There's nothing I don't dare to do. Didn't your skirt get cut too?" Ningxu said indifferently, "You can't leave this house before it's confirmed whether you want to divorce or not." "You." Xianxia stomped her feet in anger. "You're putting me under house arrest. I'm going to call the police. You stole my things. You're a thief." Ningxu said very calmly, "Sure, I have photos of you in prostitution on my phone. Oh right, there's also a video of you chatting naked with others. I can sue you for spreading obscenity." Xianxia's face turned green. She looked at Ningxu in a daze. How can you do this? How could this old woman be so powerful? She thought she was just a yes woman. How did she get a video of her chatting naked? She knew about it, but she didn't say anything back then. Wangbo's face turned even uglier. Of course he knew about it. He looked at Xianxia in disbelief. "What kind of woman are you? How can you be so slutty?" Xianxia first sneered and then said, "If you men didn't want to see it, would I take it off? If a man wants to see, you can take it off." "Xianxia, you woman." Wangbo roared. Xianxia didn't care at all. "You men can play and be unrestrained. Why can't women? Why? I. Wang Bo choked on Xianxi's words and didn't know what to say. Ningxu lightly said, "Do you want to leave or stay? Have you thought about it?" Xianxi snorted and stayed. Her branded goods could not be ruined by old women who did not know what was good for them. Now that she was sick, those men who wanted to please her would not buy her anything anymore. Xianxi dragged the suitcase back to the bedroom and slammed the door. Wang Bo stared blankly at the door. Ningxu asked, "Are you hungry? Get us something to eat." Wang Bo turned to Ningxu and said, "Mom, I want a divorce. I must get a divorce. Even if you give me money, I will divorce this woman." Wang Bo's face was resolute. Ningxu was speechless. No wonder Xianxi took away the family property. It was because of Wang Bo. For her son, Xianxia would naturally give any amount of money. Ningxu said, "I will let you two divorce. You can't give her 200,000 yuan, and you won't give her the house." And Ningxu looked at Wang Bo. "Are you willing to be called a cuckold? After you divorce Xianxi, you have to start a new life. You can't always be under Xianxi's shadow." Wang Bo tightly frowned and said somewhat dispiritedly, "What can I do? Other than giving her money, what else can I do to get rid of Xianxi? Take it slow. There will be a way." Ningxu went into the kitchen and cooked noodles. Wang Bo said, "You don't have to cook for her. She knows how to order food." Since Wang Bo said that he wouldn't cook for Xianxi, Ningxu wouldn't cook. He could only cook 2 bowls of noodles. When Xianxi came out and saw that there was no food for her, her face turned ugly. She directly took out her phone to order food. After the delivery man came, Xianxi said to the delivery man, "They will pay." Then she carried the things into the bedroom. The delivery man looked at Ningxu and Wang Bo. Wang Bo's face was extremely ugly. Seeing the delivery man looking at him, he very unwillingly paid the money. Ningxu was silent. Looking at Wang Bo's hateful expression, he said, "Take it slow." Wang Bo shook his head in annoyance. He looked very dispirited. Ningxu comforted him. "All the pain is the suffering before happiness. A happy life is precious." Just like her, living in the hospital and being tortured by illness. Her life was unfortunate, but these illnesses tempered her soul. After death, because her soul was qualified, it was captured by the system and started a new life. You will meet better people in the future. Who didn't meet a few scumbags when they were young? Ningxu patted Wang Bo's shoulder and transmitted a stream of qi to Wang Bo. It was not worth torturing himself for Xianxi. Wang Bo tightly pursed his lips. Ningxu said, "Don't always sleep in the living room. Go back to the bedroom. This is our home. Why can't you sleep in the bedroom?" Wang Bo shook his head. "But I don't want to see her." "Then it's up to you," Ningxu said. The more Wang Bo thought about it, the angrier he became. In the middle of the night, he directly went into the bedroom and pressed on top of Xianxi. He was so worried about Xianxi's feelings, but Xianxi rolled around with other men. Wang Bo's heart was filled with anger. The more he thought about it, the more it was not worth it. Wang Bo violently went in, causing Xianxi to scream in pain. She beat Wang Bo to get out and tell him to get out. Wang Bo looked at Xianxi's twisted face and suddenly felt very bored. What did he get by doing this? He knew what kind of person Xianxi was. Did he think he could take revenge on her like this? Wang Bo put on his pants. He did not even look at Xianxi, who was lying on the bed in pain. He turned around and went out. Xianxi was a promiscuous woman. Who knew how many men she had? What he did was insulting himself. Xianxi was a woman who was worse than a prostitute. Ningxu heard Xianxi's screams in the next room. He opened the door and saw Wang Bo coming out of the bedroom. Wang Bo saw Ningxu. Ningxu said, "Mom, I'm fine. I want to get a divorce as soon as possible." Ningxu saw that Wang Bo was calmer than before. It was as if he was relieved. Anger and sadness were because he cared. Only a person who was as calm as a stranger truly did not care. Although Wang Bo did not completely let go of Xianxi, it was a good start. The next day, Wang Bo had to go to work. There were dark circles under his eyes. Apparently, he hadn't slept the whole night. Ningxu saw that he didn't look good and said, rest for a while. There's no rush to go to work. It's not efficient for you to go to work in this state. Xianxia came out of the bedroom. Wang Bo looked at Xianxia and nodded. Then I'll rest for a while. Xianxia's face didn't look good. She asked Wang Bo, why did you do that to me? Wang Bo said, we're husband and wife. Isn't it normal for us to do that kind of thing? You can do it with other men. Why can't you do it with me? Xianxia was furious. I'm not feeling well. It hurts. You still forced me. Then it doesn't hurt when you do it with other men. It's still up to you whether it hurts or not. Wang Bo calmed down and spoke more logically. Xianxia looked at Wang Bo in a daze. How dare you talk to me like that? Wang Bo was always careful with her. Now that he spoke to her like that, Xianxia was not used to it. She felt offended. Wang Bo ignored Xianxia and sat down to eat. Xianxia angrily stomped her feet and sat down to eat breakfast. Ningxu said to Xianxia, come with me to buy groceries later. Why buy groceries? Now you should consider whether to divorce and give money or not. Xianxia deliberately used the divorce to provoke Wang Bo. However, she saw that Wang Bo's face was cold and had no reaction at all. This made Xianxia feel frustrated and uneasy. She relied on Wang Bo's liking and concession. Moreover, there was something wrong with her body. She didn't have two weapons. Xianxia was a little flustered. Ningxu said, as long as you're not divorced, you're the daughter-in-law of this family. After breakfast, Ningxu took the basket and stuffed it into Xianxia's hands. Xianxia said coldly, I'm not going. Then you can only see the corpse of the shoes. Ningxu said. Xianxia was furious. She could only carry the basket and go to buy groceries with Ningxu. Xianxia was smart this time. She didn't wear high heels and followed Ningxu out. She was sweating from the sun and her face was burning. Ningxu wandered back and forth in the market. Xianxia could only follow him. She was carrying a basket of vegetables, which was extremely heavy. Xianxia glared at Ningxu's back. As long as she got her hands on the item, she would definitely make this mother and son suffer. Now, Xianxia was afraid of breaking the vases. Previously, one of her dresses had already been cut, which made her heart bleed. These things were not cheap. Xianxia carried her things and followed behind Ningxu. On the way home, they met acquaintances and chatted endlessly. It's so hot outside. F*ck, this old woman doesn't seem to feel it. Xianxia saw Ningxu saying that she was filial and came to buy groceries with her. He was really hypocritical. Now they were obviously divorcing, but he still acted like a harmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. How hypocritical. When Xianxia saw Ningxu's gentle and kind appearance, her heart was bleeding. This woman was so hateful. She was so good at pretending in front of others. After strolling around slowly, it was almost noon. When they got home, Xianxia threw the basket away and ran into the room to save her sunburned skin with her cosmetics. Xianxia hated her to death. Her expensive skincare products were taken away by this old woman. Xianxia was wiping her face. Ningxu stood at the door of the bedroom and said, choose the vegetables and cook. Why? Xianxia retorted. Ningxu said, then I can only use your skincare products to polish shoes. You. Xianxia glared at Ningxu and began to choose the vegetables. Xianxia saw Wang Bo sitting on the sofa and said, we are not divorced. I am your wife. Now you let me do everything. Don't you know how to help me? Wang Bo nodded and came to help choose the vegetables. He was not angry with Xianxia anymore. Xianxia was happy to see Wang Bo so obedient. Ningxu smiled provocatively. After choosing the vegetables, Ningxu asked Xianxia to cook. Xianxia gritted her teeth and went to cook. Anyway, the kitchen was in a mess. The dishes on the table were all black. Anyway, looking at them made one lose their appetite. It was either salty or sweet in the mouth. It was simply poisoning. Xianxia couldn't eat it. Ningxu ate without changing his expression. Wang Bo also picked up some vegetables. This made Xianxia feel very frustrated. Xianxia really couldn't eat these dishes. She took out her mobile phone to order food. After the delivery man came, Wang Bo said to the delivery man, "In the future, whoever orders the food will pay." Xianxia's face suddenly darkened. Under the delivery man's strange eyes, she paid the money. "I bought these. You are not allowed to eat them," Xianxia said bitterly. Ningxu and Wang Bo ignored her. Xianxia ate the delicious food alone. She ate with all her might. If she couldn't finish it, she would throw it away. Anyway, she didn't give it to Ningxu and Wang Bo. After lunch, Ningxu said to Xianxia, "Clean the house." Xianxia cursed in her heart. Looking at Ningxu's cold face, she could only take the bucket and mop. Every corner must be cleaned. Ningxu ordered Xianxia. Xianxia cursed in her heart. She began to work and said to Wang Bo, "You come and help." "Mom, I am going out." Wang Bo didn't even look at Xianxia. He turned and went out, which made Xianxia a little dumbfounded. Ningxu saw that people were changeable. Things like feelings were very fragile. When you were supported, you were a princess. When you were not cared about, you were nothing. Feelings needed to be maintained and managed. Feelings could not be wantonly squandered. After Wang Bo left, Xianxia could only work by herself. She indignantly said, "I am not the only one living in this house. Why should I clean it alone? I will let you clean it alone. Do you have a problem with that?" Ningxu casually said. Xianxia took a deep breath and saw Ningxu sitting there leisurely. When she passed by Ningxu, she deliberately poured water on Ningxu. Ningxu was not angry. He still sat there. "Clean it up. If you don't pass, your designer bag will be gone," Ningxu lightly said. Xianxia bent down to clean the house. After cleaning the house, she also had to scrub the toilet. After finishing these things, Xianxia felt that her waist could not straighten. Ningxu checked and nodded, indicating that she passed. After finishing these things, Xianxia felt dizzy as if she was going to faint. She was too tired. Xianxia took a shower and went to rest. But just when she fell asleep, she was woken up by a knock on the door. Xianxia frantically grabbed her hair and opened the door. Ningxu gently said, "It is time to prepare dinner." Xianxia, Xianxia really hated Ningxu. This old woman is too hateful, hateful, hateful. After a few days, Xianxia felt like she was going to die. When she got up in the morning, she would go grocery shopping with the old woman and then prepare lunch. After lunch, she would start to clean the house. Xianxia felt that her face was dark, her skin was rough, and her hands were rough. Looking in the mirror, Xianxia felt that she had aged many years. What Xianxia couldn't stand the most was that Wang Bo ignored her, as if she was a stranger, plain and indifferent. Xianxia would rather Wang Bo be angry with her and come up to talk to her than ignore her like now. Xianxia looked at herself in the mirror and felt that she had been destroyed by the old woman too miserably. It couldn't go on like this. She didn't divorce because she felt that Wang Bo liked her and couldn't bear to leave her. It would be fine after the quarrel. But now she was not so sure. Could it be that she was going to stay here and be tortured by the old woman? Xianxia kept thinking. In particular, the old woman destroyed another pair of shoes. Just because she resisted and refused to do anything, a pair of broken shoes was thrown in front of her. Her shoes. Xianxia felt that she was suffocating. Her heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe. Why didn't this old woman die? She got married for the sake of her retirement, but now it seemed that it was impossible. She was going to be tortured to death by the old woman. Xianxia thought about it for a whole night and decided to divorce. The next morning, at the dinner table, Xianxia said, "I agree to the divorce." Wang Bo turned to look at Xianxia and asked suspiciously, "Do you really agree?" "I agree to the divorce." Xianxia looked at Ningxu. "My request is for you to return my things to me and give me another $200,000 as my alimony." Ningxu didn't speak and continued to eat the buns. Hearing Xianxia's words, Wang Bo didn't say anything. He drank the porridge in his bowl and was about to go to work. Xianxia said impatiently, "What do you mean? It was you who wanted a divorce. Now that I agree to the divorce, you don't say anything." Ningshu said lightly, why should I give you alimony? Have you given birth to a child? Will the child live with you? Why do you need alimony? Xianxia flew into a rage out of humiliation. Then I'll have to live in the future too. 200,000 was not much at all. She did not know how to live with her health condition. 200,000 was not enough for her to live for the rest of her life. 200,000 was nothing. We are not responsible for your future life. Ningshu expressionlessly said, of course, you don't have to get a divorce. This way, Wang Bo will be responsible for you, and you won't have to worry about the rest of your life. Xianxia was speechless. Xianxia's face turned green. She couldn't take it anymore. Was she going to be tortured by this old woman for the rest of her life? She did not want to be a slave in this family. The old woman looked honest on the surface, but she was the best at tormenting people. In front of outsiders, she even pretended to dote on her daughter-in-law. 200,000 yuan and her name tag, not one less. Ningshu said, wash the dishes and go grocery shopping with me. Xianxia rolled her eyes and weakly said, I'm not feeling well. I want to rest today. Ningshu looked at her and nodded in agreement. When Xianxia returned to her bedroom, she called her family and said that she was bullied and was going to be kicked out of the house. Blah blah blah. Not long after, Xianxia's parents, brother, and sister-in-law all came. They knocked on the door loudly, attracting the attention of the neighbors. Xianxia's parents and elder brother were still making a big fuss. They were very aggressive and had a lot of momentum. Ningshu glanced at the smug Xianxia and called Wang Bo to ask him to come back quickly. Xianxia was about to open the door when Ningshu stopped her and said, Xianxia, don't think that you can take money from me just because you have more people. Grandma, what are you talking about? My parents are just here to see me. Xianxia flipped her hair. See, haha, she did not know what the person was holding in his hand, but he was banging on the door. Loudly. Xianxia crossed her arms and looked at Ningshu, Grandma, I don't have any other requests. I'm just fighting for my rights. Ningshu ignored Xianxia and picked up the phone to call the police. Hello, I want to call the police. There's a fight here and they want to break into my house. Now they're breaking into my house. There's only me and my daughter-in-law at home. Please protect me. Ningshu pointed the phone at the door. The door was being banged on. Ningshu said the address and hung up the phone. Xianxia looked at Ningshu and stammered, why did you call the police? There's so many of you. I can't beat them. Ningshu spread his hands and said. Xianxia stomped her feet and was about to open the door when Ningshu pressed her shoulder. Xianxia struggled twice but could not break free. Her face turned red. Let go of me. I'm going to open the door. Xianxia said anxiously. If the police came, it would be troublesome. Xianxia did not think that Ningshu would call the police. Because the door was not opened for a long time, the people outside were very impatient and shouted to open the door. Ningshu ignored them. Xianxia's brother actually started to kick the door. Ningshu's face was calm. If you want to kick, then kick. It's even better if you break it. Xianxia frowned and shouted at the door, stop kicking, stop kicking. The door was closed. The people outside could not hear what the people inside the house were saying. Moreover, the corridor was full of people. Xianxia's mother cried to the onlookers. Her daughter married into this family and was bullied. She was tortured and had to do everything. Now she was even kicked out of the house. When the people around heard these words, they all showed a look of suspicion. After being with Xianxia for so long, Xianxia was not such a person. Xianxia was very good to his wife. He helped carry her shoes and even carried her upstairs. Torturing his wife? His wife was torturing Xianxia. Not long after, the police in uniform came. When they saw Xianxia's brother kicking the door, they quickly went forward to stop him. The Kai family was stunned. What were the police doing here? Wang Bo rushed back and saw so many people gathered outside his house. There were even police. His heart skipped a beat. He was worried about his mother. Wang Bo quickly went forward and asked the police, what happened? Someone called the police. There was a fight here. The police held Xianxia's brother. Wang Bo quickly took out his keys to open the door. When he walked into the house and saw that Ningxu was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Brother. Xianxia quickly ran out. When she saw her brother being held, she was anxious. What happened? Why did the police come? Xianxia's mother asked anxiously. Xianxia turned around and looked at Ningxu. That old woman called the police. Xianxia usually cursed Ningxu as an old hag in her heart, but now, she called him an old hag in a moment of desperation. Everyone in the corridor heard it clearly. Xianxia belatedly realized that it was inappropriate for her to say that. Facing the disdainful looks in the corridor, she still straightened her chest. Xianxia's mother's face darkened as she went into the house. Everyone in the corridor swarmed into the house to watch the show. Auntie Li asked Ningxu with concern, "What's going on?" Ningxu's face was full of bitterness. Auntie wants to divorce Wang Bo. Auntie Li had an "I knew it would be like this" expression on her face. She wants 200,000 yuan or the house, Ningxu said. Immediately, the surrounding people turned their eyes to Xianxia's family. This was simply robbery. Ningxu said to the police, "We're a widow and an orphan. They're a family. I was afraid that something might happen, so I called the police." Police. Xianxia saw that she had pacified the crowd with just a few words and said anxiously, "She's an evil mother-in-law. She makes me do things every day. She makes me cook and mop the floor. She's deliberately torturing me." Onlookers, cooking and mopping the floor is torturing? This is really not a big deal. They're also domestic violence. They hit me, Xianxia said again. Auntie Li interrupted, "I've never seen such shameless people." Domestic violence? They even hit you. Only this pair of mother and son are stupid enough to treat you like a treasure. When I asked you to pour a glass of water for your mother-in-law, you deliberately stirred the juice with your fingers. How can your mother-in-law order you around like this? Xianxia hated this talkative woman and said immediately, "That's because she took my things. If I didn't do anything, she would destroy my things." Ningxu said indifferently, "I didn't take your things. What valuable things do you have? What did I take from you?" Xianxia was stunned. It was not good to say anything in front of so many people. Xianxia stomped her feet angrily. These people are all Xianxia's friends. Naturally, they'll side with her. Xianxia saw that no matter what she said, no one believed her. Instead, they said that the old woman was a good person. She was clearly the one being tormented. Wang Bo, who had been silent all this time, said she wanted 200,000 for a divorce. "My mother and I didn't agree, so she asked her family to make a fuss. I won't give her 200,000. Wang Bo. Xianxia was infuriated that Wang Bo dared to undermine her in front of so many people. Xianxia moved closer to Wang Bo's ear and threatened, "Don't force me to take you down with me. Otherwise, I'll announce to the world that I cheated on you. You'll have to endure the strange gazes of others every day." The mother and son had dealt with the matter in a low-key manner. Obviously, they were afraid of making a big deal out of it and didn't want others to know. Xianxia felt that she had grasped the mother and son's weakness. Wang Bo turned his head and looked at Xianxia without saying a word. Xianxia's hair stood on end from Wang Bo's gaze. "What do you mean?" Xianxia asked Wang Bo. "Then why divorce?" the policeman asked. Xianxia looked at Wang Bo from the corner of her eyes. Clearly, she was threatening Wang Bo. Wang Bo coughed and said, "Because Xianxia cheated on me, and it wasn't the first time." Xianxia was stunned. She looked as if she had been struck by lightning. She had threatened Wang Bo. Why did Wang Bo take the initiative to say it? Was he crazy? Xianxia looked at Wang Bo in a daze. Wang Bo's expression was extremely calm, but there was a hint of madness in it. When the people around heard Wang Bo's words, they immediately became noisy. They whispered to each other and looked at Xianxia without restraint. "One look and you can tell she's not a good woman. She's married and still went out to seduce men. One look and you can tell she's a vixen." Ningxu also looked at Wang Bo in a daze. Her original intention was to not let Wang Bo suffer the rumors. Wang Bo's actions were out of Ningxu's expectations. Looking at the calm Wang Bo, she felt that Wang Bo had really walked out of this incident. Perhaps Wang Bo was too angry and wanted to go all out to make Xianxia suffer. Wang Bo might be able to bear the rumors, but he was a man. And Xianxia was a woman. She could bear more than Wang Bo. People who knew her would point fingers at her. People's gossip was a fearful thing. The public opinion could melt gold. Xianxia's face turned pale when she noticed the eyes of the people around her. She was just threatening Wang Bo. She never thought that Wang Bo would say it out loud. I didn't. Xianxia said loudly. Xianxia's mother immediately explained, my daughter wouldn't do that. My daughter married into your family with a clean record. In order to get a divorce, you slandered my daughter. Ningxu sat on the sofa and didn't say anything. She wanted to see how Wang Bo would deal with this matter. When Wang Bo heard his mother-in-law say that it was clean, he sneered and said, when Xianxia married me, she had already had several miscarriages. The doctor said that she might not be able to get pregnant in this lifetime. Even if she was pregnant, she might not be able to give birth. The onlookers looked at Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't help but take 2 steps back. She looked at Wang Bo with watery eyes. She looked so pitiful that it made people's hearts ache. Wang Bo lowered his eyes and didn't look at her. Wang Bo, what nonsense are you talking about? My daughter is married to you. You can do whatever you want. Xianxia's father said with a pale face. Wang Bo looked at his father-in-law and said, there are photos. Do you want to see them? I wouldn't send my wife to someone else's bed. Xianxia's father was so angry that he couldn't say anything. There were so many people looking at him. It made his old face panic. He turned around and left. Xianxia's mother saw him leave. She looked at Xianxia and could only follow him. Xianxia's brother was still detained. Xianxia's mother said to the police officer, this is all a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Ningxu said, this kind of irreconcilable thing happened. The Kai family is likely to take revenge on my family. When that time comes, I'll have to trouble you. The police said, we'll educate her. Thank you, officer. Ningxu let out a long breath. Xianxia looked at Ningxu with hatred. What did he mean by old woman? Tears welled up in Xianxia's eyes. The surrounding people looked at her as if they were pricking her with needles. How clean did these people think they were? What right did they have to look down on her? She, Xianxia, didn't care about other people's gazes. Xianxia's brother was taken to the police station and walked around. He was released after a day. After all, he didn't do anything wrong. After the police left, the neighbors still surrounded Ningxu's house. It seemed that the living room was very crowded. Obviously, they wanted to get more gossip. After the Kai family left, Xianxia turned around and went back to her bedroom with a cold face. She slammed the door shut. Ningxu had a worried look on his face as he dealt with this group of gossipers. The topic of conversation was all about Xianxia. Ningxu sighed and said, when I married Wang Bo, I didn't know that she was such a person. After I found out, I felt that it was all in the past and didn't pursue it. But she was still like this and didn't know how to repent. Wang Bo couldn't take it anymore and had to divorce her. Auntie Li comforted Ningxu, this daughter-in-law isn't good. The next daughter-in-law will definitely be good. Ningxu just forced a smile. Ningxu dealt with this group of people and asked Wang Bo, why did you say it in front of so many people? Wang Bo rubbed his forehead and said, there's no point in dragging it out like this. She even threatened to tell the world that she cheated on me, so I gave her what she wanted. Ningxu was speechless. So where did Xianxia's confidence come from? She was confident that this person would always be there waiting for her. No matter what she did wrong, this person would forgive her. Ningxu let out a long sigh. Then things are simple. I was worried about you before, so I'll just go to court for a divorce. Wang Bo and Ningxu forced a smile. Got it. Ningxu comforted Wang Bo, it's over. Live well. Don't be sad because of someone who doesn't deserve it. Wang Bo pursed his lips and nodded. Then I'll go find a lawyer and prepare for the divorce? Ningxu asked Wang Bo. Wang Bo nodded. Thank you, Mom. I'll go by myself. You rest at home. You must be tired these days. Ningxu couldn't help but smile. That's true. This is your problem. You can deal with it yourself. Wang Bo was busy every day and didn't go home much. He was always dealing with the divorce. Ningxu also stopped urging Xianxia to get up and work every day. She could sleep whenever she wanted. Did she really think that torturing people was easy work? Was she not tired when Xianxia was tired? Xianxia was going to be free. She was going to be free too. Xianxia was well aware of her current situation. Ever since Wang Bo had exposed her affair, she had lost her advantage in front of Wang Bo. At that time, Xianxia was just testing Wang Bo. If the other party's attitude was slightly softer, Xianxia felt that she would have gotten the 200,000 yuan. In the end, the probing failed, and now the chicken had flown away and the eggs had been smashed. Xianxia came out of the bedroom and said to Ningxu, who was picking vegetables, "Give me 200,000 yuan, and I will divorce Wang Bo immediately." Ningxu slowly picked the vegetables and faintly said, "Wang Bo is already preparing for a divorce. Let's talk about it in court." When Xianxia heard that she had to go to court, her face turned ugly. She took a step back and said, "Then give me 150,000. 150,000, Ningxu's expression did not change. "You have to ask Wang Bo about this. You and Wang Bo are husband and wife. I can't say much about this kind of thing." Xianxia rolled her eyes. Ningxu threatened, "If you don't agree, I'll die in your house. You're the ones who forced me to die." Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu dared to guarantee that Xianxia would not bear to die. Xianxia only loved him. How could she bear to die? Seeing that Ningxu was unmoved, Xianxia rushed into the kitchen and picked up a fruit knife. She pointed it at her wrist. "If you don't agree, I'll slit my wrists and commit suicide." Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu faintly said, "Are you sure you want to slit your wrists? There are no major arteries on your wrists, and the bleeding is very slow. Also, can you find the location of the blood vessels? You might cut your tendons, and your hands will be crippled. Also, if you bleed too much, your brain will be ischemic, and you'll be in a vegetative state after rescue." Xianxi's hand that was holding the fruit knife trembled. She looked at Ningxu in horror. Why are you doing this?" He did not follow the script at all. Ningxu added, "I'll call the ambulance in time." Xianxia really wanted to take the knife and stab this old woman. Hating Ningxu, Xianxia threatened, "Don't regret it." Ningxu faintly said, "Xianxia, I treat you as my daughter-in-law. But you treat this place as a nursing home. Wang Bo and I are people who serve you." Xianxia rolled her eyes. "Look at Wang Bo. If I didn't marry him, he wouldn't be able to find a wife. Look at that smug look on her face. It's as if no one can live without you. She's so self-confident." When Xianxia said this, Wang Bo opened the door and came back. Hearing Xianxi's words, he said resolutely, "I'll find a good wife and lead a good life. Just you wait and see." Xianxia crossed her arms and rolled her eyes in disdain. Seeing Xianxia like this, Wang Bo was not angry. If he was, he would have died long ago. He faintly said to Xianxia, "The day after tomorrow is the day of the court hearing. I hope you'll be there on time." Xianxia was so angry that her face turned green. "Are you really going to divorce me?" "Of course. Now everyone knows that you cheated on a woman who had many miscarriages. Compared to being cheated on, I'm more afraid of being laughed at." Xianxia took a deep breath. "Don't regret it." Xianxia went into the bedroom to pack her things and came out with a suitcase. Xianxia looked at Wang Bo as if she was waiting for him to ask her to stay. Wang Bo said, "Remember to be there on time." Xianxia stomped her feet and dragged the suitcase away. On the day of the court hearing, Wang Bo and Ningxu waited for Xianxia at the entrance of the court. After waiting for a long time, Xianxia finally arrived. The whole Kai family was there. Ningxu and his mother seemed weak. Their momentum was suppressed by the Kai family. Ningxu's lips curled up. This kind of thing was not something that could be won with more people. Xianxia looked at Wang Bo and said, "It's not too late." Xianxi's father, Ningxu, said, "In-law, there's no need to bring the matter of the two children to court. Live a good life. Damn, both of them were treating Wang Bo as a hero. They knew what their daughter was like, but they still wanted the two children to live a good life. If Xianxia was their daughter-in-law, they would probably want to kill her. The double standard was too serious. Ningxu did not say anything. He turned and entered the court. Wang Bo did not say anything either. He followed Ningxu into the court. Xianxia snorted. Seeing her parents staring at her, she said, I won't let him off so easily. When the court started, Xianxia said her request. 200,000 yuan. Wang Bo just looked at Xianxia silently and rolled his eyes speechlessly. Xianxia's request was rejected by the judge. Your husband did not do anything wrong in the legal sense. You are the party at fault in the marriage. You can't ask for alimony. He has no obligation to support you. Xianxia's face suddenly turned ugly. I'm his wife. He should support me. Husband and wife do not have joint assets. The house is your husband's, the judge said. Xianxia's face darkened. She wanted to get a lot of money from Wang Bo, but now she might not get a single cent. If she lost the case, she would have to pay the court fees and the other party's lawyer fees. Xianxia felt that she had suffered a great loss. She didn't get anything after getting married, and she even got herself remarried. Wang Bo, are you a man? Xianxia could only fire at Wang Bo. I'm your wife. You should be responsible for me. Wang Bo said faintly, responsibility? You've never fulfilled your responsibility as a wife. There was no suspense in this divorce case at all. Wang Bo married Xianxia under the circumstances of being deceived. After marriage, Xianxia committed adultery with another man. Now, Xianxia couldn't live as a couple because of her health. Their relationship had been broken, and it was difficult for them to live together. Even if Xianxia didn't want to divorce and wanted to use responsibility to threaten Wang Bo, the court still approved the divorce. The court's decision was that Wang Bo and Xianxia were no longer husband and wife. Their relationship was dissolved. Wang Bo let out a long breath. Ningxu felt as if a huge rock had been removed from Wang Bo's body. Although he looked a little sad, he was more relaxed. The two families left the court. Xianxia's face was gloomy and she looked anxious. She was at a loss about her future life. Xianxia looked at Wang Bo. Although she was high and mighty in front of Wang Bo, she still relied on Wang Bo in her heart. Now that they were divorced, Xianxia felt unprecedented loss and fear. She actually felt that her life with Wang Bo was quite good. But Xianxia wouldn't turn back. This man treated her like this. Xianxia walked over and said to Ningxu, you took my things. Give them back to me. Ningxu nodded. Come to my house tomorrow to get them. After Ningxu finished speaking, she turned around and left. Wang Bo left without even looking at Xianxia. The next morning, Xianxia came to get her things. Wang Bo had just finished his breakfast and was about to go to work. Xianxia looked at Wang Bo, who was in a suit and leather shoes. For the first time, she felt that Wang Bo was somewhat charming. Wang Bo walked past Xianxia expressionlessly, which made Xianxia feel a little disappointed. Ningxu gave Xianxia a box of things. These are your things. Take them and leave. Xianxia opened the box and carefully examined its contents. She observed Ningxu from the corner of her eye. Ningxu asked, it's all here. Check it carefully. Don't ask me for anything in the future. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, you ruined one of my dresses and a pair of shoes. You have to compensate me. Ningxu leisurely said, look carefully, everything is in your box, I cut it. Xianxia was speechless. Xianxia was so angry that her face turned green. She closed the box, picked up the things, and turned to leave. Ningxu smiled as he looked at Xianxia's back. Xianxia's body was no longer a weapon, so it was impossible for her to continue living such a life. The 200,000 yuan was saved. Feeding 200,000 yuan to someone like Xianxia would really anger her to death. After Xianxia and Wang Bo divorced, Auntie Li often visited Ningxu and asked him what kind of wife he wanted to find for Ningxu. A wife needs to be chosen by an old man. As long as her personality is suitable, it's fine. Don't think about love and other useless things. Look at your previous wife. Your son liked her, but she turned out to be such a person. Auntie Li told Ningxu. Ningxu gently said, they just got divorced. There's always a transition period. It's impossible to get married immediately. Auntie Li Ningxu said, if there's a suitable girl, I'll introduce her to you. She's a good wife and 3 generations of good children. A vicious wife will harm 3 generations of children. Men want to find a beautiful woman with a beautiful face, big breasts, and a slim figure. You have to be careful. Ningxu nodded. Thank you. If Wang Bo wants to get married again, you have to help me. Auntie Li smiled. That's for sure. Wang Bo came back from work in the evening. During dinner, Ningxu asked, Xianxia already took the things away. Wang Bo nodded and continued eating. When he saw Ningxu hesitating to speak, he said, Mom, just say what you want to say. Ahem. Ningxu coughed. You and Xianxia have divorced and are about to start a new life. Well, I just want to ask, how's work recently? Wang Bo said, it's pretty good. Recently, there's a promotion. I can fight for it. Ningxu smiled and said, it's pretty good. A down-to-earth and hard-working child like Wang Bo would one day stand out. Ningxu wanted to ask if Wang Bo had a girlfriend, but he thought it was better to forget it. They had just gotten divorced. If he rushed it, it would be easy for problems to arise. Not long after, Wang Bo was indeed promoted. Although it was only a small step, Wang Bo was very happy. However, Ningxu was very sad. Her daughter-in-law was still nowhere to be seen. She suddenly understood how parents felt when urging marriage. How could she leave without seeing Wang Bo find a girlfriend? Auntie Li's group of old friends were addicted to matchmaking. Every day, they would introduce young girls to Ningxu. They even dragged Ningxu to peek at the girls. Ningxu, she was busy as a dog. She just didn't know what Wang Bo was thinking. Every time she wanted to ask if Wang Bo was in a relationship. Was it a boyfriend or a girlfriend, but it was like constipation. She couldn't hold it in for a long time. She was afraid that it would make Wang Bo feel pressured. It made Ningxu unable to eat well and sleep well. One afternoon, when Wang Bo came back for lunch, he brought a girl back. Ningxu was so excited that her heart was about to jump out. She looked at the girl like a wolf. Well, she looked average. She was pleasing to the eye. She was a pretty girl from a humble family. Hello, Auntie, the girl called Ningxu. Ningxu smiled kindly and gently. Good, good. A soft and cute girl was good. Bringing her home would definitely be a good idea. But it was so sudden. Ningxu felt that it was inappropriate. Conflicted, Ningxu asked the girl to sit down and eat. The girl was a little reserved. She glanced at Wang Bo from time to time. Wang Bo comforted her. It's okay. My mother is a very kind person. Wang Bo said to Ningxu, this is Xiaoyu from our company, Xianxia. Ningxu nodded and smiled warmly at Xianxia. Since you're here, just treat this as your own home. You're welcome. Thank you, Auntie, Xianxia thanked her. At the dining table, Ningxu kept observing Xianxia. He didn't know if it was because she couldn't let go, but Xianxia didn't take much food. When Wang Bo picked up food for her, she smiled at Wang Bo with curved eyes. She was very cute and even thanked Wang Bo. What a quiet and cute girl. Ningxu was very satisfied. She was much better than Xianxia, who didn't know how to be grateful and had a serious princess syndrome. He just didn't know how Wang Bo felt about this girl. When he brought Xianxia home, she had a silly smile on her face. She looked like an idiot who had fallen in love. Now, Wang Bo was very calm. After lunch, Ningxu pulled Wang Bo aside and asked, is this girl your girlfriend? Wang Bo said, yes. She chased me. Wang Bo couldn't help but scratch his head. Ningxu, Wang Bo was the one who was flirted with. Does she know that you're divorced? Ningxu asked again. Wang Bo said, she chased me because she knew that I was divorced. Ningxu, why did it feel like this girl had been coveting her son for a long time? Then do you like her? Ningxu continued asking. She's very cute, Wang Bo said. Ningxu, liking and being cute are 2 different answers. Ningxu said, from your tone, it seems like you don't like her. I don't like her a lot, but I do. If I want to get married, I'll marry her, Wang Bo said. I think we're suitable for each other. Wang Bo was thinking about marriage for a longer time. Ningxu nodded and said, don't be in a hurry to get married. You guys should get to know each other better. Don't bully other girls. Don't bully other girls if you're not married. Mom, I'm not that kind of person, Wang Bo couldn't help but say. Ningxu, that's right. Wang Bo was the kind of man who would stop halfway if his wife said no. As soon as Wang Bo and the girl left, Ningxu called her girlfriends over and told them that her son had a girlfriend. The girlfriends all said that they wanted to see what the girl was like and help choose her. During the weekend, Xianxia came to visit Ningxu. Ningxu asked Xianxia to go shopping with her. They met a group of girlfriends in the corridor and then went shopping together. Ningxu asked Xianxia, what do you like about my son? Xianxia said straightforwardly, he's very kind. When I first came to the company, I didn't know anyone. My boss asked me to move things. When he passed by and saw that I couldn't move, he helped me. That's it? Ningxu looked at Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Ningxu in astonishment. That's enough. A kind man will definitely treat his wife well. But he had a failed marriage, Ningxu said. Xianxia sighed. When I first found out that he was married, I was disappointed for a long time, but I didn't think too much about it. Now that he's divorced, I have a chance. Ningxu looked at Xianxia and felt that she was very smart. When she found out that Wang Bo was married, she didn't think of interfering in other people's marriages. However, as soon as Wang Bo got divorced, he fell into her clutches. She was scheming, but not evil. She was indeed more suitable for Wang Bo than Xianxia. Ningxu looked at Xianxia. Although she looked soft and cute on the outside, she was someone with a mind of her own. He felt that Xianxia should be able to get along well with Yangzi. Yangzi was the kind of person with a generous personality. She could even accept a daughter-in-law like Xianxia, let alone Xianxia. Ningxu then asked the group of girlfriends, and they all said that it was okay. Auntie Li said that this girl obviously had a mind of her own. Everyone had their own ideas. It was fine as long as they could get along well. Xianxia often came to visit Ningxu. When Wang Bo looked at Xianxia, there was a smile on his face and a gentle look in his eyes. The relationship between the two was getting better and better. Xianxia often chatted with Ningxu. During the weekends, they went shopping and played everywhere. They had a good relationship. Xianxia wanted to please her future mother-in-law, and Ningxu wanted to make her his daughter-in-law. The two hit it off. Ningxu took Xianxia to buy groceries. Ningxu found that Xianxia's cooking skills were very good. Xianxia especially liked to cook all kinds of delicacies. Ningxu didn't refuse. He ate as much as he could. She really didn't want to eat noodles. As soon as the two went downstairs, they saw Xianxia wandering around downstairs. When Ningxu saw Xianxia, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Xianxia was now thinner than before. Although she was wearing branded clothes, she didn't look as bright as before. It was already autumn, but Xianxia was still wearing a branded dress and carrying a branded bag. But she gave off a decadent feeling. Even branded clothes couldn't save Xianxia's decadent temperament. When Xianxia saw Ningxu, her expression was a little strange. When she saw Xianxia, she thought of a possibility and frowned. Ningxu acted as if he didn't see her and walked away calmly. Xianxia pursed her lips tightly and caught up with Ningxu. Ningxu looked at Xianxia, who was blocking in front of him, and asked indifferently, "Miss, what's the matter?" Xianxia glanced at Xianxia. Ningxu shouted, "Mother-in-law. Don't call me mother-in-law. You and Wang Bo are divorced." "We are no longer mother-in-law and daughter-in-law," Ningxu said. Xianxia said to Ningxu, "Auntie Yang, I'll wait for you over there." Ningxu nodded. Xianxia carried the basket and stood far away, leaving Ningxu and Xianxia alone to talk. Ningxu looked at Xianxia and said, "Why are you looking for me? I've returned your things to you." "Mother-in-law, let me be with Wang Bo again," Xianxia begged Ningxu. Ningxu looked indifferent. Not even a crack in the door. Xianxi's face was decadent. She didn't look good. After divorcing Wang Bo, Xianxi's life was in an abyss of suffering. Xianxi's parents felt that this daughter of theirs was too embarrassing and wanted to marry her off far away. The most important thing was that they couldn't afford to raise their daughter, who was a spendthrift. The house was only so big. When their daughter came back, they had to make a room for her. It was very crowded. Xianxia was used to being arrogant. She didn't get along well with her sister-in-law. Xianxia complained that her sister-in-law's cooking was not good and tasteless. Then, she asked her sister-in-law to wash her clothes. She completely treated her sister-in-law as a servant. There was always some discord between her sister-in-law and her sister-in-law. And when they quarreled, it made the whole family uneasy. Her sister-in-law despised and hated Xianxia. She urged the family to quickly marry Xianxia off. Xianxia's parents were now looking for a husband for Xianxia. The person they were looking for was a foreigner. The foreigner didn't know what Xianxia had done. Xianxia's parents were in the mood to shift the blame. As long as they could shift the blame, everything would be fine. In the past, Xianxia could still rely on herself. Relying on her charm, she could enjoy the pursuit of men and let her live a carefree life. But now, there was a problem with her body. Whenever she was with a man, she would feel unbearable pain. It was as if she had walked one round in hell. That kind of pain caused Xianxia to be traumatized. The man wanted something from her. If she couldn't satisfy the man naturally wouldn't give her a lot of material things. Now that her family wanted her to marry, Xianxia immediately thought of her body. If she married a hateful man who didn't care about her body and forced her, what would she do? At this time, Xianxia thought of Wang Bo. Wang Bo never forced her. He was obedient to her. Even if it was to help with the housework, Xianxia could accept it. Ningxu didn't know how thick Xianxia's skin was. She actually had the nerve to come back. It wasn't easy to get a divorce. What was the difference between asking her to come back and committing suicide? Xianxia looked at Ningxu's cold and disdainful face and decided to show weakness. She just wanted to marry Wang Bo again. I'll do the housework well in the future, Xianxia said to Ningxu. I won't interact with those men anymore. I swear. She really didn't want to marry into some unknown corner. What would she do if she met a bad man? In comparison, Wang Bo was much better. Her parents' attitude was very firm. They wanted her to get married, and Wang Bo was the best candidate. Grandma, believe me. I've really changed. I won't do it again. Xianxia said as she knelt down in front of Ningxu. Ningxu couldn't help but roll his eyes. They had already fallen out. How could Xianxia have the nerve to come back? Why did she think that she still had a chance when others were still waiting for her? In the plot, she took the money and left, living a carefree life. Now that she wasn't living a good life, she wanted to come back. How could there be such a good thing? Ningxu pointed at Xianxia, who was standing not far away, and said, "This person will be Wang Bo's wife. As for you, go back to where you came from. It's impossible for you and Wang Bo to be together even if the sky falls down," Ningxu said as he walked towards Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Ningxu from time to time. Ningxu smiled and said, "Don't look at me. It's impossible for her and Wang Bo to be together. I only recognize you." Xianxia held Ningxu's arm generously and said with a smile, "Thank you, Auntie." When Ningxu and Xianxia came back from grocery shopping, Xianxia was still waiting downstairs. Xianxia looked at Xianxia with piercing eyes. She wanted to walk towards Xianxia, but after 2 steps, she stopped when she saw Ningxu staring at her coldly. Xianxia stuck to Ningxu's cold face. She didn't give up and waited downstairs for Wang Bo to come back. She wanted to talk to him. Xianxia leaned on the balcony and looked at Wang Bo and Xianxia downstairs. Ningxu walked over and looked down. As soon as Xianxia approached Wang Bo immediately retreated to avoid Xianxia. Seeing Wang Bo's attitude, Ningxu felt a lot more at ease. He was afraid that Wang Bo's brain would be flooded with boiling water and he would act stupid again. Xianxia said something and excitedly tugged at Wang Bo's sleeve. Wang Bo shook off Xianxia's hand and turned to enter the building. Letting out a long sigh, Xianxia looked at Ningxu and awkwardly said, Wang Bo's ex-wife is beautiful, and I was afraid that Wang Bo would be soft-hearted. I won't. Ningxu said, let's not talk about how Xianxia hurt Wang Bo. Wang Bo already has you now. Xianxia nodded. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears. As soon as Wang Bo opened the door, he saw Xianxia's sad expression. Wang Bo felt a little guilty. He went over and took Xianxia's hand and pulled her to the balcony to talk. He explained to Xianxia and promised her that he would never see Xianxia again. Ningxu smacked his lips. Small quarrels were fun. Xianxia's means were good. She didn't quarrel and expressed her grievances. Forcing a man to make a promise was different from a man taking the initiative to make a promise. Xianxia knew how to manage relationships. She was a girl with a high EQ. No wonder Wang Bo fell for her so easily. Unfortunately, in the plot, Wang Bo resigned from the company after the divorce. He was dispirited for a long time and found a new job. He missed Xianxia. However, with Wang Bo's dispirited appearance in the plot, Xianxia probably wouldn't like him. Who would like a soulless man? Xianxia came to find Wang Bo several times, but Wang Bo avoided her. Xianxia couldn't wait for Wang Bo and was very unhappy. Xianxia's parents had already found a husband for Xianxia. The man gave Xianxia 10 to 20,000 yuan as a gift, and Xianxia was stuffed into the car by her parents. Xianxia was taken out of the city and married a man in his 30s. Xianxia knew that her parents had sold her to this ugly man. He had dark skin and she couldn't understand a word he said. As soon as they reached home, he forced her into a small house. Xianxia was tortured by the man. She tried to escape, but the man caught her. She said that she was in pain, but the man ignored her. He thought that she was unwilling to come with him and insisted on forcing Xianxia to come with him. And he came very frequently, at least once a day. Xianxia's face turned green. Seeing that Xianxia always wanted to escape, the man locked Xianxia's feet with a metal chain so that she couldn't run. Xianxia cried. Her mind was full of Wang Bo. At this time, she wasn't thinking about the romantic man with whom she used to be. The faces of those men were very blurry, but only Wang Bo's face was clear. The man she used to hate was the only person she could think of when she was in trouble. The man who took over the woman didn't explain. Ningxu met with Xianxia's parents. Xianxia's parents were indifferent to Wang Bo. After all, their daughter liked him. Seeing that Wang Bo was honest, they agreed. Of course, Xianxia had done a lot of work. Wang Bo proposed to Xianxia, and Xianxia agreed very straightforwardly. Ningxu began to discuss the wedding date with his future in-laws. He had to fulfill all aspects of etiquette. Ningxu gave Xianxia a pair of heavy dragon and phoenix bracelets. Wang Bo and Xianxia were very busy. They were busy with the wedding, taking wedding photos, sending invitations, and rehearsing. Even Ningxu was busy with the wedding. On the day of Wang Bo and Xianxia's wedding, Xianxia was wearing a wedding dress. The corners of her eyes were curved as she held Wang Bo's hand. Wang Bo lowered his head slightly and looked at Xianxia with a smile on his face. At this moment, Wang Bo was really handsome. Ningxu swallowed a mouthful of dog food. The corners of his eyes were a little sore. In fact, life didn't need to be so thrilling, so magnificent, and so sentimental. It just needed to be simple and peaceful. There was no such thing as a half-dead, half alive, twisted and intense true love. In the end, only ashes were left of the burning love. Ding, quest completed. Do you want to leave the quest world? 2333's voice sounded in Ningxu's mind. Ningxu nodded. Yes. After a moment of dizziness, Ningxu opened his eyes. He was already in the system space. Ningxu lay on the sofa dispiritedly. Damn, it was so tiring. It was tiring to play mind games. It was better to just fight. If she was Wang Bo, she wouldn't care about this and that. She would just kick Xianxia. 2333 said, Yangzi asked me to thank you. She said thank you for what you did for her and her son. Ningxu said, oh, where is she? She went back. She went back to her body. 2333 said. Hearing this, Ningxu was relieved. He lay on the bed and slept. Ningxu slept comfortably. When she woke up, she sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate her peerless martial arts. After he finished cultivating, Ningxu opened his status panel and looked at the points and attribute points he received from this mission. Number, 2333 Name, Ningxu, Intermediate Mission Taker, Age, 27 points, 5. 15 million/1. 5 million Soul. 300 Health, 71 Wisdom, 224 Charm, 10 Luck, 54 Spirit, 130 Faith, 106450 Martial Strength, 142 Aptitude, 59 Merit, 1003010 Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Beginner Level Ultimate Martial Arts, Beginner Poison Technique, Beginner Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Code Programming, Beginner Lawyer Skills Honorary Title, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Items, Calm Aura, Faith Aura, Talisman 5 Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing. Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Best Friend, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing, Life-Saving Hand, Zhu Sunyang's Blessing, Completed Yangzi's Wish. Mission completion, 100. Received 1. 5 million points, 40 attribute points, 50 faith, 10 merit points. This mission was not bad. Looking at the points now, he had more than 6 million, not far from 20 million. Ningxu distributed the 40 attribute points to Wisdom, Luck, Martial Strength, and Spirit. Number, 2333 Name, Ningxu, Intermediate Mission Taker, Age, 27 points, 5. 15 million/1. 5 million Soul, 300 Health, 71 Wisdom, 22410 Charm, 10 Luck, 5410 Spirit, 13010 Faith, 1114 Martial Strength, 14210 Aptitude, 59 Merit, 10040. After distributing the attribute points, Ningxu said, I want to see Yangzi's life back home. 2333 said okay, and the screen showed the life of Yangzi's family. Yangzi and Xianxia got along well. There was no tension between them. Everyone said that Xianxia met a good mother-in-law. Xianxia straightened her back and said that her mother-in-law was the best. This made Yangzi a little embarrassed. She told everyone that her daughter-in-law was a good daughter-in-law. Others mocked Yangzi, saying that as long as Yangzi was a daughter-in-law, she would be a good daughter-in-law. Not long after Wang Bo and Xianxia got married, Xianxia got pregnant. Yangzi took good care of Xianxia and made soup for her every few days. Yangzi took Xianxia for a prenatal checkup. 9 months later, Xianxia gave birth to a girl. Yangzi was not angry. At least, she did not have a granddaughter before. Yangzi helped to take care of the child, and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law took care of the child. Their views on educating the child were different, and there would be a little conflict. Wang Bo said that he would take care of the child. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law immediately rolled their eyes. He couldn't even carry the child properly. How could he take care of a child? He could help, but if it was about taking care of the child, forget about it. Wang Bo learned how to change diapers for the child. When he made the milk powder, he let it warm. He took 2 sips and dripped it on the back of his hand to see if it was hot before feeding it to the child. Although there were some bumps and bruises in life, the days were still peaceful and warm. Ningxu was completely relieved when he saw this. Without Xianxia interfering in their lives were stable and peaceful. Yangzi and Wang Bo, who were honest people, could not get along with an arrogant woman like Xianxia. The auras of the two sides were incompatible. Yangzi and Wang Bo were suppressed. After reading the rest of this world, Ningxu took out the secret book of his peerless martial arts. He opened the secret book and added some chi force patterns to it. The patterns became more and more complicated. Previously, they were animals. Now, they developed into flowers, plants, and trees. There were even people who formed stars. The peerless martial arts were in full bloom in that world. It was probably something that could be found everywhere. The main thing was that there were no requirements for the peerless martial arts. As long as one could draw spiritual energy into the body and cultivate chi force, it would be fine. Ningxu closed the secret book and lay on the sofa with his limbs spread out. Ningxu asked, "How do you feel about this counterattack?" Ningxu rolled his eyes. "It's quite tiring," 2333 said. "Counterattack is to counterattack the sad fate of the client. You can't destroy the client's advantage. If the client has a good reputation, you can't ruin the client's reputation. Do you understand?" Ningxu said, "Oh, fortunately, this mission did not ruin Xianxia's reputation. Otherwise, the mission would have failed again." 2333 said. Mission givers could not take revenge on others. The client gave their soul and wanted a good life. They could not leave a mess for the client. Ningxu let out a long breath. Xianxia was an honest person. She could not suddenly become vicious and torture her daughter-in-law. If she left behind a bad reputation, who would dare to marry Wang Bo, even if Wang Bo was a good person? However, marriage was a matter between two families. If the future mother-in-law was a bad mother-in-law, no matter how good the man was, she would not marry. Ningxu planned to go to the virtual space to see if there were any items, flower shop points, or faith power to exchange for some. It would be better for the mission. Ningxu first opened the exchange store and browsed for a suitable item. Then, he went to the virtual space to look for the same item. Maybe it would be cheaper. Ningxu's finger swiped across the screen, browsing a variety of goods. Ningxu's eyes were fixed on an item. This item was an upgraded version of the amulet. Not only could it resist the fate of being erased if the mission failed, but it could also prevent one from leaving the mission world. In other words, if one encountered an irresistible danger, one could still stay in the mission world and continue the mission. However, the price made Ningxu's heart beat faster. It was too expensive. It actually cost 100 merit points. A normal amulet only cost 30 merit points. Ningxu decisively closed the exchange store and went to the virtual space to see if it could be cheaper. After a moment of weightlessness, Ningxu stood on the street in the virtual space. Ningxu went to the item store to browse. He saw that the upgraded amulet in the store also cost 100 merit points. 100 merit points. Ningxu asked the shop owner, "Can the upgraded version of the amulet be cheaper?" The shop owner sized up Ningxu and asked tentatively, "You have so many merit points." Ningxu said, "Actually, it's still a little short of 100 merit points, so I'm asking if you can make it cheaper." "How many merit points do you have?" Ningxu asked. Ningxu thought for a moment. 80 merit points. "No, the price difference with the exchange store is too big. It's impossible to exchange it for you." The shop owner refused directly. Ningxu saw her firm attitude and knew that it was impossible to get this item for 80 merit points. He asked, "How much do you want?" "At least 95 merit points," the shop owner said. In the end, Ningxu bought this item with 95 merit points. After exchanging for this item, Ningxu planned to go to the restaurant to eat. The food in the restaurant was really good. In the previous world, he ate noodles all the time. Ningxu felt that he didn't want to see noodles for a long time. Walking into the restaurant, Ningxu picked an empty table and ordered a lot of dishes. As he was chewing on a drumstick, he felt some tremors under his feet. Ningxu didn't pay much attention to it. However, the tremors were getting stronger. The plates on the table were shaking and the table kept shaking. Ningxu couldn't help but press on the table. It felt like the earth was shaking. "Earthquake, run quickly!" Ningxu quickly rushed out of the restaurant and stood on the street. The bluestone slabs under his feet kept shaking and the cracks in the bricks opened. "Oh my God, what's going on?" Ningxu couldn't help but look up at the sky. Then, he saw a man in a black windbreaker flying across the sky. Ningxu narrowed his eyes. He looked a little familiar. This was the uncle. Perhaps he noticed Ningxu's gaze. The uncle glanced at Ningxu and flew away with the man beside him. Ningxu, it was the same look of disdain again. "Sir, sir." The waiter ran out of the restaurant and said to Ningxu, "Why did you run away?" "Earthquake." Ningxu turned back, but he couldn't see the man in the black windbreaker anymore. The waiter smiled. "Sir, this is normal. The virtual space is a space created by a powerful person. If there's a lack of energy, this will happen. Someone from above will take care of it. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu looked around. It was as if he was making a fuss about nothing. The people on the street were just doing what they were supposed to do. Even if this space collapses, the mission enforcers have the system space. They will be teleported back to the system space. Nothing will happen, the waiter said. Ningxu looked up at the sky. When he turned around and wanted to enter the restaurant, he heard a voice. All mission enforcers, leave the virtual space. This voice did not belong to the uncle. The waiter looked surprised and said to Ningxu, "Dear customer, please leave the virtual space. I'll charge you half price for your food." Ningxu paid the bill and asked, "What's wrong?" "That's the voice of the manager of the virtual space." "Something must have happened," the waiter said to Ningxu before turning around to get busy. The people on the street slowly left the virtual space. Ningxu also said to 2333, "Let's go." As soon as Ningxu finished speaking, the entire virtual space shook violently, directly throwing her out of the virtual space. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu looked around. Everything around him was void. The uncle in a black windbreaker was standing in the void. Everything around him was void, which made him very obvious. In front of him was a plane of space, which should be the virtual space. He stretched out his hand, and the virtual space shrank and fell into the uncle's hand. The uncle clenched his hand. Ningxu's ears were filled with a loud sound, as if something was broken. Ningxu, sigma, degree, asterisk, he broke the space? He broke the virtual space? Ningxu's legs trembled as he looked at him in horror. The school doctor opened his hand, and the space fragments floated in the air. Finally, they rotated and gathered together, forming a new space. It grew bigger and bigger until it finally clung to the plane. After doing all this, the uncle turned around and looked at Ningxu. Ningxu saw a white light emitting from his glasses. He stood in the air and looked down at him. There was no wind around, but his clothes fluttered slightly. Ningxu really wanted to chop off his long legs. 2333, run, Ningxu said anxiously to 2333. Okay. 2333 immediately sent Ningxu back into the system space. The school doctor watched Ningxu disappear with an expressionless face. In a flash, she was gone. Ningxu returned to the system and slumped on the ground weakly. Her limbs were weak. Damn, was this person the school doctor uncle she knew? Did they just look alike? She didn't even dare to talk to him. It was too scary. She didn't even dare to greet him. She was afraid that this person would kill her instantly. Creating a space was like playing a game. Ningxu felt like he was going to have a nightmare. The uncle couldn't be this powerful. He had been plotted against before. These two people couldn't be the same person. 2333, you know him? Ningxu asked 2333. 2333 said angrily, I'm just a system. What do I know? Okay, 2333 was a piece of trash. Ningxu crawled on the floor and climbed onto the sofa. She lay on the sofa like a dead dog and asked, is there no more virtual space? Didn't you see that he made a new virtual space? 2333 said angrily. Ningxu's mind was filled with the scene of the uncle destroying the virtual space. He couldn't help but cover his heart. When would she be so strong? This was what it meant to be strong. Ningxu calmed himself down and took out a book from the bookshelf. After reading it, he watered the potted plant. When he had completely calmed down, Ningxu said to 2333, let's see the next client. Okay, before you meet the client, you have to make yourself look more professional. Look more trustworthy. Don't look like an idiot. They won't let you make a comeback. 2333 said, I'm just concerned about you. Ningxu, you're the idiot. A figure slowly appeared in the system space. It was a girl. She didn't look very old. She had neat bangs and wore loose clothes like a village girl from the 70s or 80s. She had a cloth bag slung over her body. Her eyes were very bright and there was an inexplicable aura around her. Ningxu greeted, hello. The girl said, hello, I'm Tao Qin. I'll be straightforward. I want you to make a comeback to destroy the Ghost King. Tao Qin said, I'm a disciple of Mao Mountain. I met a human and ghost together and I tried to stop them but was destroyed by the Ghost King. Ning Shu, they were together, they were in a relationship. Why did you try to stop them? Ning Shu was a bit speechless. Fahai, you don't understand love. What are you talking about? Humans and demons are different. The Ghost King is already another existence in the 6 realms of reincarnation. They can't be together. Then why didn't you choose to be with the beast? Tao Qin said with her hands on her hips. Ning Shu, ghosts were once humans. Are all Mao Mountain Taoists so troublesome? Ning Shu couldn't help but ask. Why did they have to do such a thankless job? Tao Qin brushed her bangs and rolled her eyes, of course not. They just want to make a living with the sect. I went down the mountain to practice and got a business deal. In the end, the Ghost King was involved. I saw the Ghost King with a woman. A human and a ghost were having sex. How can that be? Ning Shu, I found a few people to make a comeback. They were supposed to subdue demons and ghosts, but in the end they got involved with the Ghost King and fell in love with him. F***ck, Tao Qin facepalmed, that's a ghost. Although he's handsome, he's still a ghost. Looking at Tao Qin's exasperated expression, Ning Shu could only say that she didn't understand love. Ning Shu said, you're young, so you shouldn't be able to fight the Ghost King. Why did you get involved? Tao Qin said, I tried to get the woman with the Ghost King to leave him, so that the Yin Qi wouldn't enter my body and shorten my life. But I was killed by the Ghost King. Ning Shu, you obviously couldn't bear to see them being lovey-dovey, so you made the female lead leave the male lead. Seeing Ning Shu's strange expression, Tao Qin spread out her hands and said, people who live in the Jianghu are bound to suffer. I can accept that I was killed because I wasn't strong enough, but the Ghost King killed everyone in my faction. Ning Shu, maybe he wanted to eliminate the source of trouble. I can accept that, but why did he devour the souls of my faction and make them disappear without a chance of reincarnation? Ning Shu, he must have wanted to eliminate the source of trouble. Tao Qin looked at Ning Shu. Can you counterattack? I can't guarantee it. Ning Shu asked, how powerful is the Ghost King? Tao Qin said faintly, the 1,000-year Ghost King. Ning Shu, help me counterattack, but don't fall in love with the Ghost King. Tao Qin told Ning Shu, I'm telling you, the Ghost King's power isn't something that ordinary people can withstand. Don't do anything with the Ghost King, or you might not even have a chance of reincarnation. Ning Shu, why did she say that she would fall in love with the Ghost King? You didn't fall in love with the Ghost King, so how can I fall in love with him? Ning Shu said, somewhat speechless. Tao Qin said, that's because in my eyes, he's an evil creature. He's already so old, but he's always hitting on women, as if he hasn't seen a woman in thousands of years. Ning Shu, anyway, it was true that the male lead couldn't control himself when he saw the female lead. Counterattack well, I'll be watching you. Tao Qin patted Ning Shu's shoulder and disappeared. Ning Shu was speechless. F***ck, I refuse. I can't beat a 1,000-year-old ghost. Is the deal done? Ning Shu asked. It's done. 2333 said, this is the last time she will be looking for someone to counterattack. You are the last one. If you still can't counterattack, this mid-level mission will be handed over to a high-level mission taker, who will counterattack. F***ck, I didn't agree. Ning Shu almost jumped up. Isn't it just collecting ghosts? 2333 said. If you're so good, then go ahead and do it. I'm doing the quest, and you're just watching. Ning Shu let out a deep sigh. If he wanted to complete a quest, then so be it. Ning Shu opened up the system exchange store and exchanged for fasting pills, water, and basic medicines. Thinking that there would definitely be a lot of ghosts in this world, he decided to bring the soul pearl with him. At least with the soul pearl, the ghosts wouldn't dare to get close to him. After thinking about it, he decided to see if there were any exorcism charms. It would be best if he could escape. If he couldn't win, then he had to run. If he was killed like Tao Qin, how could he counterattack? Ning Shu exchanged for some charms. Looking at the other artifacts, they were all gray. Obviously, they couldn't be exchanged. With the soul pearl and charms, he felt a bit safer. However, Ningxu had a question in his heart. How heaven-defying was this ghost king to be able to mesmerize the mission taker? She couldn't help but start a heart-wrenching human-ghost love story. After finishing these things, Ningxu said, "You can enter the quest now." Okay. 2333 reminded Ningxu, "Don't fall in love with the ghost king. If you do, you will fail the quest." Tao Qin can't bear to see this. Ningxu, stupid girl, Fahai, you really don't understand love. Ningxu felt a wave of dizziness. She felt her soul entering a body. She waited until her soul had completely merged with the body. Ningxu opened his eyes and looked around. He was lying on a brick bed. The room was very simple and had a bit of an ancient style. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed. He wanted to see how much spiritual energy there was in this world. However, he was disappointed. After all, this was a modern world. Fortunately, with the support of his peerless martial arts, Ningxu cultivated a strand of energy the size of a strand of hair. It looked very shabby. Ningxu stopped cultivating and started to accept the plot. This was the story of a domineering ghost king falling in love with me. The female lead, Xianxia, was a white-collar worker. She casually bought a piece of jade on the antique street. Then, she experienced a series of strange things. She was haunted by a male ghost wearing red clothes. This male ghost was always by her side. She went to work by his side, helping him to make things difficult for her boss. When she was bathing, a handsome man suddenly appeared in the bathtub. When she woke up in the morning, she saw an extremely handsome face facing her. Song Shihan was teased until her ears turned red. Her heart was rippling. She endured the ghost king Feng Yin's handsome face doing all kinds of shameless things to her. If it wasn't for his handsome face, she would have called the police. There was a reason why Feng Yin treated Song Shihan so well. This involved their past lives and the lives before them. In any case, it was unknown how many lives it had been. Feng Yin and Song Shihan were a pair of ill-fated lovebirds. They loved each other so much that the heavens fell and the earth cracked. For some reason, the female lead died in the previous life. Feng Yin committed suicide for love and became the powerful ghost king. After 1,000 years, the female lead reincarnated. Finally, the female lead appeared. Now, it was time to continue their relationship. Tao Qin, the idiot, ran to stop the touching love and was killed by Feng Yin. She even implicated her master and fellow apprentices. Tao Qin, the senior apprentice sister, felt very guilty. After Ningxu accepted the plot, he sighed. Tao Qin didn't blame the ghost king for killing her. After all, if one was weak, they should be prepared to be killed. She couldn't accept that the people in her sect didn't hurt the ghost king and Song Shihan. The ghost king even destroyed the entire sect and caused everyone's souls to scatter. Ningxu continued to cultivate his peerless martial arts. The stronger he became, the harder he would be to be killed. Senior apprentice sister, it's time to eat. If you're late, you won't have anything to eat. A young male voice came from outside. Ningxu stopped cultivating. When he opened the door, he saw a boy taller than him. He was chewing on a steamed bun in his hand. Ningxu hurried to the place to eat. If he was late, the steamed bun would really be eaten up by these calves. The place where Ningxu stayed was an abandoned Taoist temple. It could not be said that it was abandoned, but there were no pilgrims coming here to offer incense. Only Tao Qin's master brought a group of homeless children to learn the Maoshan techniques. Life passed by bitterly. When Ningxu reached the kitchen, he saw a group of radish heads around the table. They were of different ages. Most of them were boys, but there were also 2 little girls with braids and missing front teeth. The most eye-catching one was sitting at the head of the table. He had a beard and a shameless bun on his head. At this moment, he was burping and picking his teeth. When Ningxu saw this old man, a sour feeling arose in his heart. Ningxu greeted his master. The old man's name was Tao Qing, and he was the successor of Mao Mountain's ghost hunters. The disciples in the room were all adopted by him. These children were all orphans. With the development of society, Mao Mountain's Taoist techniques were all superstitions. They were all scammers. Who would want their children to learn this? Tao Qing found orphans and passed down the Mao Mountain's Taoist techniques, which were already very weak. Life was not good. Tao Qing looked at Ning Shu, raised his eyebrows, and chuckled. I woke up late today. I finished eating. Ning Shu saw that the table was full of bones. The children were still eating steamed buns dipped in meat soup. The meat soup must have been caught by Tao Qing in the mountains. Ning Shu rolled his eyes. I'll eat the steamed buns. Ning Shu reached out his hand. The last steamed bun in the big bowl was snatched by a child. Ning Shu was speechless. The kid was eating the old man dry. Tao Qing raised more than 10 children. It was really hard. Tao Qing was also raised by Tao Qing. From time to time, Tao Qing would bring Tao Qing to protect, deceive people, kidnap, cheat. Tao Qing was also very capable. He just liked to pretend a little. He wanted people to pay him a high price. The money he earned was not even enough to feed a large family of calves. A little boy saw that Ning Shu had nothing to eat. He tore half of a steamed bun and gave it to Ning Shu. Ning Shu took it and ate it. Good boy. When senior sister comes out of the temple, I'll bring you a gift. Tao Qing rubbed his chest. Ning Shu said, there is something I need you to do. Ning Shu stuffed the steamed bun into his mouth and asked Tao Qing, Master, what is it? Tao Qing stood up, burped, and walked towards the main hall of the Taoist temple. Ning Shu followed Tao Qing into the main hall. The Taoist temple was very old and had not been repaired for a long time. The statues of the 3 pure ones in the main hall seemed to be covered with a layer of dust. There was a smaller statue next to the 3 pure ones. This should be the founder of Mao Mountain, Tao Hongjing. Tao Qing waved in front of the statue and lit 2 sticks of incense. Ning Shu also followed suit and did the same. Ning Shu asked Tao Qing, Old man, what's the matter? Tao Qing touched the bun on his head and said, You are already 20 years old. It's time for you to go out and gain experience. Recently, an acquaintance came to find me. He has a business deal. If he succeeds, the money will be quite a bit. It will be enough for us to support ourselves for a while. Tao Qing said. Acquaintances? What happened? Ning Shu asked. Tao Qing said, recently, his son has been possessed by a ghost and is half dead. His family is quite rich. Ning Shu thought for a moment. It should be related to Ghost King Fengyin. Damn, I'm a little scared. Since it was dressed in red, it was obvious that it was a malicious ghost. However, Tao Qing was no match for Yin Zhen. Since then, the Dao techniques of northern Maoshan were lost, and there was no successor. Otherwise, they wouldn't be implicated in this matter. Ning Shu and Tao Qing asked, Old man, aren't you going? If you go out to gain experience, why would I go? Tao Qing rubbed his chest and rubbed out some mud balls. Ning Shu rolled his eyes. Ning Shu said, Old man, what if I encounter danger? Help me read my fortune. I don't feel good this time. Tao Qing raised his eyebrows and took out a copper coin. He muttered something and read Ning Shu's fortune. 3 copper coins fell on the table. One of them cracked. Tao Qing's expression changed drastically. Tao Qing picked up the cracked copper coin. Could it be something powerful? I just read it a little and even the copper coin is broken. Ning Shu said, we won't accept this business deal. It's too dangerous. Tao Qing touched his head and nodded. We'll talk about this later. We'll talk about the training later. Ning Shu nodded. Tao Qing said, go to the back of the mountain and get some game. We really can't afford to raise these children. Okay, I'll go get it, Ning Shu said. Bring it back. I want to test your recent homework. Tao Qing left with his hands behind his back. Ning Shu saw that he was full of worry. Obviously, the divination just now made him worry. Ning Shu went to the back of the Taoist temple to see if there was any game. He didn't find any game, but he did find some wild fruits. Ning Shu had only eaten half a steamed bun. He was hungry and picked some wild fruits to eat. The fruits were not tasty and were very bitter. Ning Shu ate 2 and gave up. They only managed to catch 2 rabbits and nothing else. It was not easy to raise this group of children. Ning Shu carried a rabbit ear in each hand and returned to the temple. Tao Qing was making a group of children get into the horse stance. Tao Qing saw Ningxu carrying 2 rabbits. He rolled his eyes and said, "Why are there only 2 skinny rabbits?" Ningxu said angrily, "We've eaten most of the things around here. It's good enough to have 2 rabbits." Ningxu saw that the children's clothes were not good. They were very old. The younger children's clothes were a little big and did not fit. Obviously, they were wearing clothes that the older children could not wear. Ningxu face-bombed. How did they end up like this? People like Tao Qing who knew a little about the outside world must be honored guests of high officials and nobles. It was not that there were no ghosts in this world. People believed in science, but not everyone believed in science. Ningxu skinned the rabbits and cleaned their innards. He threw them into the pot and boiled them until the meat was soft and turned into broth. He took out the bones. He made a pot of dough balls with the broth. This thing was very good at suppressing hunger. At noon, each of them had a bowl of meat soup with a sprinkle of salt. It tasted pretty good, and everyone ate happily. Ningxu looked at the child and understood Tao Qing's feelings of wanting to counterattack. The master who had raised her was killed and his soul scattered. As for these children who had been abandoned since young, they did not know who their parents were. They were killed when they were in their teens. The younger ones were only 7 or 8 years old and their souls were scattered as well. Their souls were given to Feng Yin to strengthen him. Tao Qing was just an obstacle in the path of Feng Yin and Song Shihan's love. After killing the meddlesome Taoist priest, he was afraid that these Taoist priests would nag and urge his woman to leave him. He might as well kill them all. He could ensure his woman's safety and strengthen his soul. In short, these dozens of lives showed that the male lead was the most powerful person in the world. He doted on the female lead. If humans bullied the female lead, he would kill them. If ghosts bullied the female lead, he would devour them and their souls would scatter. In any case, he was invincible. After lunch, Ningxu returned to his room to cultivate. Only when he was strong could he protect this sect. After cultivating Qi Jin, he was much stronger and more agile. With the talismans he had exchanged and the spirit pearl that could absorb souls, he would probably be able to escape if he encountered a ghost king. Although Ningxu wanted to avoid the love between Feng Yin and Song Shihan, he could not avoid the plot just because he wanted to. Ningxu let out a long breath. Feng Yin was a cheat. He even had a group of ghosts under him. The other ghosts would tremble when they saw him. In short, he was the domineering CEO of the ghost world. If he said he would kill you, he would kill you. Ningxu intensified his cultivation. Fortunately, the Taoist temple was located in a sparsely populated area surrounded by mountains and forests. The scenery was beautiful, and the spiritual qi was slightly more abundant than in a big city with a lot of car exhaust. It was a suitable place for retirement. There was a village at the foot of the Taoist temple, but it was a very poor and backward village. Occasionally, people in the village would come to the old man when they encountered something supernatural. The compensation would be some sweet potatoes or pumpkins, or a chicken if they were better off. The old man would bring Tao Qing every time and let her learn how to exorcise ghosts. If it was a better family in town, the old man would put on an act and say that the ghost's murderous aura was too strong, and they had to quickly get rid of it. If they scared the people, they would be paid more. Even so, he still couldn't stand it. There were more than 10 mouths in the house, and they were all half-grown children. When they were growing, they were like bottomless pits. The old man originally wanted to mold the statues of the 3 pure ones and the Maoshan sect's ancestors into golden bodies, but the conditions were too difficult. The development of technology made the survival of metaphysics smaller and smaller. Now, the old man didn't want to carry forward the Maoshan technique. He only wanted it to be passed down so that it wouldn't completely disappear in the long river of history. The old man's painstaking efforts were ruined by Tao Qing. It was also because Tao Qing was young. If this was done by an old man with decades of experience, things wouldn't be so bad. Ghost King Feng Yin suddenly came to the Taoist temple. The old man wanted to protect the child, and Feng Yin was extremely powerful. The old man and the child were killed by the Ghost King, and their souls scattered. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated. He felt fine spiritual qi flowing into his pores and finally gathering in his energy center. "Girl, come here." The old man's voice was very loud. Ningshu heard it in the room. He stopped cultivating and went to find the old man. When he arrived at the main hall, he saw the old man wearing a half-new Taoist robe. His hair was also combed into a new bun. He looked like a righteous old Taoist. Seeing him like this, Ningshu knew there was business. Ningshu asked, "What business is it this time?" The old man said, "It's about what happened in the village. I don't know what's bothering him, but he hasn't woken up yet." The old man looked at Ningshu and rolled his eyes. "This time, you're the host. See what you've learned." Ningshu braced himself and said, "Oh, okay." Now, was she going to become a ghost-catching Taoist? The old man brought him down the mountain and arrived at a house. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Ningshu felt a cold aura and his hair stood on end. The old man stood in the yard and observed his surroundings. Ningshu also looked around. This was an ordinary farmyard. There was a locust tree in the yard, and there was a well under the locust tree. Ningshu walked into the well and looked inside. The well was under the locust tree and the light was blocked by the branches. It was dark inside and he couldn't see the well water. The locust tree was a little big and almost covered half of the small yard. Standing under the tree, it was very cool and even cold. The owner led the old man and Ningshu into the house. When they entered the house, they saw a woman lying on the bed. Her face was very pale and there was a faint black chi between her eyebrows. The old man pretended to pinch his fingers and his eyes were half closed. Then, he said to Ningshu, who was staring at the woman, "Go and take a look." Ningshu walked over, picked up the woman's hand and felt her pulse. The woman was about 50 years old. Ningshu felt her pulse and found that there was a serious blood loss in her body. In short, she had lost too much blood. Ningshu checked her body and found that there were no big wounds on her body. It was impossible for her to lose too much blood. "Immortal Master, how is my old woman?" the woman's husband asked the old man. The old man was calm and composed. "There will be results soon." Ningshu looked at the old man and asked, "Master, how did this happen?" "Everything in the world has spirituality. Think carefully." The old man, Ningshu, said. Ningshu knew that the old man wanted him to solve it. However, this should be caused by some strange thing. Ningshu dipped his finger in cinnabar and called up the memory of the original owner of the body, drawing talismans to exorcise evil spirits. Then, he drew a talisman on the woman's forehead. However, Ningshu had never drawn a talisman before. He failed the first time. Ningshu turned his head and looked at the old man. The old man was expressionless. He stood there and looked like a celestial being. Ningshu dipped his finger in cinnabar again. He took a deep breath and began to draw. This time, he barely managed to draw. The cinnabar penetrated the woman's skin. The woman suddenly felt uncomfortable. Black chi rolled out from between her eyebrows. She opened her mouth and screamed. Her hands and feet danced together. The blue veins on her body bulged and twisted like the roots of a tree. It looked very scary. "Quickly hold her down," Ningshu said to the woman's husband. Then, he took out a talisman from the cloth bag and nailed it between the woman's eyebrows. Unexpectedly, the talisman slowly turned black and finally burned. The blood vessels on the woman's body became more obvious. Small blood vessels spread out around the large blood vessels. Blood vessels appeared on the surface of the entire body. Ningshu almost jumped back. "Damn, what kind of thing is this?" Ningshu grabbed a handful of glutinous rice and pressed it on the woman's forehead. The glutinous rice made a sizzling sound and emitted black chi. It was as if the glutinous rice was about to be burned. In the end, the woman couldn't take it anymore and fainted. The woman's husband was so anxious that his eyes turned red. His hands were trembling. Ningshu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He heard the locust tree at the door rustling. Looking through the window, there were many ghosts. Ningshu felt that it should be related to the tree. This tree sucked the woman's blood? "Immortal Master, please save my wife." The old man begged the old man. Ningshu moved to the old man's side and asked, "Master, what should we do now?" "Aren't you the one exorcising the evil?" the old man said calmly. "Ningshu, your disciples' claws are numb now. Hurry up and help." Ningxu walked out of the room. He looked at the locust tree that was swaying without wind. The branches were swaying. It was King a spirit. Ningxu said to the man, "Get some rooster blood." The old man quickly killed the rooster in the chicken pen and got half a bowl of chicken blood. Ningxu took out the things in his cloth bag and prepared to set up a formation. This formation was something that Ningxu learned from Qingyu. It was the Yang gathering formation from the cultivation world. Because there were no Dharma artifacts or spirit stones, this formation wasn't very effective. However, it was more than enough to deal with the tree. After the Yang gathering formation was completed, the surroundings became bright. The previously gloomy courtyard was now blindingly bright. The locust tree's leaves started to curl up under the strong light. Black chi slowly emitted from the leaves. The tree kept rustling and emitting a strange sound. It sounded like a person was roaring in pain. As expected, it was the tree's doing. Ningxu sprinkled a handful of glutinous rice and chicken blood. He injected a bit of energy and used a thick cinnabar brush to draw a talisman on the tree trunk. As Ningxu drew the talisman, the locust tree shook even more violently. It actually broke the branches on its body and smashed them at Ningxu. "Lass, dodge it," shouted Ningxu. Ningxu dodged in a flash and saw that the broken branches of the locust tree were bleeding. The entire yard was filled with the stench of blood. It was sticky and thick. Under the effects of the Yang gathering array and the talisman, the locust tree shook even more violently. Its body emitted a thick black gas. There were no leaves, only a bare tree trunk. Its body was pitch black, but it was still stubbornly resisting. "Ah!" The woman in the room suddenly screamed. Ningxu hurried back to the room and saw the woman sitting on the bed. Her hair was standing up, her lips were purple, and her eyes were protruding. Her eyeballs were bloodshot. She vomited smelly blood. The old man saw that something was wrong and pushed Ningxu away. He reached into the bowl of chicken blood and pressed his blood-stained hand on the woman's face. He said to Ningxu, "Dip it in blood and draw a talisman on her foot." Ningxu didn't say a word. He held the woman's ankle tightly with one hand and drew a talisman on her foot with the other. The woman struggled violently, trying to break free from Ningxu's hand. She kicked Ningxu with her other foot, but the man beside her hurriedly pressed down on the woman's foot. "Draw on her foot and her leg," said Ningxu as the old man tapped the woman's forehead. Ningxu drew a dense number of talismans on her leg as black gas emitted from her body. The locust tree outside suddenly creaked and split in half. The woman's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Ningxu was still drawing talismans. The black gas emitted from the woman's body became thicker and thicker, but the blood vessels on her body slowly disappeared. Ningxu wanted to train his talisman drawing ability, so he drew talismans on every part of the woman's body. "Dig up this tree and uproot it," said the old man. The old man said, "The locust tree is the ghost of the wood. It's a ghost tree. The heavy yin energy will easily attract ghosts. Don't plant this kind of tree around the house." The man first asked the old man, "Is my old woman okay?" "Rest well. Stick these talismans on the door." Ningxu took out 2 talismans from the cloth bag. The man took the talisman and looked for a few men in the neighborhood. Some of them held hoes, while others held shovels. They began to dig the roots. The locust tree's roots were deeply rooted, extending across half of the courtyard. When the tree bark was broken, it would bleed black blood. This black blood was something that even flies wouldn't bite. It smelled fishy and evil. The old man tidied up his Taoist robe and said, "This poor Taoist will leave first." The man immediately thanked the old man and asked, "How did my wife get targeted by this tree?" Actually, Ningxu was quite curious. Why did the locust tree find a woman? Could it be because women had yin attributes? The old man said indifferently, "In fact, this locust tree is like this because of your wife. Your wife was menstruating and the blood from the menstrual cloth was poured on the tree. A woman's menstrual water is something with heavy yin energy. Moreover, it's something dirty in the body. The locust tree is a ghost tree. After absorbing this, it naturally treats your wife as a provider." The old man looked at the chicken in the courtyard and stroked his beard. He had the demeanor of an immortal and said, "This chicken also suffered an unexpected calamity. It should be released from purgatory. The man quickly gave the rooster to the old man. The old man took it and shook his head with pity. He stuffed it into Ningxu's arms. The man gave her 2 pumpkins the size of a millstone. Ningxu carried the 2 pumpkins out of the yard and asked the old man, "How do you know that it was caused by the blood of the woman who washed the menstrual cloth?" Although there were sanitary pads now, in a poor and backward village like this, women were still reluctant to spend money to buy sanitary pads that were thrown away after one use. The old man looked at Ningxu in annoyance. "Why are you so unfamiliar with exorcism this time? In our line of work, we have to have good eyesight and pay attention to our surroundings. Taoist magic is not some feudal superstition. It's about observing the layout and analyzing it to deduce the good and bad of the place. There's a well under the locust tree. It's convenient to wash clothes by the well. How can there be no problems after decades of watering?" The old man shook his head and said, "It's just that the locust tree's roots are very deep. The water in the well is also not clean. The locust tree is a tree that grows through coffins. If this tree wasn't planted by humans, there would probably be a grave within a meter." "Ningxu, master is so awesome. Then why didn't you tell him?" Ningxu asked. The old man looked at Ningxu as if he was looking at rotten wood. "I already told him. Even if it's just one job, if he really dug up something, he would definitely come to me. That's 2 jobs and 2 rewards. Are you stupid? If you dig up a grave, you have to ask the ancestors to leave. If you want to look at feng shui, it's a big business. You have to dig up a grave." Ningxu was speechless. As expected, he was still too inexperienced. What happened just now made Ningxu feel that the world was very dangerous. If a tree could be like this, there was no need to talk about the Ghost King. "What array formation did you use just now?" the old man asked Ningxu. He thought for a while but still couldn't remember. Ningxu had already thought of an excuse. "Isn't this the spirit trapping array that you taught me?" "Can't I tell if it's a spirit trapping array or not?" the old man said in annoyance. Ningxu thought for a while and finally said, "I must have made a mistake. In the end, it ended up like that." The old man patted Ningxu's head heavily. "I told you to go and gain experience. Look at you, experience my ass. You'll be played to death by evil things." Ningxu sighed. When they returned to the Taoist temple, the old man asked Ningxu to hurry up and stew the rooster with the pumpkin. "Master, aren't you going to release it?" Ningxu squinted. "You talk too much." The old man hurriedly changed out of his half-new Taoist robe and changed into his usual work clothes. Seeing the old man like this, Ningxu's heart ached. He wasn't in the mood to bicker with the old man and went to the kitchen to prepare the rooster. Some of the junior brothers and sisters picked up some firewood from the mountains and neatly stacked it in the woodshed. These children were quite sensible and helped when they could. The slightly older children carried buckets of water to the spring in the back of the mountain to fetch water. Ningxu stewed the chicken in the pot and poured the pumpkin in after it was done. Anyway, this was how a big pot of rice was. Whether it tasted good or not was secondary as long as it could fill their stomachs. Now, even filling their stomachs was a little difficult. Ningxu cooked another pot of noodles with some dough balls mixed in. The rooster was so small that it was good enough that each person could eat a piece of meat. The old man and Ningxu didn't touch the meat and left it for the younger children. After eating, Ningxu asked, "Are the Mao Mountain Taoists living such a hard life now? Is South Mao Mountain like this too?" Mao Mountain was divided into North Mao Mountain and South Mao Mountain. The ancestors of the 2 sects were not the same person, but they both practiced the 5 Taoist techniques. The 5 Taoist techniques included mountain, medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination. The 5 arts of Taoism had thousands of techniques. For example, acupuncture, medicinal powder, and pills to treat diseases, all of which had the shadow of Taoism's mysterious techniques. Looking at the feng shui of the yin and yang residents, fortune-telling, and predicting good or bad luck, it was not easy to master one. Ningxu could not figure out why the old man was so miserable. He was also a person with real ability. In fact, the richer a person was, the more they believed in these things. Things like fate and destiny were hard to predict. A person's physiological magnetic field was changing at any time. The old man stroked his beard and said proudly, "Your master was your age and had already gone out to make a living. His clients were all high-ranking officials and rich people. At that time, he made a lot of money. Alas, when he was young. Alas, your master was also a man. You know." Ningxu was speechless. "What do you know?" "He probably spent all his money on women." "You're a Taoist. How can you face the ancestors of the three pure ones? How can you face the internal fist technique that you practice? Would it kill you to be a virgin? You're simply shameless and unrestrained. It would be better if the internal fist technique was practiced by a virgin. Besides, there was enough yang qi. A virgin's urine had a great restraining effect on ghosts. When a virgin's urine was needed, one could get it by unbuttoning one's pants." Ningxu complained about the old man in his heart. People in this line of work are all divulging the secrets of heaven and offending the 5 evil spirits. Most of them are alone. Sometimes, they have to do some outrageous things. The old man stroked his beard. "Later, because I offended someone, I thought that I'm not young anymore and have to pass on the Maoshan technique." The old man looked at Ningxu. "When I found you, you were still a little girl with a runny nose. See, when you're young, you'll have to suffer when you're old." The old man coughed and said, "The array you used before was not bad. By accident, you could gather the yang qi of heaven and earth. Record it and pass it on when the time comes." "I got it," Ningxu said. It would be easier to deal with ghosts if he wanted to keep all the arrays he had learned. "If you delay the training, I'll be worried about you." The old man said, "Learn from me for a while more. Your technique of drawing charms is much more rusty than before." She and Tao Qin were not the same person. How could she be skilled in drawing talismans? It was already good enough that she was able to draw it on her first try. Ningxu wrote down the yang congregating array that he had previously used in the book. Then, he flipped through various Taoist books. All kinds of knowledge were recorded in Ningxu's mind. Fortunately, he had added so many attribute points to wisdom. Although he couldn't achieve eidetic memory, he could still remember something after looking at it twice. Ningxu was reading when a hand suddenly patted her shoulder. She turned around and saw a boy who was taller than her and had fluffy lips. He was still in puberty. The boy's name was Tao Xing. Tao Qin was the oldest, and he was the second oldest. Usually, Tao Qin would go out with the old man to earn money, and Tao Xing would take care of the matters in the Taoist temple. He was the king of children. "Senior sister, what are you looking at?" Tao Xing's voice was not pleasant to hear, but he deliberately lowered his voice, which made it even worse. Although her looks were not bad, her voice was unbearable. "I'm reading," Ningxu said. Tao Xing sat next to Ningxu and asked, "What happened to master and senior sister this time?" Ningxu said, "A locust tree that can suck human blood." Tao Xing said, "Oh." Ningxu said, "Senior sister, I want to go with you and master next time. Tell master about this. Bear with it for a while. I'm going to experience it soon. At that time, you and master will go out to do business." Ningxu knew that Tao Xing also wanted to exorcise evil spirits and catch ghosts. Tao Xing picked up a book and flipped through it quickly. He didn't even read it. Less than 2 days later, the old man who had turned the locust tree into a spirit in the yard came again. He found Tao Xing and said that he had dug up something at the foot of the yard wall. It was a rotten coffin. The old man was suddenly in high spirits. He put on his Taoist robe, picked up the peachwood sword and compass, and called Ningxu to prepare for a big deal. Tao Xing said to the old man, "Master, take us with you. We can take a look." Ningxu said, "Take them with you. I'll take care of them. Besides, Tao Xing is not young anymore. He can help out." The old man glanced at the group of uneven turnips and said to Ningxu, "Take good care of him. Don't bump into anything." The group of people immediately cheered and followed behind the old man. The old man suddenly felt that these children had ruined his sage-like charm and professionalism. When they arrived at the old man's house, the locust tree had been dug up. The soil of the whole yard had been dug up again. The rotten coffin was exposed under the yard wall. Only a corner of the coffin was exposed. Obviously, the old man didn't dare to dig anymore. The old man asked someone to prepare a table. On the table, there was an incense burner, a peachwood sword, a compass, glutinous rice, chicken blood, and talisman paper. Ningxu looked at the things on the table and silently memorized them. This was the first time the children had seen such a scene. They were nervous and afraid. They knew that they would have to do such things in the future, but they were still afraid of ghosts. The old man called the few families that were next to the old man's house over and said, "Although this coffin was discovered here, it's still next to your house. You have to invite the ancestors to leave together." The surrounding families agreed and said that they would pool money together to find a place with good feng shui for the ancestors. Ningxu watched from the side and felt that the old man was definitely afraid that the old man's family wouldn't have enough money, so he had deliberately pulled a few families to pool money together. The old man began to perform the ritual with a sage-like demeanor. Ningxu stared intently at the old man. He watched as his face turned pale after he performed the ritual. Ningxu hurriedly brought the water to the old man. After drinking a mouthful of water, the old man said, "Dig out the ancestors. Be careful not to damage the coffin. Just dig up the surrounding soil." The old man chose a few men with tougher life providences to dig up the soil. The process of digging up the soil was very slow. The main reason was that the coffin was too decayed. It felt like it would shatter with a single touch. The bones in the coffin were probably the same. It wasn't easy for a coffin to be dug out, but another coffin was dug out. When the old man saw another coffin appear, his expression turned ugly. However, he still said, "Continue digging." However, more and more coffins were dug out. Up to now, there were already 5. Furthermore, some of the coffins even had skeletons under them. The deeper they dug, the more skeletons there were. There were also bows, rusty sabers, and helmets scattered around. Now, even the courtyard walls had been pushed down, but there were more and more skeletons. The old man pinched his fingers as they trembled. He hurriedly stopped them from continuing digging. "Stop digging. This might be a burial of 10,000 people." The old man hurriedly performed the ritual. His expression was extremely ugly. Ningxu frowned as well. A burial of 10,000 people meant that many people were buried together. It would distort the magnetic field in this place, forming an exceptionally terrifying scene. No one had expected so many bones to be dug out. Even the old man did not expect it. There was no way to move so many bones. Furthermore, the bones were mixed together. It was impossible to tell whose thigh bone was whose. There were also long centipedes crawling out of the black eye sockets. The air was filled with an unpleasant smell. The old man hurriedly got people to disperse and cover their noses to avoid the smell. Ningxu led the group of children far away. The old man's face turned green. He could not help but rub his forehead. After dispersing the smell for a while, he got someone to fill the hole. The old man asked the old man, "What should we do with these bones?" The old man furrowed his brows. "Bury it. The safest thing now is for you to move. Don't live here anymore," the old man said. "Choose a new place to build a house. The surrounding families should move. Look for me to check the feng shui of the young residents," the old man said. There were so many dead people under their feet. Just thinking about it made them panic. The surrounding families all asked the old man to check the feng shui of their houses. They wanted to move. Although this deal was over, the old man asked them to move quickly. They definitely had to check the feng shui of the new house. After the soil was buried, the old man swept some glutinous rice on the soil and added an array formation. After doing all this, the old man packed up his things with a worried expression and prepared to return. Ningxu followed behind the old man with a group of children. Ningxu was deeply puzzled. He asked the old man, "Master, this doesn't look like a burial of 10,000 people. The surroundings of a burial of 10,000 people would gather baneful aura and resentment. Once a person fell into such a magnetic field, they would either go crazy or die. It could be said that there were no birds in the mountains and no traces of humans. However, there were a few families living in the surrounding area. There was nothing abnormal. There was basically no baneful aura or resentment. It was too unusual. With so many people buried here, there will definitely be resentment. The old man frowned. Ningxu asked, then where did all the resentment and evil aura go? Could it be that someone else absorbed it? That's what I'm worried about. The old man sighed. This evil aura will give birth to something. Ningxu instantly thought of Ghost King Fengyin, who could devour souls. After returning to the Daoist temple, the old man changed out of his Daoist robe with a worried expression. Ningxu said, Master, do you want me to check the county records and see what the history of this 10,000 burial is? Master, how long do you think this 10,000 burial has been going on for? Ningxu asked. The old man stroked his beard. Looking at the extent of the corrosion of his bones, I reckon he's not that old. Ningxu frowned. There was no such thing in the storyline. At this time, Tao Qin had already gone out to train and never returned. He didn't know that there was such a place. Ningxu felt that it was necessary for him to check the county records. In this pit, there were not only human bones, but also fragments of armor, swords, spears, and arrows. It was very likely that an ancient army was buried here. 1,000 years ago, Fengyin had killed many people in anger to avenge the female lead. After that, he committed suicide for love. Perhaps Fengyin's bones were in those coffins. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Ningxu's mind. He wanted to check the county records, but he didn't have the connections. Ningxu said, Master, let's go check the county records. Okay, I have the connections. The old man stroked his beard and brought Ningxu to the county government. He found a connection and said that he wanted to check the county records. Ningxu and the old man were brought to the county government's archives and told to check it themselves. There was a computer. Ningxu turned on the computer and searched through the files for information regarding the mass burial of the army. It was to see if an army had passed through here 1,000 years ago. When the old man saw that Ningxu knew how to use a computer, he was surprised. You know how to do this? Ningxu chuckled and said, Actually, I often go to internet cafes to surf the net. The old man, he couldn't even afford to eat at home. Wouldn't it be great if he could use the money to surf the net to buy some biscuits? Ningxu entered the search keyword and a lot of documents appeared. Ningxu opened the documents one by one and browsed through them. The old man looked at him and asked, Did you find it? No, maybe there's no record at all. Ningxu moved the mouse. The old man said, These people basically died at the same time, which is why they were buried together. There must be a record of such a large-scale killing. Ningxu opened the document. It didn't say much. It only said that an army had fled here after being defeated and there were pursuers behind them. The two sides fought fiercely and seemed to have perished together. Okay, there wasn't much value. The documents didn't mention who the generals were or what the situation was like at the time. Too much time had passed and a lot of things were blurred. Master, these corpses should be from two sides? Ningxu asked. The old man looked even more worried. Since they were enemies, even after they died, the two sides would still fight each other. The murderous aura and yin qi should be stronger, but I didn't notice it. I thought I was old. The old man stroked his beard. Where did the yin qi go? Ningxu's eyes darted around, but he didn't say anything. According to all the signs, Fengyin's corpse must be in the 10,000 burial. Perhaps the corpse of the female lead, Xianxia, from her previous life was also inside. A thought popped up in Ningxu's mind. There's nothing to see. Let's go back, Ningxu said. Ningxu took out some money to buy some meat and some flour and rice. The old man was a little depressed. He kept thinking about where the murderous aura and yin qi in the 10,000 burial had gone. He couldn't even eat. After dinner, Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. When it was midnight, he took a flashlight and a shovel and went down the mountain. When he reached the old man's house, Ningxu climbed over the wall and gently landed in the yard. He took out the chongpu from his cloth bag and clipped it to his ear. The chongpu could exorcise evil spirits. Ningxu took the shovel and started digging. Because the soil had already been loosened once, Ningxu dug much easier. It didn't take long for him to find the coffins. Ningxu dug out a few coffins and stuck the shovel to the side. He wiped his hand with cinnabar and slowly opened the decaying coffins. The coffins fell apart the moment Ningxu touched them. Ningshu's hand was covered in wooden splinters. Ningshu shone the flashlight into the coffin. There were scattered bones inside. This skeleton was relatively small. It was obviously a woman's skeleton. Ningshu took a leg bone and stuffed it into his bag. Then, he continued to rummage through the coffins. He took out a bone from each coffin. Then, he dug the soil and buried the coffins. After flattening the soil, he climbed over the wall and ran away. The moon in the sky seemed to be covered by a layer of gauze. Staring at the moon for too long gave one a gloomy feeling. There were birds chirping around. Ningshu walked on the path in the fields back to the Taoist temple. Ningshu had her reasons for stealing the bones. She wanted to test if the secret technique worked. After stealing the bones, Ningshu walked for a long time without returning to the Taoist temple. The temple was not far away, but she could not walk there. The more she walked, the darker her surroundings became. She felt a chill around her, as if someone was blowing at the back of her head. Goosebumps rose all over her body. Maybe something was looking at her and licking her face. There were rustling sounds behind her, mixed with a deep male voice. The voice was very pleasant to the ears, making her feel pregnant. "I'm asking you if you're scared. Are you scared, Ningshu?" Sure enough, a girl's body was easy to attract ghosts, especially in the middle of the night. She had encountered a ghost. Ningshu stopped in her tracks. In this situation, she could not continue walking. If there was a ditch in front of her, who would she look for if she drowned? If there was a cliff in front of her, who would she look for if she fell to her death? Ningshu felt the chill at the back of her head getting heavier and heavier. There was also a chill that poured into her ears. Damn, it felt like there was more than one ghost around. There were voices behind her. There was a man's voice and a woman's voice. Ningshu suppressed the urge to turn back. Humans had 3 fires, shoulders, and forehead. She turned her head and blew out the fire on her shoulder. The yang energy in her body weakened even more. What a torturous little demon. Ningshu took out a talisman from her cloth bag. She held the talisman between her fingers and chanted a spell. The talisman burned. The cold and gloomy aura soon dissipated, and the rustling sound disappeared. Ningshu shone the flashlight in front of her and saw that she was standing in front of a ditch. There was something that looked like water plants wrapped around her ankles. Waves of cold aura spread from her ankles to every corner of her body. She felt that her body was about to freeze, and she had no strength to resist. Damn, did she encounter a water ghost again? Ningshu mobilized the qi gene in her body to disperse the yin qi in her body. Moreover, the seaweed was forcefully pulling her ankle, trying to drag her into the water. Ningshu took out a talisman and pressed it on the seaweed. The seaweed emitted a sizzling sound and retreated back into the water in fright, emitting black smoke. Oh my, I'll never walk at night again. Ningshu immediately took out a talisman and stuck it on her back, one on her chest, and one on both her arms. If you're not afraid of talismans, then come at me. However, a gust of wind blew over and blew away the talismans on Ningshu's body. The shrill sound of the wind roared out from Ningshu's body. Waves of yin qi drilled into Ningshu's body. Damn, he's pushing his luck. Ningshu rolled his eyes and took out the spirit pearl. When Ningshu held the spirit pearl in his hand, the surrounding yin qi instantly dissipated. The ghost that blew into Ningshu's ear was also sucked into the spirit pearl and turned into energy for the spirit pearl. This time, they returned to the Taoist temple smoothly. Very few ghosts dared to go near the Taoist temple, so Ningshu was not afraid of being pestered by ghosts. He had encountered all kinds of things on this trip. When he returned to his room, Ningshu took out the bones from the cloth bag and placed them on the table. Some of the bones already had holes in them. Ningshu looked at them and did not know which bones belonged to Feng Yin. He could only test them one by one. Ningshu took out cinnabar and applied it on the bones. Then, he took out some willow leaf juice and quietly waited for the changes to happen. Not long after, some of the bones started to turn black and emit black smoke. One of the bones even moved, and the bone became as white as jade. Ningshu held the bone. This might be Feng Yin's corpse. Ningshu picked up the bone and tapped it on the palm of her hand. She laughed. The thing that the male lead was currently possessing was a jade pendant, and this jade pendant was something that the male lead always carried with him. In any case, after thousands of years of passing through hands, it finally landed in the female lead's hands. Ningxu took out a cinnabar brush and drew a talisman on the bone. The bone was actually a little hot. Ningxu drew a dense number of talismans on the bone. In the end, the bone started to become hollow and brittle. Ningxu squeezed it with his hand and crushed it into powder. He then used a bowl to collect the powder. Ningxu chuckled. He mixed the cinnabar and various other things together and mixed it into ink. Then, he took out a cinnabar brush and dipped it in the bone ash to draw talismans on yellow paper. Using a child's spear to attack a child's shield. He would use this talisman to deal with Feng Yin. This was something that Ningxu had seen in the Maoshan spell books. Ningxu spent the entire night drawing talismans. The next morning, he still had to wake up to make breakfast for the group of children. Ningxu placed the talisman he had drawn in his cloth bag and patted it contentedly. After breakfast, the old man took Ningxu to do business. However, he let Ningxu handle it. If Ningxu couldn't handle it, the old man would do it himself. Ningxu saw all kinds of ghosts. There were ghosts with especially strong malevolent auras, ghosts possessing children, and all kinds of little ghosts. This made Ningxu much more familiar with ghost hunting. However, the old man's expression became more and more gloomy by the day. His brows were tightly furrowed. He had something on his mind. Ningxu asked, "Master, are you still worried about the 10,000 burial?" "Yes." The old man stroked his beard. "I've always had a bad feeling. In our line of work, it's instinctive to sense good and bad. Anyway, there's something strange about the 10,000 burial." Ningxu couldn't help but say, "There's no malevolent aura. There's a malicious ghost that absorbed the malevolent aura and yin qi. That's what I'm worried about. Even now, that thing hasn't appeared. It must be something powerful that absorbed the malevolent aura of the 10,000 burial." The old man sighed. "I've lived for so long. Even if I die, it'll be worth it. It's just a bunch of kids like you." The old man was very depressed. "Forget it. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. After a while, you'll go on an adventure." The old man said, "Bring Taoxing with you." Ningxu was speechless. Why would he bring Taoxing? She was going to deal with the Ghost King. Although Taoxing had some skills, the Ghost King could kill him with a flick of his finger. "Master, I don't want to bring Taoxing. Let Taoxing learn from you for a while first." Ningxu refused. The old man squinted and said, "It's good that one of you can escape. You should at least pass on the Maoshan technique." "No need. I feel that it won't be safe if I go out. What if I don't take junior brother into consideration and something happens?" Ningxu said, "Didn't the divination say that it would be dangerous for me to go on an adventure?" "Master, I also gave myself a rough divination. It's very bad." Ningxu said, "It'll be more dangerous for junior brother to follow me." "Alright, as long as you're happy." The old man squinted. "There's a business deal that you should take a look at. It's an acquaintance of mine. His son has been possessed by a ghost. Now, strange things are happening in the company. The company's employees are also in trouble. They've been begging me to take a look." The old man Ningxu said, "When the time comes, extort more money. I haven't eaten meat in a long time." Ningxu said, "Didn't you just eat yesterday?" "Did I?" The old man looked at the sky gloomily. He looked like an immortal who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. Ningxu turned and left to pack his luggage. The next day, Ningxu carried a bulging cloth bag and went to look for the old man. The cloth bag was filled with tools for exorcism, such as a peachwood sword, talismans, cinnabar brushes, and all kinds of things. The bag was stuffed to the brim. When he arrived at the main hall, the old man was burning incense for the 3 pure ones. Ningxu also took an incense stick and burned it. The old man turned to look at Ningxu and said with a smile, "Girl, be careful on your trip." Ningxu said, "I know. Master, you have to take care too." The old man took the compass and handed it to Ningxu. "This is a Dharma artifact left behind by the founder. This is the only Dharma artifact left in our sect." Ningxu hurriedly waved his hand. Master, there's no need to give me the compass. This is something used by the founder. The compass was heavy and had a sense of mystery. At a glance, it was obvious that it had a long history. What if she broke it? In the plot, Tao Qin relied on this compass and her soul was attached to it. That was why Feng Yin didn't devour her soul power. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have the chance to offer her soul to counterattack. She relied on the power of the compass to protect her soul. The old man stuffed the compass into Ningxu's hands. All right, just keep it. Then, he gave Ningxu a cloth bag. Ningxu took it and saw that it was filled with dry biscuits. Seeing so many biscuits, Ningxu had a bad feeling. Master, you've spent a lot of money preparing so many biscuits for me, Ningxu said. It's not much. Save them for the journey, the old man said. Ningxu, can I walk there? Master, can't you give me some money for the fare? Ningxu thought about walking to the big city with 2 legs. He wanted to die. The old man said very straightforwardly, we have money at home. In our line of work, we can get money wherever we go. But can the possessed person over there wait? Ningxu said unhappily. Mui, I'm an acquaintance of his. I've given him some talismans in the past. They can last for a while. The old man countered the old man's words. Anyway, he just wanted money. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu knelt down and kowtowed to the old man, saying, Master, take care of yourself. When you get there, go to this address and find an acquaintance of mine. The old man handed Ningxu a piece of paper with the address written on it. Ningxu put away the paper and turned around to leave the hall. He even turned back to look at the old man in the hall. His heart was pounding, and he didn't know if he would be able to come back. He had embarked on the journey of destiny. Senior apprentice sister, wait a moment. Ningxu had just left the monastery when he heard Tao Xing's voice. Tao Xing ran in front of Ningxu and gave him a bag of fruits. He said, eat this if you are thirsty on the way. Ningxu took it with a smile. Thank you, junior apprentice brother. Ningxu took the big and small bags and left. Ningxu's heart was filled with bitterness. Could it be that she really had to walk to H City on foot? Walking on the dusty road, Ningxu finally reached the county. He decided to find a business to get money to go to the city. Big brother, I see that your glabella is dark. Recently, crazy, you didn't take your medicine. Ningxu was speechless. Miss, I see that your glabella is dark, and your face is gloomy. Who are you calling miss? Call me miss again. Ningxu was speechless. Why was it so difficult to do business now? In the end, Ningxu found a business. It was a child crying at night. A 5-month-old child would cry all night long at night. It was heart-wrenching. He had lost his soul. Ningxu took a pair of chopsticks and inserted them into a bowl filled with water. He asked the child's relatives to call the child's name and call the child's name on the road near home. After being busy for a while, Ningxu ate a sumptuous meal at the host's house and gave some money. Ningxu used the money to take a long-distance bus to H City. H City was a big city with many tall buildings. When Ningxu got off the bus, he realized that his clothes did not fit in with Gidge. It was obvious that he was from the countryside. Ningxu did not care. He took out the address and called for a taxi to take him to this place. The address was in a wealthy district. Ningxu was stopped by the security and could not enter. Moreover, Ningxu did not have the money to pay for the taxi. Bitter. Ningxu said to the security guard, Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Xia Weiming. Please inform him that I'm Tao Cheng's disciple. The security guard looked at Ningxu from head to toe. He was dressed like a country bumpkin with a cloth bag and his shoes were stained with yellow sand. He did not look like someone who had anything to do with the wealthy district. Ningxu naturally saw the disdain in the security guard's eyes. He said, I'm here to do something for Mr. Xia. If you delay Mr. Xia's matter, you might not be able to keep your job. It's fine to call and ask. The security guard slowly dialed the number. Ningxu stood there and waited. He said to the taxi driver, Wait a moment. Someone will pay soon. The driver rolled his eyes and could only wait. Not long after the security guard made the call, a middle-aged man came out. His eyebrows were filled with worry and anxiety. His eyebrows were tightly knitted. Before he got close, Ningxu felt some yin qi on his body. It made him look gloomy and spiritless. Your master didn't come? Xia Weiming saw that only Ningxu was there. He was a little disappointed. Then he saw the young Qi Hai with the rustic bangs, which made him look even younger. He was even more disappointed. Ningxu said, Mr. Xia, help me pay the fare first. I don't have money. Xia Weiming paid the fare and said to the security guard, don't stop her in the future. Xia Weiming took Ningxu to the villa. As soon as they walked into the living room, Ningxu felt that the villa was full of yin qi. Ningxu took out a piece of talisman paper and handed it to Xia Weiming. Take this with you. Xia Weiming thanked him and folded the talisman paper and put it in his pocket. He did not know if it was a psychological effect, but Xia Weiming felt that his mind was clear and he was not so tired. Little immortal, let's go see my son first. Xia Weiming said to Ningxu anxiously. Ningxu nodded and followed Xia Weiming to his son's room. The door was covered with talisman paper. Ningxu frowned. Each talisman paper had a different purpose. It was easy to get into trouble by blindly pasting talisman paper. Tear the talisman paper on the door. Ningxu said. Xia Weiming immediately tore the talisman paper. Ningxu pushed the door open and suddenly felt a chill go straight into his body. He had goosebumps and the room was filled with a strange smell. The room was very dark. The window was not open and the curtains blocked the light. Ningxu took a while to adapt to the darkness. He looked around the room. The room's walls, furniture, and bedside were all pasted with talisman paper. A young man was tied to the bed. His face was pale, but his lips were very dark. There was a thick black qi between his eyebrows. His vitality was suppressed by the death qi. If he was late, he might really be finished. Xia Weiming's son, Xia Yuan, had somehow gotten into trouble with a lot of monks and Taoist priests. However, in this day and age, the truly capable monks and Taoist priests were no longer as particular as they used to be. No matter what they did, they had to check their taboos before doing anything. Xia Weiming had written to the old man many times, asking him to save his son. Xia Weiming had no confidence in Ningxu, but her son was in such a state. She could only try her best. If she couldn't handle it, she would definitely call her master over. Ningxu took out a talisman paper and held it between his fingers. The talisman paper ignited a flame to disperse the yin qi in the house. Then, he walked into the house. Ningxu opened the curtains. Bright light suddenly projected into the house and shone on Xia Yuan, who was lying on the bed. Ningxu didn't see Xia Yuan's condition before it was dark in the house. Now, he saw that his face was bruised and there was a gauze on his forehead. Due to the strong light, he was very uncomfortable. He twisted his body and yelled at Ningxu, who was standing by the bed. He wasn't talking, he was yelling. Ningxu took the talisman paper and stuck it on his forehead. Xia Yuan's body trembled and his face was distorted. Black qi came out from between his eyebrows. He rolled his eyes and fainted. What's wrong with his face? Ningxu asked Xia Weiming. Xia Weiming sighed and said, if we don't tie him up, he will hit the wall and jump off the building. He is very afraid of light. He doesn't know what to do when we open the curtains. Ningxu didn't care about the fainted Xia Yuan. Instead, he took out the compass and checked the feng shui of the villa to see if there was anything wrong. Nowadays, people rarely paid attention to the feng shui of yang houses. Sometimes, when people lived in yang houses, it was easy for something to happen at home. That was how haunted houses came to be. People who died in haunted houses gathered resentment. If someone moved into such a house, it was most likely because they couldn't figure it out and wanted to die. Ningxu's feng shui was only at a passing level. He could tell whether something was good or bad. However, he didn't have the ability to change the feng shui with an object. There was no problem with Xia Weiming's feng shui. Usually, the rich were very particular about it because the slightest bit of carelessness would cause them to go bankrupt. After checking the feng shui of the house, Ningxu returned to Xia Yuan's room to take his pulse. Xia Yuan was not possessed by a ghost. Instead, the evil spirit had entered his body, causing his body to be in a very chaotic state. His internal organs and magnetic fields were affected by the evil spirit. If Xia Yuan's body was corroded by the evil spirit, his life would be shortened. Ningxu took off the cloth bag on his body and took out willow leaves, calamus, and various other exorcism items. "Where's the kitchen?" "I'll cook something," Ningxu asked. Xia Weiming brought Ningxu to the kitchen. He was worried that Ningxu wouldn't know how to use the things in the kitchen, so he asked the servant to help him. Ningxu didn't use tap water to cook. Instead, he used the rootless water in the Taoist temple. The rootless water was rainwater that didn't fall to the ground. Ningxu waited until the clay pot was bubbling. She lit up the talisman paper and put the burnt talisman paper's black ashes into the clay pot. Xia Weiming saw the black, poison-like substance in the clay pot. His face twitched and he asked, "What's wrong with my son?" "It's the evil spirit that entered his body. He's possessed by evil spirits." Ningxu stared at the clay pot and said without turning his head. When the medicine was ready, Ningxu poured a bowl of it for Xia Weiming and said, "You should drink some too. You've been with Xia Yuan every day, so you'll be contaminated by the evil spirit." Xia Weiming didn't say anything and drank the exorcism medicine directly. Ningxu saw a little bit of black gas slowly emerging from his body. Although the evil spirit didn't enter Xia Weiming's body, he had been contaminated by this gloomy aura. Nothing went smoothly recently. Ningxu took the bowl and went to Xia Yuan's room. He stuck a piece of talisman paper on his forehead. Xia Yuan suddenly felt so uncomfortable that his whole body moved and he woke up. He let out a chuckle and his eyes were unfocused. "Get a few people to hold him down," Ningxu said to Xia Weiming. Xia Weiming immediately let the bodyguards at the door in. 4 bodyguards held Xia Yuan down. Ningxu reached out to pinch Xia Yuan's nose, but Xia Yuan stretched his neck and wanted to bite Ningxu's hand. Ningxu took out the talisman paper and held Xia Yuan in place. Then, he pinched Xia Yuan's nose and poured a bowl of black liquid into his mouth. Xia Yuan was in great pain after drinking the exorcism medicine. He roared loudly and twisted his body. Although he was tied up and held down by 4 bodyguards, he couldn't be held down any longer. Xia Yuan's eyes were red and black smoke was coming out of his body. Ningxu took the talisman paper and stuck it on Xia Yuan's body. The 4 bodyguards each had one too. Ningxu set up the yang gathering formation in the room again. This time, with the help of the compass, the room was not only brightly lit but the temperature in the room was also slowly rising. The evil spirit in the room was soon illuminated and dissipated. Under the effect of the medicine and the yang gathering formation, Xia Yuan's body emitted a billowing evil spirit and resisted the yang gathering formation. Ningxu wasn't in a hurry. Xia Yuan's body would feel better after the evil spirit left. Xia Yuan was extremely uncomfortable. He let out an inhuman roar and broke the ropes. Without the ropes, the 4 bodyguards couldn't hold Xia Yuan down at all. Xia Yuan roared and ran to the balcony. It was obvious that he wanted to jump off the building. Ningxu's heart skipped a beat. He mobilized the qi in his body and rushed to Xia Yuan's back. He grabbed Xia Yuan's collar. Ningxu suddenly felt as if he was pulling a few galloping horses. Xia Yuan's strength was frightening. If Ningxu hadn't practiced peerless martial arts, he would have been pulled off the balcony by Xia Yuan. Ningxu hugged Xia Yuan's waist and threw him over his shoulder. Then, he controlled Xia Yuan's arms and pressed his knees on his back. He grabbed a handful of glutinous rice soaked in cinnabar from his bag and pressed it on Xia Yuan's back. Xia Yuan was in great pain. His face was already distorted. He shouted at Xia Weiming, "Dad, save me, save me." Xia Weiming took 2 steps forward. His eyes were red with heartache. He wiped away his tears and turned his head away. He couldn't bear to look anymore. Ningxu used all kinds of methods. In addition to the yang gathering formation, the temperature in the room was getting higher and the yang energy was getting more abundant. Xia Yuan couldn't take it anymore and fainted. Ningxu let go of Xia Yuan's arms and let out a long sigh. He wiped the cold sweat on his head. It was indeed too much for him to do it alone. Without the old man by her side to support her, she still felt a little uneasy. Ningxu's body was a little weak. His hands were trembling slightly. He had used too much strength. The bodyguards moved Xia Yuan to the bed. His breathing was weak and his face was bruised. Ningxu said, "Boil water with calamus and give him a bath." His body was smeared with corpse oil. Ningxu smelled something stinky and fragrant from Xia Yuan's body. It was a very strange smell. Ningxu had smelled it when he entered the house. He didn't expect it to be corpse oil. The smell became stronger when it was pressed on Xia Yuan's body. Xia Weiming's face turned pale when he heard about corpse oil. He asked in a low voice, "Is someone trying to harm him on purpose?" Ningxu said faintly, "Corpse oil is the oil refined from corpses. The dead have strong yin energy, so it's easier for something to happen to them." Xia Weiming frowned and looked at Xia Yuan, who was unconscious on the bed. His eyes were particularly sharp. Xia Weiming asked the maid to boil some calamus water for Xia Yuan to bathe. Ningxu sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. When he saw Xia Weiming coming over, he said, "I don't have a place to stay. Arrange a room for me next to your son's room. I'll be the first to notice if anything happens." Xia Weiming naturally had no objections. Ningxu said again, "My master said that you have to pay more this time." Xia Weiming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He nodded and said, "Money is not a problem. I just hope that my son can be healthy. There's also the company. Strange things have been happening to the company recently. The employees keep getting into trouble. If this goes on, the company will go bankrupt. Help me to check on the company." Ningxu said, "Okay." After resting for a while, Ningxu boiled some medicine for Xia Yuan again and brought it to him. Xia Yuan's room was very hot and the light was very dazzling. The sheets under Xia Yuan's body were soaked with sweat. Ningxu asked the maid to feed Xia Yuan water. If he continued to sweat like this, he would definitely die of dehydration. However, the maids knew that Xia Yuan was possessed. They didn't dare to go near him for fear of provoking a malicious spirit. Xia Weiming threw a tantrum and then took care of his son. Ningxu could understand. If one got involved with such a thing, they would not stop until one was dead. They might even lose half of their life. For the next few days, Ningxu took care of Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan's pulse was not as messy as it used to be after taking some medicine. Xia Yuan didn't have any extreme reaction when the talisman was pasted on his body. It was obvious that the baleful qi and yin qi in his body were almost gone. However, Xia Yuan's body had to be nursed back to health. Otherwise, it would collapse. Xia Weiming saw that his son was much more normal. He wasn't as crazy as before, wanting to commit suicide at the slightest provocation. Xia Yuan's mind was much clearer now. Xia Weiming breathed a sigh of relief as he could recognize people when he woke up. During this period of time, Xia Weiming had suffered greatly. His wife had died early, leaving behind his only child. His son had returned from studying abroad half a year ago and had started to manage the company. He had not expected such a thing to happen. Xia Weiming saw that Ningxu had some ability, so he praised the old man in front of Ningxu, saying that the old man was a great teacher and had a great disciple. Xia Weiming wanted Ningxu to go to his company to have a look. Ningxu said, "Little immortal, come with me to the company today. Just call me Tao Qin." "Let's go to the company to have a look," Ningxu said. Xia Weiming looked at Ningxu from head to toe and asked, "Do you only have this kind of clothes?" Ningxu's clothes were very rustic. Ningxu nodded and said, "I only have this kind of clothes." "What kind of clothes do you like? I'll ask my secretary to buy you two." "Do you like dresses?" Xia Weiming saw that Ningxu did not look like a girl at all. Which girl nowadays was like her? Ningxu waved her hand and said, "Just give me jeans and a t-shirt. It's not convenient to do things with a dress." Xia Weiming asked his secretary to buy clothes suitable for young girls. Ningxu changed into jeans and a t-shirt and tied her hair into a bun. Then, she only took the cow tears and got into the car with Xia Weiming to the company. Xia Weiming's company was a big company. When they arrived at the company, Ningxu smeared the cow tears on her eyelids and walked into the company. The employees of the company did not have much energy. When she walked in, she saw that there were a few people sleeping on the table. Ningxu blinked and saw a female employee standing in front of the printer to print something. However, there was a ghost standing behind her. The ghost stared at her and even lifted her hair to the tip of its nose to smell it. The female employee took the printed thing and turned around. She brushed past the ghost behind her. There was really a ghost in this company. In broad daylight, so many people and ghosts dared to appear. Anyway, the whole company had a gloomy atmosphere and a familiar murderous aura. The ghost did not follow the female employee. Instead, it went to play tricks on others. For example, a male employee was pouring water. However, for some reason, the cup flipped over and the water splashed on his crotch. The man was scalded and jumped. Then, the ghost was gloating at the side. Or there was a sudden power outage. Many employees did not have time to save their work information. Once the power went out, there were cries of pain. The ghost held its stomach and laughed wildly. Ningxu looked at it. It was about 20 years old. It looked very young and was very mischievous. Ningxu looked at it coldly. When the ghost saw that Ningxu was staring at it, it floated in front of Ningxu. Ningxu suddenly felt a chill. He felt as if he had entered a freezer. The ghost waved its hand in front of Ningxu. "Can you see me?" Ningxu turned and left. Now was not the time to teach it a lesson. Ningxu followed Xia Weiming around the company. When they brushed past a woman, Ningxu's nose twitched. This woman was wearing a corset dress that made her waist look very thin. She was a delicate and beautiful woman. Her face was rosy and radiant. Most importantly, there was a hint of lust on her body. Something ambiguous and indescribable must have happened not long ago. This woman was Song Shihan. When the ghost saw Song Shihan, he even took the initiative to wipe the chair for her. Of course, he could not wipe it at all. His hand went through the chair. Song Shihan seemed to be able to see the ghost. She even smiled at him. He was so attentive. Their relationship was not shallow. Ningxu looked at the ghost and was puzzled. This was Feng Yin. It couldn't be. Didn't they say that Feng Yin was the best in the world? How could he be like this? This ghost could only be considered good-looking. Ningxu was puzzled when he saw a man in red appear beside Song Shihan. This man was wearing an ancient red shirt and his hair was loose. His hands were slightly tucked in his sleeves. He had an outstanding aura. He was like a dragon and a phoenix. His hair was slanted to his temples. His eyes were handsome and his eyebrows were like a painting. His looks were natural and elegant. He was so beautiful that he could topple cities. He was like a man who had walked out of a painting and traveled through thousands of years. He had an air of nobility about him. He seemed to have the elegance of a scholar from the Wei and Jin dynasties. His red shirt was like a raging fire. It made him look even more unruly and elegant. Ningxu narrowed his eyes. He felt that his eyes were about to be burned by the man's red shirt. This man must be Feng Yin. His every move was elegant. His every word was elegant. He was peerless and unparalleled. Ningxu finally understood why the mission takers had fallen for Feng Yin's charms. She was indeed heaven-defying, elegant, and beautiful. *CK, she was a gorgeous ghost. Look at her bright red clothes. So what if she was a ghost because she was handsome? Appearance was the way to go. Normal humans could no longer be the male lead. Now, men with such heavy tastes were almost inhuman. Feng Yin bent down slightly and whispered into Song Shihan's ear. No one knew what he said, but Song Shihan blushed shyly. Her face was red, and to others, she looked baffled. Song Shihan was the only one blushing. Crazy. Feng Yin felt Ningxu sizing him up. He turned around and narrowed his eyes. Damn, it was suffocating to look at him from the front. Just like Tao Qin said, this girl was so handsome. When Feng Yin looked at Ningxu, Ningxu felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. His body turned into an ice pillar. Ningxu looked behind Feng Yin with unfocused eyes. He didn't want to meet Feng Yin's eyes to prove that he wasn't looking at him. He couldn't alert the enemy now. Feng Yin casually retracted his gaze and sat beside Song Shihan's chair. He propped his chin up with his hand and lazily watched Song Shihan work. His eyes were full of love. His posture was elegant and lazy. In short, he was extremely charming. Tao Qin. Xia Weiming looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu followed Xia Weiming into the office. How is it? Xia Weiming asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu shook his head and said, let's talk when we get back. Xia Weiming saw Ning Shu's serious expression and didn't ask further. Once they got home, he asked Ning Shu, how's the company? There's a ghost. Ning Shu stretched out a finger. After thinking for a while, he stretched out another finger. What do you mean? Xia Weiming didn't understand. There's a not-so-powerful ghost. He's the one behind all the strange things in the company. Ning Shu said, there's another ghost, and it's very powerful. I might not be able to deal with it, so I'll have to think about it carefully. Feng Yin was a ghost who had lived for 1,000 years. He would not play pranks on others. His heart and eyes were filled with Song Shihan. If he wanted to make a move, he would either kill them or cripple them. Xia Weiming furrowed his brows. The company used to be fine. How did we get involved with something like this? Because Song Shihan was in the company. Now, Feng Yin was inseparable from Song Shihan. Besides, the jade pendant was still with Song Shihan. Xia Weiming Ning Shu said, why don't you call your master over? Ning Shu shook his head. My master can't leave. He won't come. Xia Weiming sighed and fidgeted with his hair. What's the reason? Everything has a cause and effect. Ning Shu said, the problem probably lies with the person. Maybe the staff attracted the ghost. Ning Shu went upstairs to check on Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan had woken up and was lying on the bed blinking his eyes. When he saw Ning Shu, he froze for a moment and said, come and help me. I need to go to the bathroom. How can you let the immortal help you go to the bathroom? Xia Weiming walked in and helped Xia Yuan to the bathroom. Ning Shu looked at Xia Yuan, who was lying on the bed again, and asked, how do you feel? My whole body hurts. Xia Yuan felt like he had been beaten up. Even his bones hurt. The power that Xia Yuan had burst out earlier was overdrawing his life force. It was normal for his body to hurt. Xia Yuan's face was bruised and looked very funny. Ning Shu asked, did you do anything out of line before? What do you mean by out of line? Xia Yuan asked. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, for example, if you're chasing a girl, do you have a girl you like recently? Ning Shu felt that Xia Yuan's matter should be caused by Feng Yin. Even if it wasn't Feng Yin, it should be another ghost following Feng Yin around. Xia Yuan thought for a moment and said, I'm chasing a girl. Who is it? Xia Weiming gritted his teeth and asked. It's the clerk, Song Shihan. She's pretty and gentle. Xia Yuan's eyes were smiling when he talked about Song Shihan. Ning Shu was speechless. You don't even have a chance to be reincarnated if you covet Feng Yin's woman. Xia Weiming immediately said, I'll fire this woman. Don't. Ning Shu quickly stopped him. You'll only provoke conflict if you do that. Anyone who dared to fire Feng Yin's woman should wait for their family to be destroyed. Feng Yin was a very domineering person. Coupled with his powerful abilities, he didn't care about others at all. As long as Song Shihan was hurt, these people would usually die miserably. Then who put the corpse oil on Xia Yuan's body? Could it be Song Shihan? That was impossible. Song Shihan was a beautiful white lotus. She was elegant and refined. She wouldn't do such a thing. In the plot, Song Shihan's female boss was jealous of Song Shihan's good looks. She always made things difficult for Song Shihan and was haunted by ghosts. Terrifying supernatural events happened every day. The female boss was so scared that she almost lost her mind. Tao Qin took this job. When she went to the company where the female boss worked, she found Song Shihan and Feng Yin. The woman and the ghost were having an affair in the washroom. There were also people coming and going to the washroom. In the narrow cubicle of the washroom, Song Shihan had to cover her mouth to prevent herself from making a sound. Anyway, it was exciting. Song Shihan could see Feng Yin hugging each other, but others couldn't. They only saw Song Shihan in a state of ecstasy. Who would have thought that she was having sex with a ghost? Tao Qin persuaded Song Shihan to think of a way to leave the ghost. Song Shihan was human, and Feng Yin had already fallen into the path of ghosts. Even if the two of them had a 1,000-year bond, they should go their separate ways now. They shouldn't be entangled like this. Tao Qin did it out of kindness. She had sex with the ghost. Yin Qi had entered her body, and the magnetic field between a human and a ghost was different. If Song Shihan didn't control herself, her lifespan would be shortened. She might not even be able to reincarnate as a human. Her soul might dissipate. After Tao Qin said that, Feng Yin naturally remembered it. He hated this talkative Taoist priest. Not only did he kill Tao Qin, but he also killed his way to the Taoist temple and killed the detestable Taoist priest from Mao Mountain. Ningxu was thinking about how to kill Feng Yin. Anyway, she had to kill Feng Yin. This was her mission. Feng Yin was so powerful that no one could stop him. He only had eyes for Song Shihan. As long as they hurt Song Shihan, he would kill them regardless of whether they were human or ghost. Feng Yin had a lot of karma on him. Regardless of whether the person he killed was good or bad, Song Shihan would determine who was right or wrong. Did he really think that he was so powerful that he had nothing to worry about? This is the immortal master who saved you. Quickly thank him, Xia Weiming said to Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan was a little suspicious, but he remembered that he had been in a daze for a long time and didn't know anything. When he woke up, it was already more than a month later. Thank you. Although Xia Yuan was suspicious, he still thanked him. Xia Yuan had gone abroad and was educated in materialism. He couldn't help but ask Ningxu, did I really encounter a ghost? Do ghosts really exist? Ningxu said, it's better to be in awe of things that you don't understand. Would you be like this if you weren't possessed? Ningxu took out a mirror from his bag and placed it in front of Xia Yuan. This is the mark left behind when you tried to commit suicide. Xia Yuan saw his face in the mirror. It was blue and purple and looked like a pig's head. He immediately rolled his eyes. Why am I so ugly? Ningxu was speechless. Shouldn't he be glad that he was still alive? After leaving Xia Yuan's room, Xia Weiming said to Ningxu, I want to arrange for you to work in the company. We can't let them cause trouble in the company. Ningxu thought for a moment and said, let's wait for a while. I'll think of a way. Without absolute confidence, it was not worth angering Feng Yin. The innocent employees in the company might be the unlucky ones. If something happened to these employees, Xia Weiming would probably have to pay for it. Besides, Song Shihan was Feng Yin's sore spot. Song Shihan could not be touched. Damn it. Feng Yin was too powerful. He wanted to have enough power to dote on Song Shihan unscrupulously. This was not a scary ghost story. It was a sweet love story that was forcefully stuffed with dog food. Unfortunately, some onlookers were involved in this unprecedented adventure and became cannon fodder. Ningxu returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. Only a small amount of spiritual energy entered his pores. The spiritual energy here was not as abundant as in the Taoist temple. Ningxu felt helpless. He did not make much progress after cultivating for a night. Ningxu opened the cloth bag and took out all kinds of props. There was a peachwood sword, a compass, a pitch-black soul pearl appeared in Ningxu's hand. Ningxu looked at the soul pearl and then at the compass. He could either set up an immortal array in the company or use the soul pearl and the compass to hold the array. If the effect was stronger, it could even weaken Feng Yin's ability. However, if one were to hit a snake at its weakest point, one would be bitten instead. Ningxu was not arrogant enough to think that he could deal with an old ghost that had cultivated for 1,000 years. He could only use his wits. Ningxu infuses a little bit of spiritual qi into the compass, which strengthens it a little. Knock, knock, knock. Ningxu was thinking about how to deal with Feng Yin when he heard a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw Xia Weiming. Xia Weiming asked Ningxu, are you going to the company? Sigh, 2 more employees asked for leave today. They said they went to the hospital. If this goes on, the company won't be able to continue operating. The employees are also trembling with fear. They are all saying that there is a ghost in the company. In the past month, several people in the company have resigned. Xia Weiming looked worried. Okay, let's go to the company and have a look. Ningxu didn't carry his own cloth bag, which was full of ghost hunting tools, and would definitely be discovered. Ningxu carried the soul pearl, cow's tears, and willow leaf juice with him. These were all ghost hunting tools. I want to arrange for you to work with the girl that Yuan used to like. What's her name again? You can work with her. Xia Weiming said. Damn, working with the female lead. It would be good to be close to the female lead. When they arrived at the company, Xia Weiming arranged for Ningxu to sit at the desk next to Song Shihan's. There was only a board between them. Even without the cow's tears, Ningxu could feel that Feng Yin was looking at him coldly. It was as if he was sizing him up and rejecting him. Obviously, he was unhappy that Ningxu was sitting next to his woman. Ningxu saw that. Song Shihan's face was flushed with happiness, but there was a dark aura between her eyebrows. Her body would definitely be damaged if she had to spend time with an evil ghost, especially one that had lived for more than 1,000 years like Feng Yin. A woman's body was of the Yin attribute. It was easy for her to attract unclean things. When Song Shihan saw Ningxu, he smiled politely at her. Ningxu immediately felt a cold stare directed at him. Jealousy. Song Shihan couldn't even smile at a woman. Ningxu sat next to Song Shihan. From time to time, he could hear Song Shihan talking to herself softly. Sometimes, he could hear her stifled laughter. Clearly, she was talking to Feng Yin. Just as Ningxu was about to take a sip of water, the cup moved to the edge of the table and fell to the ground. The cup broke into pieces. Ningxu pursed his lips. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Ningxu bent down to pick up the broken pieces and threw them into the bin. Without thinking, he knew who had done it. This ghost was Feng Yin's errand boy. He relied on Feng Yin's power to play tricks on the people in the company, causing them to become crazy. In the beginning, Song Shihan would tell Feng Yin not to do this. Feng Yin didn't care and said that it was fine. Song Shihan thought about how this ghost was by Feng Yin's side. He was very mischievous and didn't have any malicious intentions. She was used to his pranks. Ningxu pursed his lips and glanced at Song Shihan. He felt speechless. The company paid Song Shihan a salary and let her work to support herself. She brought the ghost to the company and even allowed him to make fun of her colleagues. She was a white lotus, but she wasn't a saint. Moreover, her worldview was very strange. She would even sympathize with a very pitiful ghost. She didn't act like this even when she met a pitiful person. Indeed, if you marry a chicken, you have to follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you have to follow the dog. Ningxu discreetly smeared the cow's tears on his eyelids. He saw the ghost who liked to play pranks looking at him smugly. He had a smug look on his face. Ningxu took out a folded talisman paper. He deliberately used his hand to hold the talisman paper and slid it across the ghost's body. The ghost's body was touched by Ningxu's talisman paper. Immediately, black smoke came out of it. He jumped and shouted, causing the lights in the company to be turned off and on again. The lights in the lights were sizzling. Ningxu was shocked. He said to the extremely calm Song Shihan, "Is this company really unclean?" Ningxu saw Feng Yin, who was dressed in red, sitting next to Song Shihan. Ningxu had to pretend that he didn't see him at all. He didn't see, Feng Yin was looking at Song Shihan with an extremely affectionate gaze. The ghost was hurt by Ningxu's talisman paper, but he didn't care. Ningxu handed the talisman paper to Song Shihan and said, "I heard that this company is unclean. I specially went to ask for an amulet. This is for you." "Thank you, but it's okay," Song Shihan said. She didn't need the possession amulet at all. Song Shihan muttered softly, "Does wearing this mean that I can't get close to you?" Ningxu's ears twitched. He knew that she was talking to Feng Yin, who was sitting next to her. "This kind of thing is useless to me." "Don't worry," Feng Yin said calmly. His voice was elegant and gentle, causing Song Shihan's ears to turn red. Ningxu took out another folded talisman paper and said, "I asked for a few of them. I'll give you one for self-defense. In the future, I'll look forward to working with you." Song Shihan said, "It's okay. You were brought here by the company's boss. No one will dare to make things difficult for you." Ningxu raised his eyebrows. These words had many meanings and were very complicated. What did she mean? Ningxu didn't take out the talisman to give it to Song Shihan, nor did he expect Song Shihan to accept it. He just wanted to deal with the ghost that had teased them earlier. The ghost was stained by the talisman, and its body emitted a black aura. Even its soul looked a little transparent. At this moment, it was glaring fiercely at Ningxu. Ningxu rushed over, but Ningxu's expression didn't change. He held the talisman in his hand and stopped the ghost in its tracks. When Song Shihan saw this scene and saw that the talisman in Ningxu's hand really had a restraining effect on ghosts, she couldn't help but frown. Ningxu said, "Talismans are just superstitions. What era are we in now?" Ningxu was speechless. "You have a ghost by your side, and you're still talking about superstitions? Girl, you can't lie through your teeth like that." Ningxu waved the talisman in his hand and made the ghost take a few steps away from Ningxu. "With this thing, it can ward off ghosts and evil spirits. It's good to have it with you. Do you want it?" Ningxu said to Song Shihan under Feng Yin's cold gaze. Song Shihan smiled and shook her head. No need. No ghosts could get close to her now. She had a powerful ghost by her side, and it scared away all the other ghosts. Ningxu gave some talismans to the other colleagues in the office and asked them to take care of his work. Everyone in the office accepted Ningxu's talismans. So many strange things had happened in the company recently, and everyone was speculating in their hearts. Basically, everyone in the office had been teased and encountered strange things. Some people couldn't take it anymore and resigned. If it weren't for their livelihood, who would be willing to be in such a state of fear? After accepting Ningxu's talismans, they thanked Ningxu and told him to look for them if he had any difficulties at work. Ningxu nodded. TSK, Ningxu really wanted to tell Song Shihan to tie up her dog properly. It wasn't right to bite people like that. Song Shihan pursed her lips when she saw Ningxu use the talisman to control the people in the office. She saw the ghost and felt uncomfortable, so she hid in the corner. She couldn't help but whisper to Feng Yin, who was beside her, "Will these talismans affect you? I think Auntie C is in a lot of pain." The flirtatious Feng Yin glanced at the ghost called Coachman, then turned to Song Shihan and smiled wickedly. "Are you concerned about me?" "I didn't." Song Shihan curled her lips. I feel uncomfortable all over." Feng Yin leaned against Song Shihan. Ningxu was speechless. It stung his eyes. Fortunately, the cow tears on his eyelids had dried up, so Ningxu couldn't see the interaction between the two. However, he always heard Song Shihan talking to herself like a lunatic. Ningxu was working when he saw Song Shihan heading to the bathroom. Ningxu thought about it and followed her. When he entered the bathroom, he saw Song Shihan leaning against the sink with her eyes closed and her hands raised. She looked like she was kissing someone. However, Ningxu couldn't see Feng Yin. He could only see Song Shihan's slightly red face. She looked shy and intoxicated. Ningxu coughed. Song Shihan immediately opened her eyes and put her hands down. She looked a little upset. "Why didn't you make any sound when you walked?" Ningxu felt a murderous gaze staring at him. It was probably Feng Yin who was upset that he had ruined his plans. Ningxu's expression didn't change. He looked around and took out a talisman from his pocket and handed it to Song Shihan. He whispered, "I really think there's a ghost here. I don't know why, but it feels eerie." Song Shihan glanced at Feng Jin, who was standing there with a vexed and unhappy expression. She felt an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. A man like this was by her side, protecting her, and loving her. She was a little disdainful of the talisman Ningxu gave her. She said, "There are good people. Even if there are ghosts, there are good and bad people. I don't need this talisman." Ningxu was speechless. This girl had a strange worldview. Why did she always side with ghosts? The ghost Tao was the same as the human Tao. They both had their own rules. There were good and bad people, and ghosts were definitely good and bad. However, it was impossible to cross the line. Besides, how could you be so sure that the ghost you met was a good one? If it weren't for the ghost king by her side, Song Shihan's current body, which was filled with yin qi, would have become the target of many ghosts coveting her body and wanting to possess it. Ningxu's face twitched. He stuffed the talisman into Song Shihan's hands. "You can't go wrong with this for self-defense. Ning Shu stuffed the talisman into Song Shihan's hands and turned to leave. Song Shihan glanced at the talisman in her hands. She looked at Feng Yin and said, I suddenly feel that these people are really annoying. I want to be with you. It doesn't matter if you're a human or a ghost. A human's heart is much scarier than a ghost's. Feng Yin frowned and said, but we're humans and ghosts after all. This isn't good for your health. Song Shihan hugged Feng Yin's waist tightly and said, I'm willing to pay any price to be with you. No one can separate us. Feng Yin smiled. He lowered his head and rubbed Song Shihan's head. I'll protect you well. I won't hurt you. Feng Yin nonchalantly picked up the talisman in Song Shihan's hands and said to her, these low-level Taoist items are useless to me. Before Feng Yin could finish speaking, black smoke suddenly emerged from his jade-white hands. The Yin Qi and evil Qi in his soul body surged out. Song Shihan felt as if her body had fallen into an ice cellar when she was surrounded by such an intense evil Qi. However, she didn't care about herself. She hurriedly shouted at Feng Yin, what's wrong? What's wrong with you? Feng Yin's jade-like face was filled with evil Qi. His eyebrows looked even more handsome. His eyes were red and his lips were dark purple. He looked unusually evil. Feng Yin wanted to throw away the burning talisman in his hands. However, there was a force in the talisman. A force of origin energy flowed into his body. Feng Yin frowned and threw away the talisman in his hands. However, Feng Yin felt very uncomfortable in his soul body. Song Shihan picked up the talisman that Feng Yin had thrown away. She opened it and saw that there was nothing on it. Song Shihan had seen red cinnabar earlier. Why was it gone now? Song Shihan looked at Feng Yin and asked worriedly, are you okay? Feng Yin smiled at Song Shihan comfortingly. His eyes were as dark as ink. His smile was even more charming. He said, I'm fine. Don't worry. Song Shihan only saw Feng Yin smile. Although they were together, she still couldn't resist Feng Yin's charm. Sometimes, Song Shihan would wonder why Feng Yin was so good to her. After returning to the office, Ning Shu secretly wiped the cow's tears on his eyelids. He saw the ghost called Coachman hiding in a dark corner. It was probably because everyone in the office had a talisman each. Furthermore, he had been injured by Ning Shu's talisman earlier. He didn't dare to play pranks as he pleased anymore. However, Coachman was glaring at Ning Shu angrily. Ning Shu was expressionless and pretended not to see him. Female boss. Ning Shu couldn't figure out why Song Shihan would allow the coachman to tease the people in the company like this. What good would it do her? This was something that could be solved with just a word from her. She probably treated the coachman as her younger brother and was just being naughty. Moreover, the people she was teasing were colleagues who didn't get along with her. Song Shihan just let it be. Ning Shu saw Song Shihan come back from the bathroom. Her face was a little pale, and there was a dark aura between her brows. There was also a faint black line in the middle of her forehead. It was obvious that the evil aura had entered her body. Her body couldn't withstand the sweet interaction with Feng Yin, who had cultivated for 1,000 years and had evil aura and yin aura as his body. Kissing or doing indescribable things was the price of overdrawing one's life. It looked sweet, but what awaited Song Shihan in the future was her soul being scattered. Tao Qin died early, so she didn't know how Song Shihan and Feng Yin resolved this conflict. Song Shihan and Feng Yin were the male and female leads of this world. They wouldn't separate easily. Ning Shu said to Song Shihan sneakily, you have to keep the talisman I gave you well. It's really useful. Song Shihan's expression wasn't very good. Although she didn't know if what had happened just now had hurt Feng Yin, seeing Feng Yin's bad expression was enough to make Song Shihan feel disgust towards this colleague who had suddenly arrived for no reason. I don't need it. I'm not afraid of a crooked shadow. I didn't do anything evil. I'm not afraid of ghosts, Song Shihan said angrily. You're talking about ghosts. You're making everyone restless. Everyone's on tenterhooks. Song Shihan sat in her office chair. It was just a relationship. These people were annoying. So what if they were ghosts? She was willing to be with ghosts. They even insisted on giving her the talisman. What a busybody. Song Shihan looked very irritated and agitated. This was evil aura entering her body and disturbing her magnetic field. Song Shihan couldn't control her emotions now. Ningxu shrugged. I'm just saying. Why are you so angry? I'm not angry. I just think that you're a strange person, Song Shihan said with some agitation. Feng Yin saw that Song Shihan was angry, so he whispered into her ear, Shihan, don't be angry. I'm fine. That talisman won't hurt me. Song Shihan's heart ached for Feng Yin. Just now, in the bathroom, Feng Yin's body was emitting a black aura, and his eyes were red. It made Song Shihan especially hate Ningxu, who had given her the talisman. Feng Yin comforted Song Shihan and nodded at Xiaoxi, who was hiding in the corner. The coachman immediately laughed. Ningxu revealed a ferocious smile, causing the black aura on his body to thicken. Ningxu saw this and knew that Feng Yin wanted this ghost to kill him. Ningxu's expression did not change. He pretended that he did not see anything. When it was time to get off work, the sky was already dark, and the people in the office left one after another. Song Shihan also left, and Feng Yin followed beside her. Feng Yin gave the coachman a look, and the coachman stayed behind. He looked at Ningxu evilly. Ningxu packed her things and left the company. She felt a gust of cold air behind her and on her neck. Ningxu lowered his head and saw a pair of blue hands strangling his neck. The other party was clinging to his body and strangling his neck with all his strength. Ningxu felt that it was difficult to breathe. He even heard the ghost say, "Why don't you take a look at yourself? How dare you stop Master Feng and Sister Shihan?" Ningxu was expressionless. He coughed twice and walked to a more remote place. He quickly took out a talisman and stuck it on the ghost's forehead. The coachman immediately let go of Ningxu's neck and roared. He wanted to take the talisman off his forehead, but when he touched it, there was a sizzling sound and a black aura came out. I didn't find you. Instead, you found me. Ningxu held the soul pearl between his fingers. The soul pearl was so black that it was shining. When the coachman saw the soul pearl, his soul trembled slightly. He looked at the soul pearl in shock. Although he did not know what it was, the coachman felt that he had been targeted by something terrifying. The coachman did not care about the talisman on his head. He turned and ran. Ningxu took out the talisman and chanted an incantation. The talisman flew out and stuck to the coachman's body. Instantly, the coachman was frozen. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape. Ningxu walked over and stuck another talisman on the coachman's body. Black aura came out of the coachman's body. Even his soul became more transparent. The coachman looked at Ningxu with a twisted face. His eyes were full of hatred. One look and one could tell that he was an evil spirit. Ningxu ignored his gaze and asked, "Did you do something to Xia Yuan?" The coachman's head was stiff. He ignored Ningxu's question. Ningxu was not in a hurry. He took out the talisman and stuck it on the coachman's body. He said calmly, "I don't have many other things, but I have plenty of talismans." When the talisman was stuck on the coachman's body, his face was twisted. Thick black aura came out of his body. Although this ghost was not as strong as Feng Yin, it was still a powerful hostile ghost. It was not as naughty as Song Shihan thought. "You can see me?" The coachman looked at Ningxu in surprise. He then looked at the talisman in Ningxu's hand. His face turned pale. "You're a ghost hunter." "I'm a Taoist priest from Mao Mountain," Ningxu said coldly. "Did you do something to Xia Yuan?" The coachman sneered. "How dare you show off in front of Master Feng with your mediocre skills? You won't even know how you died. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. You won't even have the chance to be a ghost." Ningxu stuck another talisman on the coachman's body expressionlessly. At the same time, the coachman was in great pain. His spiritual body was getting weaker and weaker. "Kill me if you can." The coachman looked at Ningxu with hatred. His fingernails were getting longer and longer. He was trying hard to break free from Ningxu's control. Ningxu stuck another talisman on the coachman. The coachman said painfully, "I'm going to kill everyone in that company. None of the Xia family can escape." Ningxu shrugged and stuck 2 more talismans on the coachman's body. Before the coachman could say anything, Ningxu stuck 3 more talismans on the coachman. I'll have to stick talismans all over your body, Ningshu said as he stuck a few more talismans on the coachman's body. The coachman's face was a little distorted. His soul was getting more and more transparent, and the black aura coming out of his body was getting thinner. Let me ask you, did you do something to Xia Yuan? Ningshu asked with the talismans in his hand. The coachman looked at Ningshu with hatred. So what if I did? He actually went after Master Feng's woman and had designs on Song Shihan. If he didn't die, who would? Haha, he should be dead by now. Ningshu asked again, where did the corpse oil come from? The coachman didn't say anything. Ningshu stuck another talisman on the coachman's body. The coachman's soul became even thinner, as if it would dissipate with the wind. When the coachman saw Ningshu sticking stickers on him expressionlessly, he couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in his heart. Especially when he saw a round black bead in her hand. The bead was trembling slightly, which made the coachman feel as if he was facing a formidable enemy. If this went on, his soul would definitely scatter. Even ghosts were afraid of evil people. Ningshu looked a little impatient. Let me ask you one last time. What's going on with Xia Yuan? The coachman looked round and his face was distorted. He said reluctantly, of course, Song Shihan made this corpse oil. That man should look at himself in the mirror. Master Feng gave Song Shihan a bottle of corpse oil and said that as long as she applied it on him, that man would stop pestering her. Song Shihan has been annoyed by that man for a long time, so she naturally listened to Master Feng. He thinks that he can do whatever he wants because his family is rich. He can't even compare to Master Feng's toenails. Master Feng is too kind. I should have just killed him, the coachman said viciously. Ningshu thought to himself, ha ha ha, Ningshu's heart was full of sarcasm. If it weren't for Feng Yin, Song Shihan would probably be with Xia Yuan now. Was Xia Yuan bad? Not bad. His family was rich, and he was also a person who had returned from studying abroad. He looked. Well, his face was full of bruises now. Ningshu still didn't know what he looked like. Feng Yin probably gave Song Shihan the corpse oil to test her. Oh, haha, your unwavering love. I'm done. Let me go. The coachman lifted his chin slightly and said to Ningshu. Ningshu was expressionless. If you didn't hurt anyone, I would naturally let you go. But now, Ningshu let go of the soul bead in his hand. The soul bead suddenly flew towards the coachman and crashed into his soul. The coachman's face was distorted. You'll die a horrible death. Master Feng will. Before he could finish, his soul was absorbed by the soul bead. Ningshu held the floating soul bead. The soul pearl was extremely black, the kind of pure black. Ningshu held it in his hand and could feel the surging soul power inside. However, this thing would only enter and not exit. It would only absorb soul energy endlessly. Ningshu suspected that if this thing grew stronger, it would absorb her soul. Ningshu hailed a taxi and returned to the villa. Not long after Ningshu left, a red-robed Feng Yin appeared. He lowered his head and looked at the talisman on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the talisman was sucked into his palm. The talisman paper immediately turned black and turned into ashes. Feng Yin narrowed his eyes slightly and instantly disappeared. When Ningshu returned to the villa, he saw Xia Yuan sitting on the sofa watching TV with a bruised face. When she saw Ningshu, she greeted him weakly. Ningshu ignored him and sat on the sofa. He picked up the fruit from the fruit plate and ate it. Xia Yuan stared blankly at Ningshu. You really have a big appetite. Xia Weiming came out of the study and asked the servants to serve the food. He then asked Ningshu to have dinner. The Xia family's food was quite delicious. Ningshu had been eating his own dark cuisine ever since he entered this world. Ningshu ate in big mouthfuls. Xia Yuan bared her teeth and looked at Ningshu. How long has it been since you last ate? Ningshu said, a long time. I didn't have enough to eat in the Taoist temple. So this time, your family will have to pay more to feed more than 10 people in the temple. Xia Weiming said, if this matter is resolved, I won't treat you unfairly. Ningshu nodded and put more food into his bowl. After dinner, Ningshu checked Xia Yuan's pulse again. After checking his pulse, he asked him to drink the exorcism soup. Xia Weiming asked Ningshu, how's his body now? Ningxu said, take good care of yourself in the future. He hurt his body this time. Ningxu said to Xia Yuan, don't even think about chasing the girl in the company. She's already taken. You can't force her. Xia Yuan's face darkened. You're interfering in my private life now? How can you say that? Xia Weiming glared at Xia Yuan. Then, he turned to Ningxu and said, how's the situation in the company? Ningxu said, I've dealt with the ghost that caused trouble, but the other one is a little difficult. Xia Yuan widened her dark eyes and looked at Ningxu. You make it sound as if it's true. Ningxu looked at Xia Yuan. You still don't learn your lesson after suffering a loss. I really can't believe it. After all, it's something that will shatter my worldview. I have to struggle for a while, Xia Yuan said. Ningxu curled his lips. It's up to you to believe it or not. There are many things in this world that can't be explained. It's necessary to be in awe of the unknown. Xia Yuan pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Xia Weiming asked, is the other one really that powerful? The 1,000-year ghost king. Ningxu said, I can't deal with it for the time being. Even if he had the Soul Pearl, he might not be able to defeat Feng Yin. Did he think that Feng Yin's 1,000 years of cultivation was a joke? Xia Weiming frowned. Why are these things piling up in the company? Sigh, because of love. Ningxu returned to his room and took out his cloth bag. After thinking for a while, he decided to set up a formation in the company while it was dark. Ningxu slung the cloth bag over his shoulder and prepared to go to the company. Xia Weiming saw that Ningxu was about to go out and asked, where are you going? I'm going to the company to do something, Ningxu said. Xia Yuan saw that Ningxu was carrying a big bag and couldn't help but say, I'm embarrassed to see you so serious. Ningxu was speechless. I'll go with you and see if we can see the ghost, Xia Yuan said. Ningxu sneered. You'd better stay at home. Your body is weak and sickly. You'll definitely be possessed by the ghost. You're courting death. Go ahead. Xia Weiming glanced at his son and said kindly to Ningxu. He even asked his chauffeur to send Ningxu. When they arrived at the company, Ningxu got out of the car and stuck a talisman on it. He said to the chauffeur, wait for me here. Ningxu entered the company alone. He took off the cloth bag and took out the soul pearl and the compass passed down by the founder. He would use these two items to hold the formation. Ningxu recited the incantation and began to set up the formation according to the props given to him by the company. Ningxu set up two formations. One was the Yang Gathering formation and the other was the Immortal Binding formation. He hoped that these two formations would have a suppressive effect on Feng Yin. Ningxu placed the soul pearl and the compass on the ceiling and recited the incantation. The formation became visible and then dimmed. In the end, it was hidden. Ningxu instantly felt that the yang qi in the office was gathering very slowly. Because it was night time, the yin qi was already strong. If it was daytime, the yang qi would be abundant. After doing these things, Ningxu went downstairs with the cloth bag and got into the car to return to the villa. Master Immortal, can you give me a few protective talismans? Ningxu asked the chauffeur. I'm willing to pay for them. Ningxu nodded. Sure. He gave the chauffeur a few talismans. I'll give you a discount. 1,000 yuan. The chauffeur was speechless. After returning to the villa, Ningxu went back to his room. He took a shower and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. Fortunately, she had the support of a peerless martial art, which allowed her to cultivate Qi Jin in the modern world. If it was in the past, she wouldn't have been able to cultivate it at all. During the day, she had interacted with Feng Yin. He was really powerful. He could control and release his evil aura and yin qi freely. No matter where he went, there would be evil aura. Ningxu couldn't help but scratch his head when he thought of Feng Yin. The difference between them was too big. Was it really not against the rules to have such a powerful ability in the modern world? After cultivating for a night, his body cultivated a trace of Qi Jin. It combined with the Qi Jin in his dantian, making the Qi Jin in his dantian thicker. Ningxu stuffed a lot of talismans on his body and took the essential cow tears. Although he could open his third eye by chanting the incantation, it was too tiring. Ning Shu went downstairs and ate breakfast before heading to the office. Walking into the office, Ning Shu felt that the office wasn't as gloomy as before. The employees also didn't have that gloomy aura. When Ning Shu arrived at her office, she saw that Song Shihan's body was emitting a thick black aura. She slept with ghosts every day, and it was a 1,000-year-old ghost king. Her body would definitely be stained with evil aura and yin qi. Now that there was a yang gathering array in the office, there was sufficient yang qi. The yin qi and yang qi on her body would definitely restrain each other. Ning Shu looked around and didn't see Feng Yin. He was a little curious about where Feng Yin had gone. Under the illumination of the yang qi, Song Shihan's face was a little pale. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and she looked a little uncomfortable. Ning Shu asked Song Shihan, "Are you okay? Look, aren't you fine?" Song Shihan waved her hand and didn't say anything. She endured the discomfort and started working. However, she wasn't in a good mood. Moreover, Feng Yin wasn't by her side, which made her feel down. Ning Shu was puzzled. Where did Feng Yin go? One had to know that the two of them were inseparable. Relying on the fact that no one could see them, Feng Yin was always by Song Shihan's side. Song Shihan wasn't used to his sudden absence today. Ning Shu also had a bad feeling. Did Feng Yin go to do something? Ning Shu was very afraid that Feng Yin would go to the Taoist temple. The old man couldn't take it head-on. Ning Shu thought for a while, then picked up the phone and called the village chief's house, asking him to call Tao Qing. The old man was quite famous in the village around the Taoist temple. After waiting for a long time, Ning Shu called the old man. Hearing the old man's voice on the other side of the phone, Ning Shu heaved a sigh of relief. Ning Shu told the old man about what had happened to him, emphasizing on Ghost King Feng Yin. Ning Shu was afraid that he would anger Feng Yin and bring bad luck to the entire Taoist temple. Ning Shu wanted the old man to take the disciples and hide. Although she didn't know if Feng Yin knew that she was a Taoist priest, Ning Shu didn't dare to take the risk. If the sect was destroyed, how could she make a comeback? Even if Feng Yin died in the end, this mission might still fail. What Tao Qin was most upset about was the death of her master and junior brothers and sisters. Killing Feng Yin was to protect the sect. She didn't want to confuse her priorities. The old man told Ning Shu to be careful. He would think of a way to persuade Ning Shu not to fight the Ghost King head-on. Ning Shu also told him about the Ghost King and a woman. When the old man heard Ning Shu's description, he said anxiously, "If you can save her, hurry up and save her. If she continues to stay with the Ghost King, she will definitely become a walking corpse. Her soul will be destroyed." Ning Shu rolled his eyes and said, "They are truly in love. The two of them can't bear to part. Even if they die, they won't regret it. To have such love in life, I can die without regrets." The old man was speechless. "What the hell are you talking about? Humans and ghosts are different. Forcing a relationship will be condemned by the heavens. Also, the unlucky person isn't a ghost," the old man said. "I know. I'll try to persuade her, but there's not much hope." "That ghost looks peerless and unparalleled," Ning Shu said. "If the ghost looks like you, I don't need to persuade her. She will immediately find someone to destroy the ghost." After a while, the old man said, "That's just a smokescreen." It wasn't a smokescreen. Generally speaking, ghosts would retain their appearance when they were alive after death. This meant that Feng Yin looked like that. "Lass, be careful," the old man instructed Ning Shu. Ning Shu repeated, "Master, you must be careful. Junior brothers and sisters, too." The old man nodded and said, "If you encounter a ghost, do so if you can." "Isn't that the job of monks?" Ning Shu said. According to what you're saying, it's ridiculous to kill every ghost we catch. Although we rely on this to make a living, we still have to accumulate some merit. If we can kill less, it's best," the old man said angrily. Ning Shu thought of the coachman he had killed and said, "What if a ghost is rotten to the core and refuses to repent? What if we can't release it? What's the point of releasing it if we can't release it? Destroying it is also a merit," the old man said. Finally, he reminded Ning Shu to be careful before hanging up. After hanging up, Ning Shu sighed in melancholy. When he returned to the office, he saw Song Shihan sweating profusely. Her face was very pale. Black smoke was coming out of her body, but it dissipated when the yang energy shone on her. The yang energy gathered by the spirit gathering array was not harmful to others. It felt very comfortable. The employees today were in a completely different state from yesterday. However, the yang energy was painful for Song Shihan. Ningxu asked Song Shihan, "Are you alright?" Song Shihan did not know what was going on. She felt very uncomfortable staying in the office. She had never felt this way before. Song Shihan could not help but look at the office door, wondering when Feng Yin would appear. Her body was really uncomfortable. Song Shihan leaned on the desk in discomfort. Ningxu took out a talisman and gave it to Song Shihan. He said, "Take this with you. It's quite useful." Song Shihan did not take the talisman. This kind of talisman would hurt Feng Yin. Seeing that Song Shihan did not want the talisman, Ningxu did not force her. He put it away. After all, her talisman was not cheap. The servants of the Xia family bought talismans for thousands of yuan each. Moreover, the sales were very good. Even Xia Weiming bought a lot. Song Shihan was in so much pain that the veins on her forehead bulged. She let out a soft moan. Her body was emitting a thick black aura. Ningxu could not help but raise his eyebrows. There was actually so much yin energy in Song Shihan's body. Song Shihan, sleep at work. If you don't want to go to work, go home and sleep. Treat the company as your own home. Song Shihan's female superior walked over and knocked on the table. Song Shihan wanted to force herself to sit up straight, but she did not have any strength. She was in so much pain that the world was spinning. It was as if there was a nail drilling into her brain. Song Shihan also felt that her body was out of her control. Her mind was in a mess, and she was in so much pain. Ningxu saw that his female superior was about to scold Song Shihan, so he quickly said, "Supervisor, she's really not feeling well." So, before Ningxu could finish, he saw Feng Yin appear behind his female superior. His hair was fluttering, and he was looking at her with bloodshot eyes. Feng Yin suddenly appeared behind the female boss. His eyes were red, his hair was fluttering, and there was a strong murderous aura around him. However, the female boss was unaware and was still nagging Song Shihan. Feng Yin suddenly pressed his hand on the female boss's head, and an overwhelming murderous aura spread from the top of the female boss's head to her entire body. The female boss froze and her voice stopped abruptly. It was as if she had lost her soul, and her eyes were extremely dull. Ningxu suddenly grabbed the female boss's arm and pulled her into her office. Feng Yin looked at Ningxu coldly, but he was worried about his lover and had no time to care about the female boss who had been dragged away by Ningxu. Ningxu pulled the female boss to an independent office. The female boss was extremely dazed and her eyes were unfocused. Ningxu closed the office door and took out a talisman to stick on her forehead. The strong murderous aura around her made Ningxu a little flustered. If this went on, the female boss would definitely become a zombie. She would have no soul, but her body would still be alive. Ningxu quickly called Xia Weiming and asked him to come over and take the female boss away. He couldn't do anything in the company. Ningxu opened the blinds and looked outside the public office. Feng Yin was whispering something into Song Shihan's ear. Feng Yin looked anxious. Song Shihan's face was pale, and even her lips were pale. Feng Yin was even more anxious. He felt that the situation in the company had changed. Why was there so much yang energy? Song Shihan felt uncomfortable because of the yang energy. Feng Yin frowned. If Song Shihan wanted to be with him, the yin energy would definitely enter her body and her soul would dissipate. After thousands of years, he had finally found her. There was no way he was going to let her go, much less let her soul scatter and scatter. "Shihan, let's go home first." "Let's go home, okay?" Feng Yin's tone was extremely gentle. Song Shihan felt cold and hot all over her body. The alternating cold and heat made her feel very uncomfortable. When she heard Feng Yin's words, she picked up her bag from the table and prepared to leave. Song Shihan even had some difficulty standing up. Feng Yin held her waist and Song Shihan's body was almost pressed against Feng Yin's. In the eyes of others, Song Shihan was walking with her body tilted. He staggered, but he didn't fall. When Ningxu saw that Feng Yin and Song Shihan had left, He took out a few more talismans and stuck them on his superior's body. Without any tools, Ningxu had no way to expel the evil spirit from her body. Not long after, Xia Weiming came and asked someone to help the female boss out of the office. Ningxu asked, "What should we do now?" "Back to the villa." "My tools are all in the villa," Ningxu said as he got into the car. Soon, they returned to the villa. Ningxu went upstairs to get his cloth bag and bumped into Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan saw his female boss sitting motionlessly on the sofa with her head lowered in the living room and asked, "What's going on?" Ningxu ignored her. He pulled a table over and made a simple altar. He placed the peachwood sword and willow branch on the table and filled a bowl with glutinous rice soaked in cinnabar. The female boss, who was sitting on the sofa, felt very uncomfortable. She stood up from the sofa and looked around in a daze, wanting to escape. Ningxu sprinkled the glutinous rice on the ground. When the female boss stepped on it, her feet made a sizzling sound and she immediately retracted her foot. Xia Yuan watched Ningxu dance with the peachwood sword and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Are you dancing?" "Shut up." Xia Weiming slapped Xia Yuan on the head. Ningxu had set up a yang gathering array in this room. The female superior's body was emitting a thick baleful aura. The entire living room looked like it was in hell. The chilly wind whistled, making it difficult for people to breathe. Ningxu held a talisman between his fingers and chanted an incantation. The talisman flew toward the female boss and stuck on her body. The female boss raised her head and screamed. The evil spirit on her body became stronger. Ningxu frowned. Feng Yin was probably too angry, so he was very harsh on his female superior. The murderous aura had seriously corroded the female superior's body. She was afraid that this woman would end up dying early. Feng Yin, oh, Feng Yin. He only had eyes for his woman. Everyone else was scum. His woman wouldn't even have the chance to be reincarnated if they offended him. He was so cool. He couldn't tell right from wrong. Although the female boss was wrong, the price she had to pay was a little high. Ningxu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and performed the incantation. In the end, the female boss screamed and collapsed on the floor. Xia Yuan watched from the side. Her pupils trembled and she couldn't speak for a long time. Ningxu wiped his sweat. His body was a little weak. Damn it. She would really die from exhaustion if he did it a few more times. Ningxu said to Xia Weiming, "Give Xia Yuan some of the medicine you gave her. Also, compensate her if you can. The damage to her body is a little serious." Xia Weiming wiped his face and said gloomily, "What is this? If we don't fire that woman, we don't know what will happen in the future." Ningxu waved his hand and gulped down a large bottle of water. She only said that the employee was slacking at work. That's what happened. If you fire her, all the employees in your company will turn into ghosts tomorrow. No, they would only become nourishment for Feng Yin. Xia Weiming's face was distorted. He sighed and said, "What should we do then? Should we call your master over?" Ningxu shook his head. He wouldn't call the old man over. If he did, what would happen to the children in the Taoist temple? Xia Yuan moved closer to Ningxu and asked, "What were you doing just now?" The wind was strong and the wind was cold. It was like a special effect. Ningxu was speechless. "Your bad luck is because of your mouth. If you didn't flirt with Song Shihan, you would have been punished by Feng Yin. Song Shihan couldn't stand it and smeared corpse oil on you. Wasn't it because you couldn't take it?" Xia Yuan said. The injury on Xia Yuan's face was much better than before. It could also be seen that Xia Yuan looked like a bear. He was quite handsome. Of course, he was far from being comparable to Feng Yin. He had a kind of roguish and yuppie temperament. Ningxu pursed his lips. He would take Xia Yuan to see a ghost one day and completely shatter his worldview. Xia Weiming gave his female superior nearly 2 months of leave to recuperate and take paid leave. After finishing these things, it was time for dinner. Ningxu ate 3 bowls of white rice. Xia Yuan was a little speechless. "Is your Taoist temple that poor?" It was as if he hadn't eaten in 8 lifetimes. Ningxu felt that Xia Yuan was an eyesore. He said faintly, "There are more than 10 children in the Taoist temple. They are all orphans. It's like an orphanage. How rich can they be if they rely on my master's feng shui, exorcism, and fortune-telling? Xia Yuan saw that Ningxu was angry, so she raised her hand and said, I'm just saying. Don't be angry. I'll raise some donations for your Taoist temple one day as a way to repay you for saving my life. Haha, thank you, Ningxu said faintly. While Ningxu had exorcised the evil, Song Shihan was not feeling well. The yin qi in her body had been stimulated by the yang gathering array. When she returned home, she lay on the bed and felt very uncomfortable. Feng Yin hugged Song Shihan with heartache, but his approach only made things worse for her. Song Shihan was in a daze. The yin qi in Feng Yin's body had entered her body. The yin qi had been corroding Song Shihan's body for a long time. If this continued, her soul would be annihilated and she would become a body without a soul. Song Shihan's eyes were unfocused. She buried herself in Feng Yin's chest and asked in a hoarse voice, Feng Yin, am I going to die? Don't talk nonsense. I won't let anything happen to you. Feng Yin gritted his teeth and said, you can't die without my permission. Tears fell from the corners of Song Shihan's eyes as she smiled. I'm already satisfied to have met you in this life. Even if you want me to die now, I'm willing. But I really, really want to be with you. Song Shihan raised her hand and touched Feng Yin's face. It was cold to the touch. You've always been like this, and I'll slowly grow old. I might as well die now. Feng Yin's eyes were red as he hugged Song Shihan tightly. His red eyes were filled with hesitation and struggle. His body trembled slightly. Feng Yin asked Song Shihan in a low voice, I want you to stay by my side forever. We can live forever. Are you willing? Song Shihan smiled. I'm willing. But now, I feel like I'm going to die. A white pearl slowly appeared from Feng Yin's body. Although it was white, the surface of the pearl was surrounded by a black aura. The pearl floated in front of Feng Yin. The moment the pearl appeared, everything around it turned black. Everything was silent as if it had swallowed everything. Feng Yin kissed Song Shihan's forehead and asked, Are you really willing to be with me forever? I'm willing. I'm satisfied as long as I can be with you. Song Shihan looked at Feng Yin. She looked at his eyebrows, nose, and lips. Feng Yin smiled and looked even more magnificent. He said dotingly, Good girl. Feng Yin reached out and grabbed the bead, placing it next to Song Shihan's mouth. Open your mouth and swallow it. Out of her trust in Feng Yin, Song Shihan opened her mouth and swallowed the bead without any hesitation. Immediately, she felt as if her body was being torn apart, as if countless thin needles were pricking her brain. Song Shihan held her head in pain and couldn't help but scream. Her hair fluttered and the surrounding yin qi and evil qi rushed into her body. Feng Yin hugged Song Shihan and comforted her by her ear, Shihan, it's okay. Just bear with it. It'll be over and we'll be together forever. Song Shihan felt as if her body was about to collapse. Her bones felt as if they were being dismantled and reassembled. Song Shihan's face changed slightly. The corners of her eyes were raised, and she looked much more charming. However, her face was pale and transparent, and her lips were dark purple. Every minute and every second was torture. Song Shihan felt like her soul was about to scatter. There was an elegant and gentle voice in her ear. That voice seemed to be guiding her. Song Shihan couldn't take it anymore and fainted. Feng Yin let go of Song Shihan and lifted her collar. He saw a black flower under her collarbone. It was dark and serene. Feng Yin smiled. It was a success. Feng Yin lay down and hugged Song Shihan. From then on, they would be together forever. When Song Shihan woke up, she didn't feel any pain. She turned her head and saw Feng Yin's sleeping face. She couldn't help but trace his facial features with her fingers. Her fingers stopped on her lips as Song Shihan stared at Feng Yin's lips in a daze. Song Shihan was in a daze when someone suddenly grabbed her wrist. Feng Yin opened his eyes and looked at Song Shihan mischievously. Song Shihan's face turned red as she asked in a daze, I'm not dead. Silly girl. Feng Yin scratched Song Shihan's nose and said, Girl, you won't blame me for doing this, right? What did you do to me? Why am I suddenly fine? Song Shihan moved her body and felt better than ever. She felt very comfortable and her body seemed to have endless energy. Feng Yin hesitated for a moment before saying, "You're no longer human. To be precise, you're half human and half ghost." Song Shihan was confused. "Because you were with me, you went through the rites of the Lord of Zhou. Your mortal body can't withstand my yin qi and murderous aura. Moreover, your soul will be destroyed." Feng Yin pursed his lips and looked sad. Coupled with his face, it was enough to make one's heart drunk. Song Shihan gripped Feng Yin's hand tightly. "I won't blame you. Everything you did was to save me. Otherwise, my soul would have really dissipated." "Oh right, what did you feed me?" Last night, she vaguely felt that Feng Yin had fed her something. Feng Yin said, "It's a Ghost King elixir. A Ghost King elixir formed after 1,000 years. Song Shihan quickly asked, "You gave me your Ghost King elixir. What will happen to you? Will it harm you?" "It's just a drop in strength. You can cultivate slowly. If your soul is destroyed, you won't even have the chance to reincarnate. I won't be able to see you again. A Ghost King elixir is nothing." Feng Yin placed his hand on Song Shihan's head. He was gentle and affectionate. "As long as you're by my side, I've lived until now just to meet you again." Song Shihan looked extremely touched. She threw herself into Feng Yin's arms. "Feng Yin, you're so good to me. As long as I can be with you, I want to be with you." Song Shihan raised her head and kissed Feng Yin. She pressed Feng Yin under her body and mumbled, "I'm a ghost now. I should be fine, right?" "As you wish. There won't be any harm." Feng Yin chuckled. The next day, Ningxu came to work and saw Song Shihan sitting in the office chair as if nothing had happened. Ningxu was deeply stunned. Based on Song Shihan's condition, she shouldn't have been able to come to work today. In such a situation, even if she didn't die, she would be skinned alive. However, Song Shihan's condition was very good. The only thing was that her face was a little pale and lacked vitality. However, her chest was rising and falling slightly. She was breathing. She was alive. This situation was really strange. Ningxu walked over to greet Song Shihan. "You weren't feeling well yesterday. Why are you coming to work today? Are you feeling better?" Song Shihan raised her head and glanced at Ningxu. She said coldly, "Thank you for your concern. I'm much better." Ningxu stared at Song Shihan and said with some confusion, "Why do I feel that you've become prettier again?" Why did it feel like Song Shihan's face had become more exquisite overnight? Ningxu was deeply puzzled. She had been half dead the day before, but today, she was reborn. The corners of Song Shihan's eyes were slightly raised, making her look more charming. She was full of femininity. Previously, Song Shihan was pretty, but she was like a green fruit. She wasn't as feminine as she was now. Ningxu, what was he playing at? He felt like he was retarded. Ningxu stared at Song Shihan's face, but he didn't sense any yin qi or murderous aura on her. He was dumbfounded. Ningxu returned to his seat, his heart full of questions. Ningxu discreetly wiped the cow's tears on his eyelids and looked around. He didn't see Feng Yin. Where did he go? After wiping the cow's tears, Ningxu saw that Song Shihan next door was emitting a ghostly aura. Ghostly aura. Only ghosts would have ghostly aura. Why was there ghostly aura on Song Shihan? She wasn't a ghost now. Ningxu scratched his head, puzzled. Looking at Song Shihan's calm appearance, Ningxu suspected that his yang gathering formation had failed. Why didn't it have any effect on Song Shihan? She had yin qi and murderous aura in her body. It would be very uncomfortable in a place full of yang qi. But now, she was completely fine. Ningxu felt very stifled. Very stifled. Ningxu coughed and was about to speak to Song Shihan when she turned to look at Ningxu and said calmly, "Sorry, I have to work. Please don't disturb me." Ningxu's heart was scratching. He turned around and saw a ghost squatting in a dark corner. This ghost was eyeing Song Shihan covetously. Ningxu hadn't seen this ghost before. Was it a newcomer? He had just gotten rid of one, and now there was another one. Fortunately, there was a yang gathering formation in the office. He didn't dare to come over. He could only squat in a dark corner and stare at Song Shihan as if she was a piece of fat meat. Ningxu was puzzled. When he went to the bathroom, he saw two ghosts squatting there. Ningxu was speechless. What's going on? Is Xia Weiming's company going to become a place for ghost parade? Ningxu was an idiot the entire time. However, since these ghosts did not harm anyone, Ningxu had no reason to kill them. Things were out of his control. Ningxu finally understood what was going on. Ningxu took out a talisman to immobilize a ghost. This ghost's eyes were rolled up, and there were strangulation marks on its neck. It was obviously a hanged ghost. Dao. Dao priest. Hanged ghost stuttered. He had to stuff his tongue back into his mouth when he spoke. Ningxu, how could he be so unlucky to have met a hanged ghost who couldn't even speak clearly? The hanged ghost had a strong aura of resentment. For someone who committed suicide, the resentment on his body was very strong. Ningxu took out a talisman and stuck it on his body. A male ghost hiding in the female toilet, was he a pervert? If he had the ability, he should hide in the male toilet which had more yang energy. Hanged ghost was very uncomfortable. His body was emitting a black aura. He stuttered, Dao. Dao priest. Ningxu asked, why are you all gathered here? Hanged ghost stuffed his tongue back into his mouth and said, Ghost King Elixir, there is a Ghost King Elixir. Ningxu looked at him for a long time. He couldn't finish his sentence, so he got the information about the Ghost King Elixir. Song Shihan had a ghostly aura. Was it because of the Ghost King Elixir in her body? The Ghost King Elixir sounded like something that only the Ghost King had. Feng Yin had given his Ghost King Elixir to Song Shihan. If a living person had a Ghost King Elixir in her body, what was Song Shihan now? Ningxu looked at Hanged Ghost, who kept stuffing his tongue into his mouth. When he stuffed his tongue into his mouth, it immediately fell out. He stuffed it back in again. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Ningxu said to Hanged Ghost, you should reincarnate. I also want to, but I'll commit suicide, Hanged Ghost said. Children who died young, committed suicide, and drowned in the water. These types of ghosts could easily become wandering souls. After a long time, their intelligence would gradually disappear. They would become wandering souls without consciousness. In the end, their strength would become weaker and weaker, and they would disappear from the world. These kinds of ghosts would find a substitute and get a chance to reincarnate. Ningxu thought for a moment and said, I'll help you. Dao. Dao priest. Hanged Ghost looked at Ningxu with excitement. Ningxu didn't want to listen to him, so he took the talisman from his body. Ningxu's fingers formed a seal as he chanted the Dao priest's incantation to help the dead. It was the heaven and earth purifying mantra. Heaven and earth are natural, the filthy aura is scattered, the mysteries in the cave, the grand essence is dazzling. Mighty gods from all directions, make me natural. Spirit treasure talisman life, announced to the 9 heavens. Kill Luo Dana, the grand essence is mysterious. Slay demons and evil spirits, exorcise thousands of ghosts. Dao Qi exists forever. Urgent as the law commands. Ningxu's incantation floated around Hanged Ghost. The resentment on Hanged Ghost's body gradually disappeared. Finally, Hanged Ghost floated into a black hole and disappeared. Ningxu stared blankly at the black hole. Was this the legendary underworld? After finishing the ritual, Ningxu came out of the bathroom. In the dark corner of the company, he saw several ghosts. Ningxu couldn't help but facepalm. He was speechless. Obviously, these ghosts were here for the Ghost King Dan. Now, Song Shihan had become the target of hundreds of ghosts. Their target was the Ghost King Dan in her body. Ningxu called the old man and asked him about the Ghost King Dan. After waiting for a long time, Ningxu called back and told the old man about the Ghost King Dan. Now that the Ghost King Dan was in a living person's body, there would definitely be a big mess. When the old man heard about the Ghost King Dan, he was stunned for a moment before saying, humans can cultivate, so can ghosts. Humans receive energy from their dantian. Ghosts who cultivate for a long time will have a Ghost King Dan in their body. This kind of ghost cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation. When they become stronger, they can turn back into a human. But I've only heard of the Ghost King Dan, but I've never seen it. If a human swallows the Ghost King Dan, they will only become a half-human, half-ghost monster. The old man said. Ningxu was stunned for a moment and said, then is a half-human, half-ghost monster very powerful? No, if there are no accidents, they will have a very long lifespan. But when the energy in the Ghost King Dan is exhausted, she will die and her soul will be annihilated. There will be no afterlife in this life. The old man said. She can only rely on the Ghost King Dan to survive. Once the Ghost King Dan leaves her body, her soul and body will disappear. Hearing that Song Shihan wouldn't suddenly become very powerful, Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief. However, to be able to stay with Feng Yin for who knows how long was already a cheat. Right now, she was more concerned about another matter. She asked the old man, will the Ghost King's strength weaken without the Ghost King Dan? That's for sure. The Ghost King Dan is the source of power. The Yin Qi and Baleful Qi are all stored inside. The old man said, don't think that just because the Ghost King doesn't have the Ghost King Dan, you can deal with him. You're still too inexperienced. The old man knew what his disciple was capable of and said over the phone, old Xia's son has been saved. Get the money and come back quickly. Ningxu, I want to destroy the Ghost King, but old Xia's company is full of ghosts now, Ningxu said. Old Xia said that if this matter is resolved, he won't mistreat us. Bull*T. You can't deal with the Ghost King. It doesn't matter if the money is less, don't put yourself in danger. Ningxu was also helpless. He said, Master, take care of yourself. I'll be back soon. Ningxu hung up the phone and returned to the office. He saw Feng Yin standing beside Song Shihan in a red shirt. He didn't know if it was because of the loss of the Ghost King pill, but he felt that Feng Yin's soul had changed. Previously, Feng Yin's soul was very solid, just like a real person. But now, it didn't feel like that. Moreover, there was some black qi coming out of his body. He wasn't like this in the past. He could control and release his yin qi freely. Anyway, it gave Ningxu the feeling that he was watching a video. It went from super clear to smooth, and he felt like he was in a fog. The red shirt on his body wasn't as bright as before. It seemed that losing the Ghost King pill had a big impact on Feng Yin. In order to save Song Shihan, he gave up his Ghost King pill. Ningxu wiped away his tears. He was so touched that he cried. True love. In the future, he could live as long as the heavens and be together for endless years. However, he didn't know if he would get tired of facing the same person for endless years. Who could guarantee that he would always love, that his passion wouldn't fade, and that he would love tirelessly? Otherwise, how did the 7-year itch come about? Feng Yin and Song Shihan were intimate, taking advantage of the fact that others couldn't see them. Ningxu drank a mouthful of water silently. There was a ghost couple being lovey-dovey beside her, and she had to pretend that she didn't see anything. Feng Yin kissed Song Shihan's hair and reached out to grab the ghost hiding in the corner. He wiped out the ghost's consciousness and turned it into a ball of soul power, which Feng Yin absorbed. When Ningxu saw this, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Feng Yin no longer had the Ghost King Dan, but with his cheat-like ability to absorb other people's soul energy, it was only a matter of time before he returned to his peak. At that time, what would be the point of fighting? Feng Yin had exterminated all the ghosts that were hiding in the building and coveting the Ghost King Dan in Song Shihan's body. These ghosts became Feng Yin's energy source. Ningxu pursed his lips. Things were getting more and more complicated. Although the ghost bees were trying to snatch the Ghost King Dan from Song Shihan's body, they were also there to help Feng Yin farm monsters. If Feng Yin absorbed the soul energy, he would definitely grow stronger quickly. Now, ghosts with some strength or wandering ghosts were just food for Feng Yin. His heart was stifled. He had to strike first to gain the upper hand, but how? Ningxu typed furiously on the keyboard. She was very irritated. Perhaps in the plot, Feng Yin had used this method to solve the problem of Song Shihan's evil spirit entering her body and turning her into ashes. Until it was time to get off work, Ningxu still couldn't come up with a solution. In the face of powerful strength, no matter how many tricks there were, it was useless. It was unfair. Her progress in martial arts cultivation was so slow, but others took the initiative to send monsters to her. The suppression in the modern world was too great for her. She had to improve her martial arts value. Perhaps it was because her martial arts value was still too low. When her martial arts value reached the thousands in the future, she didn't believe that there would still be such a great suppression. After work, Song Shihan packed up her things and left. Ningxu sighed and also got off work. He would come back at night when there was no one in the company. When Ningxu left the company, he saw Xia Yuan, who was supposed to be recuperating at home, talking to Song Shihan face to face. Song Shihan's expression was very impatient, but Xia Yuan looked quite happy. Ningxu wiped the ox's tears on his eyelids and saw Feng Yi next to Song Shihan. His body was emitting a black aura and his eyes were red. He was looking at Xia Yuan with a faint smile. However, Xia Yuan didn't notice it at all. He actually wanted to reach out and hold Song Shihan's hand to take advantage of her. Ningxu was speechless. He was simply tired of living. As long as he lived, he wouldn't stop courting death. She didn't want to waste her effort to save him again. If it happened again, there would be no need to save him. He would be finished. Ningxu shouted at Xia Yuan, "Xia Yuan." Xia Yuan immediately withdrew his hand and turned to look at Ningxu in a daze. Even Song Shihan turned to look at Ningxu with a puzzled expression. She was guessing the relationship between Ningxu and Xia Yuan. Ningxu wiped the ox's tears on his hand and walked over to Xia Yuan to drag him away by his collar. "What are you doing?" "Hey." Xia Yuan struggled with all his might. "Let go of me." Ningxu wiped Xia Yuan's eyelids with his finger that was stained with the ox's tears. He moved closer to his ear and said coldly, "Didn't you want to see a ghost? I'll let you see it." Ningxu said as he stuck a talisman on Xia Yuan's back. "I'm talking to someone." Xia Yuan stopped talking and widened his eyes to look at Song Shihan, and the man in red next to her. Xia Yuan was so frightened that he was speechless when he saw the ghostly aura emitting from the two of them. His mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't say a word. His body went weak and he was dragged away by Ningxu. Seeing a ghost in broad daylight, after walking for a long distance, Ningxu finally let go of Xia Yuan when Song Shihan and Feng Yi were out of sight. Xia Yuan was lying on the ground like a dead pig. Ningxu kicked him. "Can you get up?" "Behind you, ah." Xia Yuan was so frightened that he screamed. His voice became sharp. He quickly got up and jumped onto Ningxu's body. He wrapped his limbs around Ningxu's body. "There's a ghost." Ningxu tilted his head and dug his ears. He felt that his ears were hurt by Xia Yuan's screams. "Get down." It was hard for a girl like her to stand up to a man like Xia Yuan. Look at how scared she was. She didn't believe it before. She said no, but her body was honest. She was so scared. Xia Yuan got down from Ningxu. Ningxu said, "I'm so scared that my legs are weak. Give me a hand. There's a ghost chasing you from behind. He probably died in a car accident. He's holding his arm with one hand," Ningxu said faintly. "Ah." Xia Yuan ran quickly. His legs were not weak anymore. When they returned to the villa, Xia Yuan was already lying motionless on the sofa. Xia Weiming thought that something had happened to his son again. Xia Weiming asked Ningxu, "What's wrong with him?" "He's a pervert." Ningxu rolled his eyes. "I told you that she's already taken. Why did he have to get close to her?" Xia Yuan wiped his sweat and asked Ningxu, "What are those two things?" Xia Yuan was still in shock. Ningxu asked, "Why do I think Song Shihan is also a ghost?" Ningxu smiled. "Of course." Xia Yuan's face turned pale and trembled. "No way." Xia Weiming frowned. Ningxu asked, "What's the situation now?" Ningxu sighed. "It's a little complicated. I'm caught off guard." Ningxu told Xia Weiming the ins and outs of the matter. As the owner of the company, he should know the specific situation. After listening to Ningxu's words, Xia Weiming looked very annoyed. Does the Xia family owe them something? There's no end to it. If I stay in the company, thousands of ghosts will invade. If I fire them, they will take revenge on me. It's really... Xia Weiming frowned. Ningxu said, "Why don't you ask your master to come here?" He should have a way. Ningxu said, Master said that he can't deal with the Ghost King. Besides, I've already saved Xia Yuan. He wants you to give me the money. I want it back. Xia Weiming almost jumped up and begged Ningxu, Immortal Master, please help me with this matter. You can't just leave the stall like this. God cares for all living things. There are so many employees in the company. Please help, Xia Weiming said. Ningxu pursed his lips. The problem was that he couldn't win against them. Xia Weiming sighed and said, as long as this matter is solved, you can ask for anything. I'll give you everything except the company. Ningxu said, I'll think of a way. Ningxu went upstairs to get his cloth bag and prepared to go to the company in the dark. Xia Yuan followed Ningxu upstairs. Seeing that Ningxu was carrying a bag of things, he said to Ningxu, do you have any talismans for self-defense? Give me 2 of them. 5,000 yuan, Ningxu said. Xia Yuan was speechless. Give it to me. Ningxu gave him 2 amulets and said, don't keep in touch with Song Shihan anymore. Strictly speaking, you two are not in the same world now. Xia Yuan looked at the amulet over and over again. When he heard Ningxu's words, he nodded and said, I know. Is that ghost always by her side? Yes, a ghost king who has cultivated for over 1,000 years. Xia Yuan sighed deeply. I thought I had met a woman I could spend the rest of my life with. You're not as good-looking as the Ghost King. Ningxu said bluntly. Xia Yuan rolled his eyes. Seeing that Ningxu was about to leave, he asked, where are you going? I'll go with you. It's night now, when the Yin energy is very strong. Your body is now in a state of being hollowed out, it's easy to get into trouble if you go out. Ningxu didn't want to bring along the screaming prince at all. He was so loud that it scared people to death. When Ningxu arrived at the company, he took the soul pearl and the compass. Previously, he thought that the Yang Gathering Array and the Immortal Binding Array would have some effect on Feng Yin. In the end, nothing happened. Instead, Song Shihan became a half-human, half-ghost monster who lived as long as the heavens. Ningxu put away the spiritual bead and the compass. Without the support of the artifact, the Yang Congregating Array's effect was a bit worse. Ningxu suddenly felt the surrounding air become cold and gloomy. Ningxu took out a cinnabar pen from the cloth bag and mixed the ashes from the 10,000 burial with other exorcism items. He used the rootless water to turn them into ink. Ningxu took the cinnabar pen and drew an amulet under Song Shihan's office chair. Then, he lay on the ground and drew an amulet under the office table. After drawing Song Shihan's position, Ningxu drew talismans under the table and chairs in the office. She drew talismans in inconspicuous places. To be honest, Ningxu really didn't know why Song Shihan worked so hard at work. Although Feng Yin was a ghost, he was very capable. If he wanted to make money, he could do it in a matter of minutes. There was no one else who would want to ruin this company. Perhaps the Xia family had done something wrong to Song Shihan in their previous life. That was why they had to suffer such retribution in this life. After drawing the amulets in the office, Ningxu went to the toilet to draw more. He hoped that Xia Weiming's company would be able to survive. He was destined to face such a calamity. By the time he was done, it was already midnight. Ningxu packed up and prepared to return to the villa to cultivate. Although his cultivation speed wasn't as fast as Feng Yin's, if he didn't cultivate, he wouldn't have any chance to kill Feng Yin. When Ningxu returned to the villa, he saw that it was brightly lit. When he walked into the living room, he saw that the Xia family's servants were in a mess. Immortal Master, something happened to Yuan again. Sigh. Xia Weiming said anxiously when he came downstairs and saw Ningxu. Ningxu frowned and walked upstairs quickly. When he opened the door to Xia Yuan's room, he saw Xia Yuan curled up on the bed and covered himself with the blanket. The blanket was shaking. Ningxu lifted the blanket and saw that Xia Yuan's body was curled up. When he saw Ningxu even whimpered and bared his teeth ferociously. Ningxu rolled his eyes and sighed. He took a piece of amulet paper and pasted it on Xia Yuan's head. Xia Yuan's body emitted black smoke. He whimpered and his limbs twitched. Finally, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Xia Weiming asked Ningxu, "How is he?" Ningxu said, he went out during the day and was possessed by a low-level spirit. What is it? Xia Weiming asked. A dog. Xia Weiming was speechless. His body is weak now, so he's staying at home. I've set up a formation at home. Ningxu sighed deeply. It was so worrisome. Ningxu went downstairs and made a decoction for Xia Yuan. Then, he pinched Xia Yuan's nose and forced the decoction down his throat. Xia Yuan choked on the decoction and woke up. When he opened his eyes and saw Ningxu, he immediately said, I saw the man beside Song Shihan. Huh? Ningxu looked at Xia Yuan in confusion. Weren't you possessed by a dog? Xia Yuan raised his chin. Ningxu said, is there a strangulation mark on my neck? He was the one who strangled me. He threatened me to stay away from Song Shihan. Otherwise, he would destroy my soul. You scared me to death. Xia Yuan looked as if he was about to pee his pants. Only then did Ningxu notice the faint mark on Xia Yuan's neck. Although it looked light now, it would be very obvious the next morning. Ningxu took some glutinous rice and pressed it on the mark on his neck. Xia Yuan shouted hoarsely, it hurts, it hurts. Ningxu asked, you said that the Ghost King came to look for you. When did it happen? Not long after you left. I was about to sleep, but he appeared at my bedside. His cold hand was on my neck. He even threatened me that if I went near his woman again, he would kill me, Xia Yuan said hoarsely. The talisman you gave me is useless. You have to pay me back 5,000 yuan. Xia Yuan was about to cry. Ningxu rolled his eyes. If the talisman could deal with Feng Yin, then Feng Yin wouldn't be a 1,000-year-old ghost. Why didn't he kill you directly? Why did he threaten you? Ningxu was a little confused. With Feng Yin's ability, killing Xia Yuan was too easy. Ningxu looked at Xia Yuan and asked, why didn't the Ghost King strangle you to death? Why did he keep you alive? This doesn't make sense. A woman's heart is the most vicious. Xia Yuan touched her neck and said in a hoarse voice, he wanted to strangle me to death. I almost died at that time, but he seemed to have encountered something and left quickly. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. He didn't strangle you to death and left again? I almost suffocated at that time and was about to die, but he froze for a moment and his expression changed drastically. Then, he left. Xia Yuan reached out to Ningxu. Your talisman paper is not good. I want a refund. Ningxu touched his chin and his eyes darted around. Feng Yin must have encountered something that forced him to go back. He even left his love rival aside. The only person who could make Feng Yin care so much about was Song Shihan. Something must have happened to Song Shihan. Although Song Shihan had an endless lifespan, her combat strength was -5. She also had the Ghost King elixir in her body, which was coveted by thousands of ghosts. Wouldn't a child be robbed if she carried gold through the downtown area? In the future, Feng Yin would have to protect Song Shihan by her side. Ningxu suddenly laughed. He didn't know how long this protection would last. Feng Yin would have to deal with ghosts who came to find trouble and covet the Ghost King elixir every day. He didn't know if he would feel tired. Why would Song Shihan accept Feng Yin's protection with a clear conscience? Was it because of love? On the basis of love, being evenly matched was the only way to last. This way, both parties would be willing to learn to compromise and support each other under the erosion of time. A relationship that lacked balance would one day become a lose-lose situation for both parties. To get someone, one had to become that kind of person first. Well, maybe it was true love. Ningxu felt that he didn't know what true love was. Xia Yuan looked at Ningxu, who was smiling sinisterly and couldn't help but ask, what do we do now? This ghost is not only at the company, but also at home. It's all because of your lust, Ningxu said angrily. Xia Yuan touched his neck and said, you monks don't understand feelings. I fell in love with Song Shihan at first sight. There was no need to explain the female lead's halo. How could there be so much love at first sight? It was nothing more than lust. Ningxu rolled his eyes. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have expelled the low-level spirit body in this guy's body. Instead, he would have let this guy look for dung to eat on the roadside. Xia Yuan Ningxu said, well, I have something to discuss with you. You know that the ghost will come to me. Ning-Shu stood up abruptly and decided to go to Song Shihan's house to see what was going on. Maybe he could fish in troubled waters. Currently, Song Shihan and Feng Yin's situation was not very good. Song Shihan had no battle prowess, but she had the Ghost King Dan. Without the Ghost King Dan, Feng Yin's strength had declined, and he had to protect Song Shihan. Now was the best time. Xia Yuan saw Ning-Shu suddenly stand up and said, I haven't said anything yet. Why are you so agitated? What do you want to tell me? Ning-Shu checked the things in the cloth bag on his body. These were necessary exorcism tools. Xia Yuan said to Ning-Shu, don't worry. I don't have any improper thoughts about you. You're just a pervert in my heart. Really? What do you want to say? Ning-Shu looked at Xia Yuan silently. Xia Yuan said righteously to Ning-Shu, I want to sleep with you. Ning-Shu gave Xia Yuan a big slap in the face. Speak properly. Don't be a hooligan. Xia Yuan was dumbfounded. He covered his face and said, I said I want to sleep in the same room as you. I'm afraid that the Ghost King will come to me. Why did you hit me? Ning-Shu ignored Xia Yuan. He turned around and left the villa. Then, he went to Song Shihan's house. Song Shihan's address was listed in the company's employee information. Song Shihan lived in a small apartment. It was quite a small apartment. The walls of the small apartment were covered with creepers. However, at the moment, the small apartment was dark. The cold wind was whistling. It felt as if thousands of ghosts had gathered in an unmarked graveyard. Ning-Shu hid not far away. He took out the cow's tears and smeared them on his eyelids. He stuck talismans on his body and checked the situation of the apartment. Many malicious ghosts had entered the room through the windows of the apartment. However, none of them returned. It was Ning-Shu's first time seeing so many ghosts. There were all kinds of ghosts. There were male ghosts, female ghosts, and evil babies. There were all kinds of strange sounds mixed together. There was a long song, a child's crying, and the rhythmic sound of the night watch. It made the magnetic field in the area chaotic. So many ghosts had gathered together for the Ghost King elixir. The Ghost King elixir was with Feng Yin, so these ghosts did not dare to act rashly. However, it was with a weak person now. They would be crazy not to snatch it. Ning-Shu was very anxious. He was obviously going to die. Don't underestimate the protagonist's halo. Ning-Shu furrowed her brows tightly. How was she going to deal with Feng Yin? If she was strong enough now, needless to say, she could just go up and kill Feng Yin without even blinking. Many ghosts did not dare to rush in, probably because they had seen how powerful Feng Yin was. Instead, they quietly guarded the surroundings of the apartment. The surroundings of the apartment were gloomy and filled with a ghostly aura. The street lights were sizzling, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. There were also some strange sounds. If someone passed by here, they would definitely fall ill. The Yin energy was too strong. Feng Yin floated in midair. He frowned slightly. He looked through the window at Song Shihan, who was lying on the bed in the room. At this moment, Song Shihan was lying on the bed unconscious. He had only left for a while, and these ghosts came to find him. They rushed into Song Shihan's body to snatch the Ghost King elixir, causing Song Shihan to be severely injured. Feng Yin's eyes were red. He scanned the ghosts around him with a strong murderous aura. He said coldly, go back to where you came from. If you dare to harass my woman again, your souls will be burned by the 9 astral flames until your souls are destroyed. Hearing Feng Yin's words, the ghosts lurking in the surroundings became restless. Some of the weaker ghosts hesitated and floated away. However, most of the ghosts did not move. Obviously, they were still thinking about the Ghost King elixir. Feng Yin, who was floating in midair, saw this scene and snorted. His hair and red clothes fluttered. He slowly raised his hand and an orchid flame appeared in his palm. As soon as the flame appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Ning-Shu felt that his soul was about to freeze. It was said that this flame was used by the underworld to deal with disobedient souls. They would roast them on the 9 astral flames. It would make people feel that their souls were frozen and then split into countless pieces. The cycle would repeat until the soul was destroyed. The stronger the soul, the more painful it was. Because a strong soul was not so easy to destroy, it could only endure endless pain. Feng Yin took out the Nining flame and suppressed the ghosts around him. Some of the ghosts couldn't withstand the power of the Nining flame and dissipated immediately. Ningxu was speechless. F***ck, this is the modern world. Taking out something like this is against the rules, you know. Seeing this flame, Ningxu thought that he was in the cultivation world. Ningxu, a living person, felt that his soul was very uncomfortable. Many of the ghosts around him quickly retreated as if they were facing a great enemy. Feng Yin was like a god floating in the air. The Nining flame in his palm pulsed slightly. The blue flame reflected on his face, making Feng Yin's face look a little green. There were idiots in humans and idiots in ghosts. There were still ghosts who didn't believe it and continued to squat around the apartment. Feng Yin sneered and took out a wisp of the Nining flame in his palm and shot it at the more stupid ghost. The moment the Nining flame came into contact with the ghost, it immediately burned like a man on fire. The ghost that was hit by the Nining flame wailed in pain and rolled around, trying to extinguish the flames on its body. Although it was called a flame, it was very cold and invaded the soul. Not long after, the ghost completely dissipated and the power of its soul was directly absorbed by the Nining flame. Ningxu was speechless. F***ck, he seriously suspected that he had walked into the wrong place. Previously, he found out that Feng Yin was very powerful, but now, it was different. With this as an example, the surrounding ghosts were scared out of their wits and disappeared in a flash. After these ghosts left, the dark clouds in the sky gradually disappeared, revealing the moon. Ningxu also planned to leave. He wanted to fish in troubled waters, but the situation was completely one-sided. Up until now, no human or ghost was a match for Feng Yin. There was only one feeling in Ningxu's heart. What the hell? Feng Yin looked at Ningxu's hiding place and said coldly, "The person hiding over there, come out. How long do you want to wait? A living person dares to appear in a place like this." Ningxu's eyes darted around, but he didn't step out. When he saw the Nining flame in Feng Yin's palm getting weaker and weaker, his heart suddenly lit up. The Nining astral wind was extremely harmful to the soul, so Feng Yin, who was using it, should also be injured, especially now that Feng Yin's strength had decreased. Feng Yin saw that Ningxu didn't move, so Ningxu walked over. Ningxu took out the spirit pearl from his cloth bag to see if it would harm Feng Yin. The soul pearl was also something that absorbed soul energy. Feng Yin didn't have a physical body now, so he was just a ghost. Feng Yin walked closer and closer. Ningxu could feel the mournful murderous aura all around him. Ningxu directly threw the soul pearl at Feng Yin. Feng Yin stopped in his tracks and furrowed his handsome brows. His expression was puzzled and he clearly did not understand what this was. However, that did not stop Feng Yin from being wary of the soul bead. With a flash, he dodged the soul bead. Unexpectedly, the soul bead had charged into the Nining astral flames. The Nining astral flame throbbed violently, crazily burning the soul pearl. The soul pearl trembled slightly, obviously resisting the Nining astral flame. The two of them were in a stalemate. Both were spiritual objects that were filled with soul energy and both wanted to devour the other. Feng Yin furrowed his brows tightly. His expression looked terrifying under the dim moonlight. He realized that the Nining astral flame was actually extracting his soul energy, wanting to refine the soul pearl. The Nining astral flame throbbed even more violently, and the soul pearl throbbed. It was unknown when the battle between the two of them would end. Ningxu stared closely at the soul pearl and Feng Yin. When he saw that Feng Yin's soul was dimmer than before, he guessed that the Nining astral flame was absorbing his soul energy. Otherwise, why would the Nining astral flame suddenly explode with such powerful energy? Ningxu's heart thumped wildly. Perhaps this was an opportunity to weaken Feng Yin's strength. Ningxu reached into his cloth bag and took out a stack of talisman papers. These talisman papers were drawn with Feng Yin's ashes. Ningxu held the talisman papers between his fingers and chanted an incantation. A few talisman papers flew towards Feng Yin. When Feng Yin saw these talisman papers, an impatient expression appeared on his face. He just wanted to end this stalemate. Song Shihan was still waiting for him in the house. He just wanted to get rid of this sneaky rat. He didn't expect to end up in such a situation where he couldn't advance or retreat. Feng Yin faced the talisman papers that were flying towards him. He flicked his sleeve, wanting to destroy the talisman papers. However, he didn't expect the talisman papers to stick to his body. The moment the talisman papers touched Feng Yin's soul body, they emitted billowing black gas. The yin qi and killing intent in Feng Yin's body surged out, causing Feng Yin's soul body to weaken even more. Feng Yin furrowed his brows tightly. How could a Taoist's talisman papers hurt him? Feng Yin felt a familiar energy from the talisman papers. This energy entered his soul body, making him feel very uncomfortable. Feng Yin's current situation wasn't good. On one hand, the talisman papers were suppressing his energy. On the other hand, the Nining astral flame was extracting his soul energy. It wanted to turn the soul energy in the soul pearl into its own. When Ningxu saw that the talisman papers were effective, he took out another stack and chanted an incantation. The talisman papers flew towards Feng Yin in unison. Feng Yin's expression was ferocious. He was no longer incomparably handsome and peerless. His jade-white face was covered in blood. Blood was dripping from it. His gaze was malicious and filled with hatred. This was Feng Yin's face before he died. His face was still the same, but it was covered in blood. Feng Yin killed many people because of Song Shihan's previous life. Then, he committed suicide for love. Ningxu was greatly encouraged. This meant that Feng Yin's power had been severely damaged. Even his face could only remain the same as when he died. Feng Yin looked coldly at Ningxu. His eyes were filled with killing intent and boundless viciousness. Ningxu felt a chill run down his spine. The Nining astral flame was still absorbing Feng Yin's energy to refine the soul pearl. The result of this stalemate was something that Feng Yin couldn't handle. Perhaps it was just Ningxu's imagination, but Ningxu felt that the soul pearl was smaller than before. This meant that its power was weakening. Ningxu thought for a moment and set up an array around them. It was the Yang Gathering Array. With the Yang Gathering Array, the yin qi in the surroundings gradually weakened. The moonlight became clear. Feng Yin stretched out his hand. One of his hands extended endlessly, wanting to strangle Ningxu's neck. Ningxu held a peachwood sword that had been soaked in cinnabar and stabbed it into Feng Yin's hand. Feng Yin's hand was stabbed by the peachwood sword and black smoke billowed out. Feng Yin ignored the sizzling hand and slapped his palm onto Ningxu's chest. Ningxu was sent flying. He crashed into a street lamp post and spat out a mouthful of black blood. He saw Feng Yin's hand pressing down on him. Ningxu took out his ancestor's compass. Feng Yin's hand slapped onto the compass. A golden light flashed from the compass, blocking Feng Yin's huge hand. Ningxu inserted some spirit qi into the compass. A dragon's roar came from the compass. Something that looked like a dragon or a snake crawled out from the compass and slammed into Feng Yin's hand. The two collided and produced a loud sound. Ningxu instantly lost his hearing. The force of the collision caused the golden dragon that had been formed from the compass to turn into specks of golden light and disappear. It had taken the hit for Ningxu. Although the golden dragon had disappeared in this collision, Feng Yin was not in a good state either. His soul was dimmer than before. As a result, the Nining flame's power had decreased and it was at a disadvantage against the spirit pearl. The spirit pearl could actually absorb the Nining flame. The Nining flame resisted and absorbed more of Feng Yin's power. This was simply one disaster after another for Feng Yin. Ningxu got up from the ground and touched his chest. He felt very uncomfortable and the yin qi in his body was trembling. The yin qi had entered his body. Ningxu took out a talisman and pasted it on his body. The power of the talisman clashed with the yin qi in his body, making Ningxu feel even worse. Ningxu groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although it was uncomfortable, Ningxu held the compass tightly and looked at Feng Yin warily. Feng Yin was wary of the compass in Ningxu's hand and did not attack again. He was not sure if this thing could be used once or twice. Moreover, he had another problem now, which was the Nining flame and the spirit pearl. Feng Yin had tried to intervene in the battle between the two, but he had failed. Feng Yin frowned and looked very impatient. The blood on his face dripped onto the ground. Ugh, in this quiet moment, a soft moan came from the small apartment. It was Song Shihan's voice. Feng Yin quickly looked through the window and saw Song Shihan lying on the bed. Song Shihan was rolling on the bed in discomfort. Previously, Song Shihan had been possessed by thousands of ghosts who wanted to steal the Ghost King elixir in her body. She was in a very dangerous state. Now, Ningxu had set up a young gathering array around the apartment. Any damage to Song Shihan would be a disaster. Now, Song Shihan had a physique that attracted ghosts. All the ghosts she met wanted to enter her body and steal the Ghost King elixir. Some even wanted to take Song Shihan's body for themselves. However, most of the ghosts only wanted the Ghost King elixir. After all, a half-human half-ghost had no power and would be destroyed by other ghosts sooner or later. When Feng Yin saw the uncomfortable Song Shihan, his heart burned with anxiety. However, the moment the nining astral flame in his hand got close to Song Shihan, it would harm her. Feng Yin furrowed his brows tightly. More blood flowed from his face, causing the surroundings to be filled with the sticky smell of blood. It was as if there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in front of him. Feng Yin took a deep breath and turned around to look at Ningxu with bloodshot eyes. His gaze was calm, and he looked at Ningxu as if he was looking at a dead man. Ningxu felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that he had been added to Feng Yin's must-kill list. Feng Yin used his hand as a knife and chopped off his other wrist. That severed hand turned into soul energy and was absorbed by the nining astral flames. Feng Yin's severed wrist regrown. Feng Yin glanced at the faint blue nining flames before turning around and rushing into the apartment. Ningxu was a little surprised. Had Feng Yin given up on the nining astral flames, without Feng Yin's energy supply, the nining astral flames immediately became weak. The soul pearl shook even more violently. The nining astral flames became weaker and weaker, but the soul pearl became stronger and stronger. In the end, it actually absorbed the nining astral winds. Ningxu quickly held the soul pearl. He felt that the soul pearl was a little heavier than before. It felt cool in his hand. After taking the soul pearl, Ningxu did not stay any longer. He immediately turned around and ran. As he ran, his chest hurt. Even though Ningxu had a talisman on his body, he still felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. When he returned to the villa, his face was green and his lips were black. In the villa, the father and son of the Xie family were still waiting. When they saw Ningxu like this, they quickly asked, "What happened to you?" Ningxu drank 2 bowls of exorcism medicine first. After drinking the medicine, Ningxu took out a talisman and stuck it on his body. His body emitted a black aura. Ningxu and Xia Weiming said, "Don't let your employees come to work for the time being." Feng Yin had suffered such a great loss. He would definitely take revenge. Xia Weiming asked, "What's wrong?" "We couldn't get rid of him. He might want to take revenge." Ningxu's body felt weak. Xia Weiming nodded. "That's good." He then sighed. "We can't do business with the company either." Ningxu pursed his lips and said, "What business can we do without him? We have to be on guard at all times. The Ghost King will definitely come looking for us." Ningxu then went upstairs and returned to her room. She sat cross-legged on her bed and cultivated. She guided her qi to heal the parts of her body that had been damaged by the darking qi. Feng Yin's palm strike had even injured her heart meridians. Ningxu, who was cultivating, frowned. The darking qi had entered her body, causing her eyes and ears to be filled with all kinds of hallucinations. She had experienced many worlds. The scenes of these worlds flashed before her eyes one by one. They were complicated and confusing, causing Ningxu's mind to be muddled. Ningxu was very impatient. All kinds of negative emotions surged in her heart. She suddenly started to question why she had to move from world to world and live an endless life. She lived day after day without her own life. She had to live in someone else's body. This kind of life simply had no end. What was the point of enduring loneliness alone? Ningxu's body was emitting black smoke. Her forehead was filled with black qi, and her eyes were bloodshot. The darking qi was corroding Ningxu's mind. Ningxu stood up and walked to the balcony. Looking down, an idea appeared in her mind. Jump down and end everything. She didn't know why she had suffered so much. It was for the sake of living. However, she had experienced so many worlds. It was already worth it. An endless and lonely life was really meaningless. It was unbearable. Who would remember her? Living was really meaningless. What was the point? A bewitching voice sounded in Ningshu's mind. It made Ningxu want to jump down. Ningxu closed his eyes and took a step forward. Ningxu, did water enter your brain again? 2333's voice sounded in Ningxu's mind. Ningxu took back his foot and said lightly, I suddenly felt tired. The darking qi only brought out the tiredness buried deep in my heart. Ningxu's mind was clear. 2333 was silent for a moment and said, if you want to end it, I can kill you and break the contract between us. Ningxu sighed and sat cross-legged on the floor. He silently chanted the clear heart mantra to dispel the negative emotions in his heart. Ningxu stuck 2 talismans on his body and went downstairs to drink 2 bowls of evil expelling potion. He lay on the bed and silently chanted the clear heart mantra. As he chanted, he fell asleep. The next morning, Ningxu's mood was much better. Under the effects of the talismans and the potion, the darking qi in his body was gone. However, his heart still hurt. It hurt when he coughed, and it hurt when he walked a little faster. He could only rely on his qi to heal the damage to his heart. Ningxu was sitting cross-legged on the bed and channeling the qi from his dantian to his heart meridian when he heard a knock on the door. Ningxu opened the door and saw Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan looked at Ningxu's face and asked, are you feeling better? Ningxu said, much better. Xia Yuan sighed. I feel bad that I have to rely on you to protect a young girl like you. Does your Taoist temple still accept disciples? Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu said faintly, people like us who are considered cultivators will be punished by the heavenly Tao if we reveal the secrets of heaven. You are not suitable. Besides, you are too old to learn anything. Xia Yuan rolled his eyes. Let's go downstairs and eat. Ningxu ate a lot for breakfast. He had little spiritual energy, so he could only rely on this method to get energy to repair his body. Xia Yuan watched Ningxu eat bowl after bowl and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Where did all your food go? Ningxu ignored him. After breakfast, Ningxu hung the 8 trigrams mirror at the door of the villa and set up an array. It was the kind of array that protected the mountain. However, without the artifact, Ningxu could only take out the compass. Ningxu looked at the compass over and over again. The magnetic needle was black and he couldn't tell what material it was made of. Anyway, it was very ordinary and inconspicuous. If it hadn't blocked the attack for her last night, she would have died. In the plot, Tao Qin also relied on this compass to escape. It seemed that this compass was not simple. Ningxu placed the compass on the antique shelf in the living room and pressed it on the array eye. With these measures, Feng Yin would definitely have to spend some effort to break into the Xia family's house. He wouldn't be able to come and go as freely as before. Ningxu thought about it and decided to experiment with an array, the spirit gathering array, to gather all the spiritual energy in the surroundings. This array was very complicated. Ningxu had been learning from Qingyu for a long time, but the success rate was very low. Gathering spirit qi in one place was like fighting for spirit qi with the whole world. Ningxu fiddled with the array formation. He took out the soul pearl and placed it on the eye of the array formation. Ningxu's fingers formed a seal, and the array formation in the room became faintly discernible. Finally, it collapsed. Ningxu had no choice but to start all over again. He formed hand seals over and over again, and finally, the array stabilized. Spiritual qi slowly gathered in the room. Ningxu took a deep breath. He felt very comfortable and refreshed. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged to cultivate. The spiritual energy entered his dantian through his pores. Just as Ningxu was enjoying the feeling of having abundant spiritual energy, the spirit-gathering array collapsed. Ningxu, what the? Before the spiritual energy dissipated, Ningxu desperately absorbed it. Ningxu originally thought that Feng Yin would come to take revenge on her, but after a few days, everything was still calm and peaceful. Ningxu touched his chin. He wondered if it was because he couldn't leave Song Shihan, so he couldn't find trouble with her for the time being. It was better if he didn't come. He could wait until she recovered. Ningxu originally thought that she could live peacefully for a period of time, but the female superior whom Feng Yin had dealt with previously committed suicide by jumping off a building. Now, even the TV news was reporting it. The spearhead was vaguely pointing at Xia Weiming's company. This female superior was considered a senior executive of the company. For a senior executive of the company to commit suicide, there must be some reason. The father and son of the Xia family sat on the sofa in the living room and watched the news on TV. Their expressions were very ugly. Now, the family of the female superior was on TV demanding an explanation from Xia Weiming's company. Otherwise, they would blow this matter up. Xia Weiming was so annoyed that he was about to die. His white hair had increased. He said to Ningxu, "This must have been done by a ghost." Ningxu, although it was the truth, others had to believe it. Ningxu didn't expect that Feng Yin didn't come to find her and the Xia family. Instead, he killed the female superior who was targeting Song Shihan. Was he starting with the female superior? Was Feng Yin crazy? He was so unscrupulous. He was probably too angry. He was angry that the Xia family found a Taoist priest to exorcise the evil spirit and caused Song Shihan to end up like that. He even suffered a loss and his strength was greatly reduced. Xia Weiming said angrily, "What's the point of running this company? Don't run it anymore. It's ridiculous." The Xia family was inexplicably implicated. They couldn't afford to have an employee like Song Shihan. Ningxu frowned. She carried the cloth bag and prepared to go to the female superior's house to take a look. Xia Yuan said, "I'll go with you. After all, this is my family's matter." Ningxu nodded and didn't say anything. The female superior had jumped off a building. She had jumped from more than 10 floors in a high-end residential area. There was no chance of survival at all. There were black bloodstains on the ground below the residential area, and the blood had splashed quite far away. There were white human-shaped crime scene wires on the ground, and there was a cordon around them. When Xia Yuan saw the bloodstains on the ground, she couldn't help but wipe her face with a pitiful expression. Ningxu took a cow's tear and wiped it on his eyelids. He saw the female superior's soul wandering around the place of death. Her body had a thick black aura, and it was ghastly. There was no way for the female superior to be reincarnated after being entangled by the evil spirit. She could only wander around the place of death indefinitely until her soul was destroyed. Ningxu took out 3 incense sticks from his bag and lit them. The wandering female superior smelled the incense and stopped wandering. She looked at Ningxu with pleading eyes. Ningxu said, "I'll help you transcend. Let's forget about this life." Ningxu pinched his fingers and emptied his mind. He then chanted the purifying heaven and earth mantra. Heaven and earth are natural. Evil chi is dispersed. The mystery in the cave is clear and bright. The mighty gods in all directions make me natural. Lingbao talisman life, announce to the 9 heavens. Kill Luodana, understand the mystery of the universe. Slay demons and evil spirits, exorcise thousands of ghosts. The chi of Tao is everlasting. It is as urgent as the law. As Ningxu chanted the mantra, the evil spirit on the female superior's body slowly decreased. A black hole-like passage appeared behind her. The female superior floated toward the black hole, and the black hole was also slowly shrinking. The female superior had already reached the entrance of the black hole. Suddenly, a powerful evil spirit burst out from her body. The evil spirit formed something like a chain, tied her body, and dragged her out of the black hole. The female superior panicked. Ningxu shouted, "Help!" Ningxu was stunned for a moment. He quickly took out the talisman paper and shot it toward the chain that was dragging the female superior. The talisman paper did not break the chain formed by the evil spirit. Ningxu directly took out the talisman paper drawn with bone ashes. He stuck the talisman paper on the peachwood sword and cut the chain. The black hole was getting smaller and smaller. When the black hole disappeared completely, the female superior had no chance to be reincarnated. Not every transcendence could succeed. Without the restraint of the chain, the female superior quickly rushed toward the black hole. Just as the black hole was about to close, she finally entered. Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief. Meddlesome Taoist priest, this is a warning to you. You and the Xie family will not have an easy time. Feng Yan's voice suddenly came from the sky. Xie Yuan covered his ears in pain. Ningxu quickly stuck the talisman paper on his body. Xie Yuan's face was pale. He said regretfully, if I had known, I wouldn't have pursued Song Shihan. At that time, I didn't know that Song Shihan was in this situation. Xie Yuan regretted provoking Song Shihan now. His family's company was now in a difficult situation and his employees had lost their lives because of it. However, Xie Yuan was also suffering. Who would have thought that Song Shihan would have a ghost king by her side? He would definitely pursue the girl he liked. After all, Xie Yuan was not bad. His family was rich. Although he was not as good-looking as Feng Yin, he was considered outstanding among ordinary people. Xie Yuan's face was pale and he was very irritated. He looked at Ningxu and said fiercely, is there really no way to kill him? Let his soul dissipate. Xie Yuan was also provoked. If someone wanted to strangle him and kill him, he would not stretch his neck out and let them kill him without any resistance. This was just the beginning. Ningxu pursed his lips. Everyone has weaknesses. Even if he becomes a ghost, he can only take it slow. Can't he take it slow? I'm worried that he will harm the company's employees, Xie Yuan said. That was completely possible. After all, the death of the female boss had brought trouble to the Xie family. If anything happened to the company's employees, the Xie family would be in trouble. The continuous deaths would push the Xie family to the forefront. That was what Xie Yuan was worried about now. He was not afraid of the Ghost King coming to the Xie family, but he was afraid that the Ghost King would do that. Ningxu was feeling a little unwell. He had just performed a ritual to release his female boss's soul, so he was feeling very uncomfortable now. He said to Xie Yuan, let's go back first. Xie Yuan started the car and Ningxu sat in the front passenger seat. Xie Yuan, who was driving, suddenly stepped on the brakes. The car suddenly stopped, making a sharp sound as it rubbed against the ground. Ningxu's body suddenly leaned forward. Ningxu felt a sharp pain in his heart and his face turned pale. Why did you suddenly stop the car? Ningxu asked angrily. Xie Yuan said, I just saw a person standing in the middle of the road, so I stepped on the brakes. Ningxu rolled his eyes and was a little speechless. No one in poor health would be able to see a ghost in broad daylight. Ningxu stuck a talisman on Xie Yuan's body. Straighten your chest. Don't be afraid of him. Don't be afraid of any demons or ghosts. After returning to the villa, Ningxu walked into the living room and saw an old man in a Taoist robe with his hair tied up in a bun. He was holding a canvas in his hand, and on it was a drawing of the 8 trigrams of yin and yang. Below it was written, Guide the lost gentleman, free the long-troubled chest. He looked travel-worn. At this moment, he was talking to Xia Weiming and stroking his white beard from time to time. Ningxu was pleasantly surprised. He quickly walked over and said, Master, why are you here? Shouldn't the old man be thousands of miles away? Why did he suddenly appear here? The old man turned around and looked at Ningxu. Seeing that Ningxu's face was a little pale, he asked, Are you injured? The old man took Ningxu's wrist and checked his pulse. He squinted at Ningxu and said, Why are you in such a sorry state? Ningxu asked, Why are you here? Where are junior brothers and sisters? Why did you abandon them and come here? What if something happened to them? Okay, stop arguing. I've already arranged for your junior brothers and sisters to stay at a farmer's house, the old man said. I've been on tenterhooks recently. I felt that something had happened to you, so I came to take a look. Ningxuan let out a sigh. What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you not to fight with powerful ghosts head-on? The old man said angrily. He took out a pill and gave it to Ningxu. Take it. Ningxu hesitantly took the pill. He thought of the compass and told the old man about the anomaly of the compass at that time. A dragon flew out of the compass. The old man touched his chin and said, This compass is a magic artifact of the founder. He found many dragon veins and the compass absorbed the dragon chi. It's normal for such a situation to occur. It's a blessing for Mao Mountain that you can drive out the dragon chi of the compass, the old man said while stroking his beard, the position of sect master will be handed over to you from now on. Ningxu was speechless. What was so good about being the sect master? He had to be responsible for the livelihood of his family. He couldn't show off. People would say that he was a Taoist of Mao Mountain was a liar. Master, I feel at ease now that you're here, Xia Weiming said, the situation is so bad now. Something happened to my company's employees. The old man said, well. Master, don't worry. After this matter is solved, I'll definitely help you rebuild the Taoist temple and donate a large sum of money to the Taoist temple. Xia Weiming just wanted to solve this matter as soon as possible. If something happened to his employees again, he was afraid that the judicial authorities would intervene and investigate the company. It would definitely be a major blow to the company's reputation. The company would not be able to continue operating. The old man said, I'll go to each house to perform the ritual. Don't worry. Thank you, Master. Xia Weiming let out a long breath. Xia Weiming asked the servant to prepare a room for the old man for the Taoist priest. During dinner, Ningxu and the old man basically finished all the dishes on the table. Xia Yuan was stunned. How poor was this Taoist temple? Why did everyone eat like hungry ghosts? After dinner, the old man went to perform the ritual at his employee's house without hesitation. Xia Weiming went with the old man. Before leaving, the old man Ningxu said, have a good rest and heal your wounds. Ningxu nodded. Master, be careful. The Ghost King is very powerful. The old man said, I know. Xia Yuan and Ningxu stayed in the villa. Xia Yuan said to Ningxu, your master is really a sentimental person. Ningxu squinted at him and planned to go back to his room to practice. Seeing that Ningxu had left, Xia Yuan quickly followed Ningxu. What are you doing? Ningxu asked. Xia Yuan touched his nose and said, I think we should stay together. If we separate, the Ghost King will attack us one by one. Does he need to attack us one by one? Even if we stay together, we won't be able to defeat him. Ningxu was speechless. I'm going to my room. Why are you following me? Well, I'll go with you. Xia Yuan didn't wait for Ningxu's consent and went into Ningxu's room. Ningxu was speechless. Why was he so scared? Ningxu ignored him and began to set up the spirit gathering array. Only with enough spiritual energy could he repair the damaged heart meridian. Xia Yuan watched Ningxu perform the Dharma incantation over and over again. He felt that this woman was really stupid. When the spirit gathering array was completed, Ningxu quickly sat cross-legged on the floor to practice. Xia Yuan simply lay on the bed and slept. He hadn't had a good sleep for a long time. He was either possessed or threatened by ghosts. He was so tired that his heart was about to explode. The room was quiet. Ningxu channeled his qi to the heart meridian and his qi slowly repaired his heart. Ningxu was a little anxious. The current calm was just the calm before the storm. Song Shihan's body was not in good condition now, so Feng Yin couldn't cause trouble for them. Feng Yin's strength had decreased, but he was still not someone she could deal with, especially now that she was injured. The injury to her heart had affected her cultivation progress, but the pill that the old man had given her had some effect. It made her heart hurt less. While Ningxu was anxious, Feng Yin could be said to be burning with anxiety. Last time, Song Shihan had been possessed by 10,000 ghosts. Now, she was in a state where her soul was about to be destroyed. Feng Yin was extremely anxious. If Song Shihan had died a normal death, she might have been able to stay with him as a ghost. But now that Song Shihan had died, her soul had been destroyed. Song Shihan would no longer exist in this world. Song Shihan could not be reincarnated as a human, and he would never be able to find her again. Therefore, Song Shihan could not die. She must not die. Feng Yin's face was as gloomy as water. His body was surrounded by a black aura. Looking at Song Shihan, who was like a living corpse, he was filled with regret. If he had known, he would not have been in such a hurry to perform the rites with Song Shihan. That way, she would not have been surrounded by Yin energy. When he had found Song Shihan, he should have killed her and turned her into a ghost. If he had given her the Ghost King elixir, she would definitely have become a powerful ghost. She would not have become a half-human, half-ghost creature like she was now. If he killed Xianxia now, without a body, her soul would still be destroyed. Even the Ghost King elixir would be useless. The Ghost King elixir suppressed her soul and prevented it from being destroyed, but it could not give her powerful strength. This was the punishment of the heavens. Humans and demons were different, and humans and ghosts were different. Humans and ghosts were different from each other. Feng Yan's heart was filled with regret. He held Xianxia's hand tightly. 1,000 years ago, you died in front of me. This time I will not allow you to disappear in front of me. If you die, I will kill everyone related to you and let them die with you. Feng Yan's handsome face was filled with coldness. When he spoke of killing people, it was as if he had stepped on an insignificant ant. Whoever caused you to be like this, I will not let them off. Feng Yan lowered his head and kissed Xianxia's forehead. Then, he continued to channel energy into Xianxia's body to repair it. Without the support of the Ghost King pill, Feng Yan's soul body no longer had a source of energy. After transferring energy to Xianxia, his soul looked a lot weaker. Feng Yan channeled energy to Xianxia every day, allowing her to slowly wake up. Xianxia woke up and saw Feng Yan. Seeing that his face was bleeding, she hurriedly asked, "Feng Yan, what happened to you?" Xianxia had slept for a few days, so her voice was very hoarse when she spoke. Xianxia couldn't help but cover her throat. Feng Yan reached out and sucked the cup of water from the table into his hand. He fed Xianxia 2 cups of water. Xianxia kept looking at Feng Yan worriedly. "What's wrong with you?" Xianxia reached out and touched Feng Yan's face. It was sticky to the touch, and her fingertips were stained with sticky blood. Xianxia quickly grabbed Feng Yan's arm and asked anxiously, "Are you injured? Why is there so much blood on your face?" Feng Yan's face was filled with joy as he said in a gentle voice, "It's nothing. Something went wrong during my cultivation. I promise you that I will never leave your side again." Feng Yan hugged Xianxia and apologized in a low voice. "I'm sorry that I hurt you." Xianxia rubbed her face against Feng Yan's chest and said in a hoarse voice, "No, I don't blame you. You saved me." Xianxia thought back to that night. Many ghosts had gathered in her apartment. She felt like she was in hell. Countless ghosts had rushed into her body, screaming strangely and excitedly. They had fought and tore her body apart. They had treated her body as a battlefield. Xianxia felt like she was going to be torn into countless pieces. Recalling the scene, Xianxia's body trembled. She deeply realized that she couldn't go back. The peaceful life of the first 20 years was gone. She could only rely on Feng Yan now. Without Feng Yan, she could only be devoured by other ghosts. Without the Ghost King elixir, she would completely disappear. She was in a dilemma. She had only wanted to be in a relationship. Who had she offended? Why did it have to be so thrilling? Xianxia hugged Feng Yan tightly. "Feng Yan, don't leave me. You're all I have now." Without Feng Yan, she would be annihilated in a matter of minutes. A smile appeared on Feng Yan's face. Fresh blood streaked across his face, making his smile look abnormally evil. He said, "In this world, only the two of us can rely on each other. Xihan, I'm the one who loves you the most. I've waited for thousands of years just to be with you." Xianxia buried herself in Feng Yan's arms and frowned. From now on, was she going to live a life where ghosts would chase after her wherever she went? Even if she stayed at home, ghosts would still chase after her? Was there no peaceful life to be had? Xianxia bit her lip. Couldn't she live an ordinary life and spend time with the person she loved? Humans were greedy. A peaceful life was like a pool of stagnant water. They wanted an exciting life. Xianxia was so excited that she fell in love with a ghost. Now that she was being chased by thousands of ghosts, she felt that a peaceful life was precious. Xianxia couldn't help but ask Feng Yan, "Do I always have to be like this?" Feng Yan hugged her tightly and said firmly, "I will protect you. Even if I turn into ashes, I will still be in front of you." The blood on Feng Yan's face dripped onto Xianxia's hair. It was very sticky and made Xianxia very uncomfortable. When the old man and Xia Weiming returned from the staff's house, it was already night time. Ningxu had been waiting in the living room for the old man to return. Seeing that the old man had returned safely, Ningshu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Ningshu didn't doubt the old man's abilities. Feng Yin was really too powerful. In the original plot, Feng Yin had killed his way to the Taoist temple and the old man had been killed by him. "Master, how was it?" Ningshu handed the old man a cup of water. The old man gulped down the water and said, "I set up the array. If the Ghost King really went, I would definitely know." Ningshu nodded and asked the old man, "Master, do you still have the medicine that you gave me last time?" Ningshu felt that the medicine was quite useful. After using it together, her heart didn't hurt as much anymore. The old man gave Ningshu a bottle. Ningshu opened it and saw that it was filled with pills the size of a fingernail. After dinner, Ningshu discussed with the old man, "Master, should we take advantage of the Ghost King's weakened strength to kill him? Even if we can't kill him, we can weaken his strength." The old man chewed on an apple, his cheeks full. He said, "The problem is that we might not be able to do it. If we don't do it well, we might not be able to come back." Ningshu sighed. It was indeed difficult with just the two of them. If they really couldn't do it, they could use the human wave tactic. Ningshu's eyes lit up, and he asked the old man, "Master, is there no one powerful in the Maoshan sect? The North Maoshan sect has declined, but what about the South Maoshan sect? There are people as powerful as you, Master." "No, no, no." The old man shook his head, causing the Taoist bun on his head to sway. "I don't want to hang out with those people from the South Maoshan sect. Those guys are all drug addicts, and they're greedy. If I were to call them over, that old man Gu would laugh at me. Our founder is the true founder of the Maoshan sect," the old man said with his chest puffed out. The founder of the South Maoshan sect was a famous alchemist in history, Gu Hong. As such, it was a tradition for the Taoist priests of the South Maoshan sect to take drugs, pills, or supplements to strengthen their bodies. The North Maoshan sect focused on the integration of spells and nature. The old man looked down on the Taoist priests of the South Maoshan sect. While the North Maoshan sect had declined, the South Maoshan sect was developing well by combining certain aspects with modern health concepts. The prosperity of the South Maoshan sect made the old man grit his teeth and curse in his heart, but he still put on a sage-like appearance. "Master, what's the situation now? It'd be best if we could get Master Gu here. I've offended the Ghost King, and he won't rest until I'm dead," Ningshu said. The Master Gu that Ningshu mentioned was the sect master of the South Maoshan sect. It was said that he was not weak, and he specialized in treating the health of the rich and high-ranking officials. The South Maoshan sect was so rich that they could not even fill their stomachs. There was nothing they could do about it in the age of Dharma's end. "Master, when this is over, we'll apply for an intangible cultural heritage from the country and get a subsidy from the country," Ningshu said. "What we're doing is considered a superstition. It's fine as long as the government doesn't do anything to us, but they'll still give us a subsidy," the old man said unhappily. "Master, if we really can't do it, let's practice a set of health boxing." Blah, 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 blah. "It'll definitely work. You'll be able to hold your head high in front of Master Gu that way," Ningshu said. The old man pursed his lips and said plainly, "That old man has no skills at all. All he does is take drugs every day." Master Ningshu couldn't help but shout, "Let's kill the Ghost King first." "Alright, I'll contact him." Laozi said, "As long as you tell him there's a Ghost King Dan, he'll definitely rush over." The old man took out a notebook from his cloth bag and flipped through the contact information. He then picked up the phone in the living room and dialed it. The old man's tone was dry as he said aloud, "Old Gu, I met a Ghost King here and he has a Ghost King Dan. Didn't you always want to use the Ghost King Dan? Come here." After saying that, the old man hung up the phone. He was elegant and cold. As soon as he hung up the phone, he cursed, "I don't want to see that unlucky old man at all." 2 days later, the sect master of South Mao Mountain, Martial Uncle Gu, arrived. Old man Gu was sent over by a special plane. Martial Uncle Gu had a head full of white hair, but his complexion was ruddy. There were no wrinkles on his face at all. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. He was wearing an exquisite dark red tang suit. He looked very healthy and energetic. Ningxu quickly went over and bowed. Greetings, Martial Uncle Go. Martial Uncle Go laughed heartily. You must be a big girl. I haven't seen you in years and you've already become a big girl. Xia Weiming and Xia Yuan also greeted Martial Uncle Go very politely. Humph. The old man sitting on the sofa snorted coldly. Martial Uncle Go walked over to the old man and sat beside him. The old man's shabby Taoist robes made him look even more lonely. One was high-spirited and elegant, while the other carried the mark of life. Old Tao, where is the ghost King Dan you mentioned? Let me see it. Martial Uncle Go didn't hold back. The old man rolled his eyes. Call me Senior Brother Tao. The ghost King Dan is obviously with the ghost king. Do you want me to give it to you for free? Dream on. How much is it? I'll give you the money. Martial Uncle Go said as he took out a check. The old man immediately sneered, You're rich. I don't care about your stinky money. As a Taoist priest of Mao Mountain, you changed your name and started a company. You're deceiving your master. Then what do you want? Let me see the ghost King Dan. Martial Uncle Go said. I won't let you see it. What can you do? The old man said with his neck sticking out. Ningxu had a sense of déjà vu when he saw the two domineering CEOs and their dainty wives online. He wiped his sweat and explained the whole story to Old Man Go. Martial Uncle Go heard and glanced at the old man. After all this time, the ghost King Dan isn't with you. Martial Uncle Go said as he put away the check. He didn't plan to write a check for the old man. The old man looked at the check and said, You people of South Mao Mountain have too much money to burn. If you have the ability, write me a check. Martial Uncle Go said with a smile, It's good to give some relief to those in the same trade. Who wants your relief? Even if you kneel down and ask me to take your money, I won't take it. The old man said with a red face. Martial Uncle Go put away the check. I knew Senior Brother was someone who wouldn't bend over for 5 buckets of rice. The old man was so angry that his chest heaved. When I was young, I was better off than you. Senior Brother, the times are changing. Don't wear such clothes. Martial Uncle Go twisted the old man's wide sleeve. The old man snatched back his sleeve. What I wear is none of your business. Ningxu, how long are they going to quarrel? Ningxu said to Martial Uncle Go. This time I asked Martial Uncle for help. The Ghost King has lost its Ghost King Dan and its strength has decreased. This is a good opportunity. The old man looked at Martial Uncle Go and said reluctantly, I'll give you the Ghost King Dan when the time comes. Martial Uncle Go thought for a moment, I'll do my best. After all, it's not easy for a Ghost King Dan to appear. It was not easy for a ghost to cultivate a Ghost King Dan. It could only be born at the right time and the right place. That's good. Ningxu smiled, Get ready. We'll go tomorrow. Okay. Martial Uncle Go asked the old man, Senior Brother Tao, have you met the Ghost King? How's his strength? No, we'll test it out tomorrow. The old man's expression became serious when they talked about business. While Martial Uncle Go and the old man were talking, Ningxu went upstairs to prepare the things. Xia Yuan followed behind Ningxu and asked, Is the person who just arrived also a Maoshan Taoist? Yes. Ningxu nodded. Why are they so different? Xia Yuan scratched his head. Ningxu glanced at Xia Yuan, If my master hears you, he'll kill you. Ningxu put the spirit pearl and the compass in the cloth bag and carefully checked the tools in the bag. Tomorrow's activity was just to test Feng Yin's strength. It would be better if he could eliminate Feng Yin. Xia Yuan looked worried, If we provoke the Ghost King, we'll all be in trouble. Xia Yuan felt miserable. Why did this happen to his family? Xia Yuan was worried that the Ghost King would involve more people. The side effects of tomorrow's test would be a little scary. Do you think the Ghost King will harm the company's employees? Xia Yuan asked. Ningxu nodded. It's totally possible. If he could kill people to accompany them to their graves, he wouldn't mind killing a few employees at all. Wasn't Feng Yin afraid of karma? Why don't we go after some time? I want to make arrangements for the company's employees, Xia Yuan said with deep melancholy between his eyebrows. The Xia family had compensated his female boss with a sum of money so that the matter wouldn't be blown out of proportion. The father and son of the Xia family felt bitterness in their mouths. Now is the best time. The Ghost King is weaker than before. If we hesitate, we will miss the opportunity. We are in the same boat now. The Ghost King has put us on his kill list. No one can escape, Ningxu said. Ningxu checked the things in the cloth bag to see if the talisman paper was damaged. At noon the next day, when the yang energy was at its peak, Ningxu, the old man, and Uncle Master Gu went out. They took Uncle Master Ji's car to Song Shihan's apartment. Uncle Master Gu rolled down the car window and looked around the apartment. He exclaimed, "What a strong yin energy. The magnetic field around here is very messy." The old man pinched his fingers and was divining. Ningxu wiped the cow's tears on his eyelids and said to the two old men, "I'll knock on the door. Follow me." Ningxu got out of the car and pressed the doorbell. The two old men set up an array around the house. "Who is it?" Song Shihan opened the door and was stunned to see Ningxu. Feng Yin said coldly, "She is a Taoist priest." "Close the door." Song Shihan quickly closed the door. Ningxu pushed the door open and went into the room. The two old men also came in. Song Shihan saw Ningxu and the other two and was furious. "What is the meaning of this? Shihan, come here." Feng Yin stood in the living room, his face cold. "I didn't look for you, but you came to me on your own accord." Song Shihan ran to Feng Yin's side and looked at Ningxu warily. "You're a Taoist priest? You're actually a Taoist priest?" Song Shihan's pale face was filled with anger. Thinking of the amulet she had given her, Song Shihan couldn't help but ask, "You approached me on purpose?" Ningxu ignored Song Shihan and kept sizing up Feng Yin. Feng Yin's soul was weaker now. Previously, his soul had been as solid as a real person's, but now it was a little transparent. After losing the Ghost King Dan and the Nining Astral Fire, the current Feng Yin was much easier to deal with than before. The two old men Ningxu nodded. Feng Yin had a thick black aura around him. He turned to Song Shihan and said, "Go to the bedroom. Don't come out." Song Shihan grabbed Feng Yin tightly. "But I'm worried about you." "It's fine," Feng Yin said. "In this world, no one can deal with me." His words were extremely arrogant. Although Song Shihan trusted Feng Yin, when she thought of the blood dripping from his face, she vaguely understood that Feng Yin's situation wasn't good. Especially since he had given her the Ghost King Dan. Song Shihan was infuriated. She stood in front of Feng Yin and shouted at Ningxu, "I'll be with whoever I want. I'll date whoever I want. You meddlesome Taoist priests. You're using the slogan of eliminating evil to protect the Tao. Why are you doing this for the Tao? How disgusting. What does my relationship with Feng Yin have to do with you?" Song Shihan's face was full of sarcasm. "It's as if what you're doing is clean. You're so free that you're meddling in other people's business." When Ningxu heard Song Shihan's tirade, he said coldly, "Who the hell cares who you date? It's none of our business whether you date ghosts or animals." They didn't want to take a second look at their love. Feng Yin wanted to kill them. Were they not allowed to resist? Feng Yin pushed Song Shihan behind him and looked at Ningxu coldly. "You think you can deal with me just because you found two helpers? You're too naive." Ningxu reached into his cloth bag and took out a talisman. Holding it between his fingers, he chanted an incantation and the talisman flew towards Feng Yin. Feng Yin frowned and dodged the talisman. Ningxu cast an incantation and the talisman floated in the air and stuck to Feng Yin's body. The talisman touched Feng Yin's soul and black smoke billowed out of Feng Yin's body. Feng Yin couldn't understand why the talisman was harmful to him. It wasn't that he hadn't met Taoist priests before, but the talisman was useless to him. When Song Shihan saw the talisman on Feng Yin's body, her eyes turned red. She reached out and pulled the talisman away. When Song Shihan's fingers touched the talisman, it made a sizzling sound and the air was filled with a burning smell. Strictly speaking, Song Shihan was a ghost now. The talisman was harmful to her. "Go into the house. Don't worry about me," Feng Yin shouted at Song Shihan with bloodshot eyes. Song Shihan bit her lips and ran into the bedroom. Ningxu didn't care about Song Shihan. Without Feng Yin, he didn't know what Song Shihan's fate would be. The three people and one ghost faced each other. The two old men cast spells and used all kinds of exorcism tools. Feng Yin easily dodged them. Feng Yin looked like he dodged them easily, but on the other hand, Feng Yin was afraid of these things coming into contact with his soul. If he was the cool and domineering person he used to be, he wouldn't have dodged at all. He would have just destroyed these tools. Feng Yin's body exploded with boundless yin qi, causing the entire room to turn dark. It was like ink, making it hard for people to see their surroundings. The old man chanted an incantation at the side and lit a lamp. The flame was small, but the yin qi in the surroundings slowly dissipated. Feng Yin's face was ferocious. He took the opportunity to strangle Ningxu's neck. Waves of powerful yin qi flowed through Feng Yin's cold hands and into her body. Ningxu felt as if his body was about to explode. His mind was in a mess. Feng Yin's eyes were filled with disgust and hatred for Ningxu. Obviously, he hated Ningxu. Feng Yin hated this woman the most. Girl. The old man's expression was ugly. He threw the lamp in his hand at Feng Yin. Uncle Master Ge cast a spell at the side, dispelling the black yin qi in the room. You have guts to meddle in my business. Countless Taoists have died at my hands. Blood appeared on Feng Yin's face. Drops of blood flowed down his jade-white cheeks. I'm going to extract your soul and put it in a puppet for Shihan to play with, Feng Yin said viciously. Ningxu listened to Feng Yin's words. It was really ruthless. Becoming a puppet was an endless pain. Pricking with needles, stabbing with knives, tearing off limbs, and drowning in water. These pains were very real. The soul had to endure these pains, but it wouldn't really die. It was a fate worse than death. Ningxu's neck was being choked by Feng Yin. Her entire body seemed to be frozen and she couldn't move. She didn't understand why Feng Yin liked to choke people. Perhaps it was because he felt a sense of accomplishment when he saw a life disappear from his fingertips. He was the master of all lives. Seeing Feng Yin's mouth open and close, Ningxu activated the qi in his dantian. He reached into the cloth bag and took out the soul pearl, stuffing it into Feng Yin's mouth. Ugh! Feng Yin felt something suddenly stuffed into his mouth. He reached out with his other hand to take out the thing in his mouth. The soul pearl absorbed soul energy. It sensed a strong soul energy and stuck to Feng Yin's mouth. Then, it rushed into Feng Yin's body. Feng Yin felt that the soul pearl was absorbing his soul. He was furious. Even though Feng Yin's body was covered by the soul pearl, he still didn't let go of Ningxu's neck. Ningxu felt like her lungs were about to explode. Her blood couldn't flow and her face was swollen. If this continued, she would really be finished. Girl. The old man held the peachwood sword in his hand. Ningxu and Feng Yin rushed over, but Uncle Master Ge held them back. Don't go over. Their magnetic fields are very chaotic. Even if you go over, you won't be able to save her, Uncle Master Ge said in a low voice. His expression was very ugly. F***CKU. It's not your disciple who's being choked. Of course you're not worried. The old man was very anxious. Even if you go over now, you won't be able to get close. Uncle Master Ge was still holding on to the old man's Taoist robe. Ningxu's vision started to blur. Fortunately, there was spirit energy in her body. Ningxu made a chuckling sound in her throat. She spat out 3 words with difficulty. Song Shihan. When Feng Yin heard this name, he turned to look in the direction of the bedroom. He realized that the door was locked. Ningxu seized the opportunity and slashed the peachwood sword at Feng Yin's wrist. Feng Yin's hand trembled. Ningxu took out the compass with her other hand and used all her strength to smash it at Feng Yin's head. The compass emitted a golden light, causing Feng Yin to take 2 steps back. Cough, cough, cough. Ningxu covered his neck and coughed violently. The old man quickly came over and stuck a talisman on Ningxu's body. Ningxu grabbed a handful of glutinous rice and pressed it against his neck. Sizzling sounds could be heard as black smoke rose from it. Feng Yin's face was dripping with blood. The blood dripped onto the floor, and the room was filled with the sticky stench of blood. Feng Yin's soul was even thinner than before. He looked at Ningxu and the other 2 sinisterly with bloodshot eyes. Ningxu held the compass in his hand and channeled his spirit qi into it. The compass glowed with a golden light. Feng Yin looked warily at the compass in Ning Shu's hand. He still had to divert some of his energy to resist the bead in his body. This unknown bead was absorbing his soul energy, like a leech sucking blood, sticking to his body. The light from the compass grew brighter, dispersing the yin qi in the room. A golden dragon whizzed out of the compass and charged at Feng Yin. Do you see that? This is something left behind by the ancestral master. It's a golden dragon made from the dragon vein energy. Do you see that? Do you see that? The old man said smugly to Uncle Master Ge. Uncle Master Ge looked at the golden dragon in surprise. He sneered and said, "It's not like you made it. A great master produces a great disciple. This is called the pupil surpassing the master." The old man stroked his beard and was extremely smug. Ning Shu saw that the two old men were still bickering even at a time like this. He said in a hoarse voice, "Master, let's attack him together. He won't be able to hold on any longer." Ning Shu glanced in the direction of the bedroom and shouted, "He's about to turn into ashes." Indeed, in the next moment, Song Shihan quickly opened the bedroom door and saw a golden dragon colliding with Feng Yin's soul. Feng Yin's body faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Song Shihan's heart trembled violently as she hurriedly ran to Feng Yin's side. Feng Yin's face was dripping with blood. His expression was cold as he said, "Go into the room." "Feng Yin, Feng Yin." Song Shihan cried out Feng Yin's name as tears streamed down her face. Feng Yin pushed Song Shihan into his body, afraid that Ning Shu and company would hurt her. Feng Yin forced himself to calm down and said to Song Shihan, "I'm fine." Song Shihan tugged on Feng Yin's long sleeve tightly as she glared at Ning Shu and company. "Don't go too far." Ning Shu touched his neck. "Damn, why didn't you see when Feng Yin killed people? When others wanted to deal with Feng Yin, you immediately said that they were going too far. That was King going too far. Double standards." Ning Shu took out a stack of talisman papers and threw them at Feng Yin. Feng Yin had to protect Song Shihan's body, so he blocked the talisman papers alone. The moment the talisman papers came into contact with his soul started to fade. Although the talismans were of little use and couldn't cause much harm to Feng Yin, their quantity could reach the level of quality. Enough ants could kill an elephant. When Song Shihan saw this scene, she became even more anxious. She said to Feng Yin, "Let's go first." Song Shihan glared at Ning Shu fiercely. "Let's not be calculated with these stupid Taoist priests." It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. These Taoist priests were all here for the Ghost King elixir in her body. Blood kept dripping from Feng Yin's face, dripping onto the floor and his red clothes. When he heard Song Shihan's words, he looked at the compass in Ning Shu's hand and the unknown bead in his soul. This bead was absorbing his energy. If this continued, his soul energy would really be absorbed by this bead. Something that could even absorb the Nining flames. Feng Yin was filled with fear of this black bead, especially when it was still in his body. It was like an undetachable bomb strapped to his body. Feng Yin also wanted to retreat. He had an idea in his mind, and that was to take the pearl in his body for his own use. It could even absorb the Nining astral flames. If he could obtain such an item, his strength would definitely increase by a lot. Now that Song Shihan was by his side, he had to protect her and couldn't move freely. Feng Yin hugged Song Shihan and prepared to retreat. However, just as he flew out of the house, something seemed to block his head and he couldn't leave the apartment. Ning Shu sneered. How could the immortal binding array escape so easily? This time, no matter what, he had to destroy Feng Yin. This time, if he ran away and hid in the dark, he wouldn't be able to find him. That would be endless trouble. The immortal binding array sucked away all the spirit qi in Ning Shu's body, causing his dantian to throb with pain. Feng Yin tried a few times but couldn't get out. His pupils constricted and he couldn't help but rage. Song Shihan hurriedly asked, "Feng Yin, what's going on?" "We can't get out," Feng Yin said in a low voice. "Then what should we do?" Song Shihan was on the verge of tears. Although she was anxious, her face was still pale, without a trace of blood. Feng Yin hugged Song Shihan tightly. "I won't let anything happen to you." Feng Yin and Song Shihan were trapped in the room by the immortal binding array. The two old men saw this as a good opportunity, so they used all sorts of Taoist spells and methods. Some of the tricks were useless against Feng Yin, but they were useful against the half-human, half-ghost Song Shihan. Just a little exorcism was enough to make Song Shihan feel terrible. For example, Uncle Master Ge used glutinous rice and a boy's urine to splash on Song Shihan. When it splashed on her skin began to smoke and rot as though it had been splashed with sulfuric acid. Ah! Song Shihan covered her festering skin and couldn't help but cry out. Feng Yin was fighting Ning Shu and the old man. He had to deal with all sorts of attacks. When he heard Song Shihan's voice, he immediately went into a daze and blocked the attacks for her. The glutinous rice and boy's urine splashed on Feng Yin's soul, causing his body to emit a thick black aura. The baleful aura leaked out of his body uncontrollably. Ning Shu held the peachwood sword and took the old man's finger. He bit the old man's finger and smeared the blood on the peachwood sword. Ning Shu chanted an incantation and the peachwood sword flew towards Feng Yin. It pierced through Feng Yin's soul, causing it to fade. Ning Shu conjured another incantation and the peachwood sword spun in the air before stabbing at Feng Yin again. This time, Feng Yin pulled Song Shihan and dodged. However, the peachwood sword brushed past Song Shihan's face, leaving a bloody mark. However, no blood flowed out. Song Shihan covered her face as her face turned paler. She clutched Feng Yin's clothes tightly, not knowing what to do. Clearly, Feng Yin's current situation made Song Shihan even more helpless. Song Shihan relied on Feng Yin, the omnipotent Feng Yin. Now, Feng Yin couldn't take her away and was being chased by 3 Taoists. This made Song Shihan very anxious. She could only stick close to Feng Yin. However, Feng Yin's current situation was very bad. He was being attacked one after another and had to protect Song Shihan. He was being restrained in every way. He would rather be injured than see Song Shihan get injured and cause his soul to weaken. The soul pearl in his body was absorbing his strength. The weaker Feng Yin was, the faster the soul pearl would absorb him. Ning Shu straightened her face and stopped probing Feng Yin. The immortal binding array could not be maintained for long. If this dragged on and Feng Yin escaped, she might fail her mission. Ning Shu took out the compass and poured the spirit chi in his body into the compass. The compass erupted with an intense golden light and 2 golden dragons roared out. Feng Yin's face was so dark that water could be squeezed out of it. His pupils trembled as he watched the 2 golden dragons whizzing towards him. The living room was only so big, and he didn't know where to run to. The living room was a mess, and many things were broken in the fight. Feng Yin pushed Song Shihan away, intending to take on the 2 golden dragons head-on. Feng Yin's body emitted a densing qi, intending to corrode the 2 golden dragons. The golden dragons charged towards Feng Yin without a care. With a loud boom, the golden dragon crashed into Feng Yin's soul. Feng Yin! Song Shihan cried out mournfully. Feng Yin, Ning Shu saw that Feng Yin's soul had become very transparent after being hit by the golden dragons. Song Shihan wanted to hug him, but her hand passed through his body. Feng Yin's body was no longer as solid as before. He was now so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Song Shihan cried out Feng Yin's name with all her might. She wanted to hug him, but she hugged nothing. Song Shihan's eyes were red, and there was an intense uneasiness in them. Her face was contorted. Feng Yin's soul was getting fainter and fainter. The soul pearl in his soul was crazily absorbing Feng Yin's strength. Feng Yin's eyes were also starting to blur. His lips moved, but he couldn't say a word. He was so weak now that he couldn't communicate with anyone. Feng Yin, don't leave me. Song Shihan wailed, her body filled with despair and helplessness. Feng Yin wanted to reach out and touch Song Shihan's face to wipe away her tears, but his hand passed through her face. Ning Shu looked at the scene in front of him expressionlessly. He held the talisman between his fingers, and the talisman flew towards Feng Yin. It stuck to Feng Yin's body, and instantly, Feng Yin's soul became transparent. In the end, it was completely absorbed by the soul pearl. Feng Yin disappeared. He didn't even have time to say a word to Song Shihan. The soul pearl floated in the air, and it became even darker. Ning Shu reached out his hand, and the soul pearl flew into his palm. Ning Shu held the soul pearl and heaved a sigh of relief. Feng Yin was finally gone. Song Shihan stared blankly as the soul pearl flew into Ningxu's hand. She crazily rushed over to Ningxu. Give me the soul pearl. Feng Yin is inside. Give it to me, give it to me. Song Shihan's face was filled with tears. She wanted to snatch the soul pearl from Ningxu's hand like a madwoman. Ningxu pushed Song Shihan away, and she fell to the ground. Her face was filled with hatred. You killed Feng Yin. You killed my Feng Yin. Song Shihan's eyes were bloodshot, and blood-red veins appeared on her face. You people. Why did you kill Feng Yin? I want to be with Feng Yin. So what if I'm with a ghost? Ningxu put away the compass and soul pearl. His body was exhausted. The darking qi had entered his body, and he felt like he couldn't even lift his hand. I want to avenge Feng Yin, you murderers. Song Shihan's eyes became even redder, and a strong darking qi emerged from her body. You people who killed Feng Yin will all die a horrible death. The blood-red veins on Song Shihan's face became denser. She floated up, and her hair flew in the wind. Long, sharp black nails grew out of her hands. Oh no, she's going to turn into a ghost, the old man exclaimed. She's activating the power of the Ghost King elixir. Ningxu didn't say anything. He picked up his peachwood sword, grabbed Song Shihan's ankle, and pulled her down. Ningxu pressed down on Song Shihan's body, and the peachwood sword stabbed into Song Shihan's heart. Black, sticky blood spurted out. Ah! Song Shihan screamed. Her blood-red eyes stared at Ningxu, and her long, black nails dug into Ningxu's body. Ningxu was in excruciating pain. The old man took a knife and cut off Song Shihan's wrist. Song Shihan's face twisted in pain, and a strong darking qi exploded from her body. Uncle Master Ge took a knife and cut off Song Shihan's neck. Even with her neck cut off, Song Shihan's body was still moving. Her severed head rolled to the side, but she was still talking. You murderers, I want to avenge Feng Yin. The body that Ningxu was pressing down on grew stronger and stronger. It actually flipped Ningxu over, and the headless body stood up. She picked up her head and put it back on her neck. The hand that had been cut off by the old man was also reattached, and it was in perfect condition. Ningxu? Degree? Damn, what was going on? Why couldn't he kill Song Shihan? Song Shihan, who had a negative combat power of 5, had activated the power of the Ghost King elixir after Feng Yin's death. Now, she had become an unkillable monster. Even a broken arm, broken leg, and a decapitated head could be reattached. This made Ningxu kneel and write the word admiration in capital letters. Master, what do we do now? Ningxu was exhausted. He had killed Feng Yin, but Song Shihan had turned into a ghost and couldn't be killed. This mission had progressed from killing Feng Yin to killing Feng Yin and his wife. She had already used all her skills to kill Feng Yin. Now, Song Shihan was involved. Her power comes from the Ghost King elixir. With the Ghost King elixir, she's immortal. The old man frowned. She's not easy to deal with. Now, Song Shihan's threat was no less than Feng Yin's. So now, there was another Song Shihan who could rival Feng Yin. Song Shihan's face couldn't be looked at anymore. Her meridians were covered in blood. She looked at Ningxu with bloodshot eyes. You killed Feng Yin. What right do you have to kill Feng Yin? I want you dead. Give me back my Feng Yin. Song Shihan's bloodshot eyes were bleeding, making her face look terrifying. Song Shihan looked at Ningxu. You approached me on purpose. You didn't have good intentions from the beginning. What right do you have to kill my Feng Yin? What right do you have? Song Shihan kept shouting what right? As she spoke, the Yin energy in the living room became thicker. Ningxu pursed his lips and didn't say anything. What was the point of talking about this? He might as well rest and prepare for battle. She was in pain all over. Her muscles were strained and her dantian was throbbing. Black smoke was rising from the places where Song Shihan's fingernails had pierced. Waves of Yin energy were invading her body. Song Shihan walked over to Ningxu and said in a hoarse voice, Give me the pearl. Feng Yin is inside. Give me the pearl. Ningxu held the peachwood sword with both hands and looked at Song Shihan coldly. She couldn't have thought that Feng Ying could come out of the spirit pearl, right? That was impossible. The spirit pearl was filled with pure soul energy, but it could only go in and not out. Feng Ying had no consciousness now. It was just pure soul energy. Feng Ying no longer existed. Song Shihan screamed at the top of her lungs, "Give me the bead, give it to me." Song Shihan screamed as tears streamed down her face. She was in despair. "I'm going to kill you, kill you." Without Feng Ying, what would she do? Feng Ying was her entire life. Without Feng Ying, she would have endless years. What was the point of living? Only Feng Ying doted on her wholeheartedly, loved her, and doted on her. She thought that there would never be a man like Feng Ying who would love her again. She also loved someone. Song Shihan felt hopeless. She was already used to having Feng Ying by her side. He was strong and reliable. "Feng Ying, Feng Ying, Feng Ying," Song Shihan screamed in her heart. Ningxu gripped the peachwood sword tightly, taking the initiative to stab Song Shihan's abdomen. All of Song Shihan's power came from the Ghost King Dan. As long as the Ghost King Dan was gone, she would naturally dissipate into thin air. Song Shihan was stabbed in the abdomen by the peachwood sword, but she didn't care at all. She grabbed Ningxu's cloth bag, only wanting the spirit pearl in Ningxu's cloth bag. Ningxu grabbed the talisman paper and stuck it on Song Shihan's body, causing her body to emit black gas. However, she didn't care and stubbornly tried to snatch the cloth bag. Ningxu said coldly, "Let me tell you, Feng Ying has lost his consciousness. He will never come back to life. He has already become one with this bead. He has become pure energy." Song Shihan was in a daze. She muttered to herself, "Impossible, this is impossible. This is impossible. Feng Ying couldn't have left me. It's impossible." Song Shihan's eyes flowed with tears of blood. She looked extremely miserable. The old man and Uncle Master Ge held down Song Shihan's body. Song Shihan was immersed in the nightmare that Feng Ying would never come back. Her expression was lifeless and hopeless. The old man, Ningxu, shouted, "Dig out the Ghost King elixir in her body. Quick, or she will slowly merge with the Ghost King elixir's power and become stronger and stronger." Ningxu took a dagger and cut open Song Shihan's stomach. Song Shihan's organs were in a state where they had lost their vitality and were about to rot. "Let go of me, let go of me." Song Shihan struggled violently. Ningxu finally found a white bead in her dantian. Ningxu held the Ghost King elixir in his hand. "No, no." Song Shihan saw Ningxu holding the Ghost King elixir that Feng Ying had given her. She immediately screamed, "This is what Feng Ying gave me. This is Feng Yin's." Song Shihan's stomach was cut open, but it didn't take long for it to heal. Clearly, there was still the power of the Ghost King elixir in Song Shihan's body, so she wouldn't die immediately. Song Shihan's body became shriveled. She reached out to take the Ghost King elixir in Ningxu's hand. Ningxu said, "Let's go quickly." This was a lawful society. Even if they killed Song Shihan, they couldn't let others see her die at their hands. They couldn't let them be suspected. After leaving the house, Ningxu strengthened the immortal binding array so that Song Shihan couldn't go out and harm others. There wasn't much power left in her body. After getting into the car, Ningxu spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted. "Girl," the old man shouted with heartache. He shouted to Uncle Master Ge, "Hurry up and drive back." Back at the villa, the old man carried Ningxu on his back. "Daoist, you're back." Xia Weiming saw Ningxu faint and asked, "What happened?" The old man ignored Xia Weiming and put Ningxu on the sofa. He took some glutinous rice and applied it to the wound caused by Song Shihan's fingernails. "Don't you have a lot of medicine? Can't you see that my disciple is injured and lying on the ground? Take out some medicine." The old man shouted at Uncle Master Ge. He was furious. "Do you still want the Ghost King elixir?" Uncle Master Ge didn't care about the old man's bad attitude. He took out several bottles of medicine. The old man dissolved the medicine with water and fed it to Ningxu. The old man's hand trembled as he held the bowl. He looked worried. Xia Yuan saw that the atmosphere was so tense. She wanted to ask about it, but she didn't dare to. When Ningxu woke up, her head was in severe pain. She couldn't move her body and didn't feel anything. Ningxu suspected that she was paralyzed. There was an infusion stand beside the bed. The back of her hand was swollen and painful. At this time, the door opened and the old man came in with the medicine. Seeing that Ningxu had woken up, the old man was very surprised. "Girl, you're awake." Ningxu coughed. Her throat was swollen and painful, and her internal organs were in pain. "Don't move. You have to rest well. Come and drink the medicine." The old man brought the bowl to Ningxu's mouth. Ningxu felt that her mouth was dry, so she drank the entire bowl of medicine. Ningxu asked, "Master, how long have I been sleeping? Where's Xianxia? You heartless girl. You scared me. You've been sleeping for a week." The old man said, "Xianxia is dead. Her body was found by the police." "Does that have anything to do with us?" Ningxu was more concerned about that. This was a lawful society. If they were implicated in a death, it would be very troublesome. Previously, he had wanted to kill Feng Yin. After all, Feng Yin had died 1,000 years ago. It didn't matter if he was killed. But Xianxia was different. Ningxu didn't expect Xianxia to turn into a ghost and become an immortal monster. He could only kill her. Xianxia would become stronger and stronger. After losing Feng Yin, she would take revenge without restraint. He had to strike first to gain the upper hand. The old man put down the medicine bowl and said, "You are now a suspect." Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu felt that he shouldn't have woken up. He should go back to sleep. The old man said, "She didn't die immediately. She wrote a suicide note saying that you killed her." Ningxu was speechless. "She also said that the company worked with you to bully her. Now old Xia has a splitting headache. This suicide note is very harmful to his company. When the police came to find you, I said that you couldn't be the murderer. You were unconscious when something happened to you. How could you be the murderer?" the old man said irritably. "Master won't let anything happen to you." Ningxu sighed. Xianxia really hated him. Even if she died, she wouldn't let him have an easy time. She even dragged the Xia family's company down with her. What an ingrate. The company gave her a job and a salary to live. This was how they dealt with the Xia family. She probably hated the Xia family for hiring a Taoist priest and causing Feng Yin's death. She hated the Xia family as well. Ningxu felt a headache coming on. But don't worry too much. The forensic doctor said that she has been dead for several months. Her body has already decomposed beyond recognition, the old man comforted Ningxu. Xianxia was half human and half ghost. She was only alive because of the Ghost King elixir. Without the support of the Ghost King elixir, her body would only decompose quickly. That was why the forensic doctor said that she had been dead for several months. But at that time, Ningxu hadn't come to the Xia family yet. After Ningxu woke up, he was called away by the police and interrogated. The police asked Ningxu, "Why did you come to the Xia family? Why did you come to the company?" Ningxu guessed that the police had already questioned other people before, and now they were only asking her to see if she was lying. "Xia Weiming's son, Xia Yi, is possessed by a ghost. I'm here to treat him," Ningxu said honestly. "What era is it now? What ghost possession?" the policeman said disdainfully. Ningxu faintly said, "I don't know if he's possessed by a ghost or not. Maybe it's a psychological effect, so I exorcised him." Ningxu felt that the yin qi in the police station was quite heavy, but there was enough yang qi and the country's fate to suppress it, so it was in a relatively balanced state. The police officers looked at each other. After all, there was no direct evidence to prove that she had killed someone. The police officers took out a sealed envelope. Inside the sealed envelope was Xianxia's suicide note. "The victim, Xianxia, said you killed her before she died," the policeman said. Ningxu was a little speechless. "I killed her. How did she write a suicide note? Besides, she's been dead for a few months, and it didn't say why I killed her. This suicide note can't be used as evidence to accuse me of murder," Ningxu said faintly. "There must be a motive for murder. Why would I kill her? What good would it do me? I'm a Taoist priest, and it's impossible for me to have an emotional relationship with her. Therefore, the police officers were helpless. They didn't have enough evidence to prove what Ningxu said. Then, the employees of the Xia family company who visited the company said that they had seen Song Shihan not long ago, and that the company had a check-in record. The autopsy results showed that the body was from a few months ago, which meant that someone had used some means to decompose the body. What means did you use to decompose the body? Ningxu asked. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu regretted not handling this matter properly, so that Song Shihan had the chance to do such a thing before she died. Therefore, in the future, he had to finish off the person who killed. He had to be decisive. Ningxu said, I'm just a suspect now. Not a murderer. I didn't kill Song Shihan. You'd better reinvestigate until you have enough evidence to accuse me of murder. Ningxu wanted to say that Song Shihan was a ghost, but who would believe that? The police finally let Ningxu go, but he was not allowed to leave the city. He could be interrogated at any time. Ningxu walked out of the police station and saw Xia Yuan leaning against the car. Ningxu walked over. How was it? What did the police ask you? Xia Yuan asked Ningxu. Ningxu got into the car and said, they implied that I killed Song Shihan. Xia Yuan said, it's okay. The Xia family will help you. Your company can't even protect itself, and you still have time to care about me. Thank you, Ningxu said faintly. Xia Yuan suddenly said to Ningxu, why don't we get married? Ningxu thought, you're crazy. How is that possible? I'm going to be the head of Maoshan sect. How can I marry you? Ningxu said elegantly and coldly, don't tell me you want me to help you find out which employee in the company has a ghost around him? Xia Yuan touched his nose, which made Ningxu roll his eyes. It's really because of this incident. If you marry me, I'll help you this time, Xia Yuan said. Ningxu grinned. He was indeed a businessman. He was good at everything. I'm a Taoist priest. How can a Taoist priest get married? I'll just catch ghosts when the monk hits the sky bell. Why should I get married? Ningxu sneered. Xia Yuan wanted to use marriage to tie Tao Qing down and make her a treasure for free. Not long ago, he was still lamenting that he fell in love with Song Shihan at first sight. Song Shihan was the woman he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. Now that he was going to marry her, Ningxu just wanted to give him a big slap in the face. How could he slap himself in the face like this? Moreover, he was so perfunctory and even used this as an exchange. It was a disguised threat. Ha 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 ha, Ningxu smirked sinisterly. Xia Yuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and did not mention marriage again. When they returned to the villa, the old man immediately greeted Ningxu and comforted him, it's okay. Master can handle this. Ningxu looked at the old man with some suspicion. Could the old man handle it? What's with that look? When your master was young, he also knew a lot of dignitaries. He was an important guest of the powerful and influential. When the old man saw his disciple looking at him suspiciously, he immediately said, I've already contacted someone before. They'll definitely settle this matter. If not, there's still this damned old man. The old man pointed at Uncle Master Ge and said, this old man also knows a lot of people. Uncle Master Ge coughed. Cough your head. Do you still want the Ghost King elixir? This Ghost King elixir was painstakingly obtained by eldest girl, the old man said angrily. Uncle Master Ge said calmly, eldest girl is my junior. How can I leave her in the lurch? I've already contacted someone and there will be news soon. Xia looked at her father with a complicated expression on her face when she saw that the two old men were about to resolve the matter. Xia Weiming and Xia Yuan shook their heads. Ningxu said, Master, Xia Yuan said she wants to marry me. Xia Yuan, Sigma, degree, asterisk what the hell? The old man almost jumped up with a look of disbelief on his face. Even Martial Uncle Ge had a look of astonishment on his face. Kid, you won't be able to marry my disciple even in your next life. The old man sneered with a serious expression. He was old and shrewd, so he immediately understood what the Xia family was up to. The old man said coldly, you looked down on my disciple and didn't even tell me about it. You just told the child. Xia Weiming immediately said, Master, I'm just trying to see if there's anything between the children. As long as Tao Qin is willing to marry into my family, she won't suffer any grievances. Stop, hurry up and stop. The old man quickly waved his hand. My disciple is young and gullible. People in our line of work don't get married. Real Taoist priests don't get married. Xia Weiming said, Master, Tao Qin is a girl. She has to get married and have children. She will be the head of the North Maoshan sect in the future. Why would she get married? She has to take care of a big family and be lonely. She can't even make ends meet. As for children, there are plenty of children in the Taoist temple. My disciple is so talented. How can she be your daughter-in-law? People in this line of work who reveal the secrets of heaven are all alone. They can't get married. Don't get any ideas if you don't want to die. The old man pointed at Martial Uncle Ge and said, Ask him if he's married. The old man snorted coldly. Ningxu said, Pack up your things and get ready to go back. I wonder how the children are doing at home. Master, don't be angry. Xia Weiming said, We were too rude. I'm just angry. The old man said bluntly, Give me the reward this time. Xia Weiming shook his head helplessly and took out the check. The old man said, I don't want the check. Transfer the money to my account. It's no trouble at all. Go up and pack your things. What are you waiting for? The old man Ningxu said. Ningxu immediately went upstairs to get his cloth bag and changed into the old-fashioned clothes he wore when he came to the city. Downstairs, Ningxu's martial uncle Ge asked, Martial uncle, are you coming with us? The ghost kingdom that martial uncle Ge wanted were still in Ningxu's hands, so naturally he would go with Ningxu. He nodded and said, I'll go with you, see you off. Xia Yuan's expression was complicated. When Ningxu walked over, the old man immediately stood in front of Ningxu. Kid, don't come near my disciple. Xia Yuan stopped in his tracks. Ningxu said, Thank you for saving me. Ningxu said, It's just business. Ningxu and the other two left the villa and booked a room at the hotel. They would only leave after this matter was settled. The old man went to the bank to check the accounts and took Ningxu to buy some clothes for the children at home. It was getting colder every day, so they bought several bags of warm clothes. Someone from the top said that this matter was left unsettled. There was no evidence at all, and even the case was closed. Song Shihan's family went to the Xia family, crying and yelling that they wanted the Xia family to pay with their lives. The Xia family gritted their teeth and gave them a sum of money. The old man knew about this and said faintly, It's fate to be poor. When the money is gone, people will be happy. Using money to solve the problem is the best result. When they could leave the city, the old man took Ningxu back to the Taoist temple. Ningxu gave the ghost King Don to martial uncle Ge. Looking at the snow-white ghost King Don, martial uncle Ge couldn't help but smile. He gave Ningxu a few bottles of medicine. These are 100-year-old ginseng pills. There are other pills that are good for your health. Take them. Ningxu took the bottles and said, Thank you, martial uncle Ge. Humph. The old man looked at him and snorted. You want to exchange a few bottles of medicine for a ghost King Don? Ghost King Don are hard to come by in 1,000 years. Old man Ge, you are bullying my disciple. Martial uncle Ge said, If you have any problems in the future, come to me. If I can help you, I will. The old man straightened his neck and said, It's not right for an elder to protect the younger generation. Humph, the ghost King Don are not something you can take. Who knows how many ghosts want the ghost King Don in your hands. I hope you can safely return to your nest and don't die on the way. You don't have to worry about that. Martial uncle Ge said calmly. I bought some things for the younger generation. Take them back. Martial uncle Ge said as he took a few bags of things from the car and gave them to Ningxu. Ningxu looked at the old man. Master? Take them. He has too much money to burn anyway. We are helping him. The old man said. Ningxu was speechless. The old man was so pretentious. But this was how they got along, mocking each other. Martial uncle Ge put the ghost King Don in a good peachwood box and stuck a talisman on the box. The old man rolled his eyes and said, Use your blood to draw a talisman. You only know how to take pills all day and don't know how to learn. The old man deliberately cut Marshal Uncle G's finger. The cut was a little deep. The old man dipped his finger in Marshal Uncle G's blood and drew a talisman on the box. Marshal Uncle Ge looked at the old man and pressed the wound on his finger. Marshal Uncle Ge waved to Ningxu and the old man, then got on the bus and left. Ningxu dragged a lot of things onto the bus. That girl. The old man looked at Ningxu with a conflicted expression. Ningxu asked, Master, what's wrong? Do you like that kid from the Xia family? The old man asked Ningxu. Ningxu shook his head. No, that's not it. That's right. Even if you want to get married, you won't marry into the Xia family. Businessmen value profits. That kid from the Xia family wants to marry you because you're useful. You'll only suffer if you marry into the wrong family, the old man said. I just want to be by your side and be filial to you. Ningxu had never thought of getting married. Good child, do your job. If you're a monk, do your best to recite scriptures. If you're a Taoist, do your best to catch ghosts. Don't think about love. That's your destiny. You don't have parents, and your relationship with husband and wife is quite weak. Some things can't be forced. Even if we don't intervene, their love will be bumpy. We don't know what the ending will be, the old man said. Ningxu smiled and said, I understand, master. After 2 days and 3 nights on the bus, they finally returned to the countryside. Ningxu got off the bus with several bags on his shoulders. He looked at the surrounding houses, paddy fields, and mountains. He felt relieved. Living in such a place was still comfortable. After not returning to the Taoist temple for so long, Ningxu missed it. He still felt that living in a place with beautiful scenery made him feel better. The old man went to pick up the children who were left at the farmer's house. When the children returned to the Taoist temple, they surrounded Ningxu and chattered. Dealing with Feng Yin and Song Shihan had severely injured Ningxu's body. He could only recuperate slowly. However, the spirit gathering array in the Taoist temple gathered more spirit qi than in the city. He relied on cultivating the ultimate martial arts to slowly repair his damaged meridians. The incident this time made the old man's body not as good as before. He was no longer as energetic as before. The yin qi had entered the old man's body. In addition, his old age had damaged his body. Ningxu tried to help the old man recuperate. From time to time, he would transfer some spirit qi into the old man's body to repair his body. The old man became a hands-off boss and left everything to Ningxu. Ningxu took his junior brother, Tao Xing, out to perform a ritual. Now that Ningxu was getting more and more skilled at catching ghosts, Ningxu could easily deal with ordinary ghosts. Ningxu left the Yang Gathering Array, the Immortal Binding Array, and the Ultimate Martial Arts behind. Ningxu told the old man that he had picked up a secret manual and felt that it was quite useful. Moreover, its qi could drive the compass left behind by the founder. The old man immediately stroked his beard and said, This thing is fated to be with our Maoshan sect. It can strengthen the body. Let the little brats learn it. Ningxu was speechless. How shameless. The sect will depend on you in the future. I'm old and can enjoy life. The old man stroked his white beard. Ningxu said, I will be filial and take good care of my junior brothers and sisters. I will pass down the Maoshan sect. The old man lay comfortably on the recliner and basked in the sun. I have faith in you. Ningxu was speechless. After Ningxu's cultivation day and night, her internal injuries were almost healed. Ningxu did not expect that Xia Yuan would come to the Taoist temple with a construction team. The old man saw that Xia Yuan was not happy at all. He asked coldly, What are you doing here? Dad said that he would help you rebuild the Taoist temple, Xia Yuan said. Well, leave the workers here. Hurry up and leave. The old man waved at Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan glanced at Ningxu and said, I just want to have a word with Tao Qin. What's there to say? The old man looked at Xia Yuan warily. Ningxu said, Master, I just want to say a few words to him. The old man clasped his hands behind his back and muttered, What's there to say? You still have to hide it from Sir. Ningxu and Xia Yi left the Taoist temple and walked on the muddy road in the village. Xia Yuan plucked a leaf from the roadside and played with it in her hand. She said, I came here to apologize to you. I was too reckless and not sincere enough. Oh, Xianxia replied. My dad said that you would be a good wife. Actually, when I said that I wanted to marry you, I regretted it. Actually, I don't like you, Xianxia said honestly. Xianxia, door gods can also keep the house safe, Xianxia looked at Xianxia. This kind of girl was really not her cup of tea. Her dad said that she could keep the house safe, but she was a woman who dealt with ghosts all the time. If he was a man, would he say that he liked her when he covered his heart? Xianxia looked at Xianxia with a smile. You came here this time to tell me this? Although we can't be husband and wife, we can still be friends. We can still keep in touch in the future, Xianxia said with a smile. This was a businessman. Xianxia meant that they could still cooperate in the future. If he encountered any supernatural incidents, he could still come to her. Xianxia said with a smile, of course. There was no reason to let go of money that could be taken advantage of. Xianxia's expression relaxed a lot. Xianxia said heartily, I hope you can be responsible for the workers' food. I will pay you the food expenses when the time comes. Okay. Xianxia nodded. By the way, do you have any talismans with you? I want to buy some from you, Xianxia said. Xianxia took out 2 pieces of talisman paper from the cloth bag. 2,500 yuan. Xianxia paid without bargaining at all. She asked again, is there anything that can see ghosts? I just want to see if there are ghosts around the company's employees. Song Shihan's situation is very rare, Xianxia said with a frown. It's not a good thing to see ghosts frequently. You'd better not take the initiative to see them. They didn't live in the same latitude, so they couldn't peek frequently. Xianxia scratched her head. Actually, I just want to see if there are ghosts around a girl. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. You have a girlfriend again? It was love at first sight and love at second sight. She was a woman that he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. Xianxia said, no, it's a marriage alliance. But I'm a little scared. Xianxia gave Xianxia a bottle of cow's tears and a piece of talisman paper. He said, put the talisman paper on your body and wipe the cow's tears on your eyelids. You have to see it at night. After you see it, wipe the cow's tears away, okay? 5,000 yuan. Xianxia stretched out his hand. Xianxia reluctantly paid the money and got into the car parked by the side of the road. Xianxia waved his hand. Xianxia turned around and went back to the Taoist temple. He saw the old man directing the construction workers. The old man hurriedly asked Xianxia, what did that kid say? Xianxia said, he's here to ask for something. He's getting married and he's afraid that his wife would have something like that around her. Oh, he's getting married. The old man suddenly smiled and felt relaxed. The old man didn't rebuild the Taoist temple. Instead, he asked the construction workers to renovate it. In the spirit of not spending his own money, the old man did not feel distressed at all. He renovated the woodshed until it was brightly lit and covered the floor tiles. Well, the firewood won't get damp this way, the old man said while stroking his beard. Xianxia was speechless. Xianxia's days were very comfortable. If there were religious ceremonies, he would attend them. If there weren't, he would teach his junior brothers and sisters in the Taoist temple. One day, the old man went to the village chief's house and received a call saying that Uncle Master Ge had an accident on his way back. He was still lying in the hospital. The old man gloated and said, I knew it wasn't easy to get the Ghost King elixir. This thing is a rare treasure to ghosts, just like the elixir of immortality. When this thing appears, it will cause a riot. Old Ge really thought that he could get it. Serves him right. Although the old man's words weren't good, Xianxia could see that he was a little worried. Xianxia said, Master, do you want us to go and see Uncle Master Ge? Well, let's go and see if he's dead. If he's dead, I'll have to send a wreath, the old man said. Xianxia also went back to the house to pack up and prepared to go with the old man. She was a little worried about the old man going alone. The old man was old. What if he was beaten up by people on the way? Xianxia and the old man went to the hospital. Uncle Master Ge was only a little injured, but his life wasn't in danger. The old man was a little disappointed and said, I thought something happened to you. Uncle Master Gu ignored the old man's sarcasm and said, the Ghost King elixir is gone. I said at the time, the Ghost King elixir is a rotten thing. The old man rolled his eyes. Uncle Master G's face was full of worry and said, it was taken by a ghost. Won't it create another powerful Ghost King? Uncle Gu didn't even warm up the Ghost King pill before it disappeared, so he wanted to ask the old man to help him find the Ghost King pill. The old man said, since this thing slipped away from your hands, it means that you are not fated with it. As for whether you can create something powerful, it depends on the will of the heavens. Don't force it. Don't get yourself into trouble. Martial Uncle Gu sighed, his expression somewhat gloomy. If you're fine, I'll go back. Don't even think about getting it back. After all, it's something from the ghost realm. It's a disaster if you keep it in your hands. The old man said and left. Outside the hospital, Xianxia asked, are you sure you don't want to find the Ghost King pill? Why would I find it? This kind of thing is arranged by the heavens. The old man said casually, so what if I find it? Are we going to kill the ghosts? No one else carries a great sin. Whether it's a human or a ghost, we can't take the initiative to kill them. Otherwise, we will carry a great karma. The old man Xianxia said. Xianxia nodded, I'll remember. That day, Xianxia and the old man went back to the temple. Xianxia still lived the life of exorcising evil spirits and teaching his juniors. Because Xianxia went out to do business, Xianxia had a bit of a reputation in the villages around the temple. If something happened, they would come to the temple to find Xianxia. However, Xianxia let Taoxing do some of the things that weren't very powerful. Taoxing was now 16 years old, so it was a good time to learn. Xianxia also wanted to be lazy like the old man. Ding, quest completed. Do you want to leave the quest world? 2333's voice sounded in Xianxia's mind. Xianxia nodded, yes. I'll take the soul pearl first. Otherwise, your soul will be absorbed by it. 2333 said. Xianxia nodded and then went into a trance. When he opened his eyes, he was already in the system space. Xianxia was a little tired as he laid on the bed. He found that the intermediate quest was much harder than the beginner quest. Xianxia put the white string of beads on his hand. This was a gift from the shop owner when he bought the Halo of Faith. Wearing the bracelet on his hand, a cool and refreshing feeling calmed him down. This mission had evoked the negative emotions in Xianxia's heart. If she didn't get rid of these negative emotions, it would definitely affect her ability to complete the mission. F***ck, he had actually gone mad. Xianxia slapped herself for being so useless. She had suffered so much just to survive, yet she still wanted to commit suicide. Even if she had jumped down from the building, she still had the amulet to resist the power of obliteration. She had wasted a possession amulet. Fortunately, his mind was still clear at that time. Xianxia lay on the bed, chanting the clear heart mantra in his heart, and slowly fell asleep. After waking up, Xianxia stretched his body. He was in a surprisingly good mood. He was ready to see the results of this mission. Serial number, 2333 Name, Xianxia, Intermediate Mission Taker, Age, 27 points, 6. 15 million/1. 8 million Soul Value, 300 HP, 71 Wisdom, 234 Charm, 10 Luck, 64 Spiritual Power, 140 Faith, 111420 Martial Power, 152 Aptitude, 59 Merit, 1004010 Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Beginner Peerless Martial Arts, Beginner Poison Technique, Beginner Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Code Programming, Beginner Lawyer Skill, Beginner Ghost Catching Skill. Honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Items, Calm Aura, Faith Aura, Amulet 5, Upgraded Amulet Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Best Friend, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing, Life-Saving Hand, Zhu Sun Yang's Blessing, Completed Tao Qing's Wish. Mission completion, 100. Obtained 1. 8 million points, 50 attribute points, 200 faith, 10 merit points. Not bad, he added the 50 attribute points to wisdom, luck, spiritual power, martial power, and aptitude. Serial number, 2333. Name, Ningxu, intermediate mission taker, age, 27 points, 615 soul value, 300 HP, 71 wisdom, 23410 charm, 10 luck, 6410 spiritual power, 14010 faith, 1314 martial power, 15210 aptitude, 5910 merit, 10050 skills, 5th ring shooting technique, trash fighting technique, beginner martial arts, beginner poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skills, beginner ghost catching skills. Honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless. Ancestor items, calm aura, faith aura, amulet 5, upgraded amulet aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, model worker, Qinshi's blessing, leader aura, grass blessing, best friend, Miao Miao Miao's blessing, life-saving hand, Zhu Sun Yang's blessing. After distributing the attribute points, Ningxu sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Seeing that Ningxu was done cultivating, 2333 asked, "Are you feeling better?" Ningxu suddenly felt like a bucket of water was poured on his head. Did he know how to chat and ruin people's good mood? Pretty good, Ningxu said. 2333 said, "I thought you were in a bad mood, so I'll tell you a piece of good news." Since you're in a good mood, then forget it. Ningxu, bitch, good news has nothing to do with whether I'm in a good mood or not. Ningxu said in a bad mood. What good news? 2333 said, when Tao Qin made the deal, she gave you an extra 1 million points. She fought with the higher-ups to get it for you. That works? Ningxu was stunned. Tao Qin actually got an extra 1 million points for him. That was a lot. 2333 said, she probably saw that you completed the quest and felt grateful. Plus, this quest dragged on until now. Since you finished it, there should be a reward. Ningxu was overjoyed. He got 1 million points for free. It was an unexpected surprise. Great. This 1 million points could be exchanged for a lot of things in the system store. Ningxu opened the system store and browsed through the items. He bought a lot of books, all kinds of books. The bookshelf was filled to the brim with books. Ningxu had also exchanged for several secret cultivation manuals of different races. If he encountered a special situation during the quest, he could cultivate these secret cultivation manuals. He put the secret cultivation manuals on the bookshelf and read them when he had time. Now that her wisdom had increased, it was easier for her to understand and remember what the secretary said. Ningxu added some small things in the system store and decorated the system store. This was her home. Every time she came back here, she felt relaxed. The decorations were more comfortable and made her feel better. Anyway, Ningxu tried to make herself comfortable and happy. Ningxu said, "I'd like to see how Tao Qin is doing after she returned." Okay, number 2333 replied. A screen appeared in front of Ningxu. Ningxu saw that Tao Qin had inherited the position of the Maoshan sect's leader. Because there were many children in the Taoist temple, life was still difficult. Tao Qin and the older children all hunted ghosts and performed rituals. The Taoist temple was renovated, and the statues of the 3 pristine ones and the patriarch were reconstructed. Occasionally, the villagers at the foot of the Taoist temple would come to burn incense. They would donate some money for incense, but it was better than nothing. The income came from exorcism. In any case, Tao Qin's life was to exorcise evil spirits and hunt ghosts, and then pass down the Maoshan sect's spells. Everyone had their own way of living, and Tao Qin was destined to deal with ghosts. Tao Qin also had no intention of getting married. Few men could accept that their women hunted ghosts and exorcised evil spirits all day long. This mission could be considered a successful counterattack, and Ningxu was relieved. Ningxu took out a secret book and memorized the chant. It was safest to store it in his mind. After that, Ningxu put the book on the shelf and clicked on the exchange store. He bought fasting pills, water, medicine, and antidote pills. No matter which plane he was in, these things were necessary for survival. After that, Ningxu said, "Let's see who the next mission is." Okay. A woman appeared in the space. She was about 40 years old, wearing a professional suit. She was beautiful and had a fierce aura. She was obviously a strong woman. When the woman saw Ningxu, she said, "Counterattack for me. Half of my soul power is my bottom line. She is my daughter, and I can't do it. You can do whatever you want. How about this deal?" So strong, Ningxu smiled and said, "What do you want?" "That bastard killed my father, killed me, and then tricked my daughter. What do you think?" Ningxu said. Ningxu rolled his eyes and said, "You want revenge on that bastard, right?" "That's right," the woman said straightforwardly. "Can you accept half of my soul power?" Ningxu nodded. "Sure. Alright, then our deal is complete." After saying that, the woman's body vanished. Ningxu, in less than a few minutes, Ningxu didn't even know the woman's name. Ningxu took a deep breath and said to 2333, "Enter the quest." As soon as he finished speaking, Ningxu felt a wave of dizziness. He felt that his soul had fused with another body. Ningxu quietly waited for his soul to fuse with his body. After the complete fusion, Ningxu opened his eyes and found himself in a spacious and luxurious office. Ningxu stretched his neck and picked up the nameplate on the table. On it was written, "CEO Xianxia." Ningxu put down the nameplate, leaned back in the leather chair, closed his eyes, and began to accept the plot. Well, this was a revenge story. The original owner was called Xianxia. She was the CEO of a listed company and the only heir of the Shi family. Because she was the only daughter in the Shi family, Xianxia chose to take in a husband. Xianxia was good-looking and had a good family background, so naturally, there were people who were willing to marry into her family. Xianxia chose an artist. This man had the romantic and free taste of the artist, and he was also good-looking. After the two got married, they had a daughter, Xianxia. Xianxia's marriage didn't last long. The couple divorced when their daughter, Xianxia, was 5 or 6 years old. The artist's husband couldn't stand it and couldn't resist Xianxia's strong personality. She didn't have the gentleness and beauty that a woman should have. As a man, he was always called a sponger. His self-esteem couldn't stand it and he decisively divorced. In order to show that he didn't do it for money, he left the marriage with nothing and found a gentle and considerate woman to live with. After the divorce, Xianxia didn't remarry and devoted all her attention to the company. The turn of events was that Xianxia's father brought back a man and put the man's name on the Shi family's household register, becoming Xianxia's younger brother. Xianxia was full of suspicion towards this younger brother. She always felt that this younger brother was her father's illegitimate son. Moreover, Xianxia clearly felt that this younger brother had some malice towards the Shi family. Xianxia was very handsome, and he had a bad feeling about him. His evil and wild smile was simply unbearable for women. Moreover, there was a feeling that he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Old Master Shi felt a little guilty towards Xianxia, but he turned a blind eye and even let Xianxia become the company's vice president. Without any excessive changes, he directly became the vice president. Xianxia was wary of Xianxia, but her daughter, Xianxia, was quite curious about this uncle who had suddenly appeared. Moreover, this uncle was still very young. Xianxia smiled meaningfully and teased Xianxia like a big bad wolf looking at a little white rabbit. He sized her up maliciously, and Xianxia couldn't help but blush. Xianxia warned her daughter many times not to get close to Xianxia, but Xianxia didn't listen and even said that her uncle was a very good person. Xianxia was so angry that she wanted to die. She forcibly prevented Xianxia from getting close to Xianxia, which made the relationship between mother and daughter tense. Every time she saw Xianxia's devilish smile, Xianxia's heart would surge with uneasiness. On Xianxia's 18th birthday, Xianxia gave Xianxia a birthday present, which was to say, he did that to the 18-year-old Xianxia. After that indescribable thing happened, Xianxia was dumbfounded. They were related by blood. Xianxia was terrified and uneasy. She was afraid that her grandfather and mother would find out and have to face Xianxia's harassment again. Xianxia had something on her, so Xianxia didn't dare to speak out. Xianxia was the kind of person who was good to women, and women absolutely couldn't resist him. Xianxia was flirted with by Xianxia. One moment he was gentle, the next he was hostile. It was as if he had a split personality. Sinan was addicted to this heartbeat while trying to convince her uncle. Xianxia came with hatred. Raping Sinan was just to take revenge on the Shi family. However, he had feelings for Sinan, so he was conflicted. He treated Sinan coldly and warmly, but he was also domineering and didn't allow her to get close to other boys in school. Ever since they had sex at the birthday party, Xianxia treated Sinan as his woman and had absolute control over her. After that, Xianxia plotted to cause Shirlena to get into a car accident and kill old Master Shi, and the Shi family fell into Xianxia's hands. With her family dead, Sinan had no one to rely on and could only rely on this uncle. However, Xianxia had very complicated feelings about this person who had the Shi family's bloodline. Xianxia os, woman, what should I do with you? After a series of misunderstandings and entanglements, the abusive car accident and the murder of her entire family, in the end, Xianxia got together with Sinan. Together, Ningxu was dumbfounded after accepting the plot. This was the first time Ningxu had seen such a complicated plot since he started doing missions. It was mixed with the previous generation's grievances, revenge, love, lust, and imprisonment. Yes, legally speaking, the uncle and niece were together. They were together. Now, Ningxu was now the sister and mother of this pair of lovers. Shirlena had mixed feelings about her daughter, Sinan. She was her daughter after all, but Sinan's actions made Shirlena hate her very much. She enjoyed the Shi family's rich life, but she didn't fulfill any responsibilities. In the end, she even got together with the Shi family's enemy. If she had any guts, she would have perished together with them. Give me back my grandfather and my mother's life. However, love could dissolve all hostility and hatred. Ningxu? Degree? Ningxu wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. This level of melodrama was rarely seen in the world. Bang! The office door suddenly opened and a man in a suit with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs walked in. The secretary was anxiously stopping him. Ningxu said, "President, I'm sorry. I can't stop the vice president." Ningxu looked at Xianxia. He was about 25 or 26 years old. His facial features were deep, and he was incomparably handsome. He looked arrogant and unruly. Ningxu's secretary waved his hand. "Go and pour a cup of tea for the vice president." Xianxia raised his hand and stopped the secretary. "I'm not here to drink tea." Xianxia looked at Ningxu. Under his deep gaze, Ningxu couldn't suppress his heartbeat. He was indeed a domineering president. No wonder Sinan could let go of the hatred of killing her entire family and happily end it with him. Ningxu's face was cold. "Then what are you here for?" "Elder sister." Xianxia Ningxu shouted. The two words sister flowed from his mouth. It was somewhat lingering and treacherous, but more than that, it was a kind of coldness and malice that made people feel a chill down their backs. "It's time to get off work." "I'm going to get off work first. I don't like working overtime." "I won't work overtime in the future," Xianxia said as he picked up the nameplate on Ningxu's table. Xianxia looked at the nameplate with a smile on his face. Ningxu reached out and took his nameplate from Xianxia's hand and put it on the table. "Since you want to get off work, then get off work. You don't have to tell me." Xianxia smiled. "All right then, I'll leave first." "Sis, you should get off work early. If you have nothing to do, go out on a date." Xianxia sized up Ningxu from head to toe. His gaze seemed to be penetrating. Wherever his gaze swept, the skin would feel hot and sweat would pour out of his back. Was this the ability to see who would get pregnant? "You're really wasting your capital like this." Xianxia turned and left after saying that. Ningxu stared at Xianxia's back view. Anyway, the mission this time was to kill Xianxia and protect the company. As for Sinan, this cheap daughter, let's talk about it later. Ningxu was also preparing to get off work. She took her document bag and went to the company's underground garage to drive. Xianxia's luxury car was long gone. Xianxia had a lot of capital in his hands. He had his own company in his hands, and he also had underground forces. Everything he did was to take revenge on the Shi family. However, the old man had let a wolf into the house. His granddaughter had run away with the enemy, and he and his daughter had died. Ningxu drove back to the Shi family villa. When she opened the door, a servant placed the slippers neatly in front of her. Ningxu put on the slippers and entered the living room. There was no one in the living room. Ningxu's servant asked, "Where are the others?" "Old master is upstairs in the study." "Mr. Shi hasn't returned yet," the servant said. Ningxu raised her eyebrows. Hadn't Shi Muching gotten off work early and hadn't returned? However, Shi Muching had a lot of nests. He had his own company and villa. Working at the Shi family's company was just for the sake of the old man. Ningxu raised her wrist and looked at her watch. It was already time for Shi Sinan to finish school. Shi Sinan was only an 18-year-old high school student now. Shi Muching was worse than an animal to be able to do such a thing. In the plot, Shi Sinan didn't study after graduating from high school. Because in her third year of high school, she experienced something indescribable with her uncle and fell into a sweet and complicated relationship. Then, life was like a wild horse out of its anus. First, her mother died. Then, her grandfather died. Then, she found out that her mother and grandfather were killed by her uncle. It was like a bolt from the blue and the world collapsed. Shi Sinan, who wanted to leave, was imprisoned by Shi Muching again. She was in so much pain that she wanted to die. She refused to eat, cut her wrists, and committed suicide. All kinds of torturous things happened again. "The pain is in my body, the pain is in your heart. Come on, let's torture each other." Ningxu thought for a while, took the car keys, and prepared to pick up Shi Sinan from school. Now, Shi Sinan and Shi Muching hadn't done anything indescribable yet. If he could salvage the situation, then so be it. Ningxu hadn't left yet when he heard the sound of a car engine at the entrance of the villa. He hurriedly walked to the door and saw Shi Sinan sitting in Shi Muching's convertible luxury car. Shi Muching glanced at Ningxu and leaned over to unfasten Shi Sinan's seat belt. From Ningxu's point of view, Shi Muching seemed to be hugging Shi Sinan. Shi Sinan's fair and tender face was flushed, and even her ears were red. Shi Muching's actions made Shi Sinan feel a little strange, but the other party was an elder, so Shi Sinan didn't think much of it. Shi Muching slowly unfastened Shi Sinan's seat belt. His movements had an indescribable charm. Shi Sinan felt hot all over and hurriedly got out of the car. Seeing Ningxu standing at the door, she hurriedly called out to Ningxu, "Mom." Ningxu smiled at Shi Sinan and said, "Why did you come back in Uncle's car?" Ningxu emphasized the word uncle. "Uncle came to pick me up from school." "Uncle said that Mom asked him to pick me up," Shi Sinan said. Ningxu looked at Shi Muching, who was smiling wickedly and unscrupulously. Ningxu looked away and said indifferently, "Come in." "Okay." Shi Sinan said coquettishly. Seeing her uncle staring at her, Shi Sinan felt a little embarrassed and turned to enter the house. In Ningxu's convertible car, Shi Muching said, "Thank you for picking up my daughter." Shi Muching said, "After all, I'm also Sinan's uncle." Ningxu smiled. "Yes, you're Sinan's uncle." When Shi Muching saw Ningxu's smile, he looked a little unhappy. His eyes were sharp as he said, "Sister, don't worry. I'll love Sinan well." Ningxu thought, B*tch, Ningxu turned and entered the house. He thought to himself that he should kill Shi Muching before things reached the point of no return and give him a taste of his own medicine. Ningxu entered the living room and saw that Shi Sinan was drinking water. Shi Sinan was wearing a fresh dress. She was really at the age of blooming. She had a youthful vibe, and Shi Sinan was quite good-looking. She had long eyelashes, big eyes, and a small cherry mouth. When she smiled, she was sweet to the core. She also had the elegance of a rich young lady and was carefree. Shi Sinan was not like Shirlena. In terms of personality, she was more like her father. In addition, Shirlena and her husband divorced. She felt that she owed Shi Sinan and doted on her. Shirlena was sometimes worried about whether Shi Sinan would be able to support the Shi family company, but in the face of a woman who was as beautiful as a flower, she couldn't bear to force her. She just didn't expect that the delicate flower that she carefully cared for would be taken by a pig. In Ningxu's eyes, Shi Sinan was a Mary Sue, and this kind of Mary Sue should be called a confused Mary Sue. He was dumbfounded by what she had just done. Her mother died. She was confused. Her grandfather died. She was confused. The murderer was him. She was confused. What should she do? She was confused. What's the use of living such an otherworldly life? Old Master came down from upstairs. When he saw Sinan, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Sinan, you're back. Were you unhappy at school today? No, Grandpa, I didn't have anything to be unhappy about, Sinan said with a smile. When Xianxia came in and saw the harmonious scene between the grandfather and granddaughter, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He looked evil, but it made him full of charm. Old Master saw Xianxia and asked him, how's work in the company? Have you adapted? Xianxia said, not bad, I'm quite used to it. That's good, Old Master said. You and Lena will support each other in the future. Xianxia just curled his lips and didn't comment. During dinner, Old Master said, it'll be Sinan's 18th birthday in a few days. I plan to hold a banquet for her. She's an adult at 18 years old, so it's time to meet the people who have business dealings with the Shi family. Sinan can invite your classmates and good friends to the banquet, Old Master said. Thank you, Grandpa. Sinan smiled sweetly. Seeing Xianxia staring at her, she couldn't help but lower her head. That kind of scorching gaze gave Sinan a strange feeling in her heart. Xianxia put down his chopsticks and smiled at Sinan. Then as her uncle, do I have to prepare a gift for my niece? Thank you, Uncle, Sinan said with reddened ears. Xianxia's gaze swept over Sinan's face inch by inch, as if he was using his eyes to describe Sinan's facial features. In the face of Xianxia's predatory gaze, Sinan's face flushed red, and she was extremely shy. Ningxu coughed and used his arm to block Xianxia's gaze when he picked up the food. This kind of wolf's gaze made Ningxu want to dig out Xianxia's thieving eyes. After dinner, Ningxu said to his father, Dad, I have something to tell you. The old man said, what do you want to say? Let's go to the study, Ningxu said. The old man glanced at Xianxia, who was sitting on the sofa, and nodded. In the study, Ningxu said directly, Dad, do you know where this Xianxia came from? Why did you bring him home? The old man sighed and said, he's actually your uncle's son. Dad, Uncle is older than you. Why is his son so young? Ningxu said bluntly. The old man said, back then, your uncle and I were doing business together. We developed from a small shop to a company. We met your mother. Your uncle and I both liked your mother, and your mother chose me. Ningxu, brothers fighting over a woman, Shirlina's mother was also a beauty with a short life. She passed away when Shirlina was in her teens, and the old man didn't remarry. Your uncle was resentful and took all the company's money. The company couldn't hold on anymore, so I took a loan from the bank. What about Uncle? Ningxu asked. The old man said, he took the money and ran away. There's been no news of him for so many years. I've been looking for him. Not long ago, there was news of him. He's already passed away, leaving behind Xianxia as his son. When I found Xianxia, he was hanging out with a bunch of hooligans. He lived in a small, dirty house. Ningxu asked again, Uncle is dead. Where's Aunt? The old man sighed and said, your uncle isn't married. Xianxia's mother is one of your uncle's mistresses. Ningxu, he. With Xianxia's imposing manner, he was like a lighthouse in the night wherever he stood. How could he be a hooligan? Moreover, Xianxia was quite good at business. Was this something a hooligan could have? The matter couldn't stand up to scrutiny. Moreover, Xianxia wasn't his uncle's son at all. He was an adopted son adopted by his uncle whom he had never met. The cheap uncle instilled hatred into Xianxia. Xianxia's arrival was to take back everything for his father. Lena, Xianxia has always been muddle-headed. He doesn't do things properly. Just bear with him, the old man said. Ningxu only chuckled in his heart. Xianxia's methods were quite ruthless. The deaths of Shirlina and Grandpa Shen only added a little more torture to this sadistic relationship. Xianxia hated the Shi family, and even his feelings for Sinan were mixed. He could kill the rest of the Shi family, but he couldn't do anything to Sinan. Instead, he imprisoned her. All kinds of love and hate stories were played out in this villa. Of course, there were also indescribable things and all kinds of shameful relationships. Xianxia OS fell in love with the daughter of the enemy. Loved you and tortured you. Xianxia OS fell in love with the enemy who killed his mother. Hated you for torturing yourself. Ningxu looked at the old man silently. Have you investigated thoroughly? I don't think he's uncle's son at all. He's not here with good intentions. The old man pondered for a moment, then sighed and said, let's talk about this later. Ningxu felt a little stifled. The old man felt guilty towards his brother. What was there to feel guilty about? He had taken away all the company's money. This money was enough for him to indulge in debauchery and secretly cultivate power. Under the halo of Xianxia's male lead, these powers grew bigger and bigger, and the company was not weaker than the Shi family. Old Master Shi wasn't the one who did anything wrong. Ningxu pursed his lips. He still had to rely on himself for this matter. The old man still doted on this man from the Shi family. After all, Shirlina and Xiaxinan were both women. Moreover, Xiaxinan didn't look like she could do big things and shoulder the responsibility of a listed company. Yes, Xiaxinan was pure, innocent, naive, and sweet. If Xiaxinan were to take in a son-in-law like Shirlina, the company would fall into the hands of an outsider. Ningxu could tell that old Master Shi wanted to give the company to Xianxia. Now was the time to test Xianxia. Since he couldn't take old Master Shi's path, Ningxu could only think of a way to deal with Xianxia himself. Ningxu left the study and went downstairs to see Xianxinan writing test papers on the table. Xianxia was standing next to Xianxinan, leaning over the table with his hands on it. His tall body covered Xianxinan's petite body. Xianxia watched Xianxinan write and pointed out her mistakes from time to time. Xianxia held Xianxinan's hand and moved the pen in Xianxinan's hand. Xianxinan felt her heart beating like thunder. She felt very strange, but she couldn't pinpoint what was strange about it. She felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't say it out loud. Niece, do you remember everything Uncle said? Xianxia asked. The two of them were very close to each other, and their breaths were intertwined. Xianxinan could even smell her uncle's scent, which made her dizzy and made her hands and feet go weak. I remember. Xianxinan's voice was like a mosquito's buzz, and her neck was pink. Xianxia's eyes were watery, and his face was expressionless as he looked at Xianxinan with an unfathomable gaze. Seeing this scene, Ningxu wanted to rush into the kitchen and chop Xianxia up with a kitchen knife. It was simply a heinous crime to seduce an inexperienced and brainless child like this. Ningxu hurried downstairs and asked, Sinan, what are you doing? Xianxinan said with some admiration, Mom, Uncle is tutoring me. Uncle is so amazing. Xianxia curled his lips and tilted his head slightly. Niece, you seem a little stupid. You can't even solve such a simple question. Uncle. Xianxinan couldn't help but call out. Ningxu said indifferently, didn't you drop out of school very early? You even know about high school? Xianxia didn't seem like an uncultured person. Could old Master Shi not tell? He definitely could. He chose to ignore these things because Xianxia was a male descendant of the Shi family. He even made Xianxia his son. Although I dropped out of school, it doesn't stop me from continuing to study, right? Xianxia found a very insincere reason. Xianxinan looked at Xianxia with her clear, bright eyes. Uncle, did you teach yourself? Yes. Ningxu, who was beside them, could feel the strange atmosphere between the two of them. It was charming and ambiguous. Ningxu Xianxinan said, it's time to sleep. Sleep with mommy tonight. Okay. With a smile on her face, Xianxinan tidied up the test papers on the table and followed Ningxu upstairs. Ningxu turned around and saw that Xianxia was looking at him and Xianxinan. His eyes were deep, and it was obvious that he was up to no good. After entering the bedroom, Ningxu looked at Xianxinan's test paper. Xianxinan didn't do well in her studies. When Xianxinan came out of the shower, Ningxu said to Xianxinan, if your studies are really difficult, you don't have to study anymore. Learn from mommy how to manage the company, or go to a finance school. You don't have to study so hard. Children from families like Xianxinan's didn't have to be like ordinary students, who regarded the college entrance examination as a turning point in their lives. Even if their grades weren't good, they could be sent abroad. Even if they wanted to go to university, it would be a matter of minutes. Xianxia dried her wet hair. Ningxu said coquettishly, "Mommy, I want to rely on my own efforts to get into university. I want to live a university life." "Up to you," Ningxu said lightly. "Thank you, Mommy." Xianxia wrapped her arms around Ningxu's neck and kissed Ningxu on the cheek. Ningxu said again, "Xinan, do you have a boy you like?" "In school." Xinan quickly shook her head. "No, Mommy, I'm not in puppy love." "No, Mommy means that Xinan is a girl. You must know how to protect yourself. Don't be too close to boys. As long as it's a man, you must keep a distance," Ningxu said to Xinan. Xinan frowned and asked, "Do I also have to keep a distance from Grandpa and Uncle?" "Your grandfather is your biological grandfather, but your uncle is a young man. You still have to keep a distance, okay?" Ningxu said to Xinan. Shimuching's relationship with Xinan wasn't like that of an uncle to a niece. Even a biological uncle wouldn't have such an intimate distance. This was the distance a man needed to explore a woman's heart inch by inch. "Go to sleep," Ningxu said to Xinan, and then went to take a shower. When Xinan fell asleep, Ningxu set up a spirit-gathering array in the room and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate the ultimate martial arts. Cultivating the ultimate martial arts could make the body agile. Even if there was a car accident like in the plot, he could still save himself. However, there was a girl by his side. When he cultivated, he had to pay attention to whether Xinan was awake or not. Although it was inconvenient, Ningxu still wouldn't let Xinan be alone. He didn't feel at ease letting Xinan sleep alone. Several times, Shimuching pretended to be crazy and entered Xian's room. Although nothing happened, he broke into Xian's boudoir like this. A man entered her room like this and lay on her bed. This had quite a big impact on Xian's heart, especially since her uncle was a handsome man. Coupled with Shimuching's deliberate seduction, even a female mosquito could faint. Moreover, Shimuching's possessiveness towards Xian stirred Xian's heart. Ningxu, slut. At about 2 o'clock in the morning, Ningxu quietly went downstairs. He went to the kitchen to get a fruit knife and went straight to the villa's garage. Holding a flashlight in his hand, he found Shimuching's car and used the back of the fruit knife to cut the undercarriage's oil pipe. The cutting surface wouldn't be so smooth with the back of the knife, so it was obvious that someone had cut it. Ningxu was so busy that he was covered in sweat. Finally, he made a hole in the oil pipe. The oil in the oil pipe leaked out and stained Ningxu's hand. Ningxu took cotton and stuffed it into the oil pipe. After doing these things, Ningxu left the garage and returned to the bedroom to take a shower and continue repairing. After cultivating for a night, Ningxu felt very comfortable. There was a strand of energy in his dantian the size of a strand of hair. Ningxu woke Xian up. Xian looked confused. Her eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. Her face was red and very beautiful. Pure and beautiful, which was something the hateful Shimuching didn't have, so he loved and hated Xian. Ningxu and Xian went downstairs together. Shimuching was already sitting at the dining table drinking coffee. He was wearing a white shirt with the collar unbuttoned, and his chest was partly visible. It was indeed pleasing to see such beauty early in the morning. Xian was a little shy. She looked away, not daring to look at Shimuching. Shimuching put down the coffee and looked at Xian with deep eyes. He said in a teasing tone, "Xinan is already a big girl. Why are you still sleeping with your mother?" Shimuching said, "Xinan is a big girl now. She should be independent and can sleep on her own." Xinan didn't know what to say. Ningxu rolled his eyes. "She's my daughter. If she doesn't sleep with me, do you think she'll sleep with you? *tch. Does us mother and daughter sleeping together have anything to do with you being her uncle?" Ningxu looked at Shimuching coldly, her voice cold. "Little brother." Shimuching casually picked up his coffee and took a sip. His movements were very elegant as he smiled slightly. "Sister, I'm just saying. Xinan is the eldest daughter of the Shi family. She should be independent soon." "Ningxu, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If you want to sneak into my room, come to my room if you dare." If I don't break your legs, I won't king be surnamed Ning. Ningxu sneered, it's not up to you to comment on the matters between us mother and daughter. Shimuching shrugged his shoulders, but his eyes were fixed on Sinan. Sinan felt very uncomfortable being stuck in the middle. She couldn't help but say to Ningxu, Mom, let's not talk about it. Ningxu pulled Sinan to her side and sat down. She said faintly, Sinan, normal men don't care about the details of women's affairs. Look at your grandfather. He's a man and an uncle. If he's not a pervert, then what is? Mom? Sinan was a little confused. She glanced at Shimuching secretly and felt that her uncle wasn't a pervert. Ningxu frowned and sighed in his heart. He felt a little speechless. It was said that girls tended to side with outsiders, but now Sinan was leaning towards Shimuching. There weren't any young elders in the Shi family. Sinan's father had left when she was young, and Sinan had no experience getting along with young male elders. She thought that Shimuching was an elder based on the way he interacted with her. What are you talking about so early in the morning? Did you hear your voices upstairs? Old Master came downstairs and asked Ningxu and the other two. Sinan wanted to let this matter go. There was no need to quarrel. It's okay, Grandpa. The old man sat down and said, I'll ask someone to prepare for the banquet now. Sinan, keep your spirits up and celebrate your 18th birthday happily. Thank you, Grandpa. Sinan smiled, looking very fresh and beautiful. Shimuching stared at Sinan. Sinan turned her head and met Shimuching's eyes. Shimuching winked at Sinan and said with a devilish expression, well, what gift should I give my niece? How troublesome. Shimuching raised his eyebrows and leaned forward slightly to look at Sinan. Tell me what you like. I'll definitely satisfy you. Sinan's face was red. Ningxu said coldly, thank you, but Sinan doesn't have anything she likes. You can just give it to her. Shimuching glanced at Sinan and said with a faint smile, but I don't think that's the case with your niece. As a mother, you actually don't know what your daughter likes. You're a little unreasonable as a mother. Ningxu turned his head and saw that Sinan's expression was a little gloomy. She was obviously sad that her mother didn't know what she liked. Ningxu was speechless. What a mess. Sister, children need love and care. You're so focused on work every day. You should be more concerned about your niece. Shimuching stood up, picked up the suit jacket on the chair, and left with a chuckle. Ningxu pursed his lips and ate the sandwich and milk. How could he have the strength to fight if he didn't eat his fill? Have breakfast. Go to school after that. Ningxu didn't know what to say to Sinan. She was really too naive and had been used by Shimuching to attack her. After breakfast, Ningxu went upstairs to change his clothes and get ready to go to work. As long as he killed Shimuching, everything would be fine. Ningxu didn't expose the ambiguous behavior between Shimuching and Sinan. At least for now, Sinan still treated Shimuching as her uncle and elder. He had to get rid of Shimuching before they had a substantial relationship. Sinan followed Ningxu upstairs. Seeing that Ningxu was putting on an office lady's suit jacket, she said, Mom, can you take me to school today? I haven't been with you in a long time. Ningxu nodded. Okay, I'll take you to school first, then to the company. Although Ningxu had promised Sinan to take her to school, Sinan still looked very unhappy. Shimuching's words had obviously aroused her dissatisfaction. Sinan carried a beautiful and small bag and waited for Ningxu to drive out of the garage. When Ningxu's car stopped in front of her, Sinan got into the car and the car drove out of the villa. Sinan, who was in the car, looked at Ningxu from time to time. Ningxu asked directly, just say what you want to say. Mom, you always go to work and are busy with work every day. I want to go shopping with you and talk to you more, Sinan said. Ningxu almost couldn't suppress the primitive force in her heart. Her tone was a little stiff as she said, if I tell you 10 sentences, you won't remember one sentence. If your uncle says one sentence, you will remember it firmly. What was going on now? Was she questioning her? Was she questioning Shirlena? No wonder in the system space, Shirlena had said that she could do whatever she wanted to Sinan. Obviously, she had been heartbroken by Sinan. Oh, I chat with you every day to relieve your boredom. Otherwise, I don't care about you or don't understand you. If you don't work, money will fall from the sky. Do you have the money to let you live a carefree life as a young lady? Xianxia was the CEO of the company. The fate of the company was in her hands, and the livelihood of so many employees was on her shoulders. The business world was a man's battlefield. Xianxia was a woman. In the business world, she had to put in double or even triple the effort to be respected. In particular, Xianxia was a divorced woman, and there were always rumors. Society had never been less malicious toward women. They said that Xianxia was a shrew, and her husband couldn't stand it and divorced her. Even if they praised her as an iron lady, it might be sarcastic. Did Xianxia complain to Xianxia after shouldering all of this? Oh, I'm lonely. Mom doesn't accompany me. I'm so sad. Ningxu hated talking to this kind of innocent and beautiful person the most. She still had the time to think about these things when she didn't have enough to eat or warm clothes. She didn't lack food and clothing, so she had the time to be sad. Seeing that Ningxu was angry, Xianxia looked a little uneasy. She pursed her lips tightly and looked out of the car window. Ningxu sighed in her heart and said, "Xinan, come to the company for an internship this weekend." Xinan turned her head and said with a pout, "But Mom, I'm in my 3rd year of high school now. My studies are very tight, and the exams are coming soon." Ningxu said indifferently, "There are some things that you won't need at all in the future. Come to the company for an internship and understand the operations of the company. It's better for your future." Ningxu wanted to groom Xinan, but the old man at home wanted to give the company to Ximucheng, which was impossible. If the company was given to Ximucheng, he would be at the mercy of others. Besides, by letting Xinan work, she wouldn't have the time to grieve over the passing of spring and let her see the cruelty of life. "Come to work at the company, and we can see each other and talk every day." Ningxu smiled. Xinan was about to cry. She said in a choked voice, "Mom, other mothers tell their children to study hard, but Mom actually wants me to give up on studying and go to work." Ningxu thought, what the f***ck, there was really no way to communicate with a one-track mind. Ningxu said indifferently, "I'm just asking you to go to the company on the weekend. I'm not asking you to stop studying." "But Mom, I want to study hard and get into university," Xinan said. "If you want to go to university, it's just a matter of minutes." Ningxu suppressed the riot in her heart. Xinan wasn't a child from an ordinary family. If she had the time to stay up late and study, she might as well learn something practical. Ningxu said calmly, "You can go to any school you want." "Mom, I want to rely on my own hard work," Xinan said stubbornly. Ningxu felt helpless. "As long as you're happy." The communication between a man and a woman was really different. Xinan and Ximucheng were one way to communicate, and another way to communicate with her. Like repelling like. Ningxu didn't force Xinan to work at the company anymore. With Ximucheng in the company, wouldn't that be giving Ximucheng a chance to flirt with Xinan? After sending Xinan to the school gate, Ningxu said indifferently, "Be careful." Xinan pursed her lips. "Mom, drive carefully." Ningxu nodded, started the car, and left. When they arrived at the company, Ningxu's secretary said to Ningxu, "President, the vice president was in a car accident." Ningxu thought, "Ha ha ha." Ningxu looked very puzzled. "How did it happen?" "The car spontaneously combusted," the secretary said. He had only spontaneously combusted. He thought it was a car crash. Ningxu asked, "How is the vice president now?" Ningxu did that just because he wanted Ximucheng's car to break down. And wait for his car to be repaired before he tampered with it. "The vice president is fine. The car caught fire and he jumped out of the car," the secretary said. But when he jumped out of the car, his body was grazed by the car next to him. Ningxu, what a pity, sure enough, he was an unkillable cockroach. How could the male lead die like this? "Are you in the hospital now?" Ningxu asked. The secretary nodded. Ningxu didn't go to see Ximucheng and started to get busy with the company's matters. Fortunately, Ningxu had learned how to manage the company when he was the president. She had already been a male CEO. Now she was going to be a female CEO. When it was time to get off work, Ningxu was ready to go to the hospital to see Ximucheng. He asked the secretary for the address of the hospital. In the end, when they arrived at the hospital, they were told that Xianxia had been discharged. Ningxu, it was probably just a graze and he had to come to the hospital to apply some medicine. Otherwise, he would have been discharged in less than a day. Why did she go through so much trouble to cut the oil pipe? Ningxu drove back to the villa. When he entered the house, he saw Xianxia leaning against Xianxia. One of his calves was wrapped in gauze. Xianxia's hand was on Xianxia's shoulder, and half of his body was on top of Xianxia. Xianxia supported Xianxia. It was probably because Xianxia was too heavy that she had to exert a lot of effort. Her small face was red. This B*TCH really knew how to find opportunities. There were so many servants at home, but she insisted on Xianxia supporting her. She didn't let go of any chance of physical contact. After Xianxia helped Xianxia to the sofa, Ningxu walked into the living room. He raised his eyebrows and asked Xianxia, "Why did you suddenly get into a car accident?" Xianxia's gaze swept across Ningxu's face. He shrugged and said, "Who knows? Maybe someone wants me dead." Xianxia stared at Xianxia with wide eyes and asked, "Who would want Uncle dead?" "I'm an eyesore to some people, so they want to get rid of me." Xianxia's gaze stayed on Ningxu's face. "I checked the garage and found that there was gasoline dripping on the ground where I parked." Xianxia's voice was cold. Xianxia was a little confused. She rolled her eyes and didn't say anything. Ningxu looked calm and didn't look guilty at all. He smacked his lips and said, "It's a pity that the car cost tens of millions. It's also because you don't pay attention to maintaining the car." Xianxia smiled and said, "As long as you're fine, it's fine. If you lose the car, you can buy another one. People are the most important." Ningxu was speechless. Although he knew that Xianxia had white eyes, he didn't expect it to be like this. Ningxu found it especially ridiculous that she said such things when she didn't have any financial ability. Xianxia didn't have any concept of money. For her, she could buy anything she wanted with a swipe of her card. She wouldn't scrimp and scrimp for cosmetics and bags like ordinary girls. To be honest, Xianxia's life wasn't worth tens of millions. If someone paid to kill Xianxia's price definitely wouldn't be high. She had no value at all. Ningxu frowned tightly, his face full of annoyance. Xianxia just smiled coldly and glanced at Ningxu's face. Finally, he said, "Sister, you have crow's feet at the corners of your eyes. You have to take care of yourself. Don't get angry so often. Be more open-minded. Otherwise, what if you die of anger?" This body was already more than 40 years old. Mocking a woman like this was simply forcing her to flip out at any moment. Ningxu smiled. "I'm not angry. Why should I be? I wasn't the one who got into the car accident." Xianxia knew that Ningxu was angry, but she didn't know why. Xianxia felt that her mother had changed. She wasn't as gentle to her as before, which made Xianxia a little angry. She stiffened her neck and didn't speak to Ningxu. Besides, she didn't feel that she had done anything wrong. Ningxu went upstairs to take a shower. Ningxu wasn't tired in the face of the ruthless Xianxia, but in the face of Xianxia's daughter, Ningxu felt powerless from the bottom of his heart. Ningxu didn't know if he was too realistic. In the face of such an innocent and beautiful Xianxia, he wanted to strangle her to death. Children were all debts. Encountering a daughter like Xianxia, Ningxu felt that Xianxia must have destroyed the universe in her previous life to have committed such a huge sin. Xianxia wasn't like the straightforward and swift Xianxia at all. The romance in her bones was from her father. All of them were otherworldly, but Xianxia was stained with the stench of money. This car accident had scratched Xianxia's skin a little and made him alert. He had to think of a new way to kill Xianxia, but he couldn't put himself in danger. Xianxia had dark forces under him and a company on the surface. It was really difficult to deal with. But there was a hurdle to overcome first, which was Xianxia's 18th birthday. Although Ningxu didn't like Xianxia, she couldn't watch Xianxia bully Xianxia's daughter like this. If she could help Xianxia avoid this incident, she might get more points. But even if she avoided it this time, there would be the next time, and the time after that. She couldn't hang Xianxia on her belt. She was so tired that her heart was about to explode. During dinner, Xianxia glanced at Ningxu and said to the old man, "Dad, I want to call the police to investigate this car accident." Xianxia's eyes were fixed on Ningxu as he spoke. Obviously, he was implying something. The old man glanced at Xianxia and then at Ningxu. He didn't say anything for a long time. Ningxu ate calmly. "Who are you trying to scare? Your car was burned to such an extent. What can you investigate? Buy a new car." The old man tried to smooth things over. Xianxia's expression was cold and his eyes flashed with hostility. He said indifferently, "I'll listen to you, Dad." Ningxu didn't say anything and ate silently. Most of the dishes on the table were eaten by Ningxu. Xianxia put down his chopsticks and said to Xianxian, "Niece, come and help uncle to the sofa." "Okay." Xianxian put down her chopsticks and was about to stand up to help Xianxia. Ningxu pressed Xianxian to the chair and said with a smile, "Brother, let me help you." Ningxu walked around the table and walked to Xianxia's side. Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile, "Thank you, sister." Xianxia said as he stretched out his arms. Ningxu helped Xianxia to the sofa. When Xianxia sat on the sofa, Ningxu kicked Xianxia's wound. Xianxia groaned and his face was a little pale. He turned to look at Ningxu. Ningxu smiled. "Brother, what else do you want?" Xianxia's eyes flashed with hostility, but he smiled. "Thank you, sister." His voice was filled with mockery and malice as he called her sister. Ningxu said, "If you need anything, just call the servants at home. Tomorrow, I will buy you a pair of crutches so that you can go wherever you want." There was a sinister smile on Xianxia's face, which made him look evil. "Thank you, sister. Buy a few more, just in case." Ningxu smiled, not caring about Xianxia's curses and threats at all. When Xianxia saw the calm Ningxu, his expression was a little unhappy. He turned to Xianxian and said, "Niece, in order to repay you for helping your uncle today, you can ask your uncle if there's anything you don't understand about your homework." "Okay," Xianxian replied with a smile. Her eyes were curved, and she looked obedient and lovely. "Sinan is such a good girl." Xianxia winked at Xianxian. Then she turned to Ningxu and said, "Sinan is really a beautiful and tender girl." Ningxu, she actually used tender to describe Xianxian. This kind of lewd description. This B*TCH was deliberately using Xianxian to provoke her and sow discord between her and her daughter. However, when Ningxu saw such a well-behaved Xianxian, she sneered in her heart. Behind every great scumbag, there was a woman shrouded in the glory of the Virgin Mary. The scumbag slapped her, gave her a sweet date, and vowed to repent, which made her heart soften. She was abused to death, fell into the water in a car accident, was schemed against to have a miscarriage, lost her mother, lost her father, and her whole family died. As long as the female lead didn't die, she would fall in love with the perverted scumbag and be willing to bear his children. "You scumbag, I'm cheap." When the scumbag met the saintess, it was better than countless people in the world. Ningxu said to Xianxian, "Your uncle is injured. Let him have a good rest. Go to my room, and I will explain the questions to you." Xianxian looked at Xianxia and was about to nod when Xianxia said, "Sister, I only injured my leg, not my brain. I can explain the questions to my niece. Besides, I only have one niece. If I don't treat her well, who will I treat well?" Xianxia raised her eyebrows and touched her lips with her slender white fingers. Ningxu smiled provocatively. His movements were incomparably devilish and full of charm. Sure enough, women loved bad men. She could be flirted with any minute. Ningxu just wanted to give her a big slap in the face. What a pretentious prick. "Do you want your uncle to explain the questions to you?" Ningxu asked Xianxian. Xianxian looked into her mother's and uncle's eyes and suddenly had the illusion of facing a life choice. Xianxian saw that her uncle was winking at her. That kind of gaze made Xianxian's face burn, and even her heart beat faster. Xianxian felt that she was now in an inexplicable atmosphere. Ningxu walked over, put her hand on Xianxian's shoulder, and led her upstairs. Some things are more convenient for us women to talk about. When Xianxian went up the stairs, she couldn't help but look back at Xianxia. Xianxia had an ambiguous smile on the corner of his mouth, which made Xianxian blush again. Xianxia couldn't help but cover her heart, feeling that her heart was beating wildly. In the bedroom, Ningxu looked at Xianxia. Xianxia felt a little uncomfortable and said, "I'm going to take a shower." She hurried into the bathroom. In the face of Ximuqing's deliberate approach, how could the pure and innocent Xianxia resist? Xianxia took a shower, and her skin was tender and rosy. No wonder she could attract wolves. Ningxu said to Xianxia, "Xinan, after your 18th birthday party, I plan to send you abroad to further your studies." Leaving Ximuqing was the best choice. She might not be able to guard against wolves every day. Besides, in the face of Ximuqing's deliberate teasing, how could she resist with her looks and money? Xianxia was stunned for a moment and said in confusion, "Mom, why are you suddenly sending me abroad? I'm going to take the college entrance exam soon." Ningxu said, "After careful consideration, I feel that going abroad is the best training for you. The children of rich families of your age have all gone abroad." Xianxia looked at Ningxu with tears in her eyes. "Mom, you don't love me anymore. You made me go to work before, and now you want me to go abroad." "Ningxu, I just want to rely on my own efforts to get into college and live an ordinary college life." Xianxia looked at Ningxu pitifully. Ningxu stared straight at Xianxia. "Give me back the card and go live an ordinary college life." What ordinary life? Why were people so greedy? They only cared about enjoying themselves and not taking responsibility. They enjoyed a rich life that others couldn't enjoy in their lifetime. They wanted freedom, and they also wanted freedom in love. Get lost, get lost, get lost, Mom, I don't want to go abroad." Xianxia was a little afraid of life abroad, and she had never left her family. Ningxu said tiredly, "We'll talk about this after the birthday party." "Mom." Xianxia couldn't help but shout, her voice full of accusation. Seeing that Ningxu was ignoring her, Xianxia was very angry. She took her things and rushed out of Ningxu's room. Ningxu didn't coax Xianxia. She wasn't her biological mother, so he didn't care about her at all. After Xianxia left, Ningxu set up a spirit-gathering array in the room and began to cultivate. Xianxia was the main character, so she couldn't die. The unlucky one was a cannon fodder like her, so she had to increase her strength. Xianxia returned to her bedroom, turned on the light, and saw Ximuqing lying on her bed. His shirt was unbuttoned, revealing his strong chest. Her uncle's head was resting on her pillow. For some reason, when Xianxia saw this scene, she felt that her uncle was really sexy to death. Xianxia felt that the temperature in the room was very high, and the blood in her body was boiling. She was sweating all over and didn't know where to put her hands and feet. This was obviously her room. Why did it feel like she had barged in by mistake? Xianxia couldn't even straighten her tongue. She stammered, "Uncle. Uncle, why are you in my room?" Ximuqing raised his hand to block the light. He looked around and raised his eyebrows. "This is your room." "Sorry, I'm in the wrong room." Xianxia waved her hand. "It's okay, Uncle. You can go back to your room." Ximuqing sat up, leaned back, and supported himself with his hands on the bed. His shirt reflected the shape of his muscles. He said lightly, "My leg hurts. Come and help me." Xianxia walked over to the bed and reached out to help him up. Ximuqing smiled and grabbed Xianxia's arm. With a little force, he pulled Xianxia into his arms. Ximuqing wrapped his arm around Xianxia's waist. Their bodies were tightly pressed together, and the warmth of their bodies radiated through their clothes. Xianxia was stunned at first. She stared blankly at Ximuqing's face. It was suffocating up close, and their breaths intertwined. As if she had been scalded, Xianxia hurriedly jumped away. Her little face was full of confusion. She stammered, "Uncle. Uncle." Xianxia felt as if she was sick. When she saw Ximuqing, she always felt uneasy in her heart. She wanted to escape from Ximuqing, but she couldn't help but approach him. Ximuqing smirked and looked at Xianxia. "What's the matter? Can't I help Uncle up?" Xianxia controlled her urge to run away, but she didn't dare to get close to Ximuqing. She stood there in a daze. Seeing that Xianxia was about to cry, Ximuqing asked, "Did something happen to you?" Xianxia immediately slumped her shoulders and said, "Mom wants to send me abroad." Muqing's eyes sharpened, and he asked softly, does Sinan want to go? Sinan immediately shook her head. I don't want to go. I don't know anyone overseas, and it's so far away. I'm a little scared. Muqing smirked. I can help you. Sinan immediately looked at Muqing and asked, Uncle, do you have any ideas? Go to your grandpa. I'll speak for you, Muqing said as he got up from the bed. Sinan immediately ran over and hugged Muqing's neck. She jumped happily and said, thank you, Uncle. You're so nice. Muqing lowered his head slightly and took a deep breath of Sinan's scent. The corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Sinan belatedly realized that she was hugging her uncle, so she quickly let go of Muqing's neck. Her face was red, and she was at a loss. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Muqing smiled and said. Uncle likes Sinan's closeness. Sinan was angry that Ningxu wanted to send her abroad. When she saw Ningxu the next morning, she didn't even greet him. She just puffed up her cheeks and huffed angrily. During breakfast, Sinan said coquettishly to Old Master Shi, Grandpa, I don't want to go abroad. Old Master Shi was stunned. Go abroad? Muqing just raised his eyebrows and looked at Ningxu with a half-smile. I didn't say you should go abroad, Old Master Shi said. Sinan immediately said, Mom said I should go abroad. Grandpa, I don't want to leave Grandpa. Grandpa, Sinan shook Old Master Shi's arm, leaving him at a loss for a moment. He quickly said, okay, you won't go abroad. You're such a pretty girl. You can't go abroad and spoil yourself. Muqing held his coffee and said calmly, why do you have to go abroad? Do you think you can gild yourself if you go abroad? The atmosphere overseas is very bad. Chaos, AIDS, drug abuse, 9 out of 10 children of rich families will be infected with bad habits when they go abroad. They won't learn anything and will become arrogant instead. Thank you, Uncle. Sinan smiled at Muqing. Old Master Shi nodded. You can't go. Old Master Ningxu said, Sinan's character is not suitable for going abroad. Mom, you see, Grandpa and Uncle don't approve of me going abroad, Sinan said to Ningxu. Ningxu was speechless. Damn it, she was the bad guy. Ningxu really wanted to flip the dining table. You can do whatever you want. Who the hell wants to care about you? Did you really think that others were willing to make such plans for you? Even if Sinan wanted to go abroad, it was impossible for her to go alone. Arrangements had to be made. Ningxu didn't know if Sinan couldn't bear to part with her handsome uncle. Dad, whatever you say, Ningxu said calmly. Sinan's face suddenly broke into a smile. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Uncle. Then she said to Ningxu, thank you, Mom. The corners of Muqing's mouth curled up and he took a sip of coffee. There was a gloating smile on his face. Ningxu silently chanted the heart-cleansing mantra in his heart. He ate breakfast, finished 3 sandwiches, and drank a glass of milk. I'll take you to school, Ningxu said to Sinan. Sinan was angry and guilty. Previously, she had roped in Grandpa and Uncle to pressure her mother. Now, she wanted to teach her a lesson on the way to school. Seeing that Sinan wasn't speaking, Ningxu asked, aren't you going to school today? Isn't there a lot of homework? Sinan reluctantly picked up her bag and followed Ningxu out of the villa. After the car left the villa, Ningxu stopped the car by the roadside and said, Sinan, you have to keep a distance from your uncle. Why? Sinan asked Ningxu. Uncle is family. You have to keep a distance from family. Your uncle is your elder, and he's also a man. Of course, you have to keep a distance, okay? Ningxu felt exceptionally tired. Just like how you treat the boys in school. You have to keep a distance. If she could keep a distance from the boys in school, why couldn't she keep a distance from Muqing? Don't talk nonsense about your uncle being family. It's not the same. Sinan shook her head. Uncle is different from my classmates. It was indeed different. Her classmate wasn't as handsome as her uncle. Ningxu couldn't figure out why Sinan refused to listen to her. Ningxu almost couldn't suppress her irritation. Ningxu took a deep breath and said, You're a girl. You have to keep a distance from men, even if it's your uncle. I know. Xianxia pursed her lips and nodded. Ningxu said, since you know, you have to do it. Mom, what's wrong with you? Why do you insist that I keep a distance from uncle? We live under the same roof and see each other all the time. How do you expect me to avoid uncle? Xianxia couldn't stand it anymore and said, Mom, I think you've become very strange recently. She was talking back again. The veins on Ningxu's forehead were throbbing. Was she supposed to say that her uncle wanted to sleep with her? She was an obedient little bunny in front of Xianxia, but in front of her mother, she was full of confidence. She gave birth to you and raised you, but she still had to put up with your little temper. I'll do whatever I say. Ningxu grabbed Xianxia's arm tightly and squeezed it hard. If you have any opinions, keep them to yourself. Mom, you're hurting me. It hurts. Xianxia's little face was contorted in pain. Mom, it hurts. Ningxu let go of Xianxia's arm. With tears in her eyes, Xianxia turned and opened the car door to leave. Ningxu grabbed Xianxia and asked, Where are you going? We're going to school now. Xianxia cried and shouted at Ningxu, Mom, you're too much. You're blaming me for something for no reason. You weren't like this before. Then what do you want me to do? Ningxu looked at Xianxia coldly. Xianxia bit her lip tightly. I feel that Mom doesn't love me anymore. If I say a few words to you, it means that I don't love you anymore. Fine, I don't love you anymore, Ningxu said lightly. Mom, Xianxia shouted loudly. Her voice was unusually ear-piercing in the car. Ningxu picked his ear and slapped Xianxia's face. Keep your voice down. I'm not deaf. He had wanted to fight for a long time. Slap. The loud slap stunned Xianxia, as if she had been slapped silly by Ningxu. Xianxia covered her face and looked at Ningxu in a daze. Mom, you hit me. Xianxia's tears streamed down her face. Mommy, you hit me. Xianxia could never bear to lay a hand on Xianxia. She wouldn't even move a hair on her body. This was the first time in 18 years that she had been slapped in the face. Slapping someone in the face was an extremely insulting way of hitting someone, and Xianxia's self-esteem couldn't take it. Xianxia opened the car door and was about to dash off when Ningxu grabbed her and pulled her back into the car seat. Sit properly. Mom, how could you do this? Xianxia cried. Mom, shut up. Don't shout again, Ningxu said coldly. He locked the car door and drove to school. Along the way, Xianxia cried and covered her stinging face. Her nose was bright red, and she looked very pitiful. When they arrived at school, Ningxu pulled Xianxia to the principal's office and told the principal that she wanted to transfer schools. Upon hearing that, Xianxia forgot to cry. Ningxu shouted, Mom, why do you want to transfer schools? I don't want to transfer schools. Ningxu ignored Xianxia. He took Xianxia's school record from the school and stuffed her into the car. Xianxia cried and hit the car window. Mom, don't do this to me, Ningxu ignored the pitiful Xianxia. He wouldn't listen to her no matter what she said. He couldn't be bothered to talk to her now. Ningxu drove the car. Xianxia grabbed Ningxu's arm and begged Ningxu. Mom, I don't want to transfer schools. I'm going to college soon. Ningxu shook off Xianxia's hand. He was driving now. If he grabbed her hand, she would die in a car accident. Ningxu's face was cold. Xianxia sobbed and took out her phone to call Old Master. Ningxu grabbed Xianxia's phone and threw it on the seat of longevity noodles. Xianxia looked at Ningxu in shock, and her tears flowed even faster. Mom, how could you do this? You're too much. Mom, I don't want to transfer schools. Can you respect my wishes? I'm not a puppet doll. Xianxia broke down and shouted at Ningxu. Ningxu glanced at Xianxia coldly. What do you mean by respecting your wishes? Right now, you're eating my food, wearing my clothes, and relying on me to survive. When you can support yourself and have the confidence to do so, you can talk to me about your wishes and freedom. Ningxu drove to the school in the suburbs. This was a military-style school that was completely closed off. Xianxia stood at the school gate and looked at the high walls. The school gate was a high iron gate, and she couldn't hear anything inside at all. Xianxia was a little scared. Ningxu shouted, "Mom!" Ningxu pulled Xianxia into the school and transferred Xianxia's school record. "Mom, don't do this to me. What did I do wrong?" Xianxia cried and shouted at Ningxu. "I don't want to be in this school. This school's facilities couldn't compare to the previous private school. In the past, the students who were in the same school as her were all of the same level, and their families were all rich and powerful." Xianxia was a little scared to adapt to a new school. "Don't you want to rely on university? In this school, you can study without any distractions." Ningxu handed Xianxia over to her form teacher. The form teacher was a woman in her 40s, and she had a strong and tough aura. Ningxu donated computers and some sports facilities to the school on the condition that Xianxia was trained well. Ningxu confiscated Xianxia's bank card and phone. Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears. "Mom, what should I do without these things? I've already paid for your tuition and meals. You don't need money at all in school," Ningxu said indifferently. "Mom." Xianxia still wanted to plead with Ningxu. Xianxia's form teacher said to Xianxia, "Xianxia, please go into the classroom." The form teacher spoke with an authoritative tone. Xianxia bit her lip and entered the classroom. Ningxu's form teacher said, "I'll have to trouble you with this child. Besides me, no one can take her away. If anyone comes to visit her, please call me. They can only visit if I say so." "Okay." Ningxu finished dealing with Xianxia's matter and left the school. This kind of military-style school was generally for children with poor self-control or serious internet addiction. The military-style school was very strict, and they had to do everything by themselves. Most importantly, they had to undergo physical training. Xianxia's delicate body ran around the field under the sun, ate from a big pot of rice, slept in a dormitory with many people, washed her own clothes, and had no servants to serve her. She could only rely on herself. Xianxia, who didn't do any household chores, couldn't take it. Ningxu had long been impatient with Xianxia. Out of sight, out of mind. The most important thing was that this kind of school only had one day off every month. This way, they could avoid ximuching. After leaving the school, Ningxu went to a rather high-end clubhouse. Ningxu parked the car at the entrance and looked at the clubhouse. This clubhouse belonged to ximuching. The most important thing was that it had filth. The most profiteering was either drug trafficking or prostitution. This clubhouse had both. Moreover, this clubhouse was for rich people to play. It went the high-end route. Otherwise, how could ximuching have so much capital? With the money that his uncle had taken away back then, how could he have developed to this state? This story should be called My Husband. This clubhouse was discovered by Xianxia. Since she regarded ximuching as her biggest competitor, it was impossible for Xianxia not to investigate ximuching. She found out that ximuching wasn't her uncle's son and also discovered ximuching's power. Before she could do anything, she was hit and killed. The driver took the initiative to admit that he was drunk. Even if the driver was put in jail, Xianxia was already dead. Ningxu scanned the clubhouse. It would take some time to infiltrate the interior, and it would be a little difficult. However, even if it was an iron bucket, he could still find a crack. Ningxu decided to find a private detective. Ningxu's purpose of finding a private detective was to obtain the situation in ximuching's clubhouse, especially evidence of prostitution and drug trafficking. Ningxu wasn't afraid of spending more money. Private detectives were a product of the gray area. "Whether it's photos or videos, it's fine," Ningxu said to the private detective. Ningxu took out a few stacks of money from his bag. "Take this money to bribe the clubhouse's staff. Bribe them if you can." The private detective took the money and accepted the task. However, Ningxu said, "You and I both need to keep this matter a secret. The background of this clubhouse is not simple. If you tell anyone, I won't be able to survive." Ningxu nodded. "Okay." After talking to the private investigator, Ningxu went to the company to work. She suddenly felt very good. Without Xianxia by her side, she didn't feel like she was going crazy anymore. When he got off work in the evening, Ningxu returned to the villa. When he walked into the house, he saw Xianxia in the living room constantly looking at the door with a puzzled and worried expression. Xianxia looked out of the window from time to time. The sky was already turning dark. Ningxu sneered in her heart. You can just wait and see. When Xianxia saw Ningxu, he couldn't ask Ningxu where Xianxia had gone. He looked a little anxious. Xianxia walked to the front of Ningxu. Ningxu deliberately bumped into Xianxia heavily. Xianxia's figure didn't even shake. His lower body was steady. Moreover, it was under the condition that he was injured. From this, it could be seen that Xianxia's martial strength was not weak. How could he not have any self-defense ability since he was young? He should be proficient in grappling techniques. It seemed that it would be troublesome to get close to him. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at Ningxu. He said indifferently, "Sister, shouldn't you apologize to me for bumping into me?" Ningxu said, "Sorry, I left in a hurry." Xianxia sized up Ningxu with a suspicious look in his eyes. He had obviously sensed that the woman in front of him had some martial strength. He didn't know that his sister knew how to fight. Ningxu went upstairs. As soon as he reached the bedroom, the phone in his bag vibrated. It was Xianxia's phone. Ningxu hung up the phone, took out the SIM card, threw it into the toilet, and flushed it away. Downstairs, Xianxia listened to the notification on the phone, frowned tightly, and kept looking out the door. When Ningxu went downstairs, he saw Xianxia walking around the living room with his lame leg. What was this called? He said he was taking revenge on Xianxia, but deep down, he was worried about her. The asterisk cheese were pretentious. Xianxia picked up his phone and called Xianxia again, but the result was the same. Ningxu drank water leisurely. He couldn't get through even if he blew up the phone. It wasn't just the SIM card. Ningxu also deleted all the social media accounts on Xianxia's phone, and changed the passwords for the ones that couldn't be deleted. Even if she went online at school, Xianxia wouldn't be able to contact her family, so she had to stay at school. Xianxia called several times in a row, but couldn't get through. He was shrouded in a powerful aura, full of murderous intent and hostility, and his face was extremely cold. Xianxia frowned even more when he saw Ningxu's leisurely look. It was already dark outside, and Xianxia hadn't come back yet. Xianxia was angry and anxious. As he flirted with her, he gave her his heart. When it was time for dinner, the old man came back from visiting friends and found that one person was missing in the house. Ningxu said, "Where's Xianxia? Why didn't she come down for dinner?" Xianxia stared at Ningxu. Ningxu gulped down a bowl of soup, wiped his hands slowly, and said to the old man, "I sent her to the military management school." The old man was stunned for a moment. "Why did you suddenly send her to such a school? Xianxia won't be able to take it. And there are very few school holidays like this." The old man looked at Ningxu. "You've been too strict with Xianxia recently." Ningxu said indifferently, "Xianxia isn't young anymore. She'll be 18 in a few days. It's time for her to know." Xianxia clenched his chopsticks so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and he looked at Ningxu with a bone-chilling gaze. The old man said again, "It's Xianxia's 18th birthday party in a few days. I'll pick her up for the party, and then send her back to school," Ningxu said indifferently. "Up to you. You're the one in charge now." The old man was rarely in charge now. He was in a state of retirement, and when he had nothing to do, he would do some elderly activities with people his age. However, the old man had the most shares in his hands. It seemed that Ningxu was in charge, but the old man was still the one in charge when it came to the big decisions. Xianxia looked at Ningxu coldly. He hadn't let Xianxia go abroad in the morning, and in the blink of an eye, he had sent her to a closed military management school. "Sister, what are you worrying about?" Xianxia said coldly with a smirk. "I'm afraid that the dog will miss it," Ningxu replied. Xianxia was a delicious bun, and Xianxia was a dog. Xianxia curled his lips. "Something that can make people miss it is a good thing. They'll definitely try to get it." Ningxu said indifferently, "I'm just afraid that the dog will break its teeth." Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly. "Something that you've worked so hard to get is a good thing. No, it's better to get it and then destroy it." What's mine is mine. I won't give it to anyone else even if it's destroyed. Ningxu thought, B*tch, this thing should be Shi Sinan. It was really inexplicable. She hated the Shi family for no reason. This was a feud between the Shi brothers, and it had nothing to do with Shi Mucheng, who didn't have the Shi family's bloodline. He didn't know where Shi Mucheng got his confidence from. It was as if everyone owed him something. The Shi family's matters had nothing to do with him. First, he killed Shirlina and took the position of CEO of the company. Then, he killed Old Master Shi and obtained his shares. After that, he fell in love with Shi Sinan and hurt each other. Oh, in the end, he found out that he had been tricked by his adoptive father. The truth was not what his adoptive father had said, and he vowed to confess to Shi Sinan. Finally, there was a happy ending. Lunatic, go to hell. The next day, Ningxu received a call from Shi Sinan's form teacher, saying that someone had come to visit Shi Sinan at school. It was a man. Ningxu, he was really in a hurry to visit Shi Sinan early in the morning. Ningxu said directly to the form teacher, no visits. Don't worry about him. No one can visit except me. The form teacher agreed and hesitated for a moment before saying, student Shi Sinan isn't used to school life. Shi Sinan's state in school could be said to be outstanding. She was completely out of it. She didn't know how to fold her blanket and didn't know how to line up for food. In any case, she was just dumbfounded and looked like a retard. Ningxu said indifferently, it's okay. She'll get used to it after a long time. Teacher, you don't have to be polite with her. Shi Mucheng, who didn't see Shi Sinan, came back and threw the jacket in his hand heavily on the sofa. He looked at Ningxu with a cold murderous gaze. Ningxu smiled. Brother, why are you so angry early in the morning? It was hard for him to run to see Shi Sinan when his leg was injured. It would be strange if he saw her. Shi Mucheng's lips curled into a cold smile. He was expressionless and no longer angry. He said in a mocking voice, I was bitten by a mad dog. Brother, you have to be careful. Mad dogs are poisonous, Ningxu said with a smile. Shi Mucheng walked over to Ningxu with his long legs and looked down at Ningxu. I see that your sister is also a martial artist. Why don't the two of us exchange pointers? Ningxu shook his head. Little brother's leg is still injured. How can big sister bully him? Shi Mucheng said carelessly, ignore it. I've suffered more serious injuries before. When my sister lived in a luxurious house, I had to fight with some hooligans just to get some food. Ningxu, what does it have to do with me? What's wrong with living in a big house? Shi Mucheng had a hard time when he was young. His cheap uncle beat and scolded him. If he didn't do well, he would beat him. Then, Shi Mucheng transferred this resentment to the old man. Ha 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 ha, Ningxu rolled up his sleeves and lightly said, little brother, you have to yield to this big sister. Shi Mucheng coldly curled his lips and reached out to grab Ningxu's shoulder. His long legs swept towards Ningxu's lower body like the wind. His attack was very ruthless. Ningxu grabbed Shi Mucheng's hand that was on his shoulder and kicked Shi Mucheng's leg that was sweeping towards him. It felt as if he had kicked an iron plate. Ningxu's leg was numb from the shock. Ningxu turned his body and wanted to throw Shi Mucheng over his shoulder. However, Shi Mucheng's body was very strong. Ningxu couldn't carry him over his shoulder for the first time. Shi Mucheng smiled coldly and moved closer to Ningxu's ear. He whispered, big sister, is this taking the initiative to crawl into little brother's arms? Ningxu's ears twitched. Shi Mucheng's hot breath blew into his ear. Ningxu had goosebumps all over his body and his hair stood on end. So disgusting. Ningxu mobilized the strength in his body and used all his strength to heavily throw Shi Mucheng to the ground. Shi Mucheng smashed onto the ground with a bang. Shi Mucheng groaned. Just as he was about to get up, Ningxu stepped on his chest and crushed it with all his strength. Shi Mucheng felt that this woman's leg was like a huge rock pressing down on his chest. His heart couldn't take it anymore and was beating very fast. Ningxu smiled. Little brother, why are you really letting big sister do it? Shi Mucheng, on the other hand, was lying on the ground with a comfortable expression. He rested his head on his palm and said indifferently, it's very comfortable to be under big sister's feet. Is that so? Ningxu smiled and used all his strength to crush his chest. Shimucheng groaned and his face was a little pale. Is it comfortable? Ningxu asked. Shimucheng reached out and grabbed Ningxu's ankle. His thumb scratched the skin of Ningxu's ankle. Ningxu said, Big sister's ankle is very beautiful. Shimucheng said as he put his hand to the tip of his nose and took a deep breath. It's very fragrant. Shimucheng looked at Ningxu and smiled evilly. Ningxu didn't get angry and said indifferently, Is that so? It's very fragrant. Shimucheng took another breath and seemed to be savoring the aftertaste. Ningxu said indifferently, I didn't wash my feet. Ignoring Shimucheng's somewhat stunned expression, he raised his foot and stepped on Shimucheng's face, crushing it with all his strength. Shimucheng grabbed Ningxu's ankle and used all his strength. Ningxu fell to the ground. Shimucheng turned over and pressed down on Ningxu. Ningxu kicked Shimucheng away and kicked him a short distance away. Shimucheng covered his chest and coughed, wiping the blood from his nose that was stepped on by Ningxu. Shimucheng looked at Ningxu and actually laughed. I didn't expect Big Sister to be so powerful. Thanks for letting me win, little brother, Ningxu said with a smile. Ningxu picked up his bag and left the villa to go to work. Shimucheng wiped the blood on his lips with his thumb and looked coldly at Ningxu's back. Ningxu left the villa. As soon as he got into the car, he immediately rubbed his ankle with a grimace. The ankle that was pinched by Shimucheng had turned a little purple. The day before Xianxia's 18th birthday, Ningxu went to school to pick Xianxia up to attend the banquet. When Ningxu saw Xianxia, he was a little surprised because the current Xianxia was a little different from the previous Pifumai. The current Xianxia's skin was a little darker than before. It was probably because she didn't have any natural cosmetics to maintain her skin, which made her skin a little rougher. She was a lot more haggard and was a little different from the sweet and obedient girl from before. So a fair complexion covered up three ugly things. When Xianxia saw Ningxu, tears fell down her face. She looked at Ningxu and didn't speak for a long time. Ningxu said to Xianxia, Get in the car. Xianxia wiped her tears and got into the car. She looked at Ningxu and said in a sobbing voice, Mom, what did I do wrong? Why are you doing this to me? Ningxu raised his eyebrows. What did I do to you? You said you wanted to go to university, so I transferred you to this kind of school. You'll be in school for a month, and no one will disturb your studies, Ningxu said with a cold expression. But this school is really bad, Xianxia said while crying. She had to run every day, and she had to wash clothes. She had never washed clothes before. In the morning, when she was still asleep, she was woken up by the noisy whistle and had to fold her own quilt. She folded it neatly, and it was as angular as a piece of tofu. If she didn't fold it well, the teacher would make someone fold it until it was done. End of chapter 776. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.